My name is Logan Carter, and I'm 34 years old. What I'm about to tell you isn't some tall tale for clicks or likes, it's the truth, even if I can't prove it. This happened in the summer of last year, deep in the heart of Hockock Swamp, Massachusetts, a place some people call the heart of the Bridgewater Triangle. I went in as a skeptic, thinking I'd spend a week documenting my survivalist skills for my blog. I came out broken both physically and mentally, and I'm still not sure if I escaped it all. It started with an idea I'd had for months: test my skills by surviving 7 days alone in one of the most notoriously haunted places in the country. I didn't believe in ghosts or monsters. I thought the stories were just folklore blown out of proportion. So I packed my gear: tent, GPS, water purifier, knives, and my GoPro, and drove to the edge of the swamp. The first thing you notice in Hockock Swamp is the silence. No bird song, no rustling leaves, just the occasional drip of water and the squelch of mud underfoot. It was oppressive, but I chalked it up to the swamp's natural atmosphere. By late afternoon, I found a clearing to set up camp. As I hammered stakes into the soggy ground, I felt the sensation of being watched. I glanced over my shoulder several times, but there was nothing but dense trees and mist. Get a grip, I muttered, shaking off the unease. That night I built a small fire and recorded my first blog entry. I talked about the swamp's history, how the Wampanoag people believed it was a place of great spiritual power, and how locals whispered about strange lights and creatures. As I spoke, the words felt heavier than I expected, like they carried a weight I didn't understand. I fell asleep to the crackling of the fire. When I woke up, the fire was out and something fell off. As I stepped outside the tent, I froze. Bare footprints surrounded my campsite. They were human-like, but too large, with long claw-like toes. Maybe a prank, I whispered, though the words felt hollow. Who would trek this far into the swamp just to mess with me? And why wouldn't I have heard them? I brushed it off, deciding to explore further into the swamp. My GPS flickered in and out, forcing me to rely on a map. Around midday, I stumbled upon something bizarre: a crude shrine made of animal bones and sticks, perched on a stone slab. The air around it was colder, almost suffocating. I took a few photos and moved on quickly, feeling an inexplicable dread. That night, as I edited footage by the fire, I noticed my knife was missing. I searched the tent, my backpack, nothing. Finally, I found it stuck in a nearby tree blade first, as though it had been thrown with precision. My stomach churned. I didn't sleep well. On the third day, my water purifier broke. I cursed under my breath, knowing I'd have to boil water from now on, which would cost me precious time and energy. The swamp seemed to mock me, its stillness amplified by my rising frustration. That night the whispers began. At first I thought it was the wind, but as I lay in my tent, the sounds became distinct. My name spoken softly over and over: Logan, Logan, help me. It sounded like my ex-girlfriend's voice, fragile and pleading. My rational mind told me it was a trick of isolation, a manifestation of guilt. But when I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, the whispers moved, retreating into the darkness. I didn't follow. On the fourth day, I stumbled upon the shrine again, or at least I thought it was the same one. This time the bones were arranged differently and symbols were carved into the trees around it. What the hell, I muttered, taking a step back. That's when I saw a figure in the distance, crouched low to the ground. It was humanoid, but distorted, its limbs too long, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. It didn't move, just watched me. I don't remember running back to camp, but I must have. By the fifth day, I was a mess. My gear felt like a hindrance more than a help, and then I was down to my last energy bar. The whispers had grown louder at night, and my maps didn't seem to align with the terrain anymore. I was lost that evening. As I boiled water over a dwindling fire, I heard a branch snap. I turned and saw it, the figure from before, now closer. Its face, it was my face, but wrong, stretched and twisted. Leave me alone, I shouted, throwing a rock at it. The creature didn't flinch. Instead, it mimicked my voice. Leave me alone. I backed into the, clutching my knife like a lifeline. Desperation clawed at me. On the sixth day, I tried to retrace my steps to the edge of the swamp, but every path seemed to loop back to the shrine. I felt trapped, like the swamp itself was conspiring against me. That night the entity grew bolder. It slashed at my tent, tearing through the fabric like paper. I scrambled out, swinging my knife wildly, but the creature danced just out of reach. It was toying with me. On the final day, I decided I had nothing to lose. I gathered dry branches and doused the shrine in lighter fluid. As the flames roared to life, the swamp seemed to shudder. The entity appeared again, screaming not a human scream, but a guttural animalistic roar. It charged at me, its claws slicing across my arm. As I stumbled backward, I swung my knife blindly, connecting with something solid. The creature shrieked and disappeared into the shadows. I ran. When I finally emerged from the swamp, I collapsed into the arms of a search and rescue team. I'd missed my check-in by 3 days, and they'd been combing the area. They didn't believe me about the creature. My footage was corrupted, and the photos I'd taken of the shrine were blurred beyond recognition. But sometimes late at night, I hear it whisper my name. The swamp didn't let me go. It just gave me a head start. I thought it was just another quiet shift. But that night in Crooked Pine National Forest, I learned silence is where terror hides. I am James Lopez. Prior to switching to city planning, I was a park ranger. I am 31 years old. Although I've always been the kind to remain composed under duress, that weekend in Ocala National Forest permanently altered my perspective on the world and myself. I'll do my best to describe what we experienced without coming off as crazy. In April of 2012, this occurred. I made the decision to take an RV excursion into the center of Ocala with my girlfriend Emma and 2 pals, Tyler and Kelly. The group's intention was that Emma, 30, who has always been a huge environment lover, would show us Alexander Springs, where the water is pristine and the paths provide excitement. My boyhood buddy Tyler, 28, and his girlfriend, Kelly, were traveling with him mostly because they both like camping, albeit Kelly preferred the security of an RV over the harsh outdoors. In retrospect, I wish I had believed Kelly's uneasiness from the beginning. On a Friday, we arrived to our campground in the middle of the day, eager to get away from the bustle of the city. I rented my brother's RV, and it was parked in a clearing with tall trees all around. There was a new perfume in the air, the type that only comes from being deep in the forest. We unloaded rapidly. Emma and I would use the RV, and Tyler and Kelly would have tents. You see? Tyler slapped me on the back and said, "Perfect. Dude, we needed this. Bring the old gang together." Emma was already using her camera to explore the wooded area. She yelled back, "The biodiversity here is incredible," with a hint of enthusiasm in her voice. "It's so quiet, though." There was silence. Uncannily so. Typically, you would hear insects buzzing, birds chirping, or some other sound. Rather, the woods seemed to be holding its breath. I attributed it to the fact that I was further out than normal. The first night went without incident. We cooked marshmallows, lit a fire, and recited the same corny tales Tyler and I had been telling since we were adolescents. But Kelly didn't appear at ease. She continued to lean in closer to Tyler while looking over her shoulder. "What's up?" I questioned her. Shrugging, "Nothing," she said. It's just, it's so dark out here." "It's the woods, Kel," said Tyler, grinning. "It's supposed to be dark." After laughing it off, we retired to bed. The forest had already begun to watch us, although I was unaware of it at the time. Emma persuaded us to explore a neighboring route the next morning. I thought we should stretch our legs because she was so excited to explore. Despite her reluctance, Kelly joined. Emma froze before we had gone very far. She indicated a single footprint on the ground. Big and barefoot. It wasn't just large, however. The lengthy toes had what seemed to be claw marks on the tips. Bear? Tyler made a guess. No, cowering, Emma replied. Bears don't leave prints like this. Kelly stepped back. Let's just return. This doesn't seem right. Calm down, Tyler remarked, dismissing it. It's most likely an odd hiker. Out here, people are peculiar. Emma looked at me, furrowed brows. I gave her a signal to continue going. The more we hiked, the more eerie it seemed. The odd twig cracking seemed intentional as the woods became quieter, as if someone or something was pursuing us. Even Tyler's customary arrogance started to waver, and Kelly continued murmuring that she wanted to turn back. The sense that we weren't alone persisted in my mind. Everyone was anxious by the time we returned to camp. We made the decision to spend the night near the RV. Emma was shouting my name while I was gathering firewood close to the clearing's edge. James. It was far away, from further into the forest. I scowled. A minute earlier, Emma had been near the flames. James, come here. The voice had become louder. Persistent. Despite my intuition that something wasn't right, curiosity prevailed. I crossed the line of trees. Emma? I made a call. The voice ceased. I almost ran into Emma herself as I turned back toward camp. She inquired, panting, "Where were you going?" I heard you, I trembled. You were calling me. Her face became white. I didn't say anything. Things worsened that night. I awoke to the sound of activity outside the RV at about midnight. The pine needles crunched with slow, deliberate footsteps. I pushed Emma to her feet and pleaded with her to be quiet. I saw a person close to the fire pit as I peered through the curtain. Although humanoid, it was incorrect. Its stance was hunched, as if it had been shattered and reassembled, and its limbs were too lengthy. With my pulse pounding, I picked up a flashlight and went outside. Who's there? I let out a bark. I think the figure grinned as it turned to face me. It was a broad, artificial smile that made my stomach turn, not a welcoming one. It rushed into the trees with animalistic speed and disappeared before I could respond. We discovered the smoldering remnants of our firewood strewn around and deep claw marks on the RV's side the next morning. With trepidation, Tyler laughed. Okay, so someone's messing with us. Someone? Emma retaliated. You think a person did that? It's probably a prank, said Tyler. Locals messing with tourists. Kelly wasn't persuaded. Tyler, this isn't typical. Last night's creature wasn't human. Emma raised her voice. Skinwalkers are the subject of a Navajo mythology. Shapeshifters who pose as humans or animals in order to trick you. They can imitate looks as well as sounds. Tyler sneered. This isn't the Southwest, that's a desert legend. Legends travel, yelled Emma. And whatever it is, it's here. I intervened when the debate got out of hand. Enough. We're heading out. Let's go and pack up. The trees closed in as we hurried to set up camp. Only the distant snap of branches, far too near for comfort, broke the suffocating quiet. Clutching her arms as if protecting herself from something invisible, Kelly remained beside the RV. Then we heard it. The voice of Tyler. "Hey guys, I discovered something. Come have a look." We stopped. Tyler was standing next to me, his face pale. I grabbed a flashlight and shouted, "Stay here," before moving into the woods. I protested, but Tyler followed. It became darker as we descended further. Then we caught sight of it. A person with its back to us stands between the woods. Tyler was just like that. "Hey!" I yelled. The figure pivoted. Its face, a horrible, distorted parody of Tyler's features. It has excessively big eyes. Its mouth opened out too much. With a guttural, unearthly cry, it charged before we could respond. With our adrenaline rushing, we ran back to camp. "We're leaving now," I yelled. I turned on the engine and everyone climbed inside the RV. We sped down the wooded road once the tires caught after spinning in the loose soil. However, it continued. It raced with us, its limbs jerking in strange ways. Its lips produced unsatisfactory words. "James," it imitated in a twisted voice. "Don't leave." Its claws screeched on the metal as it banged into the side of the RV, causing Emma to scream. The thing fell backwards as Tyler snatched a hatchet from the supplies and swung it furiously at the window, breaking the glass. We continued till we came to a ranger station at the forest's border, trembling and scratched from the broken glass. The ranger gave us a quick glance. He inquired, "Around Alexander Springs?" We gave a nod. He let out a sigh. "You're lucky you made it out." That vacation was never discussed again. After that, Tyler and I grew apart, and Kelly vowed never to camp again. In an attempt to make sense of what we had seen, Emma developed an obsession with the tales. What about me? Since then, I haven't been in the woods. Some locations are wild because something else lives there, not because of the wildlife or the landscape. Something that hungers and waits and watches. My name is Jacob Pfizer. I'm 33 years old, and this happened just a few months ago, though it feels like a lifetime. I've been working as a travel nurse for years, moving from city to city, living in the chaos of hospitals and crowded apartments. When I finally took some time off, I decided to embrace solitude, just me, my RV, and the open road. That's how I ended up in Tate's Hell State Forest in Florida, a place whose name alone should have been a warning. I'd read about the forest's ominous reputation. Online, supposedly it was named after a man saw Tate who wandered the swamp for days under a curse only to emerge near death and mutter, "My name is Tapate and I've been through hell." Most people dismissed it as folklore, but something about the story intrigued me. It felt like a challenge, a test of my independence and survival skills. I planned to camp there for 3 days, hiking and documenting the experience for my travel blog. I arrived in the late afternoon, just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. The forest was dense with towering pines and sprawling oaks draped in Spanish moss. The air was thick and humid, buzzing with the constant hum of insects. As I parked my RV at a remote campsite, a park ranger named Mitchell appeared, his orange vest bright against the darkening trees. "You sure you want to stay out here alone?" he asked, his tone friendly but cautious. "Why not?" I replied, trying to sound confident. He shrugged. "It's quiet, that's for sure, but stick to the marked trails people get. lost out here, and some say the swamp doesn't like strangers." I laughed nervously, brushing off his warning. He tipped his hat and left, leaving me alone with the encroaching shadows. As I set up my small campfire, I noticed an older woman standing near the forest entrance. She was watching me intently, her gray hair pulled back in a tight braid. I waved, but she didn't return the gesture. Instead, she called out, her voice carrying an odd weight. "The swamp doesn't forgive the curious," she said, her tone more ominous than I liked. Before I could respond, she turned and walked away, disappearing into the trees. I told myself she was just a local trying to spook me, but her words lingered as the night deepened. That night the forest was eerily silent. I'd expected the usual symphony of crickets and frogs, but instead there was a suffocating stillness. As I sat by the fire, I heard faint whispers, too quiet to make out, but unmistakably human. I froze, straining my ears. The whispers grew louder, circling the RV, though I couldn't see anything beyond the firelight. Finally I called out, "Hello," as someone near the whispers stopped abruptly, leaving only the crackle of the fire. My heart raced as I climbed into the RV, locking the door behind me. I told myself it was just my imagination, the result of a long drive and an overactive mind. But when I woke the next morning, muddy handprints covered the windows, large smear prints that didn't look entirely human. The next day, I decided to hike deeper into the forest, hoping to shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. The trails were muddy from an overnight storm, and the dense canopy made it hard to tell what time of day it was. The deeper I went, the more oppressive the forest felt. The air grew heavy, and the shadows seemed to shift and writhe as though the trees themselves were alive. About an hour, and I found strange wooden symbols hanging from the branches. They looked hand-carved, crude but deliberate: circles, crosses, and spirals strung up with twine. I snapped a few photos from my blog, but a shiver ran down my spine. It felt wrong, like I was trespassing somewhere I didn't belong. As I turned to head back, I heard laughter, high-pitched and echoing unnaturally. My stomach clenched. I called out, hoping it was other campers, but no one answered. The laughter faded, replaced by the rustling of leaves, as if something was following me. I quickened my pace, refusing to look back. That night the unease turned to outright terror as I sat in the RV trying to ride about the day's hike. The lights began to flicker, then the entire vehicle shook violently as if something massive had slammed into it. I grabbed a flashlight and flung the door open, but there was nothing there, only the dark, silent forest. As I stepped outside, the air grew colder. I swung the flashlight light in every direction, the beam slicing through the darkness. That's when I saw it. A shadowy figure stood just beyond the edge of the firelight, tall and gaunt, with glowing eyes that burned like embers. Its limbs were too long, its body unnaturally thin, and its head tilted as if studying me. "Who are you?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. The figure didn't move, it didn't speak, it simply stood there watching. Then it began to drift toward me, its movements jerky and unnatural. I stumbled back into the RV, slamming the door shut and locking it. The figure didn't follow, but I could feel its presence lingering just outside. By morning I was desperate to leave. I packed up quickly, but the RV wouldn't start. The engine sputtered and died, and the dashboard lights flickered uselessly. Frustrated, I grabbed my map and decided to hike to the ranger station for help. The forest seemed even more menacing in the daylight. The wooden symbols I had seen the day before were now broken, their pieces scattered across the trail. As I pushed deeper into the swamp, the air grew thicker, choking me with the stench of decay. The whispers returned louder, now surrounding me on all sides. Eventually, I stumbled upon a clearing where a crude grave marker stood, a wooden cross weathered and rotting with a rusted knife embedded in the ground beside it. The whispers grew deafening, swirling around me in an unintelligible chorus. That's when I saw it again. The figure emerged from the shadows, more solid this time. Its face was pale and skeletal, its eyes burning with malevolent light. It raised one spindly arm, pointing directly at me. "I'm sorry," I gasped, though I didn't know what I was apologizing for. The figure tilted its head as if considering my words before letting out a low, guttural growl that shook the ground beneath me. Panicked, I grabbed the knife from the grave and held it out like a talisman. The figure recoiled slightly but didn't retreat. In a desperate bid to escape, I dropped the knife and lit a small fire with the matches I kept in my pack. I hurled burning branches toward the figure, and for the first time it retreated, its form dissolving into the shadows. I didn't wait to see if it would return. I ran. By the time I made it back to the RV, the sun was beginning to rise. The engine miraculously started on the first truck seat, and I tore out of the forest, not stopping until I reached a crowded rest area miles away. I haven't been back to the hell, and I don't plan to. I didn't write about the experience in my blog. Some things are too personal or too terrifying to share, but even now I can't escape the feeling that I didn't leave the forest entirely behind. Last week, I found muddy handprints on my apartment window. I live on the 3rd floor. The night had a stillness that wasn't normal, the kind that made every noise, every creak of the forest feel like it was crawling up your spine. I had been a trucker for 29 years and had seen all kinds of strange things, but nothing prepared me for what happened out there in the Clout National Forest, just past the California-Oregon border. My name's L. Becker. This happened back in October 1994, and to this day, I still can't wrap my head around it. I was hauling a load of construction supplies from Sacramento to Medford. The route took me through dense forest land, and the winding roads were always a challenge, especially after dark. That night I decided to pull off at a remote rest stop about 50 miles from Medford. It was a small tucked-away area with a gravel lot and an old picnic bench surrounded by trees so tall and thick they swallowed the moonlight. I needed a quick break before tackling the last stretch. As I climbed out of the cab, the air was colder than I expected, biting even through my flannel. The forest around me felt oppressive, like the trees were leaning in closer than they should. There wasn't a sound, no crickets, no rustle of leaves, just an eerie silence that felt wrong. I shook it off, telling myself I was just tired, and walked over to the bench with my thermos of coffee. That's when I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, like something rotting, but it grew stronger as the wind shifted. It hit me like a punch to the gut, metallic and sickly sweet. I figured it might be a dead deer nearby, but there was something off about it, something that made my skin crawl. I tried to ignore it, but then I saw the marks. The gravel lot stretched into the trees, and right where the light from my truck's headlights started to fade, there were strange drag marks in the dirt. They were wide and deep, like something heavy had been pulled through. Beside them, I noticed what looked like claw marks, long deep gashes that cut through the gravel and into the hard-packed earth beneath. I froze, my coffee halfway to my lips. My first thought was a bear, but the space of the claws was wrong, too far apart. Bears didn't drag things like this. The trail led into the trees, disappearing into the darkness. Against every ounce of common sense, I grabbed my flashlight from the truck and followed it. The beam of light wavered as I stepped off the gravel and into the forest. The smell grew stronger, and I had to fight the urge to gag. I moved cautiously, my boots crunching on the dry leaves, but the deeper I went, the softer the ground became, like it had been churned up recently. Then about 50 yards and I found it. A mangled deer lay in a small clearing, its body twisted at an unnatural angle. Its chest was torn open, ribs glistening in the dim light, and its head was missing. I felt a wave of nausea and stepped back, nearly tripping over something behind me. When I turned, my stomach dropped. It was another body, not a deer this time, but a man, or what was left of him. His torso was shredded, and his limbs were bent in ways they shouldn't have been. His face was unrecognizable, but his jacket told me he was probably another trucker, one of those independent guys who worked the same routes. A toolbox lay nearby, the metal stained dark, and the lid bent as if someone had stomped on it. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. That's when I heard it, a sound that wasn't mine, a soft, deliberate crunch of leaves. My flashlight flicked toward the noise, and that's when I saw it. It stood at least 7 feet tall, hunched over its long arms, almost dragging the ground. Its skin was dark and leathery, stretched tight over its ribs, and its head, I can only describe it as something between a lizard and a wolf. Its jaws were elongated, filled with teeth that reminded me of a crocodile's. It stared at me motionless, like it was deciding what to do next. I didn't wait to find out. I bolted back toward my truck, the flashlight bouncing wildly in my hand. The thing let out this awful noise, not a growl, but a deep, resonating sound I could feel in my chest. It was coming after me. I could hear its heavy steps crashing through the underbrush. Getting closer, I reached the edge of the clearing and spotted my truck through the trees. My lungs burned, but I didn't stop. As I reached the gravel lot, I grabbed the tire iron from the side box on the truck. I barely had time to swing around before it was on me. The creature moved fast, faster than anything that size. Shit, it lunged, and I swung the iron with everything I had. The metal connected with a sickening thud, and the thing reeled back, letting out a horrible screech. Its claws lashed out, catching my arm and sending a searing pain through me. Blood dripped down my sleeve, but I didn't let go of the tire iron. I swung again, aiming for its head. This time the blow landed hard, and the creature staggered. It wasn't invincible hurt, but not down. It lunged again, pinning me against the side of the truck. Its breath was hot and foul, and I could feel its claws pressing into my shoulder. I jabbed upward with the iron, catching it under the jaw. The creature howled and released me, staggering back. I scrambled into the cab and grabbed the shotgun I kept under the seat. My hands shook as I loaded it, but I managed to rack a shell just as the thing charged again. I fired, the blast echoing through the forest. The creature collapsed to the ground, twitching but not dead. I didn't take any chances. I fired 2 more shots, each one tearing into its chest, until it stopped moving. I sat there for a moment, the smell of gunpowder mixing with the stench of the creature, my ears ringing from the blasts. When I was sure it wasn't getting up, I climbed out and took a closer look. Its body was a mess of muscle and scales, with patches of fur in odd places. It didn't look like anything I'd ever seen before, like it didn't belong in this world. My arm throbbed, but I ignored it as I dragged the thing away from the truck. It was heavier than it looked, and my boots slipped on the gravel, but I managed to pull it off the lot and into the trees. I didn't care to keep it around. I climbed back into the cab, my hands slick with blood. Mine and its I started the engine and pulled out of that lot, not caring if I left the rest stop a mess. I drove straight through to Medford, not stopping until I saw the city lights. I didn't call the cops. What was I supposed to say? There's no way they would believe me, but I knew what I'd seen. The next day, I dropped the load at the site and went straight to a clinic. My name is Luke Guzman Hunter. I'm 48 years old, a retired high school teacher, and a widower. What I'm about to tell you happened just last month during a solo camping trip off Old King Road in Flagler County, Florida. I thought I was looking for peace and quiet, maybe even a little closure. Instead, I found something I still can't explain, something that might still be out there waiting. I arrived at the campsite in the late afternoon. The drive down Old King Road was scenic but desolate, with tall oaks draped in Spanish moss and palmetto crowding the edges of the narrow dirt road. My RV, a beaten-up 1994 Winnebago, rattled over every bump, but I was used to it. This wasn't my first trip, but something about the stillness unsettled me. I stopped at a convenience store a few miles before the campsite to grab some firewood and snacks. The woman behind the counter, Maggie, looked up from her magazine as I approached. Camping out on King Road, she asked, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. Yeah, I said. I heard it's quiet out there. Good stargazing. She hesitated. It's quiet, all right, just don't wander too far from your RV. And if you hear anything strange, don't go looking for it. I laughed it off, but her words stayed with me as I drove the final stretch to the campsite. The sun was low, and I parked near a pond. The water was dark and still, the air smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. I like the solitude, at least that's what I told myself. The first sign that something wasn't right came that night. I had a small fire going and the RV's generator was humming softly. I was sitting by the fire nursing a cup of instant coffee when the generator sputtered and died. The sudden silence was jarring. Damn thing, I muttered, grabbing a flashlight to check it out. Everything looked fine, no loose wires, no obvious problems. When I flipped the switch, it roared back to life as if nothing had happened. I returned to my chair, but the unease lingered. The forest around me felt too quiet, like the wildlife had been holding its breath. Then I heard a faint rustling in the bushes behind me. I turned the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. Probably a raccoon, I thought, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. The pond looked serene in the daylight, its surface reflecting the gray sky. As I circled it, I noticed something strange: footprints in the mud. They were large, clawed, and definitely not human. A chill ran down my spine. That's when I saw him, a teenage boy, maybe 15 or 16, standing at the edge of the trees. He was thin, with dirty clothes and wild, by unkempt hair. His eyes darted nervously as if he didn't want to be seen. "Hey there," I called out. "Are you lost?" The boy flinched, but he didn't run. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do you mean?" I asked, stepping closer. "Do you live out here?" He shook his head. "It's watching you. It watches everyone. You have to leave before it gets dark." Before I could ask more, he turned and bolted into the woods. I considered going after him, but something in his voice, pure raw fear, stopped me. I returned to the RV uneasy. That evening I found a mutilated deer near the edge of the pond. Its body was torn apart, the flesh twisted and shredded as if by massive claws. I've seen animal attacks before, but this was different. It looked deliberate. I decided to stay inside the RV. That night the generator kept cutting out, leaving me in darkness for minutes at a time. Each time the lights flickered back on, I thought I saw movement outside the windows, shadows darting just out of sight. Around midnight, I heard a sound that froze me in place. My late wife's voice. "Gabe," Dana whispered, "come outside." I knew it wasn't real. I've been dreaming of Dana ever since she passed, but this was different. Her voice was so clear, so close. When it called again, I almost opened the door before catching myself. "No," I whispered, backing away. "You're not real." The whisper stopped, but the RV shuddered violently as if something heavy had slammed into it. I grabbed a kitchen knife and held it tight, my heart racing. The shuddering stopped, leaving me in silence. The next morning I found deep scratches on the RV's door, like claw marks. The boy Ethan appeared again, standing at a distance. His eyes were wide, his face pale. "It's hungry," he said. "It doesn't stop." "What is it?" I demanded, approaching him. "What's out there?" He hesitated, then muttered, "It's old. It was here before us. It feeds on fear, on grief. If you don't leave, it'll take you." I tried to get him to explain, but he ran off again. This time I followed him. He led me deeper into the woods, where the trees grew denser and the air colder. Finally, we reached a clearing with strange symbols carved into the trunks. Ethan pointed at them. "This keeps it out," he said. "Stay here if you want to live." Before I could ask more, he vanished into the trees. I looked around, my pulse hammering. The forest felt alive, the air thick with an oppressive energy. The whispers started again, louder this time, coming from all directions. I returned to the RV, but the hunger followed. That night it showed itself. I was sitting by the fire when the forest went silent. Then I saw it, a shadowy figure at the edge of the trees. It was humanoid, but wrong. Its limbs too long, its movements jerky and unnatural. Its eyes glowed yellow, fixed on me. "Dana," it said, its voice distorted and hollow. "Come to me." I stood frozen as it stepped closer. The firelight flickered and I saw its face, or what was left of it. The flesh was stretched and rotting, its mouth too wide, filled with jagged teeth. I grabbed a can of lighter fluid and dashed it onto the fire pit, igniting a massive flame. The creature recoiled, letting out an unearthly shriek. I ran toward the symbols Ethan had shown me, the hunger chasing me through the trees. The moment I crossed the boundary of the symbols, the hunger stopped. It paced back and forth, hissing and snarling, but unable to cross. I stayed there until dawn, clutching the knife and listening to its guttural growls. When the sun rose, the hunger vanished. I returned to the RV, packed up, and drove away without looking back. I stopped at Maggie's store on the way out. She took one look at me and nodded. "You saw it, didn't you?" I nodded, too shaken to speak. "You're lucky," she said. "Most people don't make it out." Later, I tried to find information about Ethan, but no one had seen a boy matching his description. The air was thick with the scent of moss and damp earth. I had planned to spend 3 days exploring the park, capturing the rushing rapids of the Swanee River and the limestone cliffs that lined its banks. When I arrived, the visitor center was empty except for a ranger named David. He looked up from his desk as I walked in, his face weathered but kind. Afternoon, he said. You here for the trails or camping? Both, I replied. I'm a photographer, thought I'd get some shots of the river. David frowned slightly. Just be careful around the water, it's beautiful but unpredictable, and don't camp too close to it. Why not? I asked, curious. He shrugged. Currents can be dangerous and people say strange things happen out there. I've heard about voice kids playing near the river, stuff like that. I chuckled. Ghost stories, call it what you want, he said, his tone serious, but don't ignore the signs. Stay safe. I thanked him and left, dismissing his warnings as part of the park folklore. Still, his words lingered as I drove to the campsite. I set up my RV near a clearing a short walk from the Swanee River. The late afternoon sun glinted off the water and the sound of the rushing rapids was hypnotic. I spent the first few hours walking along the trails, snapping shots of the limestone bluffs and the towering cypress trees. The place was stunning. Things took a turn that evening when my drone malfunctioned. I had been flying it over the river to capture aerial shots when it suddenly veered off course and crashed into the trees. Muttering curses, I grabbed my flashlight and headed into the woods to retrieve it. The forest was darker than I had expected, the dense sea canopy swallowing the light. I found the drone near the riverbank, but as I bent to pick it up, I noticed something strange. Small handprints in the mud, like those of children. They were fresh too, leading toward the water. I scanned the area with my flashlight. Hello, is someone there? No answer. The only sound was the rushing water. I felt a chill creep up my spine, but I shook it off. Kids must have been playing here earlier, I told myself. Still, I hurried back to my RV, uneasy. That night, as I reviewed the photos on my laptop, I noticed something odd. In one of the shots of the river, there were faint figures in the background, small pale shapes that resembled children. I zoomed in, but the resolution wasn't clear enough to make out details. It's just a trick of the light, I thought, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by the sound of laughter. Was faint, distant, but unmistakably that of children. Groggy, I peered out the RV's window but saw nothing except the faint glow of the moon reflecting off the river. The laughter came again, closer this time. My chest tightened as I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. Hello, who's out there? The laughter stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was suffocating. I stood frozen, my flashlight beam scanning the tree line. Finally, I retreated to the RV and locked the door behind me. Sleep didn't come easily after that. The next morning, I decided to shake off the weirdness and focus on my work. I hiked along the trails, capturing the beauty of the park, but the unease grew. The forest seemed quieter than it should be. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of my own footsteps. As I neared the river, I saw a boy standing on the opposite bank. He looked about 8 years old, with pale skin and clothes that seemed out of place, like something from the 19th century. He didn't move, just stared at me. Hey, I called out, are you okay? Were your parents? The boy raised his hand and pointed downstream. Then, without a word, he turned and disappeared into the trees. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to follow him, but something about the way he moved, silent and smooth, like he wasn't quite real, kept me rooted to the spot. That night the sounds returned. Laughter, splashing, and faint voices echoed through the forest. At one point, I heard a girl's voice calling my name. Jacob, she whispered, come play with us. My blood turned cold. I checked the windows, but the outside was dark. Then I heard footsteps, tiny pattering steps circling the RV, heart pounding. I grabbed my flashlight and swung open the door. The laughter stopped instantly, replaced by a low rushing sound like wind through the trees, but the air was still. Then I saw them, 3 children standing near the edge of the clearing, their eyes hollow and their skin pale and translucent. They didn't speak, just stared, their heads tilted slightly as if curious. One of them, a girl with long tangled hair, took a step toward me. Panicking, I slammed the door shut and locked it. The children vanished, but the sound of their laughter echoed in my ears long after they were gone. By the next day I was ready to leave, but when I turned the key in the RV's ignition, nothing happened. The battery was dead. Frustrated, I grabbed my camera and decided to take one last walk to the river before finding help. When I reached the bank, the children were waiting for me. This time they were closer, their forms more solid. The boy from before stepped forward. "Why are you here?" he asked, his voice soft but firm. "I'm taking photos," I stammered. "I didn't mean to disturb anything. You're in our place," the girl said, her hollow eyes boring into mine. "Stay with us." I shook my head. "I can't." The children exchanged looks, then reached out their hands. The air around me grew colder and the ground seemed to shift beneath my feet. I stumbled back, my heart racing. "You can't leave," the boy said. "No one leaves." Desperate, I pulled out my camera. "Look," I said, showing them a photo of the river with their faint silhouettes. "You're here. People will know your story. You won't be forgotten." Forgotten? The children hesitated. The cold air eased slightly and their forms flickered as if caught between this world and the next. "Promise," the girl whispered. "I promise," I said, my voice trembling. The children faded, their laughter echoing softly. As they disappeared, the forest grew quiet again, but the air felt lighter, less oppressive. When I returned to the RV, the engine started on the first try. I didn't question it. I just drove back. At the visitor center, I told David what had happened. He listened, his face grave, but didn't say much. As I left, he muttered, "You're lucky they let you go." My name is Julian Norris. I'm 39 years old, and this happened a few months ago when I decided to take a break from the life I've been barely holding together. My wife Jenna passed away last year, and the silence of my empty home had become unbearable. I'd always loved music, it's what I taught for years, but after she died I couldn't bring myself to pick up a guitar, so I bought an RV and decided to travel, hoping to find something, anything that would help me feel alive again. That's how I ended up at Big Shea State Park in Florida. I'd read about the park rapids, the largest in the state, and thought their roaring, chaotic beauty might inspire me to compose again. What I didn't know was that the silence I've been running from would find me there, in the voices of the dead. I pulled into the park just before dusk. The forest was dense and quiet, save for the distant roar of the rapids. The ranger station was empty, but I found a map pinned to the bulletin board outside. It marked a few trails and campsites, one of which was near the riverbank. That's where I decided to stay. As I set up my RV, a ranger approached, a woman in her 30s wearing the usual khaki uniform and a wide-brimmed hat. Her name tag read Laura. "Camping alone?" she asked, her tone polite but laced with concern. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual, "just needed some peace and quiet." Laura nodded but hesitated. "The rapids can be unpredictable. Be careful if you hike near the water." She paused, glancing toward the tree line. "Some people say you can hear voices out there at night, probably just the water playing tricks, but it can be unsettling if you're not used to it." I smiled, more amused than unnerved. "Thanks for the warning." Laura didn't return the smile. "Just don't wander too far." With that, she left, her words hanging in the cool evening air. After dinner, I sat outside the RV with my guitar, strumming idly as the last light faded from the sky. The sound of the rapids was louder now, a constant rush that drowned out the usual nighttime symphony of crickets and frogs. For the first time in months, I felt a flicker of inspiration. Maybe this trip wasn't such a bad idea. Then I heard a faint giggle, like a child's, carried on the wind. I froze, my fingers stilling on the strings. It was faint, almost drowned out by the river, but unmistakable. I scanned the tree line, but there was nothing there. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. No answer, just the river and the faint rustle of leaves. I told myself it was nothing, just an echo or my imagination playing tricks, and went inside to sleep. That night I dreamed of Jenna. She was standing by the river, her back to me, humming the lullaby she used to sing when we were younger. I tried to call out to her, but no sound came from my lips. When I woke, my cheeks were wet with tears. The next morning I decided to hike one of the trails that wound along the river. The air was crisp and the sunlight filtered through the trees in golden streaks, but the unease from the night before lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. About halfway down the trail, I noticed something odd: small footprints in the mud, too small to belong to an adult. They ran alongside my own for a few steps before veering off toward the river. There were no other campers around, and the sight sent a chill down my spine. As I followed the trail, the roar of the rapids grew louder, almost deafening. Then I heard it again, a child's laughter, clearing and sharp, cutting through the noise. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding. Who's there? I again. No answer. Shaking my head, I pressed on, determined to reach the riverbank. When I got there, I found something even stranger: a small moss-covered doll lying on the rocks. Its face was faded and weathered, but its eyes seemed to glint in the sunlight, almost as if they were watching me. I picked it up, examining it closely. As I turned it over, a faint melody began to play, a music box tune, soft and haunting. My breath caught in my throat. The tune was the same lay Jenna used to hum that evening. I couldn't shake the melody from my head. It felt like the forest was closing and the shadows growing longer, the air heavier. As I sat in the RV, the music box tune began to play again, faint at first, then louder. I searched the RV, convinced I'd accidentally brought the doll inside, but it wasn't there. The tune stopped abruptly, replaced by a soft knock at the door. I froze, my hands trembled as I reached for the handle and yanked the door open. No one was there, just the empty forest bathed in moonlight. Then I saw them, shadows flitting between the trees. They were small, childlike, moving too quickly to be human. My stomach churned as I realized they were circling the RV. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The RV began to shake as if something or many somethings were pounding on the sides. I shouted for them to stop, but the noise only grew louder, the whispers and laughter blending into a chaotic cacophony. Finally, I grabbed my guitar and strummed the first chords that came to mind, playing louder and louder until the shaking stopped. The laughter faded, leaving only the sound of my music and the distant roar of the rapids. The next morning I knew I had to leave, but something drew me back to the river. I followed the trail again, clutching the doll I'd found. The voices were louder now, calling my name, singing the lullaby in eerie, childlike tones. When I reached the riverbank, the air grew icy and the shadows beneath the trees seemed to ripple like water. "I know you're here," I said, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" The voices grew louder and the shadows took shape. 3 children, their faces pale and hollow, their eyes dark voids. They stared at me, their expressions a mix of sadness and anger. "Helpless," they whispered, their voices overlapping in a haunting harmony. "What do you need?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. They pointed to the doll, and in that moment, I understood. They were tied to it, bound to the river by whatever tragedy had claimed them. I placed the doll on the ground and stepped back, watching as the children reached for it. But as their hands touched it, their forms began to twist and contort, their whispers turning to wails. The river surged, the rapids crashing violently, and the shadows rushed toward me. I stumbled backward, tripping over the rocks, and ran as fast as I could, the screams echoing in my ears. I left Big Shades that day, vowing never to return. The doll stayed by the river. My name is Logan Carter, and I'm 34 years old. What I'm about to tell you isn't some tall tale for clicks or likes, it's the truth. Even if I can't prove it, this happened in the summer of last year, deep in the heart of Hockock Swamp, Massachusetts, a place some people call the heart of the Bridgewater Triangle. I went in as a skeptic, thinking I'd spend a week documenting my survivalist skills for my blog. I came out broken, both physically and mentally, and I'm still not sure if I escaped it all. It started with an idea I'd had for months test my skills by surviving 7 days alone in one of the most notoriously haunted places in the country. I didn't believe in ghosts or monsters. I thought the stories were just folklore blown out of proportion, so I packed my gear, tent, GPS, water purifier, knives, and my GoPro and drove to the edge of the swamp. The first thing you notice in Hackett Swamp is the silence. No bird song, no rustling leaves, just the occasional drip of water and the squelch of mud underfoot. It was oppressive, but I chalked it up to the swamp's natural atmosphere. By late afternoon, I found a clearing to set up camp. As I hammered stakes into the soggy ground, I felt the sensation of being watched. I glanced over my shoulder several times, but there was nothing but dense trees and mist. Get a grip, I muttered, shaking off the unease. That night I built a small fire and recorded my first blog entry. I talked about the swamp's history, how the Wampanoag people believed it was a place of great spiritual power, and how locals whispered about strange lights and creatures. As I spoke, the words felt heavier than I expected, like they carried a weight I didn't understand. I fell asleep to the crackling of the fire. When I woke up, the fire was out and something fell off. As I stepped outside the tent, I froze. Bare footprints surrounded my campsite. They were human-like, but too large, with long claw-like toes. Maybe a prank, I whispered, though the words felt hollow. Who would trek this far into the swamp just to mess with me? And why wouldn't I have heard them? I brushed it off, deciding to explore further into the swamp. My GPS flickered in and out, forcing me to rely on a map. Around midday, I stumbled upon something bizarre, a crude shrine made of animal bones and sticks perched on a stone slab. The air around it was colder, almost suffocating. I took a few photos and moved on quickly, feeling an inexplicable dread. That night, as I edited footage by the fire, I noticed my knife was missing. I searched the tent, my backpack, nothing. Finally, I found it stuck in a nearby tree. Blade first, as though it had been thrown with precision. My stomach churned. I didn't sleep well. On the third day, my water purifier broke. I cursed under my breath, knowing I'd have to boil water from now on, which would cost me precious time and energy. The swamp seemed to mock me, its stillness amplified by my rising frustration. That night the whispers began. At first I thought it was the wind, but as I lay in my tent, the sounds became distinct. My name spoken softly over and over. Logan, Logan, help me. It sounded like my ex-girlfriend's voice, fragile and pleading. My rational mind told me it was a trick of isolation, a manifestation of guilt. But when I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, the whispers moved, retreating into the darkness. I didn't follow. On the fourth day, I stumbled upon the shrine again, or at least I thought it was the same one. This time the bones were arranged differently and symbols were carved into the trees around it. What the hell, I muttered, taking a step back. That's when I saw it, a figure in the distance, crouched low to the ground. It was humanoid, but distorted, its limbs too long, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. It didn't move, just watched me. I don't remember running back to camp, but I must have. By the fifth day, I was a mess. My gear felt like a hindrance more than a help, and then I was down to my last energy bar. The whispers had grown louder at night, and my maps didn't seem to align with the terrain anymore. I was lost that evening. As I boiled water over a dwindling fire, I heard a branch snap. I turned and saw it, the figure from before, now closer. Its face, it was my face, but wrong, stretched and twisted. Leave me alone, I shouted, throwing a rock at it. The creature didn't flinch. Instead, it mimicked my voice. Leave me alone. I backed into the, clutching my knife like a lifeline. Desperation clawed at me. On the sixth day, I tried to retrace my steps to the edge of the swamp, but every path seemed to loop back to the shrine. I felt trapped, like the swamp itself was conspiring against me. That night the entity grew bolder. It slashed at my tent, tearing through the fabric like paper. I scrambled out, swinging my knife wildly, but the creature danced just out of reach. It was toying with me. On the final day, I decided I had nothing to lose. I gathered dry branches and doused the shrine in lighter fluid. As the flames roared to life, the swamp seemed to shudder. The entity appeared again, Screaming, not a human scream, but a guttural animalistic roar. It charged at me, its claws slicing across my arm. As I stumbled backward, I swung my knife, blindly connecting with something solid. The creature shrieked and disappeared into the shadows. I ran. When I finally emerged from the swamp, I collapsed into the arms of a search and rescue team. I'd missed my check-in by 3 days, and they'd been combing the area. They didn't believe me about the creature. My footage was corrupted, and the photos I'd taken of the shrine were blurred beyond recognition. But sometimes late at night, I hear it, the whisper my name. The swamp didn't let me go, it just gave me a head start. I thought it was just another quiet shift, but that night in Crooked Pine National Forest, I learned silence is where terror hides. My name is Grayson Morris, and I'm 41 years old. This happened in late October during a weekend camping trip to Falling Water State Park in Florida. I was there with my wife Linda, our 10-year-old daughter Sarah, and our 7-year-old son Joey. What started as an ordinary family trip turned into something I'll never forget, though sometimes I wish I could. We had planned the trip as a way to disconnect from screens and reconnect as a family. I wanted to teach my kids a bit about survival skills, maybe show them how to start a fire or identify edible plants. Linda was on board, even though she had her reservations about the old RV. I insisted on driving. It had its quirks, flickering lights, and an engine that sometimes took a few tries to start, but I was confident it would get us through. When we arrived at Falling Water State Park, the sun was just beginning to set. The golden light filtered through the tall pine trees, and the sound of distant bird song filled the air. The kids were already squabbling over who got which bunk bed in the RV, and Linda sighed as she unpacked a cooler full of sandwiches and snacks. "This is going to be good for us," I said, giving her a reassuring smile. "Fresh air, family bonding, it's what we need." She nodded, but her eyes lingered on the dense woods surrounding our campsite. "Sure, as long as nothing breaks down." That evening we gathered around a small fire I built. Joey poked at the flames with a stick, and Sarah was off to the side scribbling in a notebook she brought along. For stories, she had a vivid imagination, always making up tales about fairies and witches. Linda read a book, her face illuminated by the warm glow of the fur light. "What are you writing about, kiddo?" I asked Sarah. She looked up and smiled. "A friend I met today." My heart sank for a moment, thinking she might have wandered off and spoken to a stranger. "What friend?" "Ellie," she said matter-of-factly. "She lives by the waterfall." I exchanged a glance with Linda. "You didn't go off alone, did you?" Sarah shook her head. "No, I didn't meet her in person. She just started talking to me when we got here." Linda frowned. "Honey, it's okay to have an imaginary friend, but don't scare your dad like that." Sarah's expression darkened. "She's not imaginary. I didn't push it. Kids have wild imaginations, and I figured it was just part of her storytelling hobby." The first truly strange thing happened later that night. I was outside stoking the fire one last time before bed when I heard faint laughter coming from the woods. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. I stood still, straining to hear. "Over the crackle of the fire, kids," I called, but they were already inside the RV with Linda. The laughter faded, and I told myself it was probably another camper. Still, it put me on edge. The next morning, Linda complained about a cold draft in the RV. "It's like someone left the door open," she said, pulling her cardigan tighter. I checked the door and the windows. Everything was locked up tight. We spent the day hiking to the park's main attraction, the waterfall. Sarah was unusually quiet, lagging behind and glancing over her shoulder as if expecting someone to appear. Joey, on the other hand, was full of energy, running ahead and shouting, "Come on, slowpokes." The trail led us to the waterfall, a beautiful cascade of water tumbling into a deep sinkhole. As we admired the view, Sarah tugged on my sleeve. "Ellie says this is where it happened," she whispered. "Where? What happened?" I asked, my voice low. Sarah didn't answer. She just stared at the water. That night the strangeness grew worse. I woke up around 2 a.m. To the sound of faint knocking on the RV door, my first thought was that it was Joey playing a prank, but when I checked, both kids were asleep in their bunks. The knocking came again, this time from the back of the RV. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, my breath fogging in the cold night air. There were no footprints, no sign of anyone around except for a single pair of child-sized muddy prints leading toward the woods. The next morning, Sarah seemed withdrawn and Joey complained about bad dreams. Linda pulled me aside. "Something's not right here, Grayson," she said. "The kids aren't acting like themselves." I didn't want to admit it, but I felt it too, a heaviness in the air, a sense that we weren't alone. By the third day, things reached a breaking point. Sarah began talking to Ellie out loud, carrying on conversations as if the girl were standing right beside her. When Linda tried to intervene, Sarah shouted, "You're scaring her. She doesn't like it when you yell." That night I woke to the sound of the RV door creaking open. Sarah was gone. Panic surged through me as I grabbed a flashlight and followed her tiny footprints into the woods. I found her standing by the waterfall, her arms outstretched as if reaching for something. A faint figure stood in front of her, a young girl soaking wet, her hair hanging in tangled strands over her pale face. "Sarah," I shouted. The figure turned toward me, and I froze. Her eyes were hollow black pits, and her mouth twisted into a scream that echoed through the woods. Linda arrived moments later, clutching Joey's hand. Together we pulled Sarah away from the water. The ghost didn't follow, but her presence lingered, oppressive and cold, back in the RV. We tried to make sense of what was happening. Sarah, still dazed, murmured, "She's so lonely. She just wants someone to stay with her." I remember the muddy footprints, the laughter, the feeling of being watched. "She's dangerous," I said. "We need to leave now." But the RV wouldn't start. The lights flickered and the air grew colder. A loud bang came from the roof, followed by the sound of scraping metal. Linda clutched my arm. "What does she want?" "She wants Sarah," I said, my voice trembling. Linda suggested offering Ellie something to appease her. Sarah hesitated, then handed over a doll she'd brought along. "Ellie can have this," she said, "so she won't be lonely anymore." We left the doll at the base of the waterfall, whispering a prayer for Ellie to find peace. For a moment the woods fell silent, and I thought it was over. As we drove away, the RV finally roaring to life. I glanced in the rearview mirror for a split second. I thought I saw Ellie standing at the edge of the woods, clutching the doll. Then she was gone. The kids were quieter on the ride home, and Linda seemed lost and thought we didn't talk about what happened. Not right away, but every now and then I catch Sarah staring out the window, as if listening to someone I can't hear. My name is Emily Knight, and I'm 31 years old. What I'm about to share happened just 2 months ago during a camping trip in Tate's Hell State Forest in Florida. I used to laugh at ghost stories and legends. Now I'm not so sure it was my idea to go. I'd read about the forest's creepy history, stories of people vanishing, strange curses, and the infamous final words of C.B. Tate. My name is C.B. Tate, and I've been to hell. It seemed perfect for an adventurous weekend with my closest friends. There were 4 of us. Danny, my best friend since high school, level-headed and sarcastic at 30. Melissa, quiet and jumpy but sweet, tagged along reluctantly. And Cody, a guy I'd known for years but never fully trusted. He was brash, competitive, and had a habit of stirring up trouble. I suspected he had a crush on me, which only made things awkward. We took my RV, an old but functional beast, and parked it deep in the forest. The swampy smell of the air and the dense canopy of twisted trees added to the eerie vibe. Perfect, I thought. We set up near a clearing surrounded by cypress trees. Danny got the fire going and Melissa unpacked supplies while Cody cracked jokes about the forest named Tate's Hell. He said with a smirk, "Probably just an old drunk who got lost and died." "Yeah," Danny shot back, "so maybe keep your jokes down, Cody. Don't want to piss off the ghosts." Melissa shivered and muttered, "Can we not talk about ghosts?" I laughed, trying to ease the tension. "Relax, guys. It's just a forest. What's the worst that could happen?" That night, The first sign of something wrong came when the generator started acting up. We had just finished eating when the RV's lights flickered and then went out. The only light came from the fire, casting long dancing shadows across the trees. "I'll check it," Danny said, grabbing a flashlight. He came back a few minutes later looking puzzled. "Everything's fine with the generator, it just stopped." "I don't get it," Cody snorted. "Probably a squirrel chewed a wire, no big deal." But I noticed Melissa staring into the trees, clutching her jacket. "Did you guys hear that?" she whispered. "Hear what?" I asked. "It sounded like whispering, like someone saying my name." We all went quiet. I didn't hear anything, but the air felt heavier, but like the forest was holding its breath. The next day we decided to hike a nearby trail. I brought an old map I found online, but it quickly became clear it was outdated. Trails branched off in confusing directions, and landmarks didn't match up. We wandered for hours before stumbling across something unsettling. It was a small clearing with a crude shrine made of sticks and bones. Animal skulls hung from the trees and strange symbols were carved into the dirt. Melissa refused to go near it. "Probably just a hunter's prank," Cody said, poking at the bones with a stick. "Don't touch it," Melissa snapped, surprising everyone. "It's not a prank. This feels wrong." I told Cody to leave it alone, and we moved on, but the tension was thick, and even Danny looked uneasy. Back at camp, the generator failed again. The map I left on the picnic table was gone, as if the wind had taken it, but the air was still. That night the whispering started. At first I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it clearly. Someone once saying my name, faint but unmistakable. "Danny," I hissed, shaking his arm. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" he said groggily. Before I could answer, we heard it again, a high-pitched scream far away, but chilling. Melissa started crying. "It's just an animal," Cody said, though his voice shook. But it wasn't just an animal. I was sure of it. The next morning Melissa refused to leave the RV. She said she'd seen something in the woods the night before, a pale woman with hollow eyes watching us from the shadows. "You were dreaming," Cody said dismissively. "You've been spooked since we got here." "No," Melissa said firmly, "I wasn't dreaming. She was real." I wanted to believe Cody was right, but the way Melissa said it sent a shiver down my spine. Still, we decided to stay. I didn't want to give up on the trip because of some creepy noises. That evening Melissa vanished. We were sitting by the fire when she suddenly stood up and walked toward the swamp. "I'll be back," she said, her voice flat. "Melissa," I called after her. She didn't turn around. "Danny," and I followed her flashlight beam, but it stopped abruptly near the edge of the swamp. The mud was churned up and her shoe lay half buried. There was no sign of her. Panic set and we shouted her name, but the only response was the croaking of frogs and the rustle of leaves. Then Danny found the altar. It was larger than the one we'd seen before, surrounded by bones and rotting wood. Symbols were etched into the mud, glowing faintly in the moonlight. The air of decay. "This is wrong," Danny said. "We have to leave now." As we made our way back to the RV, the forest came alive. Shadows darted between the trees, and the whispers turned into voices, mocking, taunting, calling our names. Then we saw her, the witch. She was pale, gaunt, with stringy black hair and hollow eyes that burned with hatred. She stood motionless, watching us, her bony hands outstretched. Cody froze, staring at her in terror. "What the hell is that?" he whispered before anyone could answer. The witch let out an ear-piercing scream. The ground beneath us seemed to ripple, and spectral hands reached from the swamp, clawing at our legs. We ran for the RV, but the witch followed. Her twisted form appeared in every shadow, her whispers filling our ears. When we reached the clearing, we found the RV surrounded by grotesque humanoid figures with elongated limbs and glowing eyes. They clawed at the windows, hissing and growling. Danny grabbed a can of lighter fluid and a lighter. "The altar," he said. "We have to destroy it." We ran back to the altar, dodging the figures that seemed to materialize from the swamp. Danny doused the wooden effigies with fluid and lit them on fire. The flames roared to life, and the witch screamed in rage. Her form flickered like a dying candle. But as the altar burned, Cody was dragged into the swamp. He screamed for help, but the spectral hands pulled him under. Then he was gone. The witch vanished and the forest fell silent. Danny and I stumbled back to the RV, shaking and covered in mud. The generator worked again and the lights flickered back on. When we reached the ranger station the next day, we reported everything. They didn't believe us, but promised to search for Melissa and Cody. A few years ago, I was driving home from a friend's house. Since I lived in a rural area, I often drove to town to hang out with friends. I can't remember exactly what we were doing that night, but we usually went bowling, watched a movie, or just grabbed some ice cream and hung out at the park. However, I do remember that we lost track of time, and by the time I started driving home, it was after midnight. My house was about 5 miles from the highway, and 5 miles of dark dirt roads at night, so it could be quite eerie. It's amazing how dark it gets. If the lights go out, you can't even see your hand in front of your face. I was about half a mile from the highway when my headlights illuminated a man walking along the side of the road. He was tall and burly, with a mustache and an old baseball hat. I was surprised to see him because there aren't many people in the area, so it helps to have that extra time if you need to stop for a deer or avoid a pothole. I was in my late 30s, and he seemed to be in his late 30s, but he didn't seem threatening, so I was so trusting. I slowed down, and he approached the driver's side window. "Howdy, ma'am," he said. "I'm so sorry to bother you, but could I trouble you for a ride into town?" I didn't hesitate and said, "Yeah, thanks very much. I really appreciate it." He said graciously, "Well, you're welcome. Ricky, my name is Sheila." I turned the vehicle around and drove back to the highway. Since, as I said, we were only half a mile in at that time, so it wasn't a huge thing to offer him a ride. He responded, innocuous as it seems, but he was so kind that I couldn't help but believe him. We spoke for a few minutes, and despite the fact that I was alone in a vehicle with a stranger, his cool attitude put me at ease. However, after 10 or so minutes, he said, "I'm really sorry to have to do this, ma'am, but I'm going to need to take your car." When he took out a revolver and aimed it directly at me, I sat there startled and incredulous, trying to understand what I was hearing. "What are you talking about?" I implored. "Like I said, I need to take the car. Let's not make this difficult." My heart almost stopped as I saw the true regret on his face for what he was doing. I stopped the vehicle and got out, "Ricky," and he grabbed the wheel. "One more thing, ma'am, I need your phone." "I can't have you contacting the cops on me," he said, adding that I simply gave him my phone without saying anything. We drove to the police station to file a report, and the officer informed me that my description matched that of a man who was wanted for several armed robberies in this and the surrounding towns. It was Ricky, who had been waiting for someone to pass by so he could take advantage of their goodwill. My entire body was shaking, and he apologized before driving off into the night. I walked for about 30 minutes before I was able to flag down a police car. I was that unlucky person. It really messed with my mind to have such a polite and friendly person turn on me in the blink of an eye. I've always been someone who tries to help others, but this made me question my entire worldview. Why should I put myself at risk for someone who might mean me harm? That's a decision we all need to make for ourselves. I don't want to give up on the world or anything, but it's just something to think about. Stay safe out there, and watch out for strangers in September. 2020 I went on a trip to Germany where most of my family and friends live except for those in California. Not to brag, but my family is incredibly wealthy, much wealthier than I can even express. In fact, my uncle is a billionaire. Because of this, I had my own personal supercar, a 2020 Lamborghini Aventador SV in Germany. I have one back in the US too. My cousins, who are also extremely wealthy, were in Germany at the same time. We decided to go for a drive on the German Abend with our supercars. For those unfamiliar, the Autobahn is a highway in Germany with no speed limit. The group consisted of me and my cousins David, Luke, and Werner. David drove a Ferrari SF90, Luke had his Porsche 918, and Werner was in his McLaren 720s. We started our drive around 8 p.m. Before we knew it, we were going over 160 miles per hour. I was enjoying the ride when I noticed something wasn't right. David was missing from the group. I looked around to confirm, but to my horror, he was nowhere to be seen. I called my cousins and asked them to pull over. When I told them what had happened, they were just as confused and terrified as I was. There was no way David could have disappeared so suddenly at such high speed. I kept trying to call him, but he wasn't answering. In a desperate attempt, we did something risky to find David. We reversed our vehicles and drove in the other way. When we arrived at the location where David was last seen, we parked and went into the neighboring woods along the Autobahn. Less than 3 minutes later, I heard cries for help. It was David's voice. We ran towards the sound, but to our horror, no matter how fast we ran, the cries remained the same distance away from us. It was as though David, or whatever was mimicking his voice, was moving away from us while still screaming for help. We panicked, screaming and crying in frustration. We searched endlessly, but we couldn't find him. With tears streaming down our faces, we called Luke's parents, who were just as terrified as we were. They contacted the police, and we waited until they arrived. A massive search party was organized and continued for 3 days. What was strange, however, was that David's Ferrari showed no signs of any crash or incident. It was perfectly intact, not a scratch or missing item inside except for David. Everything was untouched. The search continued, but after a solid year, the case was closed. No one could explain how this had happened, unless it was some sort of glitch in the Matrix or something equally unimaginable. Now in 2022, I still miss and mourn my dear cousin. His car was returned to us, and sometimes I drive it around holding on to hope that he's okay, or at least alive and somehow waiting to be found. This incident has haunted me, making every bone in my body shiver. As unbelievable as it may sound, it is true, and yet it remains deeply unsettling. This happened when I was in my early 20s. It was the year 2003, and I was working as a taxi driver. At the time, it was a job I held for several years while finishing my education. I mostly worked the late shift because it fit my schedule. After dropping off my last passenger on my way home, I drove through a new housing development along my route. I had passed through it a few times before. The size of the unfinished houses indicated a significant investment had been made in the area. During the day, the place was busy with construction workers and landscapers, but at nearly 2 a.m., all that remained were piles of lumber and lifeless. I felt a spooky feeling as I slowly moved through the construction site. There was a sign that read "Slow for Workers," but I wasn't sure if it applied at night. I chose to follow it anyway because I didn't want to risk getting a ticket as I passed a big dump truck. Other signs of the neighborhood's exclusivity included the neighborhood's border with a forest. A guy was momentarily lit by my headlights, and before I could respond, he raced up to my window. He was clearly scared, so I immediately locked my doors and made sure my windows were up. As he got close to the driver's side window, I could see that he was a clean-cut man, probably in his mid-40s, wearing a flannel shirt, blue jeans, and tennis shoes. Despite his complete terror, tears were streaming down his face, and his whole body trembled. He stood by my car, his words muffled and incomprehensible through my closed windows. Perhaps I should have driven away, but something in his desperation made me listen to him speak. "Please, sir, let me in. I have money," he begs. "I have money. I have money." A part of me wanted to assist at that moment, but we were all alone out there, and his urgent eagerness made me nervous. The guy implored, "What's coming?" I questioned, bewildered, and there wasn't time to explain. He sobbed. After a restless night, I called the police station to see if he had been found. They told me that they had sent 2 patrol cars to the location where I saw him, but nothing was there. I felt a little relieved that he had either found another ride or that my suspicions that he had bad intentions had been correct. Most taxi drivers have stories about passengers they shouldn't have picked up assaults. I decided not to let him in. "Hold on, I'll call the police for you." I told him no, there was no time. He insisted as I drove away, and I could hear him yelling, "Please," as he ran after my car. I drove straight to the police station and told them what had happened, and I followed their advice. A few days later, I saw a news report about a body discovered in a forest close to where I had met the man. They showed a picture of the victim, who was the man who had pleaded for my help. The reporter said that the cause of death was an animal attack, but I don't think that's true because there were no animals larger than raccoons in that forest. I clearly remember him saying that he was chasing me. If it had been an animal, he would have mentioned it. The guilt of abandoning someone in need weighed heavily on me, but there are still a lot of unanswered questions. One of the most terrifying questions is whether it is still out there. This is a true story of mine that happened one night after finishing work at around 11 p.m. Around 10 p.m., I left a fast food restaurant on the other side of town from my house. The journey took about 45 minutes, which seemed lengthy for the little pay I was making. Since I couldn't find another work, I did this. It began to rain, and by the time I left work at 11 o'clock, the roads were slick and wet. I drove cautiously for the first part of the trip because visibility was poor due to the rain. The route I took was mostly through rural areas where the roads turned into unpaved paths, so I increased my speed a little because I was tired and just wanted to get home and go to bed. Suddenly, I saw red brake lights ahead of me, so I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late, and I collided with the back of a car that was turning onto one of the country roads. I knew I was at fault even though I had slowed down, because it is well known that if you hit someone from behind, the blame falls on you. Fortunately, I was unharmed because I was able to reduce my speed before the impact, but my mind was racing with thoughts of how much this was going to cost me. I was not making much money at the time, so I pulled my car to the side of the road, turned off the engine, and wiped a tear from my cheek before going outside to check the damage. I saw that my car had a big dent and a broken headlight, which I knew would cost at least a few $100s to fix, but it could have been worse. Next, I looked at the other car that had pulled over in front of me. The driver hadn't yet come out, so I waited between the 2 cars as the rain continued to fall. I expected to be yelled at, and I felt like I deserved it. About 30 seconds later, the other car's front door opened, and a guy wearing blue trousers and a gray hooded sweatshirt emerged. He seemed to be in his 40s. He walked to the back of his car to check the damage, which seemed to be about the same as on my car, a broken tail light and a large dent, and then he looked up and approached me. I also noticed a handgun strapped to his hip, which was unusual where I lived, but seeing a fire weapon did add an extra layer of tension to the situation. He told me I was young, but I knew that if someone was hurt in an accident, you have to report it to the police because any trouble I was in would be much worse if I didn't report it. I said I'm going to call this in because it was my fault. I don't remember exactly what he said at the time, but he tried to talk me out of reporting the accident. I took out my phone to dial 911. I realized I had really messed up when I noticed a small trail of blood dripping down his face, which I assumed was from the accident. It looks like just a scratch, buddy. His attitude changed at that point. He appeared irate and started to approach me. He wasn't explicitly threatening, but he was encroaching on my personal space and displaying dominance, which added to the tension. I immediately decided not to call, put my phone back in my pocket, and the man immediately backed down before getting back into his car. I stood there for a while, still in shock over what had happened, but as he was leaving, I remembered his license plate. I won't say what it was, but I repeated it to myself several times until it vanished into the distance. After that, I went back to my car and dialed the police. It was after midnight when I arrived, and I was exhausted, but I knew how important it was to get that guy off the streets, so I went and did my best to help the investigation in any way I could. I told them that I had been in a car accident where the other driver was hurt, but he adamantly refused to call the police. They took the situation seriously, and when I gave them the license plate number, they ran it through their system and discovered that the car had been stolen a few days earlier and used in an armed robbery. That's when I realized why the man didn't want to call the police. The damage to my car cost about $250, which I paid out of pocket. I was never charged for the damage to the other car, though I suppose the rightful owner could come after me for it. Either way, money didn't matter. What was important was getting that dangerous man off the streets. If I had been more persistent about calling the police, I have no doubt he would have done something worse. Something really scary happened to me when I was about 18 years old back in the early 1990s. I was really into cars back then, and I enjoyed working on mine. Even though I was a girl, I had a 1979 Z28 Camaro with T-tubs. In the summer, I would go cruising with my friends looking for something to do. One evening while driving up and down the main street of a nearby city, I noticed a small red truck following us from a distance. I was with my friend Jenny, and I mentioned that I thought the truck might be following us. I pulled into the driveway of a fast food restaurant, and the truck followed, staying 3 car lengths behind. I drove out in the opposite direction, and again the truck followed. I pulled into another driveway, and the truck did the same. I repeated this several times, and the truck kept following us, always staying 3 car lengths back. Jenny and I decided to head toward home, which was about 30 minutes away. We thought the driver of the truck would eventually give up and let us go, but he didn't. He just kept following. It was getting late, and we were becoming increasingly worried because the truck had been following us for almost an hour. We didn't want to go home and let him follow us there. I decided the best thing to do would be to drive to the nearest police station. I told Jenny what I was planning, and to my horror, she grabbed the steering wheel and pulled it sharply to the right. "What are you doing? Scree, you're going to make us crash." It was bad enough that I had to worry about the truck following us, but now I had to worry about my passenger panicking and causing an accident. "No, we can't go to the police," she insisted. Then it occurred to me she somehow thought we were at fault. She believed that just cruising around had provoked the truck. Reluctantly, I drove away from the police station. As we approached a bridge, we stopped for a red light on the one-way street. The truck was directly behind the car next to us. That car turned right, allowing the truck to pull forward. When I looked over, I was startled to discover that the driver had exited his vehicle without any pants, not even down to his ankles. He wasn't wearing any pants at all. I had the disturbing feeling that he may have been following us without any pants the entire time. I hit the gas pedal and ran the red light, speeding over the bridge. Somehow Jenny didn't see him when I told her. She just kept saying no way. I drove up and down a few more streets and back over the bridge, then into the country. The truck followed us for what felt like forever until we were able to finally lose him by driving really fast into the middle of nowhere. We went home and tried to forget about it. For some reason I never told my parents, and I'm not sure why. A few weeks later I saw on the news that the police were searching for a man in a small red truck. They showed his picture and it resembled the man I saw following us. I thought their description of the truck was slightly different from the one we saw, but maybe not. I've always wondered if it was him. When I was 16, my close friend Shayla and I were driving home from a visit with my distant family in West Michigan. At the time I lived in Portsmouth, Virginia. It was 11 p.m. and we were the only ones on the road. I had never taken this route before, but I wanted to avoid the toll roads this time, so we decided to try it out. Shayla and I were so engrossed in our talk that we failed to see that we were approaching an abandoned town. When I realized what was happening, a horrible sensation crept in my stomach. My companion saw that I was uncomfortable and asked if I was well. I said, "Yes, I'm fine," but it was a lie. The town was eerie, with shuttered stores, old houses with boarded-up windows, and even abandoned cars and trucks. It truly looked like a scene from a horror film. We remained silent, the air getting colder with a sense of foreboding, and after a few minutes my car started to shake, and I realized we were running low on gas. I pulled over in front of another abandoned house, which was a great place to break down. Shayla joked nervously, and I nodded, agreeing with her sarcastic remark. I took out my phone and attempted to call roadside assistance, which my parents had programmed into my contacts, but I discovered we had no cell reception. I had completely forgotten to stop at a station miles back in a different town. When Shayla and I got out of the car to try to get service, things started to feel weird. I was concentrating on trying to get reception when Shayla suddenly grabbed my arm and whispered my name. Her eyes were wide with fear as she pointed ahead and said, "There's a man standing about 10 feet away from us." I followed her gaze and saw him, a tall man about 6 feet 2 inches, standing just out of my car's headlight range. "This town is lifeless. How can anybody be here?" I was unable to talk or breathe because my heart was thumping in my chest, but at last Shayla broke the gap. "Do you need anything?" she said, and the guy cocked his head and grinned, which just made me more afraid to move. He continued to stare at us, his smile growing. "My dad is a police officer. You are a weirdo." We sat in silence for a moment before we heard a noise coming from underneath the car. Shayla screamed and cried as I tried to remain composed. He yelled in a panic that was an error, and his expression changed to one of rage. He started to move toward us quickly, and adrenaline shot through me as we ran back into the car and locked the doors. We looked out the window, but he was gone, confused. Would my phone be able to obtain service? I finally got 2 bars, so I called the police and told them what had happened. They said they would be there in 20 minutes, which seemed like an eternity considering the circumstances, but we were stuck in the middle of nowhere, so we waited. When the call ended, the noise stopped, and I stayed on high alert, trembling with fear. I gave Shayla a tight hug as we sobbed, and her face went cold as she looked behind me toward the back window. I felt sick to my stomach, but I couldn't help but look. The man was back with 4 other people. We heard police sirens and felt a wave of relief as a police car approached. I had never been so happy to see an officer before, and by the time he got to my car, the people had vanished, shaken. 2 men and 2 women were standing behind our car, and they all gave us smiles that chilled us to the bone. I was unable to tell the police what had transpired. Shayla took over telling them everything. They offered to get us gas, but instead I begged them to take us to a hotel in a populated area and call my parents to come get us. To this day, the police have never found those people, and we've never figured out where they could have come from. My guess is that they lived in one of the abandoned buildings. I hope they block off that town someday, and I'll never take that back way again. This happened just a few days ago when I was on a road trip with my cousin James. The first was 13 and James was 21. We were driving from our grandmother's house to our aunt's house. I have a close relationship with my cousin, so my parents let me go on trips with him occasionally. The drive was about 10 hours, and we were 3 hours into it. It was 9:00 p.m. at the time, and I was quite tired, but everything seemed funny. When I saw a red Summit outside my window, I burst into laughter. The man driving the truck was heavy set with a long wild beard. He had a creepy vibe, but I still waved at him. In response, he did a strange groping motion toward me. I found it more amusing than scary, so I laughed even harder and told James the story while mimicking the motion. James looked disgusted, but there wasn't much either of us could do. A while later, about 4.5 hours into the drive, James pulled into a rest stop. I walked into the bathroom, and when I came out, the man was standing there. He appeared to be at least 6 feet tall. I glanced up a glass door leading into the building and saw James glaring at him through the glass. I was confused, so I walked back to the car. What James told me next really creeped me out, especially after being awake for around 20 hours. The man had been staring at me and followed me into the building, mumbling. I was crying uncontrollably when James walked out and yelled at the man, threatening him. The man backed off, got back into his truck, and continued to stare at me with that grin. We quickly drove away, wanting nothing to do with him. It was around 12 a.m. when we pulled into a motel to sleep, and the rest of the night until 8 a.m. was uneventful. James told me he was talking normally, but he had to use the restroom. A few seconds later, when I was inside the car, the man was at my window once more, and he began to treat me well. We were eating breakfast at a restaurant the following morning when the same guy sat across from us. He smiled at me, and I turned to face James, who was furious. The man passed our table on his way to the restroom and touched my shoulder, then did the same on his way back, and James and I knew it wasn't an accident. James was usually late returning, but since he had known me since I was a baby, he was very protective. At that point, James couldn't contain his nerves and got up from his seat to go to the man's table. He yelled at him to leave us alone and back off, but he didn't threaten me. Instead, he cursed a lot. I felt very anxious and wanted to leave. The man got up and slapped James, then said that I had been leading him on. Their argument went on, and the police were called. After hearing this story, they decided that we could file charges because James had been assaulted, but James declined, so we continued our day without seeing the man again. A month ago, I was moving, and after the moving truck was loaded, I fell asleep in it. An hour or two later, I woke up in a town close to my new home, where my grandmother had parked at a Burger King, and I was still asleep when my 19-year-old cousin, Max, came to the passenger door and woke me up to help carry the food. I agreed, and we entered the Burger King. I am 14 years old, and I am fairly small, I am only 5 feet tall and weigh 100 pounds. We left Burger King as I sat in the moving truck sipping a chocolate milkshake and Max ordered. I tapped her arm to say I was going to the bathroom, and when I got back, I noticed an older man, possibly in his mid-50s or early 60s, staring at Max and then at me. I didn't pay much attention to it because I was still pretty groggy. I walked back to Max as she struggled to get a soda from one of the machines, and after a while she eventually got the soda. He stopped at the driver's side where my grandmother was, and she looked perplexed. "Who am I?" he asked, in the same serious tone, and then he began talking about taking care of us girls. I was scared, and memories of scary things I had read on Reddit suddenly came flooding back. He pointed at me and said, "You're a pain in the ass." I started laughing awkwardly and mumbled something, but he kept talking until I heard Max calling me and saying that I had left my fries in the bag, even though I had them with me. To fully understand the significance of this story, you need to know a little bit about me. I went over to ask her what she meant, but she quickly changed the topic to the man. After about 5 minutes, we both agreed that he was giving off creepy vibes. My grandmother then called my name to say we were leaving, but his car was in our way. He got into his car and moved out of the way. "I'm watching you," hand gesture and mouthing the words. I then grabbed my phone and called Max to make sure he didn't follow us. Fortunately, he didn't, but it still creeps me to think that he was watching us while we got our food and drinks. My early years were influenced by the 1960s and early 1970s in a small town in upstate Ohio, where there was only one stoplight at Broadway in Maine and about 40 businesses grouped in the town center. The neighborhood drugstore, soda shop, hardware store, and small grocery store were all located on one corner. I was born in 1954. Ben Franklin's, a barber shop, a gas station, a library, a post office, and a jail. The jail was set up so that you could easily get past the desk officer 9 times out of 10 and see who was inside. We never asked why anyone was there. Instead, we would run errands or bring those cigarettes if they were locked up. A few years later came the assassination of JFK, the civil rights movement, the Vietnam protests, and the hippie revolution, of which I became a part. I joined the early wave of hippies, hitchhiking across the United States and Canada for more than 3 years. My mother was not happy with this lifestyle, but I went along without money, clothes, or worries. Many people warned me about the dangers, but I disregarded their advice because I felt invincible and naive. In June 1969, when I was 14 years old, I spent the night at my friend Dina's house in a nearby town. I persuaded her to accompany me to San Francisco, where her brother lived. We crossed a cow pasture to the highway and hitched a ride, and it never took long to find one. One particularly memorable ride was on a band's tour bus bound for Chicago. We passed on that ride and carried on with our journey. Another ride took us into a Cadillac with 4 black men who were going to a party in the black area of Columbus, Ohio. We were the only white people there, but we had a great time. A nice woman even gave me a shirt, which I now realize was an attempt to hide the fact that we were a bit of a spectacle. Later, we picked up a lone hitchhiker who kept warning the driver about the trouble we could get into crossing state lines. I became agitated and told him to stop, but we didn't. The driver stopped in Iowa for gas, and as Dina and I went to freshen up, we found police waiting for us. Our parents were probably informed, but I don't recall that part. We stayed in a hotel in Reno, which was dull compared to what we expected, and after a brief stay, Dina's mother drove all the way to pick us up. We then traveled the remaining 1,900 miles to California. The trip was unforgettable, and I sang along to the radio the entire way through Nevada, especially remembering the song Mama and Papa about going to San Francisco. Despite my small-town cool, I felt out of place and unprepared for the harsh realities like drug addiction, which I witnessed firsthand at Needle Park, where I saw people strung out on drugs. Other experiences left me deeply shaken, and I wanted to go home and never return to California. I tried to persuade Dina to leave, but she refused, and I now realize how selfish that would have been. We continued to San Francisco, landing near Berkeley College and Haight-Ashbury, where the hippie scene was vibrant. Months later, back in Ohio at home, it was July, and the news was full of stories about the Manson family and their infamous killings. It was then that I realized how close I had been to being picked up by them. What if Dina and her mother hadn't been there to accompany me? What if that driver hadn't turned us into the police in Iowa? I shuddered to think what might have happened if I had been out there alone or farther away from help. I later found out that the Manson family actively recruited from Haight-Ashbury, where we spent a lot of time. I'm glad I wasn't enmeshed in that dark world, especially considering how vulnerable I was in California at the time. I recall those nights so clearly. Even though it was over 12 years ago, I was a teenager hanging out with friends at my buddy's house. We were playing video games and messing around like teenagers do, but as the night went on, it was time for everyone to head home. It was my turn to drive, and I brought my mom's minivan for the occasion. My favorite part was getting to look cool while driving. I wore some stylish sunglasses even though it was nighttime. I was happy to help out and spend a little extra time with my friends. The first 3 were dropped off without incident, but then it was Alton's turn. I knew Alton lived in a remote area, though I had no idea how far it was because I'd never been there before. We drove down a long winding road covered in gravel with forest on either side. It was so dark I could barely see the road ahead. I drove slowly because my headlights didn't shine very far even with the high beams on. After what felt like a long time, we arrived at Alton's house. It was a small, simple house hidden away in the woods. He thanked me and hopped out of the minivan. I turned around and began the long drive back. I was nervous about the return journey, mainly because it was so dark and remote. I paid close attention to every turn we had taken, repeating them in my head to make sure I wouldn't get lost. I was about halfway back to the main road when something caught my eye. There was a man standing by the side of the road. At first I thought he might be a hitchhiker, but that alone was strange because there was hardly any traffic at that hour. As I got closer, he disappeared into the woods. I felt really scared and confused. It didn't make sense to see someone walking alone, especially that far out at night. I eventually made it home and tried to forget about the strange man. It wasn't until the next day that I found out something terrible had happened. I was hanging out with my friends again and told them about what I had seen that night. Someone mentioned that one of Alton's neighbors had gone missing. I listened with fear as they continued to talk. I was convinced it had to be connected to what I had seen. The thought made my skin crawl. We called the police right then and there. I explained that I had been in the area and saw a strange man on the road. In the middle of the night, the police told me to come into the station. I went in and gave a more detailed account of what I saw. I tried to gather more information about the case out of curiosity, but they said it was confidential. Fair enough, I suppose. As the days went by, I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I kept replaying the events in my mind, wondering if there was something I could have done differently, but in the end, there really wasn't anything more I could do. What could I have done? Stopped my vehicle and after the guy into the dark woods. The police spent days searching the area, paying particular attention to the location where I had seen the man, but they were unable to find anything. After a few years, Alton's neighbor never came back, and I nearly forgot about the whole thing. The case must have died cold because I hadn't heard anything for a while, until one day I was watching the news and saw that Alton's neighbor's body had been found, but it was more than 50 miles away in a different part of the woods than where I had seen the man. There's no way to know for sure, but I suspect something sinister was going on those roads that night. I still can't stop thinking about that night and wondering whether it was him I saw on the road. Did he relocate the corpse to a different location because he knew I had seen him? This happened on a warm night, and in September 2013 I noticed the full moon as I drove down a deserted road. My headlights cut through the thick fog that had settled over the city. I had just finished a long shift at the hospital and I was looking forward to a quiet night at home, but fate had other plans for me. As I rounded the bend in the road, I saw two cars pulled over to the side. They were illuminated by the glow of a street light. As I got closer, I saw that there was a man being held at gunpoint by another man. I slowed as I passed. The victim was trembling and pleading with the gunman, but he was relentless in his demands for money and valuables. They didn't even seem to notice me at first. Perhaps all the commotion was distraction enough for me to go unnoticed. My hands began to shake on the wheel as I realized I was witnessing a crime in progress. I knew I had to act quickly, so I backed my car into a dark section of the road and fumbled for my phone in my pocket. I dropped it on the floor of my car, my eyes still fixated on the robbery. I reached down for my phone, not wanting to look away. I finally found it and dialed 911. Then I watched in horror as the gunman turned towards me. Until then I thought I was well hidden by the darkness, but I was wrong. I quickly hit the gas and sped away, praying that he wouldn't follow me. My hands were still shaking on the steering wheel as I drove for a few minutes, telling the police what I had just seen. When I finally pulled over to the side of the road, my phone rang, and it was the police. I didn't know how long they were on the line, but I assumed they would have heard me. Only my labored breathing and perhaps a few mild expletives. When I answered the phone, the officer informed me that someone was on their way and would be there shortly. I hung up knowing that I had done the right thing by calling for help. But as I waited for the police to arrive, I noticed a car pull up behind me. At first, I thought it was the gunman because it looked like one of the ones I had seen before, but as the minutes passed, I started to feel uneasy. The driver had gotten out and was pacing back and forth behind his car as if he was waiting for something, so I locked my doors and kept a close eye on him. Just as I was about to call the police again, I noticed flashing lights in the distance, and I felt relieved that the cavalry had finally arrived. I assumed that if the other man had been the shooter, he would have left by now, so I felt a bit more at ease. But if he wasn't, then who was he? I watched through my rearview mirror as both police officers approached the other driver, who had stopped pacing and was now standing quietly by his car. Suddenly, the driver fled and ran into the woods, disappearing into the darkness. The police chased after him, but he was too quick and elusive, and for several hours they searched the area, combing through the woods and checking nearby houses, but he had disappeared. Only more questions remained after a trace. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened that night. I knew that I had done the right thing by calling the police, but I also knew that I had put myself in danger by getting involved at all. Despite the risks, I would do it all over again. The following day, I received a call from the police informing me that they had identified the driver and that he had a lengthy criminal history. They thanked me for reporting the crime and for being observant, which helped catch a dangerous criminal. My name's Ethan, and I was 16 years old when this took place. It was back in 2003, so you can figure out how old I am now if you'd like. It was a regular summer afternoon, and I had just gotten back from school. I headed straight to the basement, where I was deeply into playing Age of Empires, my favorite computer game at the time. Actually, I still play it sometimes. Even now, I had been at it for maybe 40 minutes, completely lost in the game, when I heard a car pull into the driveway. I figured it was my mom returning from her job. A few moments later, I caught the sound of someone stepping onto the porch, which was located directly above the basement. Then I heard the screen door open, but strangely the main door didn't. Curious about what was happening, I decided to head upstairs and take a look. As I climbed the stairs, faint voices reached me from the backyard. Peeking through the curtains, I noticed two men standing there quietly talking and glancing toward the windows. At first I assumed they might be acquaintances of my older sister, but then I realized they were complete strangers. They were too old to be friends with either of us, at least 26 or 27. One of them was on the heavier side, wearing a blue hoodie, while the other was an average build, dressed in a plain black t-shirt. Both had short, scruffy beards. As one of them walked past a different window, a chill ran down my spine. Something wasn't right. I tried to think of a logical reason for their presence, but nothing made sense. My parents never scheduled repairs or visits like this without letting me know, especially when I was alone. Realizing the situation might escalate, I knew I had to act quickly. I moved to the back door and cautiously peeked out through the curtains. The two men were still there, shifting around and looking uneasy. Then one of them tried to turn the handle of the back door. Thankfully it was locked. He jiggled it twice and then gave the door a hard thump, almost like he was venting his frustration. I grabbed my phone and tried to be as quiet as possible, since I didn't think they knew I was inside. I called my mom at work, and as soon as I told her what was happening, she called the police and told me to stay put. I tried to remain calm, but I could hear the men outside moving from window to window, figuring it would be safer to hide. I slipped into my closet and remained as silent as I could for what seemed like an eternity. After 10 or so nerve-wracking minutes, I finally heard the sirens. I was afraid the men were going to break a window, but they didn't, so I assumed they were worried about making too much noise that might alert someone. As the noise got closer, I heard loud shouts outside telling the men to get down and raise their hands as they left my hiding place. I cautiously looked out my bedroom window, but couldn't see much, so I moved to my sister's room for a better view. I was fortunate that these men took their time checking doors instead of forcing their way in right away, because that delay gave me the chance to call for help before things could get out of control. This happened quite a few years ago, so I apologize if some parts feel vague. I've buried this memory for reasons that will soon become clear, but I've realized that it's not something I should keep hidden. I saw the two men being handcuffed and led to a police car. The nightmare was over, and one of the officers stayed with me until my mom arrived home, which was only a short while later. About half an hour into the game, one of the players made a poor move, and Danny slammed his hand on the remote in frustration, accidentally turning off the TV. "What's your problem?" My brother Danny and I were hanging out in my room alone at home, watching a basketball game on TV. We were shouting at the screen whenever our team made a mistake. When I switched the TV back on, I remarked, but as soon as the screen loaded, we heard heavy, rapid footfall coming from below. Danny and I paused instantly, looking at the bedroom door. I turned down the TV level so I could hear it better. Danny replied in a trembling voice, "I think someone's in the house, but it's probably the cat." I tried to remain calm, but Danny wasn't taking any risks, so he got up and closed the door. I heard a click and realized that if someone had been inside, the noise may have revealed where we were. I tried to tell myself it was just the tabby cat, but more footsteps echoed. Danny mumbled, "That's not the cat," from below. His anxious countenance began to rub off on me, and I decided to take him seriously. We turned off the bedroom light, leaving the room in complete darkness. I knelt by the door and put my ear to it as Danny fumbled about for anything we might use as a weapon. Since the walls and door were thin, I assumed I would hear any sound coming from the other side, but initially there was just stillness. When I lay on my stomach and peered through the small opening beneath the door, I saw nothing at first. However, after concentrating more, I noticed a pair of scuffed work boots moving slowly down the hallway. My heart raced as I silently got back up and tiptoed over to Danny, whispering, "Someone's here." I thought Danny might faint, so I grabbed him and led him to the window. I slid it open quietly and looked down at the ground about a story below. Danny was still frozen, seemingly detached from reality, so it was up to me to act. I pried Danny's phone out of his hand. It had one of those fingerprint locks, and he put his thumb on the screen. The phone beeped loudly, and my stomach dropped as we heard footsteps racing toward the bedroom door. I quickly dialed 911 and swung one leg out the window. Suddenly, there was pounding on the door, followed by a deep angry voice that yelled, "I'm going to get you." My heart almost stopped. I climbed out onto the porch roof and yelled for Danny to follow me. He snapped out of his daze, scrambled to the window, and climbed out. I whispered, "We need to jump." Danny hesitated on the edge of the roof, and I jumped, first landing awkwardly and twisting my ankle in pain. Then, I looked up and saw that Danny was making the sign of the cross on his chest before jumping. He hit the ground in a roll, got up, and rubbed his neck before I realized that our cat was still in my pocket. I told the 911 operator that we needed the police right away, and she reassured me that officers were on their way and told us to stay on the line. Tears welled up as we slowly made our way back toward the house, worried about what we would find. When the cops arrived, we sat on the curb, too shaken to do anything but wait. The officers searched the house, but were unable to find the intruder, so we were relieved, and brought out our cat Smokey, and I held him tightly. Although the police claimed there was no evidence of a break-in, no stolen property, and no indication that anyone had been there at all, I know what happened to us was real because I haven't slept well since that night, and now I always lock my door and keep Smokey in my room. I apologized in private for leaving him behind. Since my mom worked late shifts as a caregiver at an aged living home when I was younger, from 5:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m., Danny placed security cameras around the house, and nothing comparable has occurred. She used to hire a babysitter for my younger brother Lucas and me, but once we were old enough we stayed home alone. We liked it because it made us feel independent and responsible. Neither of us was the type to cause trouble. We were actually pretty well behaved and good at school. We'd finish our homework without being told, then spend the rest of the evening watching TV or just relaxing. Our living room faced the street, and there was a large window near the television so we could see the sidewalk. and passing cars out of the corner of our eyes while watching. It was a calm night with only a few cars driving by and the occasional person walking. However, after a while I noticed something out of blue minivan from the early 2000s passed by our house several times. I stopped paying attention to the show and focused on the street instead. After the van passed a few more times, I told Lucas about it. He hadn't noticed because he was engrossed in the program. We both sat there keeping an eye on the street, and sure enough, the van went by 2 more times in a span of just a few minutes. The van driving back and forth was strange, but we initially thought the driver might be lost. However, when it passed again multiple times, we began to feel uneasy. Both of us were glued to the window, but after a short while the van stopped coming, we were relieved and went back to watching TV. It was getting late, so Lucas and I decided it was time for bed. He headed upstairs, and I walked past the window to turn off the lights. That's when I saw something that made my heart race. The van was parked across the street from our house, just far enough out of view from where we had been sitting earlier. I quickly closed the curtains, but left a small gap to peek through. Inside the van, I saw a man sitting in the driver's seat. I wondered if he'd been there the entire time. It was hard to see him clearly, but one detail stood out: his eyes. They reflected the glow of the street lights, giving them a menacing, almost golden hue. I wasn't sure if he saw me behind the curtains, but he was definitely staring at our house. Panicking, I called Lucas downstairs. He looked out the window, spotted the man, and whispered, "I think he saw me." We were both terrified. After a brief discussion, we decided to call our mom at work. Normally, we prided ourselves on being independent and didn't want to disturb her. But this situation was different. As soon as we explained what was happening, she left work immediately and drove home. Less than 15 minutes later, we saw her car pull into the driveway. I looked back toward the street, but the van was gone. It must have left the moment my mom arrived. We never found out who the man was or what he wanted. My mom reported the incident to the police, but without a license plate number, there wasn't much they could do. The experience shook all of us, and for about a year afterward, my mom hired a babysitter again when she worked nights. My name is Alex, and this story is about one of the first times my parents left me home by myself. I was probably around 11 or 12 back then. They had started leaving me alone occasionally when I was about 9. Looking back, I realized that might be considered a bit young, but that's just how things were in my family. My mom had a strict rule: never answer the door or the phone when no one else was home. Of course, I didn't always follow the rules. Sometimes I'd pick up the phone, especially if I thought it might be one of my friends. I was watching TV in the living room at around 8 p.m. when the doorbell rang. At first, I ignored it and continued watching my show, but then curiosity got the better of me, so I got up and walked toward the front of the house. I didn't intend to open the door. I just wanted to sneak a peek through the window to see who it was. Missing a call from them felt like missing out at the time, because my dad was away on a work trip and my mom had gone out for something I can't quite recall. Standing, a man in his 40s was wearing what appeared to be a work uniform. He was wearing a blue shirt with a collar and a name tag, but I couldn't make out what it was. I was only observing him for a few seconds when he turned to face me. Our eyes locked, and I froze as he waved and said, "Hey kid, we got a report of a gas problem. Can you let me in?" My heart raced as I quickly closed the curtain and backed away from the window. I knew I wasn't supposed to open the door, but the idea of a gas problem sounded serious. Hesitating, I finally unlocked the door and opened it just a crack. The man was cheerful and polite. He explained that he needed to check the gas lines inside the house. I told him I wasn't supposed to let strangers in, but he then asked, "Can I speak with your mom or dad?" That's when I felt a chill run down my spine. It hit me that if I admitted I was alone, he could do whatever he wanted. He was probably trying to figure that out. As soon as I opened the door, panicking, I tried to come up with a lie. The best I could manage was to tell him that my dad was in the shower. I hoped that would buy me a little time. We stood there awkwardly for what felt like forever. The tension was unbearable, and I felt like I might cry. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of my neighbors across the street walking her dog. She spotted me on the porch with the man and must have sensed something was off. As soon as he noticed her heading our way, his demeanor changed. He turned, walked briskly back to a white van parked nearby, got in, and drove off without saying a word. My neighbor called out to me asking who that man was. I told her what had happened, that he claimed to be from the gas company and was checking for a leak. She stayed calm, but firmly told me to go back inside while she called my mom. I learned a valuable lesson. That night could have been much worse, and I'll never forget how terrifying it felt to be in that situation. My mom came home in a hurry, and when she heard what had happened, she called the police right away. Later, my mom called the gas company, and they confirmed that they hadn't sent anyone out and that there were no reports of a gas issue. We never found out who that man was or what he wanted, but that night could have been much worse. This incident occurred during Thanksgiving last year, and all of my housemates went home to celebrate with their families. I'm a 26-year-old woman who lived in a house with some of my old college friends. We had all graduated about 5 years prior, but fortunately we ended up working in the same city, so we decided to move in together. However, I have a tense relationship with my parents, so I remained home and had the whole house to myself. In addition, I wanted to go to a small business gathering at a local pub, where we had some drinks and spoke about work for a few hours. At about 10 o'clock at night, I made the decision to go home early in order to unwind with Netflix and get into bed at a respectable hour. When the car arrived, I waited on the curb for it. I got into the back seat, and the driver, a bald man in his mid-40s, was friendly and chatty, even though I wasn't in the mood to talk. He asked me casual questions about my plans for the evening, and when I told him that I had been out with coworkers and that my housemates were away for Thanksgiving, he laughed awkwardly and said, "So you're home alone tonight?" He gave me a quick smile as he looked at me in the rearview mirror. My stomach dropped. I realized I'd made a mistake by telling a stranger I was alone and had already shared my home address. I tried to brush off the uneasy feeling, convincing myself he was probably harmless. When we reached my house, I thanked him and got out. After walking inside and locking the front door, I peeked out the window and felt a wave of relief as I watched the car drive away. I changed into my pajamas and settled into bed watching something on my laptop. That's when I heard a long, slow, creaking noise coming from downstairs. It sounded like a door being opened carefully. My heart sank as I realized I hadn't checked or locked the back door. I quickly shut my laptop, placing it on my nightstand, and stood by my bedroom door, straining to hear any sounds. A faint but unmistakable noise reached my ears. Footsteps moving around downstairs. Someone was inside the house. I panicked for a moment, but managed to keep myself composed. I moved my dresser in front of the door, hoping to barricade it. But the sound of footsteps grew louder and faster. My heart raced as I realized that blocking the door had likely revealed my location. I darted into the closet and whispered a call to 911. The operator reassured me that officers were on their way and told me to stay as calm as possible. They said it would only take a few minutes, but those minutes felt endless. Then I heard a pounding on my bedroom door. Whoever was on the other side was trying to break in. The dresser wouldn't hold for long. Desperate, I shouted that the police were on their way. To my relief, the noise stopped moments later. The sound of sirens filled the air. A few tense minutes passed before a female officer knocked on my door and assured me it was safe to come out. She explained they had apprehended the intruder. As I stepped outside, I told her about the unsettling interaction I'd had with my ride earlier. When we walked out to the street, I froze. Sitting in the back of a police car was the man who had driven me home. The same Uber driver. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't heard that creak from downstairs. It's terrifying to think about. If there's one lesson from this ordeal, it's this: never share too much with a stranger, especially if you're home alone. My name is Ethan, and I live in what many believe to be a haunted house in Calgary, Alberta. My mom and sister were convinced of this long before I was. I used to doubt the idea of ghosts until something eerie happened to me. I'm 20 now, but this story takes place when I was 18 during the middle of July. Let me first share some of the strange things that occurred to my mom and sister before my own experience. Both my mom and sister had episodes of sleep paralysis in our house, something they had never experienced before moving here. They described it like this: they would wake up feeling like a heavy weight was pressing on their chests, as though someone was sitting on them. They were unable to speak or move, which, if you think about it, is terrifying. Another thing that happened to both of them was that their blankets were pulled off while they were sleeping. My sister had this happen multiple times, but my mom only had it happen once. Now that you know the background, I'll tell you about the event that made me a believer. On a Saturday, my mom had taken my sister to her swimming lessons. I was home alone in my room playing online games with a friend. After we logged off, I said goodbye on the call, shut down my computer, and flopped onto my bed. I opened up YouTube to watch a new video by my favorite content creator. As I lay there, I began to hear noises coming from the kitchen. It sounded like someone was moving dishes in the sink. This struck me as odd because I was alone in the house. I paused, listening closely. Soon I heard what sounded like cabinets opening and closing. Being a bit naive, I assumed my mom and sister must have returned early. I walked down the hallway to check, but to my shock it wasn't them, and instead, at the far end of the hall leading to the kitchen, I saw a shadowy figure, like a dark misty outline of a person. I froze, completely stunned. I couldn't wrap my head around what I was seeing. After what felt like forever, I bolted back to my room and slammed the door shut. I pressed my body against it, trying to keep it closed even though nothing was chasing me. My phone was on the bed, so I slid over to grab it and texted my mom asking her what to do. She told me to leave the house immediately and go to a friend's place until she got home. I peeked out the door and down the hall. The coast was clear. Summoning all my courage, I grabbed my skateboard, ran down the hall, and hurried out the front door. I stopped at the end of the driveway to grab my shoes, and then I hopped on my skateboard and took off, almost losing my balance a few times. When I arrived at my friend's house, I told him what I had seen, and to my surprise, he believed me. He told me that once, when he was staying at my place, he had woken up in the middle of the night while sleeping on the couch in the living room, which was right next to the kitchen. He claimed to have seen a dark figure standing there, staring down the hall toward the bedrooms. At the time, he thought it was a dream because he was half asleep, so he never mentioned it. We carefully returned inside the house to investigate when my mother and sister arrived home. Disturbed dishes were out of place and the cabinets were all hanging open. None of us wanted to stay there that night, so we went to our aunt's house, which was about 20 minutes away. The next day when we returned, everything in the house was back to normal except for one strange thing: all the lights were on. Since then, I've been a firm believer in ghosts and the supernatural. This just happened about an hour ago, and I'm still shaken up. My close friend and I were at home by ourselves, as we had been For a while, every time he visits, we go to the forest near my house, and usually nothing exciting happens. We toss rocks, snap some twigs, just innocent fun. But this time it was different. We headed outside towards the forest, and the walk there was uneventful. But as soon as we arrived, something felt strange. The area was unusually dark, and many trees were knocked down. It didn't look like the place I remembered. Despite this, we continued on messing around as usual. At some point, my friend turned to me and suggested we should head back. I glanced at my phone to check the time. It had only been half an hour since we arrived. I wanted to stay longer since we still had hours before anyone would expect us home, so we pressed on exploring further. Along the way, we found odd things: a crushed soda can that looked like it was from the 90s, and an old wee toy booth that seemed even older. We decided to go deeper into the woods than we ever had before, which wasn't saying much since we'd never ventured far after While we reached a spot I recognized, it marked the farthest I'd ever gone in the forest. It was a makeshift bridge formed by a fallen tree over a stream. I'd seen it before, but this time something was different. Perched on the bridge was a small object. As we got closer, I realized it was an animal skull. It was clean and bright white, a deer skull sitting there like it had been placed intentionally. I had no idea who could have put it there, or what happened to the rest of the deer. Across the stream was a steep hill, and at the top of it sat an eerie little cabin. While we were looking around, a faint creaking noise or high-pitched sound came from the direction of the cabin. Startled us, and we bolted. My friend screamed as we ran, but I didn't stop to ask why. We didn't slow down until we reached the edge of the forest and stepped onto the pavement, catching our breath. I asked him why he screamed. He said he heard footsteps right next to him. When we finally got back to my house, we noticed the garage door was open. Unsure if we had left it that way or if someone else had opened it. We ran inside and locked the door. I checked the house and turned on the alarm system. Still alone, I wished my family would come back soon. Now we're sitting here nearly 2 hours later, and the unsettling feeling from those creepy woods hasn't left me. I was at home one evening by myself. My family had gone to watch my sister's soccer match, so I decided to stay home and play computer games instead. Then, I heard a soft tapping on the front door, which was strange because we had a doorbell. I thought it might just be someone mistaking our house for someone else's, but then I heard a knock on the back door as well. I cautiously made my way downstairs, peeking through the window near the front door, but I saw nothing walking toward the back of the house. I froze when I got to the back door, where a man in his 50s with a scruffy gray beard and a plaid jacket was standing on the porch. He tried to get me to open the door, but something about his eyes made my stomach turn. I refused, and he yelled, "I know you're in there by yourself." As his efforts to break in became noisier, I heard the door frame cracking as he banged at it with shaking hands. Panic struck as he began hammering on the door, trying to force his way inside. Terrified, I ran upstairs and locked myself in my mom's office. I then grabbed the phone and rang 911. The man's pounding persisted until I eventually heard the far-off wail of sirens, and when the police arrived, the man had already left. My family returned soon after, clearly shaken by what I had told them, and they were relieved that I was unharmed but terrified of what might have happened. The police apprehended the man the following day, and that night I couldn't sleep because every little sound in the house made my heart race. I kept replaying the incident, wondering why the stranger had picked our house. The police said he was just a drifter who had chosen our house at random, but I didn't feel comfortable with that explanation. The following day, I began looking for answers. I learned that the man had a history of minor offenses and some serious charges. Something about this attack felt personal, so I looked online for any possible family connection. Eventually, I came across an old news article about an armed robbery at a local store a few blocks from our house, where the man had been arrested for threatening the cashier with a weapon. I was shocked to learn that my dad had witnessed the robbery, and I realized that the man had probably targeted our home out of retaliation. The police were shocked, but they promised to provide additional security even though the man was in custody. My family was shaken by the experience, so we put up a security system, began carrying pepper spray, and were more wary about allowing strangers inside. I even downloaded a safety app on my phone that included a panic button. I was disturbed for weeks after the occurrence. I had trouble sleeping and kept checking the locks before going to bed. My parents told me we were safe. Months have gone by since that night, and although the fear has subsided, it hasn't completely gone away. The experience taught me to always be on guard and follow my instincts. When I was 11 years old, I was staying alone in our small suburban house for the night while my parents were away visiting relatives. I begged them to let me stay behind, promising to follow all the rules and act responsibly. As the hours went by, though, I began to regret my decision. The wind was roaring outside, and the windows were being battered by heavy rain. To divert my attention, I turned on the television, but during every commercial break, I heard strange noises coming from outside. I kept telling myself that it was just the storm, but an unsettling feeling crept over me, telling me that someone or something was watching me and that it would be better for me to sleep through the storm. I turned off the TV and went to bed early. I pulled the blankets up to my chin in an attempt to reassure myself that I was safe, but as I lay there in the dark, I began to hear faint footsteps and murmurs. I told myself that nothing was amiss, but I couldn't get rid of the dread that was growing inside of me. I was positive that someone was in the house right outside my bedroom door. I lay still, my breath short, my heart racing. Paralyzed by fear, then just as I felt sleep tugging at my eyelids, a noise jolted me awake. It was the unmistakable sound of the doorknob rattling. My body froze as the knob turned slowly and the door creaked open. I clenched my eyes shut, thinking if I didn't look it couldn't see me, but then I heard it, measured, deliberate footsteps coming closer and closer to my bed. My fear finally boiled over. I sat upright, shouting, "Who's there?" The footsteps halted. A heavy silence hung in the air before the door slammed shut with a loud thud. Shaking, I stayed in bed for what felt like hours, too terrified to investigate. When morning finally came, I told my parents everything: the noises, the footsteps, the door. They laughed, dismissing it as my imagination running wild and blaming the storm for the creaking sounds. But I knew what I had heard. Someone or something had been in the house that night. From that moment, I never felt truly alone. Even in daylight, I would catch faint noises or see fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye. I never found out who or what had visited me that night, and while everyone insisted it was all in my head, I know the truth: something had been there watching me in the dark. I grew up in a quiet suburban area where the streets were lined with similar houses, each boasting neatly trimmed lawns and wooden fences. One evening, while I was sitting alone at home, there was a knock at the door. When I opened it, Jack was there with two older boys I had never seen before. They introduced themselves as Mike and Ethan, and although I felt a little uneasy, I invited them in because I wanted to appear cool in front of Jack's new friends. Jack was my closest friend. He was a boy who lived a few houses away, had a knack for starting trouble, and always seemed to have a new scheme. Mike and Ethan settled in right away. They stretched out on the couch and dug through the kitchen for snacks. I tried to strike up a conversation, but they were too preoccupied with their own heated argument to pay much attention. Suddenly, The room became tense as their voices became louder. Just when I thought things couldn't get much worse, Mike took out a knife, and my blood ran cold as he and Ethan started grappling on the living room floor. I saw blood, but I couldn't tell who was wounded. I was frozen in dread and didn't know how to respond. I was left to deal with the aftermath as Jack stepped in, managed to grab the knife, and helped me push them both out of the house. Neither Mike nor Ethan wanted to call for help or involve the authorities, so I scrubbed the blood off the floor and tried to put the room back in order. The thought of my parents finding out about what had happened scared me that night and taught me a hard lesson. The people you let into your life can sometimes bring unexpected danger. I made the decision to be much more cautious about who I trusted after that and never again placed myself in such a precarious position. When my parents first started letting me live alone without a sitter, I was around 11 years old. At first, it felt great to have this independence, but one night, while they were out, I was watching TV in the family room when the phone rang. I answered, but there was only silence. I hung up, and then the doorbell rang, feeling uneasy. I walked slowly to the door, not intending to open it, just to see who was there. When I peeked out, there was no one there, and then I heard glass break in the back of the house. I froze in horror, and as soon as I could, I ran out the front door and ran down the street to a neighbor's house. From there, I called my parents, who immediately called the police. Officers were already inspecting the house when my parents got there, claiming that someone had broken in and stolen several of our possessions. They assumed the intruder had been monitoring and knew I had been home alone for weeks. Even though my parents assured me that I was safe, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I was being watched every time the phone rang or someone knocked on the door. I also started having nightmares about that night and woke up soaked in sweat. One day, my parents received a call from the police saying that they had apprehended the burglar. It turned out that he had been watching the area and had noticed when my parents left knowing I was alone, so he chose to act. I was extremely relieved to learn that he had been apprehended, but the fear didn't immediately go away. For the next year, my parents resumed hiring a babysitter whenever they went out, but I never let my guard down again. While growing up in a small town where break-ins were practically unheard of, I put my dog on a leash in the backyard to let him roam and do his thing. Later, I went back inside and sat on the carpet in the living room watching TV when a commercial break started. Suddenly, I noticed a large figure behind me. One afternoon after school, I arrived home to find no one else there. The weather was warm with a hint of spring in the air, so I kept the main door open while keeping the screen door closed and unlocked. With my head partially turned toward the figure, I noticed in my peripheral vision that it wasn't a person but a large black animal. His breath smelled like stale cigarettes, and he started talking to me in a low, insinuating tone. I didn't like the way he looked at me, so I tried to move away, but he moved closer and reached out to touch my arm. Mr. Allen, one of the only people I knew in the building, noticed what was going on and moved in front of me to protect me from the strange man. Mr. Allen stayed with me, telling me that everything would be okay. He explained that the fire was probably a false alarm and that we would be back in the building soon. But I was still terrified and shaken, not knowing how I was going to survive the rest of the night. As the minutes went by, the situation started to calm down, and the firefighters finally gave the all clear, and to my surprise, there was no fire. I was relieved to see my parents when they got home, and I realized how fortunate I was to have Mr. Allen there to support me. It was like having a guardian angel watching over me and keeping me safe. I never really understood the value of having good neighbors and a sense of community, especially in an urban setting. I still think about that odd man who tried to entice me to leave the group, and I've never seen him again. A long time ago, when I was still in primary school, I believe I was around 12 years old. It was summer vacation and I was at home with my older brother. Our parents had gone out of town for the weekend, leaving us alone, and we were thrilled to have the house to ourselves and enjoy a sense of freedom that kids my age don't often experience. I'm pretty sure he didn't live in the building. He must have just been some creep who saw an opportunity and went for it. It served as a sobering reminder that dangerous people do exist and that we must be on guard. My brother, who was a few years older, was a bit too cool to spend time with his younger sister. He made plans to meet up with his friends at the park. Even though he was supposed to stay with me, I was a little disappointed he was leaving, but I understood he wanted to spend time with his friends. After he left, I settled down on the couch and watched some TV. The hours passed quickly, and before I knew it was getting dark outside. I got up and walked to the bathroom. As I was walking down the hall, I heard a loud noise from the living room, like the door had been opened. I thought my brother might have come back early, so I walked over to see him. When I turned the corner into the living room, I almost fainted. It wasn't my brother at all. It was one of his friends, Jim, who I knew as a real creep. I had issues with him before, and other girls in the neighborhood had complained about him too. My heart raced as I tried to stay calm and think of what to do. I quickly locked myself in the bathroom. While inside, I could hear someone moving around in the house. I heard footsteps down the hallway and then a knock on the bathroom door. I was so terrified that I was unable to react when I heard someone say, "Hey, it's me, Jim. I just wanted to talk to you. Come on, we can hang out." I knew this guy was trouble because he had a reputation for being creepy and getting into trouble, but I never expected him to break into our house. I remained silent and prayed that he would leave, but he persisted in knocking until my voice gave out. After what seemed like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, I heard a police car approaching, and Jim must have heard it too, because he fled right away. He probably thought I had my phone with me, but I had left it out in the living room. I cautiously exited the bathroom and opened the door to speak with the police. They searched the entire house and found no one, which didn't surprise me. They told me that a neighbor had heard me yelling and had called the police. I never found out who it was, but I wanted to express my gratitude to them for their assistance. I was also upset with my brother because I thought he knew how dangerous Jim was, but he still left me alone. I couldn't believe he had done that. I assumed Jim was at the park while my brother was with his friends, and when he heard that I was home alone, he must have snuck away and done what he did. When my parents returned, they were shocked to learn what had happened and were furious with my brother, making sure he understood how serious the situation was. They also took extra precautions to make sure our home was secure and safe. After that, I never fully trusted my brother's judgment again. I knew he could be reckless and didn't always think things through. The really frustrating part was that Jim played the whole situation off like he was invited. Since he was a friend of my brother's, he said he was just waiting there. It became my word against his, and he never faced any legal consequences for what he did. My parents did ban him from our house, though this was over 10 years ago, and of course I did eventually forgive my Brother, he was genuinely remorseful, and technically no harm was done, though it was really close. My name is Sarah, and this happened when I was in the 10th grade. I got home from school around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, knowing it would be at least an hour before my parents came back from work. Usually I spent that time either watching TV or working on some assignments, but that day felt different. The moment I stepped inside, I had the strange sense that someone else was in the house. At first it was just an eerie feeling, a sense of someone's presence. Then I began hearing sounds coming from upstairs. At first I thought it might just be the wind rattling the windows or the old floorboards creaking, but when I listened more carefully, I realized they were footsteps. Someone was walking around upstairs. My mind immediately jumped to the worst possibilities. Could someone have broken in? Were they trying to rob us? Or worse, I tiptoed to the base of the staircase and glanced upwards. Standing at the top was the silhouette of a man staring down at me. His face was hidden in the shadows, but I could tell he was tall and broad-shouldered. He wore a dark jacket, black jeans, and heavy work boots. My heart was pounding as I tried to figure out what to do. I felt frozen, not able to move. My legs shook so violently that I fell as I attempted to back away, even though the front door was just a few feet away. That's when the guy began coming down the stairs toward me. My legs finally moved. Instinct took over, and I ran across the yard to my neighbor's house. Mrs. Carter was a kind elderly woman who had lived next door for as long as I could remember. I knocked on her door, and when she opened it, her eyes widened in shock. I stammered out what had happened, and she quickly dragged me inside. We sat in her living room, and she gave me a glass of water while I tried to calm down. A short while later, I heard a car screeching away from my house. I assumed the man had left, but the possibility that he might come back frightened me. Mrs. Carter reassured me that everything would be all right, so she called the police, who came in a matter of minutes. They searched the house, but they couldn't find the intruder, so he left. Later, we found that some of my mom's necklaces and a few other valuables had been taken, totaling less than $800. Maybe my escape scared him away before he could take more, but for weeks after that, the man was never apprehended. I was too scared to be in the house alone, so I kept the lights on at night and was always watching over my shoulder. Eventually, the fear subsided and my life returned to normal, but I will never forget that day because I often wondered what might have happened if I hadn't run when I did. It was a close call, and I'm glad I was able to escape in time. One evening when I was 12 years old, in the early 1990s, I was watching TV at home when someone knocked. It was dark outside, and I couldn't see who it was through the peephole, so it was obvious to whoever was outside that someone was home. My parents had always warned me to be wary of strangers and to never let anyone in when they weren't there, so I was apprehensive. I opened the door just enough to see a man who appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s. He was courteous as he stated that he needed to contact for assistance since his automobile had broken down. I was hesitant since my parents had always cautioned me about such circumstances, but I didn't want to turn him away if he really needed assistance. I asked where his car was and he pointed down the street, but when I looked I couldn't see any vehicle. I also found it strange that he had passed the two houses next to mine, both of which had cars in their driveways. It made me think he chose my house because it might look like no adults were home. When I mentioned this, the man became irritated and defensive, which made me even more uneasy. We went back and forth for a while. He insisted he needed to use the phone, but I suggested he try one of the neighbors instead. Finally, I decided the best thing to do was to close the door and lock it. As I shut the door, the man began yelling and cursing at me, calling me all sorts of names. Remember, I was only 12 at the time. I stood firm and refused to let him in. It was an obvious choice. At that point, I heard him stomping away, still shouting angrily, and felt a wave of relief that the encounter was over. I went around the house and double-checked that all the doors were locked, though I was pretty sure they already were. A few minutes later, I called my parents to tell them what had happened. They were worried and told me to stay inside and keep everything locked, which I assured them I had already done. I sat nervously on the couch waiting for them to come home. Thankfully, nothing else happened that night. When my parents returned, I was incredibly relieved not to be alone anymore. The next day, they spoke with several of our nearby neighbors, but none of them had seen the man or had a knock on their doors. My dad thought the man might have been scoping out the neighborhood to see which houses were easiest to break into. At the time, all the other houses near us had cars in their driveways, which could explain why he chose ours. In the days that followed, we noticed a suspicious car driving around the neighborhood. I never got a good look at it, so I couldn't tell if it was the same man, but it seemed like it could be connected. My parents reported the incident to the police, but nothing ever came of it. We never saw that man again, and life eventually returned to normal. However, a few weeks later, one of our neighbors, an older couple, was robbed. While we couldn't know for sure, I've always believed the two incidents were related. We were on a training exercise in the Army, and we set up camp for the night far from any town or road. The trees were dense around us, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the occasional distant animal call. The day had been spent moving heavy packs and equipment, and by the time we set up our tents, I was exhausted. We ate quickly, using our headlamps to see what we were doing, and then crawled into our sleeping bags. Only the feeble light from our flashlights and the faint glow from our bonfire could illuminate the pitch-black woodland where I was sleeping in my tent. I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling that was creeping in by staring up at the fabric above me. I thought it was just my tiredness, so I tried to sleep. When I woke up, I heard a strange noise, a low, steady thumping that sounded like something heavy hitting the ground repeatedly. I listened carefully to try to figure out what it was, but it was too heavy to be human footsteps. I sat up and quietly unzipped the tent, peeking out into the darkness. My gut told me to stay put, but something else, perhaps curiosity or a sense of duty, pushed me forward as I walked slowly toward the noise. The mist had thickened, making it difficult to see much beyond the faint glow of our dying fire. I couldn't see anyone else moving, so I assumed the others were still asleep, but the thumping kept getting louder and closer. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the tent, my boots sinking slightly into the damp ground. I moved the light around the camp, but I saw nothing unusual. As the cacophony intensified and the mist swirled around me, every stride seemed heavier. The limbs of the trees seemed to press in on me, reaching out in the dark like hands. I persisted, breathing clearly in the chilly air, and as I approached, I noticed something odd. The ground was disturbed, as if something had been pulled through the dirt and leaves. My heart raced, but I resisted the urge to turn around and continued walking over the disturbed ground until I came to a small open space in the center of the clearing, where a massive tree with a twisted and gnarled trunk stood. I walked around the tree with my flashlight pointed straight ahead, trying to remain calm, but as I got around it, I froze. There was a huge hole in the ground, about 10 feet wide and 10 feet deep, with rough, freshly dug edges and pieces of earth scattered everywhere. At the bottom of the pit, something large and dark was moving slowly, and I squinted to make sense of what I was seeing. It appeared to be an animal, but it was too large and its movements were too deliberate, and I watched as it pulled something out of the ground, a long, thick root, possibly a branch, and repeatedly slammed it against the side of the pit, producing that terrible, continuous sound. Hit me hard. This wasn't an animal, it was a person, or what used to be a person, their body covered in mud, muscles straining as they dug desperately into the ground. The hole was filled with other things, 2 old bones, bits of cloth, and what looked like pieces of metal, or what it was, a grave, or maybe several graves, all mashed together in one horrific pit. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. This person had been digging for a long time alone out here in the woods, their mind gone from the isolation, or maybe something worse, and now they were creating this place, this pit of death. I turned and ran back to camp as fast as I could, my breath coming in short panic gasps. When I reached the tents, I collapsed to my knees, trying to calm myself down. My mind was spinning, trying to process what I'd just seen. We left the campsite at first light, no one saying a word about the night. I never told anyone about the pit or the person digging it, but the memory of that sound, the steady thump of earth being moved, has stayed with me, haunting my thoughts now. Whenever I'm alone in the woods, I listen carefully, dreading the day I hear it again, because I know that if I do, it won't just be a sound in the distance, it will be close, too close, and I won't be able to turn away. The pit will be waiting, and this time I'll be the one pulled into the darkness. I had been looking forward to camping with a friend for weeks. We decided to hike to a secluded location, set up our tent by a peaceful lake, and spend a weekend away from everything. The drive to the trailhead was peaceful, with only the sound of trees rustling and gravel crunching beneath our tires. We parked, got our gear, and started hiking. The trail was difficult to see because it was covered in dense brush and trees. It was the kind of place you'd only find if you knew exactly where it was. We navigated the forest using an old map I found online, and as we went deeper into the forest, the trees grew denser, blocking out most of the sunlight. It was cooler there, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine. After a couple of hours, we reached the lake. It was small and almost hidden by the trees, with a surface as still as a mirror. We chose a spot on the far side, away from any possible visitors. It was perfect. We set up the tent, collected some firewood, and got ready for the night. The first night was normal, with just the usual forest sounds around us. By the second day, we had explored the area and even found an old abandoned cabin a short walk from our camp. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, with the roof falling in and the door barely hanging on. We peeked inside, but found nothing but dust and rotting wood. It was clear no one had been there for a long time. As night fell on the second day, the forest seemed to get quieter. We sat by the fire, enjoying the warmth and the sense of being alone. It was the kind of quiet that makes you notice every small sound: branches snapping, leaves rustling, and distant animal calls. But then we started hearing something different. At first it was faint, almost like wind, but it wasn't. It was a low, steady hum coming from deep in the woods. We both heard it, but neither of us said anything. It was probably just a natural sound we weren't used to, but the hum grew louder, and with it came a feeling I couldn't shake. It felt like we were being watched, like something was out there just beyond the firelight. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was all in my head. But as the night wore on, the hum became more and more noticeable. It was a rhythmic sound, almost like a low mechanical buzz, and as it got closer, my heart began to race. I could tell my friend was also tense, but we both tried to remain calm because we knew we were far from civilization, with no self-service and no easy way out. Then, as abruptly as it began, the sound stopped, and the forest was silent, as if it was holding its breath. We saw it moving in the trees just outside the fire's glow, darting between the trees too quickly to see clearly. This made my stomach turn, and I wanted to say something to suggest we pack up and leave. but I couldn't find the right words. Darkness. The forest was quiet again, but the unease persisted like the tension before a storm. We barely slept that night, and when morning finally arrived, we were both on edge, so we decided to shorten our trip and packed up quickly without discussing what had happened. I grabbed more wood, but my hands were shaking as I threw the logs on the fire. Every sound made me jump, and every shadow seemed to conceal something waiting to pounce. When we finally arrived at the car, I felt a wave of relief. We threw our belongings in the back and drove off, and as we drove away, I looked back at the forest, which was now only a dark line on the horizon. The hum and movement had stopped, but the feeling of being watched persisted, and even after all this time, I still can't explain what happened that night because there were no ghosts or monsters. I haven't been back to those woods because I've learned that some places hold secrets that are better left undiscovered and that some experiences leave marks that never completely go away. I never expected a camping trip with my mother-in-law to become so unsettling. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend. The most unsettling part was just a sound and a feeling that something was out there that didn't want us there. I'm not sure if it was watching us or if it knew we were leaving. After dinner, we sat by the fire, and as darkness took over, the shadows from the trees seemed to stretch and twist in strange ways. I tried to ignore the uneasy feeling and went to bed early in the hopes that a good night's sleep would help. Around midnight, I woke up to a scratching sound against the tent, my heart racing. I held my breath trying to listen, and the scratching stopped. In the hopes of finding some peace and quiet, my wife, her mother, and I chose a location distant from the hustle and bustle of the city, deep in the woods. I must have waited hours before I finally managed to peek outside the forest, which was perfectly peaceful and everything seemed normal, until I heard a faint dragging noise and lay there frozen, too afraid to move. I went back to sleep, but the apprehension persisted. The next morning, my mother-in-law seemed more exhausted than normal, with dark bags under her eyes and a nervous appearance. I remained silent, but I couldn't get rid of the sensation that something wasn't right. Later, we made the decision to go hiking. We followed a narrow path that took us farther into the forest. After an hour or so, I noticed new footprints in the dirt, but they weren't ours. They were tiny and appeared to be heading in the same direction as before, so I remained silent so as not to alarm anyone when we returned to the campsite. That night, the scratching sound returned louder and more persistent, and I couldn't stand it any longer. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside to make sure the forest was completely dark, with only my flashlight piercing the darkness. I discovered my wife and her mother huddled together, going through their belongings, some of which were missing personal items that weren't just misplaced but had been stolen. With my pulse racing, I scanned the campground and saw deep, odd marks in the ground that formed a circle around it. When I realized that they were too exact to be made by animals, my stomach dropped. I hurried back to the tent and tried to ignore the growing fear in my gut. I made up my mind, packed up our belongings, and told my wife that we were leaving immediately, despite her reluctance. We drove home in the middle of the night, feeling relieved as we left the forest behind. When we arrived home, I couldn't stop thinking about what we had escaped. The scratches, the missing items, and the eerie noises haunted me. I didn't find out until weeks later that the area where we camped had a history of strange occurrences and disappearances. The possibility that someone or something was watching us the whole time, Waiting for the perfect opportunity to attack is what terrifies me the most. I still wonder what would have occurred if we had spent an additional night. My grandmother enjoyed the outdoors and always claimed that it kept her feeling young. I was not as thrilled as she was, but I thought it would be wonderful to spend some time with her, so we went out to a remote location in the woods. I remember the camping trip with my grandmother as if it had occurred yesterday. Far away from any cities or people, Gran enjoyed the calm and tranquility. The first day was quite typical. We up our tent, had dinner over a fire, and watched the sun set behind the woods. Gran talked about the different plants and animals around us. Her voice was calm and steady, and it made me feel safe, like nothing could go wrong as long as she was there. That night, I fell asleep quickly, the sounds of the forest making me feel relaxed, but sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. The fire had burned down to just a few glowing bits of wood, and the night was completely dark. I could hear Gran breathing steadily from her side of the tent, so I knew she was still asleep. I tried to figure out what had woken me up. The night was still almost too quiet. I listened closely, but all I could hear was my own heartbeat, which was starting to race. I told myself it was nothing, just the unfamiliar place making me nervous, and tried to go back to sleep. But then I heard something moving outside the tent. It was faint, like a soft shuffling through the leaves. At first I thought it might be a deer or some other harmless animal. But then the sound got louder, closer, like whatever it was moving around our campsite. I lay there frozen, not sure what to do. My eyes were wide open, staring into the dark, trying to see something that wasn't there. The noise stopped, and I felt a small bit of relief, thinking it had moved on. But then I heard it again, right outside the tent, just inches from where I was lying. The sound was different now, not like an animal, more like someone dragging their feet through the dirt. My mind raced with all kinds of thoughts, none of them good. I didn't want to wake Gran, thinking it might just be my imagination, but as the minutes passed, the sound didn't stop. It only got worse. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I sat up slowly, trying to be as quiet as possible. I reached for the flashlight by my side, my hands shaking. I didn't want to turn it on, scared of what I might see, but I had to know what was out there. Just as I was about to turn on the light, the dragging sound stopped again, followed by an eerie silence. I held my breath, listening, waiting for something to happen. The silence dragged on, and I started to think that maybe whatever it was had left. Maybe it was all in my head, just me being paranoid about being in the woods at night. I slowly relaxed my grip on the flashlight, easing up. That's when I felt something brush against the side of the tent right where I was sitting. It was subtle, but it was definitely there, like a hand or a branch lightly touching the tent fabric. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would explode out of my chest. I forced myself to take a deep breath, trying to calm down. I needed to stay clear-headed to think this through. I decided to wait it out, to see if whatever was out there would leave, but the minutes felt like hours, and the silence was only broken by the occasional rustling too close for comfort. Then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. No more dragging, no more rustling, just the sound of my own breathing and GR's soft snores. I must have fallen asleep when I woke up, because it was morning and sunlight was shining through the trees, and everything appeared so normal and serene that it was difficult to believe that the previous night had even occurred. I sat there for what seemed like an eternity, waiting for the noise to return, but it never did. Gran had already risen and was preparing breakfast by the fire. I didn't tell her what I had heard, and she didn't say anything either. Perhaps it was better that way. After breakfast, we packed up our camp, and I felt a strange sense of relief as we drove away from the woods. But as we left, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that something had been out there with us that night, something that didn't belong. I kept looking back, half expecting to see someone or something watching us from the trees. I can't explain what happened, but I can't stop thinking about what might have happened if I had turned on that flashlight. I'm never going back to those woods. But sometimes in the middle of the night, when everything is quiet and dark, I can almost hear that dragging sound outside getting closer. One weekend, I decided to go camping alone in the mountains, something I'd always wanted to do, just me, the woods, and some peace and quiet away from everything. I chose a spot far from other campers and set up my tent. The weather was fantastic, and the view of the trees stretching as far as I could see was exactly what I needed. I cooked some food and sat by the fire as night slowly settled and the woods got darker and quieter with every minute, the only sounds being the crackling of the fire and the rustling of leaves now and then. It was peaceful just like I'd imagined, but something felt a bit off. I tried to ignore it, thinking I was just a little nervous being out here alone. When the fire began to die down, I decided to go to sleep. I crawled into my tent and zipped it up to keep out the night. As I lay there, the quiet started to feel heavier. Every little noise outside seemed louder, the snapping of twigs, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. I told myself it was just the usual sounds of the forest, nothing to worry about. But then I heard something different, heavy, slow steps on the leaves, like someone walking. They were slow, steady, and coming closer to my tent. My heart started pounding, and I held my breath, hoping it was just an animal. The footsteps stopped right outside my tent, and everything went silent again. I could hear my heartbeat thing in my chest. I stayed still, too scared to move. After what seemed like an eternity, I listened intently as the footsteps began to move away again. This time, the tight feeling in my chest subsided a little, and I tried to convince myself that it was just a deer or perhaps a large raccoon, even though I knew deep down that no animal walks like that. The following morning, I woke up shaken, but I tried not to let the night get to me. I looked around the campsite, looking for any signs of what might have been there, when I noticed something unsettling in the dirt near my tent. I packed up my camp as quickly as I could, trying to keep myself together, and the feeling of being watched grew stronger with each minute, even though I couldn't see anyone. I knew I had to go. I tried to stay calm, but my hands were shaking as I stuffed everything into my backpack. As I hiked back to my car, every sound in the forest made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something following me, but there was nothing, just the same quiet woods stretching out in every direction like they were hiding any sign of whoever or whatever had been there during the night. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear in the back and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole drive home, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I was miles away from the campsite. I haven't been camping since that trip. I still don't know what really happened, but I know those footsteps were real. Someone was out there in the woods that night, standing right outside my tent watching me. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part is the thought that's been haunted me ever since. What if they weren't just watching me? What if they were waiting for something, a moment when I wasn't paying attention, to make their move? The more I think about it, the more I realize how lucky I was to get out of there when I did. But that luck might not hold if I ever go back, and that's something that keeps me awake at night, wondering if they're still out there waiting for someone else to come along. The air was cool when I got to the campsite, a remote spot deep in the woods. It had been years since I was last here with my ex-wife, and now it was just me. I set up the tent, started a fire, and tried to push away the awkward memories of her. Night fell quickly, and the forest grew dark. The fire crackled, the only light amid the deepening darkness was softly thrown. I was beginning to unwind when I heard a little rhythmic tapping, but I couldn't tell whether it was coming from a wayward branch or the wind. As the night wore on, I ignored it and concentrated on the warmth of the fire. The tapping became louder and more annoying, as if someone was tapping out a pattern or knocking. I checked outside the tent but found nothing, so I went back inside. But the sound persisted, now accompanied by an odd scraping noise. I tried to ignore it, but it was impossible to fall asleep because the noises kept getting louder and more aggressive, and the tent seemed to be shaking a little even though there was no wind. I finally unzipped the flap to check outside. The night was still and silent, and the fire was dying down. I walked around the edge of the campsite looking for anything that might explain the noises. As I neared the edge of the clearing, I spotted something out. A shallow hole partly covered with leaves and dirt. I could see a corner of a wooden box sticking out. My heart raced as I dug up the box. It was old, and the wood was damp. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside were personal items, photos, letters, and a diary. The stuff looked like it had been buried for a long time. There was also a map with a mark point pointing to a spot nearby. A cold shiver ran down my spine when I saw that the diary had entries about the campsite and the area around it. The last entry was from around the time of our last visit. It talked about someone watching from the woods and the need to leave before it was too late. Fear gripped me. I quickly packed up, deciding it was best to get out of there before anything else happened. As I drove away from the campsite, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The woods were dark and silent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, something that had been waiting for me to dig up the box. I never went back to that campsite, and I never told anyone about what I found. The sense of dread stayed with me, a constant reminder that some places hold dark secrets to this day. I wonder if the things watching from the woods are still there, waiting for the next person to uncover what should have stayed buried. I decided to go camping at a spot my neighbor had mentioned. It wasn't a place many people knew about, which made it seem like the perfect escape. A peaceful weekend away from the bustle of the city seemed ideal. I set up my tent and built a small fire. After leaving early in the morning and traveling through winding, narrow roads lined with dense trees. As I got closer, the trees seemed to get taller and denser, making the road darker. The road eventually turned into a bumpy dirt path, and I soon arrived at the campsite, which was a small open area surrounded by woods with only a distant stream barely breaking the silence. As the sun went down, the temperature fell and the woods became even darker. The day went by peacefully, with just the sounds of birds and rustling leaves around me. I noticed something odd when the woods, which had been filled with animal sounds and rustling leaves, suddenly went quiet. It wasn't just any quiet, everything just stopped all at once. I felt a cold chill run through me, but I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks. The fire's light only illuminated a small area around me, leaving everything else in deep shadow. I tried to sleep, but I kept waking up to small sounds like something moving outside the tent. The noises were quiet, like something light stepping on leaves. I kept telling myself it was just animals, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but with every noise the uneasy feeling grew stronger. In the early morning hours, I heard something I couldn't ignore. It was the sound of footsteps, slow, careful, and definitely human, moving around my campsite. They were trying to be quiet, as if they didn't want to be heard. My heart started racing as I lay there holding my breath, listening to the slow steps. I realized I wasn't alone anymore. The footsteps circled my tent, stopping every few seconds. I stayed as still as possible, barely breathing, hoping that whoever it was would just leave, but they didn't. Instead, they stopped right next to my tent, so close that I could hear them breathing. I waited, not knowing what to do. Every second felt like it stretched on forever. Then, without warning, the footsteps started moving away. Slowly at first, then faster, until they faded into the distance. I didn't sleep at all for the rest of the night, too scared to move or make a sound. As soon as the first light of dawn appeared, I packed up my things as fast as I could. I didn't even stop to eat. I just wanted to get out of there. I left the campsite and made my way back to the car, feeling like something was watching me the entire time. When I finally arrived at my car, I felt a wave of relief. I threw my belongings in the back, got in, and started the engine. I didn't look back as I drove away, the feeling of being watched gradually fading as I increased my distance from that location. But when I got home, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that someone was still watching me. The woods had seemed so peaceful the day before, but now they felt like they were concealing something dangerous. Whatever it was, it followed me back and wasn't just in the trees. That night, as I lay in bed, I double-checked the locks on all of my doors, but the uneasy feeling persisted. Outside my window, I heard a soft creak that sounded like someone stepping on a loose board, and I froze, barely breathing, as the sound approached. It was the same slow, careful footsteps I had heard in the woods, but the woods weren't as empty as they seemed. Sometimes what follows you home doesn't just stay outside, it's already inside, waiting for the right moment to let you know you're never alone. And this time, there's nowhere to run. About 5 years ago, my sister, a friend of mine, my girlfriend, and I decided to take a trip to Sierra County, California, deep in the mountains near a small town called Downeyville. We were heading to a brew fest in town and chose to camp rather than book a hotel. We took a road called Kala, also known as Forest Road 25, which eventually becomes Forest Road 55. Looking for an off-grid camping spot, we drove about 7 miles up this road from the main road leading to Downeyville, which was at least 5 or 6 miles before reaching the town. There wasn't much out there except for a few campsites right off the main road. We hadn't gone much farther when we found a clearing among the trees and decided to set up camp. As we were finishing setting up around sunset, an older woman suddenly appeared walking into our camp from the woods. She was dressed in what looked like hippie-style clothing, probably around 60 years old, frail and small with brownish gray hair. My first thought was how strange it was, because there were no cars or other signs of people anywhere on this road. I asked her what she was doing up there, and she said she was camping just on the other side of the creek with her husband. Then she asked if we had any water, which seemed odd given how far we were from civilization. We gave her some water, and she then asked for a cigarette. I asked if she had come from Downeyville, but she said no, she was from Culvert, pointing further up the mountain, saying they had been walking for a long time. I offered her the rest of my cigarettes, telling her I would buy more in Downeyville. She seemed oddly moved by this gesture. She pulled a silver cross necklace from her collar and insisted I take it. Not being religious, I refused, but she kept insisting more seriously each time. My girlfriend's sister and friend were watching this, clearly creeped out. There was something strange about her, like she wasn't from modern times. Even when I handed her the water bottle, it seemed foreign to her. Eventually we told her we had to leave, and she wandered back into the woods. On our way out, we looked for any sign of another camp or car in the direction she pointed to, but found nothing. We returned to camp around 11:30 or midnight, had a campfire, and then went to bed around 1 a.m. At around 3 a.m. my sister, who was in a tent down the hill near the creek, said she heard something walking around on the other side of the creek. We talked back and forth for about 20 minutes. I couldn't hear much, but she was getting more and more scared, so I told her to come sleep in my tent with my girlfriend, and I would sleep in hers. I had a .45 pistol and didn't think much of it. We traded spots, and I went back to sleep in her tent. About 20 minutes later, I heard something walking around near us, very distinctly, pacing back and forth in the woods. I couldn't tell if it was a person or an animal, but it definitely wasn't a small animal. This went on for about an hour, with me falling asleep and then being woken up again. I was getting unnerved and a bit annoyed since I was trying to sleep off some beer. It kept going until I heard whatever it was start crossing the creek and coming up the embankment toward my tent. It walked right past my tent and towards our fire and my truck, which was backed up to the fire. I heard something rustling around our camp and then heard something banging on metal. I realized whatever it was trying to break into my Bronco. My first thought was that it was a bear smelling food in the truck. Now I was really freaked out with no other option. Unzipping my tent slowly and silently, I cautiously poked my head out with my gun and looked toward my truck and the fire. To my surprise, I saw a full-grown buckhorn standing there, staring at the fire's embers as if it were trying to warm up. I was relieved, but I chose to frighten it away by hitting the tent's wall. I shouted, "Get out of here," half out of the doorway, and to my surprise, the deer just turned its head and looked at me before turning back to the fire. I tried again, louder and more animated, but this time it slowly turned and began to walk towards me, which was really unsettling because deer are normally afraid of people and don't approach them at this point. It was a big buck. I hastily returned to the tent, zipped it up, and waited until the buck approached. From the fur light on the tent wall, I could see its silhouette. It stood beside my tent entrance for a good minute or two before continuing to prowl around our campsite until it eventually wandered off in the same direction the woman had gone. Throughout the night, I kept hearing something different from a deer moving around near the creek on the other side. I barely slept, but it was about 5 in the morning. I must have dozed off because I was suddenly woken up by the sound of the woman on the other side of the creek calling out, "Hello, can you hear me? Can I have some water? I'm really thirsty." I ignored her because I was so damn tired and because it was so damn creepy. She stopped, then came back about 15 minutes later calling out again. She did this a few times, and it just weirded me out. It was just starting to get light in the sky, really early morning. We all got up, packed up, and began the 2.5-hour drive home. On the way out, I pulled off on a dirt path to see if I could spot her camp down an embankment. I found an old fire ring, cold as the earth, clearly not used in a while, but there were signs someone had been there recently, like Camel cigarette butts, the same brand I smoke. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold, a whole head of brownish gray hair like a wig that had fallen apart, just lying in the dirt where it looked like someone had been lying. It looked exactly like the woman's hair. I got back in my truck and got out of there fast. The next morning after getting home, I went out to my truck and noticed my license plate was gone, like it had been torn off. If it had been missing at the campsite, we would have noticed. I can't help but think that whatever that deer or whatever it was that had been messing with my tailgate took it. Just weird, creepy stuff, man. My only regret is not going more often, but I've stayed overnight in the Yosemite Valley area twice. The first time was at a housekeeping camp, where I knew the accommodations were close to others, so I assumed the other visitors enjoying themselves, clearly with a lot of alcohol, was okay. I don't drink, and I can't understand why anyone would come to such an amazing place just to get wasted, but everyone has their reasons. I find YNP to be an amazing and enchanting place, and I feel incredibly fortunate to be within driving distance of a place that people travel to see every year. With the exception of the individuals next to me who chose to drink all night and, as is frequently the case with AL's drinks, became louder and louder until 4 a.m. I was there for mine and others came for theirs, and I accepted that. They weren't obnoxious, but they were very loud, and I didn't get any quality sleep. My plans for the next day were ruined as I was exhausted and frustrated. Then this past weekend, I stayed in camp for again. I knew the campsites were practically on top of each other, but was still hoping for the best. The group of 3 who were set up about 10 feet from our tent seemed pretty low-key. They were playing music at a low volume and just chatting. I was worn out from a long day of hiking, crawled into the tent around 8:30 and quickly fell asleep. About an hour and a half later, I woke up to hear one of the people in the trio right next to me crying hysterically, clearly drunk, loud and sobbing like they just lost a loved one or a pet. This went on for over an hour. Finally calmed down and I fell back asleep. At about 13, I woke up again to the same person literally wrenching and puking their guts out just outside their tent loudly. and they kept vomiting all night long into the next morning. It sounded like they had alcohol poisoning and probably should have packed up and gone home or to urgent care. It was that bad. I could hear their campmates trying to get this person to drink water or eat something, but they refused and just sat outside their tent puking and dry heaving. It was awful. Continue all night. I didn't get any decent rest. My plans for a full day of hiking were now ruined, but worse, I was angry. I was tired and feeling this unpleasant frustration bubbling up inside me. It was the opposite of how I wanted to feel when visiting this beautiful, magical place that brings me peace. I got up the next morning and saw that this person had vomited all over the campsite. As we were packing to leave as soon as possible, I put off eating anything that wasn't surprising and packed up everything. This person was still making terrible noises and sticking their head out of the tent when other campers from nearby sites approached and offered them food and coffee, but they turned them down. Is the valley always full of drunk idiots, or am I just unlucky? The bright side of all this is that I found a much better place than I would have imagined before. I thought that camping with my ex-husband might help us clear the air and possibly even bring some peace between us. We didn't split up in a big fight, but there was always this tension that never really went away, so spending a few days in the woods together seemed like a good way to end things on a positive note. I won't be staying in the valley again. I drove over to Tioga Pass and checked out the Tamarack campground, and it looks amazing, huge spots and secluded. The plan was straightforward: a small campfire, a quiet area by the lake, and nothing but nature surrounding us. The first day was peaceful. We set up the tent, collected some firewood, and sat by the water, watching the sun slowly set beneath the trees. It was almost too quiet, but as night fell, the air grew colder, and I felt a tight feeling in my stomach that wasn't just from the temperature. I couldn't figure out what was wrong that night because I couldn't sleep well. Every little sound seemed louder and sharper. I kept telling myself that it was just the forest and that nothing else existed. But no matter how many times I heard the rustling of leaves and the breaking of twigs, it still made me uneasy. I tried to reassure myself that something was wrong, but I couldn't get warm no matter what I did. The following morning, something felt different. There was a strange tension in the air that was even thicker than before, and we didn't talk much, just went about our business as if nothing was wrong. However, the longer we stayed outside, the more I noticed small details, like the way he kept looking at me when he thought I wasn't looking, and the way he was quieter than usual, almost too quiet, as if he was waiting for something, and I couldn't tell. By the second night, the forest seemed darker, the sounds more menacing, the wind howling through the trees, and I felt like the darkness was closing in around us. I tried to ignore the growing fear by focusing on the warmth and light of the campfire, but it wasn't enough. Then I noticed things that made me feel really uneasy. His movements were odd and purposeful, and he kept pointing at the fire, but his eyes kept darting toward the tent and back to me. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, but there was something in his eyes that made my skin crawl. It wasn't exactly fear, but it was close. That night, I didn't sleep at all, so I lay there listening to the sounds outside and his breathing next to me. I felt trapped in darkness with no way out, and all I could think about was leaving him and whatever this was becoming. When morning finally arrived, I was tired, but I knew I had to leave. When I told him that I wasn't feeling well and that I needed to return early, he didn't argue, he just nodded, but the way he looked at me made my heart race. There was something dark in his eyes that I didn't want to face, so I kept my distance and made sure to stay close to the car as we drove back to town. The tension didn't even slightly lessen. In fact, it got worse. The road felt longer, the air inside the car felt heavier, and I could feel his eyes on me even when I wasn't looking. When we finally returned, I packed up and left without saying anything, but the uneasiness lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been wrong during that trip, something that wasn't just about us. A few days later, I found something that made my stomach drop. There was a small tear in my sleeping bag right where my back would have been. It wasn't big, but it looked like it had been made with something sharp. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it stood out clear as day. I tried to think back, tried to remember when it could have happened, but I couldn't. The more I thought about it, the more things started to make sense. The way he had been acting, the looks he gave me, the silence. It wasn't just the woods that had me on edge, it was him. I had gone out there thinking it was just a simple camping trip, but now I wasn't so sure. I couldn't prove anything, couldn't say for certain what had been on his mind, but I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't safe with him anymore. I couldn't shake the thought of how easily things could have gone wrong out there. We were alone, far from anyone who could help, and I kept wondering, what if that small tear in my sleeping bag had been meant for more than just a scare? What if it had been a warning, a reminder that no matter how things had ended between us, there was still a dark side to him that I hadn't fully seen before? That thought still keeps me up at night, because now I know there's a part of him I don't recognize, a part that I don't think I ever will, and I can't help but wonder if that part of him is waiting for the right moment to come back to finish what he might have started out there in the woods. That's a fear I can't shake, no matter how much I try to convince myself that it's over, because deep down I know it's not. I was always close to my sister-in-law Sarah. We got along great, and our families spent a lot of weekends together, so when she suggested a weekend camping trip, I thought it was a good idea. We figured it would be a good way to get away from work stress and the noise of the city. I had been camping before, but this time felt different. I couldn't shake a weird feeling that something was wrong. We picked a spot deep in the woods. We set up our tents, gathered some firewood, and settled in for what we thought would be a peaceful night away from any town. The drive up was pleasant. The trees grew thicker as we continued into the forest, and the campsite was lovely, right by a small clear lake. The first night was quiet. We cooked over the fire, told stories, and laughed until we were too exhausted to stay awake. But the following day I began to notice things that didn't seem right. At first, it was small things. The forest's usual rustling of leaves and animal sounds had ceased, and the sounds of the forest seemed too quiet. Along the coast, I saw fresh footprints that weren't ours, that led out of the sea and vanished into the woods. I kept my thoughts about those footprints to myself, since I didn't want to frighten Sarah, but they were too large for a regular human. Later that night, as we sat by the fire once again, I heard a low, deep sound that sounded like a growl in the distance. I tried to convince myself that it was simply my imagination playing tricks on me, but it didn't make the bad feeling go away. I tried to convince myself that it was just an animal, maybe a bear, far out in the woods, but Sarah didn't appear to hear it, or, if she did, she didn't respond. When we eventually went to bed, however, the sense that something wasn't right just became worse, and I couldn't sleep at all. I jumped as I heard the sound outside. The wind. I lay in my tent, peering up into the darkness, listening for anything, and then I heard it growl again, closer this time, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Through the trees, the break of a limb, the rustle of leaves, everything sounded louder. With my heart pounding, I sat up and listened to the slow, cautious footsteps coming from just outside the tent. It sounded like whatever was out there didn't want to be heard, so I held my breath. The footsteps circled the tent and then stopped right at the entrance. I could hear heavy, rough breathing that sounded like something large was only a few inches away, and I wanted to scream to wake Sarah, but I was too afraid to move. The breathing continued for what seemed like an eternity before abruptly stopping and the footsteps gradually moving away. Fading into the night, I was afraid to move until the sun rose, at which point I hurried out of the tent. The ground outside was uneven, with big tracks pressed into the soil that led back into the trees from the tent. I woke Sarah, and we packed up as fast as we could without speaking to each other. When we drove home, the silence was heavy, and we both knew that something had been watching us. We never talked about what had happened that night, but we never went camping again because we were too afraid of what might have happened if we hadn't left when we did. I'll never know, but I don't need to. The thought of what might have happened is enough to keep me from ever returning. However, the thing that still haunts me, the thing I can't forget, is that those footprints didn't just come from the woods. They led back into the lake, whatever was out there, and now every time I see a quiet lake what may be waiting for its next opportunity to emerge just under the surface, I wonder. I've always enjoyed camping because it makes me feel free. This time, I'm planning to camp for a few days by myself, so I found a peaceful area close to a small lake in the middle of the woods. The only indication of other people is a tent set up a few hundred yards away. A man I had met before called himself my neighbor in the wild. He seemed friendly, a little older, and he was dressed in faded camouflage. He mentioned that he was a retired commander in the military. The first day passed without any problems. I spent the morning setting up my camp, gathering firewood and getting ready for a quiet evening under the stars. As the sun started to set, I noticed my neighbor standing by the water staring out at nothing. There was something odd about the way he stood stiff, almost like he was waiting for something. The next morning I woke up to find him gone. His tent was still there, but he was nowhere to be seen. First I didn't worry, people often head out early to hike or fish, but as the day went on and he didn't come back, I started to feel uneasy. The air felt heavy and the forest was unusually quiet. I tried to focus on my own tasks, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. By the time night came, he still hadn't returned. I thought about packing up and leaving, but it didn't feel right to just leave without knowing what had happened, so I decided to walk over to his campsite and check things out. His tent was shut, everything neatly packed away like he hadn't planned to be gone for long. I walked around his campsite calling out, but there was only silence. When I saw a small patch of disturbed dirt near his tent, I thought it might have been the site of recent excavation, but it had been hastily covered up. My heart began to race, and I felt panic rising, but I forced myself to remain composed. I found a stick and dug, and as I removed the dirt, I discovered a shallow pit with a few objects, including a knife. A worn dog tag and a notebook caught my eye. The dog tag had a name I didn't recognize, but the notebook was what really caught my attention. As I turned through the pages, I discovered notes about survival skills, old military missions, and oddly, entries about this exact camping trip. The last entry made my blood run cold. It explained that he had been following a man who fit my description and that he was planning to kill the target because the mission wasn't finished. There was no name, but the description was too similar to mine. Because of his anxiety and fixation on this mission, he thought I was an adversary. When I heard a twig break behind me, I swung around. But no one was there. I was alone in the clearing, but I could feel eyes on me. I had frozen the forest because it was suddenly too quiet and too near. My thoughts were racing, He could have been in the military before, but something had obviously struck him, and he determined that I was the enemy. I didn't stay to see what he had intended to do, so I dropped the notebook and hurried back to my camp. With my hands trembling, I packed up my belongings as quickly as I could, hoping he would arrive at any minute. However, he never appeared, and the only noises were the rustle of leaves in the breeze and my pounding pulse. Even today, I can't get rid of the notion that he's still out there, his twisted sense of duty driving him to finish a task that never existed, even though I left the forest that night and drove nonstop until I was miles away. I can still see him waiting by the lake when I lie awake at night, and I can't help but wonder if he's found a new target or if he'll find me again. I know I should move on from it, but there's something about the way he looked at me that makes me think this isn't over. Perhaps it's just paranoia, or perhaps it's the reality that he's still looking and that I'll never be completely safe. While my husband was away on a business trip, I made the decision to take my kids camping for the weekend. It was just the two of us, and we wanted to make some memories. We found a peaceful area at a small campground by a lake, which was only a few hours from home, so it seemed like the ideal location, safe, accessible, and yet far enough away to feel like an adventure. The first day went well. We set up the tent, roasted marshmallows, and the kids had a great time splashing around in the lake. It was nice to be away from the routine, and when nightfall arrived, I put the kids in their sleeping bags and sat by the fire to enjoy the quiet. The stars were bright, the fire crackled softly, and everything was peaceful. I started to relax. The campground was small, and from what I could see, there weren't many other people there. There were a few tents scattered about, but it felt like we had the place to ourselves. At midnight, I made the decision to call it a night because the kids were asleep and the fire had burned down to glowing embers. In the middle of the night, I woke up, got into the tent, zipped it up, and laid down next to them. At first, I was unsure of why, but then I heard a faint crunching sound that sounded like someone walking on gravel. I froze and listened carefully, and as the sound seemed to be approaching the tent, my heart began to race. I thought it might be an animal, but the footsteps were too heavy and controlled, so I reached out to make sure the kids were still asleep so I wouldn't wake them up and frighten them. The footsteps stopped right outside the tent, and I could hear someone or something breathing slowly and heavily, almost as if they were trying to remain undetected. My mind raced because I had no way to see who or what was outside without making noise, and there was no easy escape. The person outside began moving again, dragging their feet and walking around the tent, and I could see a shadow shifting through the tent fabric as they moved. Then, as abruptly as it began, the noise stopped, the breathing stopped, and the footsteps stopped. I strained my ears, waiting, but I heard nothing. I felt completely trapped, staying perfectly still and barely daring to breathe. The minutes felt like hours. I must have fallen asleep at some point because my body was sore and tense, but when I woke up, it was morning, the sun was just rising, and the kids were still sound asleep next to me. I quietly unzipped the tent and looked outside, but the ground was disturbed. It appeared as though someone had been walking in circles around our tent all night. We packed up quickly, but as soon as the kids were awake, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that we had been watched. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following us, and I still can't forget that night. The thing that scares me the most is the idea that whoever was out there might still be watching, waiting for the next opportunity to get closer. Since then, I haven't taken the kids camping. I have been looking forward to this camping trip with my son for weeks. We set up our tent by a small, quiet lake surrounded by dense woods, far from other campsites. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, just the two of us away from the noise and stress of everyday life. The first day went well, and we spent time cooking and fishing over the campfire. At nightfall, the forest came alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional rustle of animals in the bushes. I felt content as I watched my son go to sleep in his sleeping bag at midnight. Around midnight, I woke up to a strange noise, a soft, steady tapping, coming from outside the tent. At first, I tried to ignore it, thinking it might be a branch moving in the wind, but the tapping became louder and seemed to come from different directions. Under the moonlight, the woodland seemed eerie as I silently unzipped the tent and ventured outdoors to attempt to locate the source of the sound. I thought it was just the wind, so I took a few steps away from the tent and saw nothing strange, just the dark shapes of the trees. However, the tapping continued all night and seemed to get closer each time. When I looked around the campsite the following morning, I saw no signs of animals or other people, just the same peaceful forest. We decided to go on a hike to try to get my mind off the strange noises, and when we returned to the campsite in the evening, everything seemed fine at first. I started preparing dinner while my son played by the water, and when I looked up, I noticed something strange on the tent. Tiny muddy handprints the size of a child's hand were smeared on the fabric. This made my spine tingle. I looked around the tent and couldn't find any footprints or other indications of anyone being there, so I tried to think it was a prank or possibly a stray animal. However, as night fell, the tapping resumed, this time louder and more urgent, as if someone was trying to get inside. I decided we would leave early the following morning, so I stayed up all night watching the tent and listening to the tapping. At dawn, I heard scurrying sounds near the tent, but I never saw anything. We packed up quickly and drove home, but once we got back, I couldn't get rid of the dread. Later, I learned that other campers in the area had also reported hearing similar noises, and even seeing strange figures in the woods. Looking back, I felt a mixture of relief and lingering anxiety that we had just barely avoided a far worse disaster, even though no one could explain what was occurring. The journey began as a straightforward father-son adventure, came to an end with a terrifying reminder that the woods have more secrets than we realize. The muddy handprints and the odd tapping were never explained, but they left a lasting impression on my memory. Sometimes, I wonder what was waiting and watching in the dark just beyond the edge of our campsite. I'm lucky to be an Uber driver, and over the past 4 years, I've encountered some unusual situations, but this particular night was by far the scariest of my life, and it almost ended my life. It only happened last month. It was late at night, and my city is small enough to avoid the hustle and bustle of a bustling metropolis, with a population of just under 1 million. If you prefer a quieter setting, it's a short drive to the countryside or forest. I was fine with the silence since I don't need to talk constantly. His destination was outside the city in a rural area, and the drive would take about 30 minutes. As I drove, I kept glancing at him through the rearview mirror. He hadn't spoken much so far, and while the silence wasn't bothersome, there was something off about him. I'm used to all kinds of passengers, drunk people being the most common at this hour. But this guy wasn't drunk. I could tell. You develop a sense for it in my line of work. He was absorbed in his phone and his expression troubled me. He looked angry like a manager frustrated with his employees. I wondered what was going on, but I didn't make it my business. I continued driving. I took a turn onto a country road, and the smooth pavement gave way to rough gravel. The street lights disappeared, but the full moon provided enough light for me to see ahead. I checked my phone's map, and although his final destination wasn't far, there was nothing around, just a cornfield to the right and a forest to the left. "Are you sure this is right?" I asked. "We're almost there," he replied. That was the first full sentence I'd gotten from him. After a few minutes, I saw light in the distance. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, but as I got closer, it became clear that it was a truck. There was a man in the front seat, though I could only barely make him out. I stopped in front of the truck, and my passenger quickly jumped out, shutting the door behind him. He climbed into the truck, and I watched in confusion. Why would someone get an Uber only to meet up with a friend at such a remote location? Why wouldn't his friend just pick him up? I didn't dwell on it. At the time, about half a mile from where I left him, I lost control of my car. All four tires seemed to burst at once. I swerved left and right, struggling to stay on the road, and eventually came to a stop. I sat there trying to catch my breath, then got out to inspect what happened. Sure enough, all four tires were flat. It wasn't a coincidence. Something was definitely wrong. Without thinking, I ran into the woods next to the road, hiding behind a tree and waiting. After a minute or two, bright headlights appeared behind my car. It was the truck from before. This time there were three men inside. One was my passenger, the second was the man I'd seen earlier, and the third I hadn't noticed before. They stopped in front of my car, and I left my phone behind. I was tempted to curse aloud, but stopped myself. By then I was almost certain I had fallen into a trap. They must have tampered with my tires somehow. Maybe the third guy had laid out a spike strip when I passed by earlier. The three men got out of the truck and walked toward my car. "Where's he?" one of them said. "He can't be far." Hearing that, I feared for my life. I pulled my head behind the tree, trying to stay out of sight. I listened as they searched through my car. I kicked myself for leaving my phone. I was sure there had been service earlier, but maybe there was a dead spot they had planned to take advantage of. After a few minutes, the truck drove away. I was relieved they didn't come looking for me, and I took my chance to start walking through the woods. It would be a long, hour-long walk back to the main road, but I couldn't risk taking the road and being caught. Eventually, I made it to the road and flagged down a passing car. The driver called 911 for me, and the police arrived at the scene. I told them everything. We went to a nearby rest stop to talk further. One of the officers called for backup, and they headed to the spot where it had happened. When they returned, an officer showed me pictures from the scene. It was the right spot. The skid marks from my burst tires were clearly visible, but my car was gone. I never found out why they let me go. It wouldn't have been difficult for them to find me. I'm just thankful to be alive, and although my tormentors remain unfound, I've been driving a taxi for over 10 years, and I've seen it all, from cheerful and talkative passengers to those who keep to themselves. Yet nothing could have prepared me for the night. I picked up a passenger who changed my life. It was a chilly night, the kind that makes you want to stay indoors and curl up under the covers, but duty called, and I had to keep working. As I drove around the city searching for my next fare, I spotted a man standing on the corner. He was tall, dressed in a dark suit, his hands tucked into his pockets. Suddenly, he pulled one hand out and signaled for me to stop. He opened the back door and climbed in, closing it behind him. I noticed he seemed a bit anxious, glancing around the car as if searching for something. I greeted him, and he nodded in response. "Where to?" I asked. He gave me an address on the other side of town. I shifted into gear and started driving. I tried to make small talk to ease the silence, but he was polite yet distant, answering my questions with brief responses. Along the way, he changed his mind and asked to be taken to a different address. We drove Through a quiet, dimly lit street then, he told me to stop in front of an old abandoned building. I hesitated, unsure of why anyone would want to go there. Still, he assured me it was safe. When we parked, he instructed me to wait in the car. I watched as he approached another man standing on the street. This second man had a shaved head and numerous tattoos, a stark contrast to my passenger, who looked like a typical businessman. I was about to drive away when I saw my passenger returning, followed by the intimidating man. Both got into the back seat. My passenger gave me directions to continue driving despite feeling uneasy. I couldn't refuse. As we drove, the two men spoke in hushed tones. I could only catch a few words, but I started to worry that I was being used in something criminal. My heart began racing. I knew I had two options: go along with whatever they were planning and report it afterward, or act right away. A police station was only a few blocks away, and I decided to head there. I made a sharp turn and pressed the gas pedal. As we neared the station, my passenger suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. "Don't even think about it," he said, his voice cold. I knew it was too late. The police station loomed ahead. I stopped the car and the two men bolted out. They fled into the night. My hands were trembling and my heart pounded in my chest. After regaining my breath, I walked into the station and reported what had just happened. The men were captured on security cameras, and I described them to the best of my ability. The next day, the police called me in for an interview. They had apprehended the two men and wanted my help identifying them. I saw a list of suspects when I got to the station, and I recognized my passenger right away. I pointed him out, and the police took him into jail. The other guy was also put into custody since there was evidence connecting him to the crimes. The fact that they were no longer on the streets and could not hurt anybody else over time made me happy. Even though I've been scarred by other terrifying situations, the memory of that night started to fade. When I was around 10 or 11 years old, my family traveled to Florida to visit my grandparents. They lived in a small town on the Gulf of Mexico, where the weather was warm and the beaches were beautiful. I always looked forward to these trips because I lived in the north, where the weather wasn't great all year round. Perhaps one day I'll share those stories as well, but this particular night is undoubtedly one I won't forget. We usually went in March when my brother and I had a week off from school. We always left early in the morning, well before the sun even started to rise. My dad drove most of the way, but my mom would occasionally take over so he could rest. The trip was long and we would drive straight through the night, with my dad taking the night shift. We made sure to stop every once in a while to stretch our legs and grab a quick bite. One of our stops was at McDonald's, thinking it would be a fast and simple meal. While standing in line, a man started yelling at my dad, accusing him of cutting in line. My dad tried to explain that he wasn't cutting, but the man wouldn't listen. My mom stepped in to defuse the situation, but the man was too angry. I remember feeling scared and wanting to hide, but my dad stayed calm and didn't engage with the man's aggression. After we finished eating, we got back into the car and continued on our way. However, we soon realized that the man from McDonald's was following us. We tried to ignore him, hoping he would turn off onto a different road, but he kept following us. I watched him from the back window, and it made me feel very uneasy. My brother started crying, and my parents realized right away that we needed to contact the police. When my mom asked my dad what we should do, he advised her to ignore him and that soon the guy would get tired and leave us alone. Suddenly, the man struck our vehicle from back, forcing it to swing. After my mom called 911, she spoke calmly and steadily to the operator, even though I could tell she was trying to protect my brother and me. A few minutes later, we heard sirens and saw a police car pull up behind us. The other car continued to drive, and the police car followed the man. Another police car pulled up behind us, and an officer came up to us and informed us that the man had been arrested. He had been drinking, and we were informed that he was already on probation for prior violent crimes. Behavior: my dad opted to just go on the vacation after assessing the damage to our vehicle. The bumper had a big hole where he had slammed us, but the police stated it was safe. The remainder of our trip was full of laughter and fun as we spent time with our grandparents in the Florida sunshine. We visited the beach, ate delectable seafood, and explored the small town where my grandparents lived. As we drove home, I reflected on how fortunate we were to have survived that ordeal. Highway accidents are common, and we almost got run off the road by that guy. Fortunately, that didn't happen. After my second year of college, I was able to purchase my first car. I couldn't have afforded one in high school, but student loans allowed me to purchase a used Toyota Corolla. I was driving back to my parents' house for the summer, which was a big step up from the bus rides I was used to. It was about an 8-hour drive, so I made sure to leave early in the morning. After a few hours of driving, I became bored and decided not to pick up anyone. I think it might be illegal where I live, but I'm not sure. After another boring half hour, I saw a hitchhiker at the side of the road. I slowed my car as I approached him to have a look at him before making a decision. He was a younger man, probably my age, wearing a jean jacket, brown pants, and running shoes. He had a scruffy beard. Just a regular-looking man. I thought. I stopped my car on the shoulder and he jogged over. "How's it going?" I said. "Great, thanks man, I'm Pete," he said graciously. Then I unlocked the door, he got into the front seat, and I started driving. We were actually hitting it off really well. He was super funny, and we had a lot in common. The time seemed to fly by, and eventually, it had been over an hour. It was then that I realized that Pete never told me where he was going, so I asked him. He told me that his friend had a small hobby farm close to here and he was going to visit. He said he would get out on the highway and walk the rest of the way if I didn't want to take him all the way there. At this point, I felt like the two of us had become friends, so I had no problem going a little off course to save him hours of walking. I told him I'd take him all the way to the farm and that he would just have to let me know where to get off the highway. We continued driving for a while and eventually Pete told me to take the next exit. I followed his instructions, and he continued to direct me until we were on a pretty remote dirt road in the country. We were surrounded by cornfields, but it all seemed like a large-scale commercial farm, not the small hobby farm I was expecting. "Are we in the right place?" I asked. "Yeah, this is it," he said casually. Where is it?" I prodded. "We're here, just let me out," he insisted. I brought the car to a stop and Pete quickly got out. Without saying a word, not even a thank you, then he started walking down the road away from my car. This left me confused. We were in the middle of nowhere. There's no way this could be where he wanted to go, but what do I know? Although I was a little put off by his rudeness, I turned my car around and started driving back the way I came. The country road had been empty until now. I hadn't seen another car or person or anything. However, that was about to change as I was making my way back to civilization. I saw a truck on the road. It was a black pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model. It was stopped in the middle of the road, blocking my path. I was confused at first, but then I saw another truck approaching from behind. That was when I realized that I'd fallen into a trap. Pete must have been in on it. I had only a few seconds to decide what to do because the BAS was closing in on me quickly. I looked left and saw nothing but cornfields. After a few minutes in the field, I finally made it to the highway, where I turned onto it and received at least a few stares from the other drivers when they saw me emerge. It was a close call, but it could have ended much worse. I looked right and saw more cornfields, but the highway was barely visible in the distance. I thought I could probably make it there through the field, so I turned right and started plowing through it. However, The highway was a large target, and if I kept going straight, I would eventually arrive. What really irritates me about this experience is how easily Pete won my trust. Normally, I wouldn't let a stranger lead me into the middle of nowhere by myself, but after an hour of good conversation, I was willing to let my guard down, live, and learn. I guess stay safe out there, everyone. A few years ago, I drove my car across the country because it was something I'd wanted to do for a long time, so when I accepted a job on the West Coast, I decided to use that as an excuse to cross something off my bucket list. Of course, flying would have been quicker and less expensive, but I was really excited to see some of the often overlooked parts of America. But something happened during the trip that would make me regret that choice. I had planned for the trip to last a little over a week so I would have enough time to see some sights and avoid driving after dark, which had always seemed really scary to me. It was day 5 of my trip, and I was ahead of schedule. Utah's border was fast approaching. The Rocky Mountains were in my rearview mirror and the sun was about to set. Seemed like a good time to stop for the night. I had been lucky enough to find a motel almost every evening so far, and I only had to sleep in my car once. Up until that point it wasn't a very good experience, so when I saw a sign for a motel on the highway, I felt relieved. I turned off at the next exit and followed the signs until I reached the motel. The bright neon sign stood tall in front of the parking lot, the sun almost set behind it. It was a single-level building that was wrapped around the parking lot in the shape of a L. I drove my car past the sign and parked in one of the many empty spots. There were 3 or 4 other cars there out of maybe 10 or 15 spaces. I walked to the office and rented a room for the night, then made my way to the other side of the building where my room was. When I walked in, nothing struck me as odd. It was a decently clean place with a bed and TV. What more could I ask for? One thing I did notice about the place was how thin the walls were. As soon as I stepped into my room, I could hear my neighbor chatting, but I could only hear one voice, so I assumed he was on the phone. I couldn't really understand what he was saying since it was so muffled by the walls that I could only hear every 5 or 6 syllables. It was a little annoyance, but nothing more. To get some sleep so I could get back on the road early in the morning, I jumped into the shower and brushed my teeth. When I went to bed, my head was essentially against the wall where I could hear my neighbor. It sounded like 2 people were arguing and talking, and I think I heard a few words in their muffled conversation that were slang for drugs, though I can't be certain. If the walls were thin enough that I could hear talking through them, I doubt they would stop a bullet. I lay there for a few minutes and heard nothing, so I was fairly certain it was safe, so I got up and called 911. Then, after a while, they were in a full-on shouting match, and I definitely heard some swearing. It was so bad that I almost called the police, but I decided it was none of my business. Then, something happened that still makes me shiver. I heard a loud, thunderous gunshot followed by silence. I suppose someone else had already called because I heard sirens before I even told the operator where I was. When the police showed up, they asked me a few questions, and I answered as best I could about the conversation I had overheard. Of course, I told them about the gunshot, and I later discovered that no one had been harmed. I assumed it was a warning shot, and both men must have left after that, and I never heard anything more. I slept through the rest of the night, and as soon as the sun came up, I resumed driving. Although this incident could have been much worse, it still occasionally makes its way into my thoughts. A few years ago, my partner and I had reserved a weekend stay at a charming bed and breakfast in a small town not far from our home. The drive took about 4 hours, through some remote stretches of highway. We took Friday off work to make the trip, and we planned to arrive by 4 p.m., so we'd have plenty of time to check in and possibly take a stroll around town. After an hour or two, the highway became nearly deserted, with only one lane in each direction. At one point, I asked my partner to change the music, and she pointed out that we had no self-service. We didn't need access to every song, so it wasn't a big problem, but it was part of the narrative. After an additional hour, we saw a vehicle stopped on the shoulder some 300 to 400 feet in front of us, so we assumed someone was having automobile difficulties. I'm a mechanic, so I thought it might be a quick fix, perhaps a flat tire or something simple. As we got closer, I saw a man standing by the car waving at us. He was of average height with a beard and a dirty baseball cap. He looked like someone who might know how to change a tire, but you never know. I stopped behind his car and got out while my partner stayed inside. He approached me, and we met halfway between our cars. I could see there were no flat tires, and the hood was popped. He introduced himself as James, very polite and friendly at first. He seemed genuinely relieved someone had stopped to help since there was no self-service on the stretch of road. We exchanged a few words, and he thanked me several times for stopping. Then he simply asked for a ride to the nearest town so he could call for help. I offered to take a look at his car instead, pointing out that often small issues could be easily fixed, saving a lot of hassle. In an instant, his friendly smile faded into a serious frown. He paused for a moment, then forced a smile back onto his face and said, "I wouldn't want to put you through that. A ride to town is really all I need." I felt uneasy at this. It seemed like he just wanted an excuse to get into my car. If my car had been broken down, I'd have been thrilled to have a mechanic offer to help. We stood there sizing each other up in silence for a few seconds. His forced smile began to fade again, and I said calmly, "I'm happy to look at the car, but that's all I can do for you the rest of." His smile vanished. He became angry. He went on a guilt-tripping tirade about how people no longer support one another. But I remained composed and made my way back to my car, where my partner was waiting. She asked me what had happened, so I told her briefly before we drove away. I was shaken, but we didn't let it ruin our trip. But the story didn't end there. About half an hour later, we stopped at a gas station to fill up. While I was refueling, I glanced over at the highway and saw a car passing by. To my shock, it was James from earlier. Our eyes locked for a brief second before he disappeared around a corner. That's when I realized I had made the right decision by not giving him a ride. He didn't want me to fix his car because he knew there was nothing wrong with it. I can only imagine what he would have done if I had let him into my car. My partner hadn't noticed when he drove by, and I decided not to tell her right away because I thought it might spoil the rest of our trip. We ended up having a wonderful time and never saw James again. Still, I worry he might try this on someone else, and they might not be as cautious. A few years ago, I worked part-time as an Uber driver while maintaining a full-time job that required me to work from home. My daily routine left me isolated, with hardly any real-life interactions. I thought driving for Uber would be a good way to get out of my apartment and engage with people from time to time. However, after a particular incident, I decided to quit and never look back. On one evening around 8 p.m. I set out as usual. Things were slow, and in the first hour I had only 2 passengers. The first was a group of college-aged girls heading to some kind of party on a Tuesday night. The second was a single woman, likely a waitress, on her way home from work. After that, I sat idle for 10 or 20 minutes. Eventually, I received a ride request from a user with no rating. While it wasn't a major red flag, everyone has to take their first ride at some point, it felt unusual. I accepted the request and drove to the pickup spot which wasn't far from my apartment. In fact, I passed my building on the way. When I arrived there was no one there, so I sent a message to my passenger named Telly. Moments later I got a reply, "Be right there." It was riddled with poor grammar. I waited for a few minutes. Usually I'd leave after 10 minutes, but I kept an eye on the clock. After 7.5 minutes a man approached my car. He introduced himself as Telly, and he appeared to be in his early 20s with a long beard and wild, bushy hair. He was slightly overweight and wore thick framed glasses. I often try to start a conversation with my passengers, but his tone told me he didn't want to talk. "How's your night going?" I asked. "Fine," Telly responded, but his voice had a detached, uninterested tone. Telly spent most of the ride staring at his phone, occasionally glancing out the window in a troubled, wary manner. He seemed nervous, his hands were trembling, and he was sweating. I even thought he might have been crying recently, though it could have been from the stress. His presence made me uneasy, and I kept watching him through the rearview mirror as much as I could. Eventually I noticed something alarming. His hands were gripping his phone tightly, and I could see pieces of blood on them along with cuts on his knuckles. At this point, I was really frightened, but we were getting close to our destination, so I decided to call it a night and go home. The following day, while I was working at my desk, I heard a loud knock at my door. I got up and cautiously approached through the peephole, and I saw 2 police officers. My heart fell, and my mind raced trying to figure out why they were there. I opened the door slowly and said nothing, but one of the officers explained that they were looking for a suspect who was wanted for the mugging and severe beating of an elderly man. As soon as he said that, I thought of Telly, and they showed me a picture of him. I shared everything I knew with them, including details from my Uber account and dashcam footage. I don't know what happened to Telly after he was detained that day, but I tried looking for news reports about the event but couldn't find anything. As a result, I quit driving for Uber. I'm Jane, and I'm in my final year of graduate school, studying pharmacology. I find that I work best at night, so I usually spend my evenings studying at the library until quite late. At my school, the library is open until midnight most nights of the week, so it wasn't unusual for me to stay there until 2 or even 3 in the morning. The risks for drivers are just not worth it to me anymore. It's a big, contemporary, 4-story building with a computer room on the main floor. The other floors are filled with bookshelves and different study spaces. I always look for a peaceful place where I won't be bothered. One Thursday night, I arrived late, but I wasn't really getting anything done. I had my laptop out and was mostly watching YouTube videos. Eventually, I decided to call it a night because it was well past midnight, so I knew the buses wouldn't be running. So I packed up and left through the big glass doors at the front of the library while I waited for my ride. A red sedan pulled up shortly after I checked the status on my phone. I got in and greeted the driver, a man in his mid-30s with a disheveled beard, thick glasses, and a winter hat. Despite the fact that it was April, his style had a hipster vibe, so he said hi back. We began driving while I was playing a game on my phone, and the driver made a few attempts to talk to me, but I ignored him and went back to my game. Eventually, he stopped trying to engage, and we continued on our way. I didn't feel any particularly creepy vibes at that point. We arrived at my place without incident, and he dropped me off in front of my building. I lived in a first-floor apartment in an old house divided by floors with separate entrances for neighbors above and below. I thanked the driver quickly and shut the door behind me. As I looked back, the driver was still sitting there directly under a street light, staring up at me. As soon as he saw that I noticed him, he turned away. I closed the door and Went to bed falling asleep right away. The following week I began feeling as though I was being watched at home. My apartment was on the ground floor with my bedroom at the back overlooking an alley that didn't see much foot traffic. However, I started noticing a dark figure walking past my window frequently. At first it didn't alarm me, but one night I thought I saw him trying to peer through the window. I always kept the curtains closed, but I could see a little bit through them. When I got closer, the figure disappeared. At that point I started feeling creeped out and thought I might be being stalked. However, I couldn't prove it. I worried that if I told anyone they'd think I was just imagining things, so I kept it to myself. Not long after, I was studying late at the library again. It was around 11:30 when I decided to call it a night. I called an Uber and waited at the front of the building as usual. This time, though, I felt paranoid, so I entered a destination a block or so away from my actual address, thinking it would keep my location private. When my ride arrived, it was that same red sedan from before. I hadn't recognized him right away until I got in and saw his face again. I used Uber often, but this was the first time I had seen the same driver twice. As I got into the car, he seemed surprised to see me. Our eyes connected through the rearview mirror and a chill ran down my SP line. I don't know why, but he really creeped me out this time. The car started moving, so I figured I would just take the ride. When he dropped me off in front of my building, I was relieved. I went across the street, opened my front door, and went to bed. As I lay there trying to sleep, I realized that I had entered a nearby address as my destination, but the driver had dropped me off right in front of my place. Perhaps he had a good memory, but even so, I thought they were supposed to follow the app. After what seemed like an hour or so, I fell asleep, but when I woke up, I heard a banging sound on my window. A dark shadow moved behind my curtains outside the window, and I watched in horror as the noise continued, as if someone was trying to force it open. My phone was on the bed, so I rushed over, grabbed it, and dialed 911. I was startled by the noise and quickly sat up. I quickly closed the door to my bedroom and moved the couch in front of it. The police arrived within minutes, and they caught my would-be attacker in the act. One of the officers met me at the front of the house and tried to calm me down on the porch. Then I saw another officer escorting the man in handcuffs. It was that creepy driver from before. I bet you didn't see that coming. I thanked the police officers for arriving so quickly, otherwise he might have gotten away. That night I stayed with a friend, and for the next few nights I moved out of that place. Now I have a much safer home. This happened last year when I was driving across the country alone to visit family on the East Coast. At the time I lived in Texas, and I'm afraid of flying, so I tried to avoid it whenever possible. I had made this trip a few times before and actually enjoyed having the time to myself. The trip would take 2 solid days of driving, so I would stop at a hotel or motel for a night. Along the way I was about 2 hours into my journey and needed to use the bathroom, so I pulled into a rest stop I had visited many times before. I wasn't far from home after all. I got out of my car and started walking toward the building when a truck pulled up next to me and someone started trying to talk to me. It was a large white transport truck, a full-sized 18-wheeler that appeared to have a full load. The truck was still running, so I couldn't hear what he was trying to say clearly. I think he offered me a ride or something, but I don't know why, because nearly everyone at that rest stop had arrived by car. I didn't think about it much at the moment, so I went into the bathroom. When I came out, the truck was gone, so I walked back to my vehicle and drove on. I didn't sure what to do, but I didn't want to seem impolite, so I simply smiled and nodded before leaving. The incident quickly slipped my mind as I continued my journey. After a few more hours, I glanced through my rearview mirror and noticed a large white truck trailing behind me in the distance. My mind went back to that guy from before, but there was no way to know for sure if it was him. White trucks are common, so it wasn't particularly concerning. Still, I couldn't help but keep an eye on my mirror for the next few hours. I didn't see the truck again as the sun began to set. I started looking for a hotel or motel near the highway. There was a truck stop on the left side of the road with a small motel next to it. Though it wasn't luxurious for the situation, it was perfect. There was even a restaurant, which was a welcome sight. Since I was really hungry after a full day of driving, I parked in the mostly empty lot and headed to the office. I rented the cheapest room and then went to the restaurant. After finishing my meal, I walked back to my room, but noticed something odd in the truck section of the parking lot. There was a truck that strongly resembled the one I had seen earlier. I walked over and peeked into the window, but it was empty. Afterward, I returned to my room, locked the door, and laid down on the bed. I fell asleep almost instantly. It was only around 9:30 p.m. But I was really tired from the day. The next thing I remember is waking up in the dark room. I could hear a noise coming from outside my room, a kind of metallic grinding sound coming from my door. I got up and approached it, then peeked through the window. There was someone out there, a man, and he was doing something to my door, trying to break in. I assumed the worst and ran over to my phone, calling 911. The man must have heard me talking to the police, because when I checked again, he was gone. I told him that someone was trying to break into my room nearby, and there was a security camera. The police then showed me an image of the man, and it was the same guy from before. I told them about his truck and the incident at the rest stop, and with that information, they were able to find and arrest him. What's even more unsettling is that I thought I was being paranoid at the time, but it turned out that I was being stalked. I'm grateful every day that I woke up at the right time, because if he had entered my room while I was asleep, it would have been a truly horrible roommate. I've been driving trucks since I was in my early 20s, and I was 35 at the time of this incident. The roads were always very quiet for the first few hours of the day, which is nice, having the road to myself for a while, especially since driving on busy roads can be pretty dangerous. I was driving down a road I don't usually use because the stretch of my normal route was closed for construction, so I had to take an alternate route. I was hauling garbage across the border between Canada and the United States. To be honest, it's not my dream job, but I make over $90,000 a year, and I never finished high school, so it's not all bad. I usually start work at 6 a.m. The road I was on wasn't exactly a highway, just one lane in each direction with forest on both sides. It was just past 6 o'clock in the morning. I had just started my day, and the sun was barely up. It was early April in northern Michigan, and the morning was cold, probably around freezing. My hands were shaking on the wheel because the truck still hadn't warmed up completely. I leaned over to turn up the heat when I noticed the empty cup holder in the center console. I really wished I had picked up a coffee on my way out. When I looked back up at the road, I saw something moving in the woods on the right side. I jerked my head around trying to catch a better look, but it was gone. It looked like a person, but I only got a quick glimpse, so I wasn't sure. There were definitely deer in the area, but I hadn't seen many that year. I pulled the truck over to check if it was someone who needed help. The spot was far from anything, and I didn't see a car pulled over anywhere nearby, so it really could have been somebody who needed help. Once I stopped the truck after opening the driver's side door, I went into the woods and looked around. There was nothing there, so I called out to someone but got no response. The eerie atmosphere made me feel both scared and curious, so I continued walking until I came to a spot where I thought I had seen the figure. When I got there, I noticed that I was standing over a pile of bloody clothes with a piece of D-tape attached to one of them. I quickly looked up and scanned the area, but I couldn't see anyone. The forest was sparse, and I could see a fair distance in all directions, but the coast was clear, so I turned around and sprinted back to my truck. After locking the door and jumping into the front seat, I called 911. The spot was a fair distance from the nearest town, but the police arrived in less than 10 minutes. We went back to that spot in the woods, but there was nothing there. I was sure I had led them back to the right spot, but it was simply empty. I was worried the officer would think I was lying, but he took it very seriously and called for backup. There was a search in the forest based on my report, but nothing was ever found. It's been almost 2 years since this happened, and I've been keeping a close eye on the news since I haven't seen any reports of missing people or bodies found to this day. I have no idea what happened, but somebody was definitely up to something. I recently made a career shift, but I used to drive long-haul trucks. One evening I was traveling through the Midwest and it was getting late. The air was cool and the wind whistled through the small gap at the top of my window. The road was lonely and I hadn't seen another vehicle for quite some time. However, after a while I noticed a car in my rearview mirror. At first I didn't think much of it, but as I continued driving, the car stayed right behind me. When I saw a sign for a rest stop, I thought it would be a good idea to take a break, possibly even to call it a night. I decided to pull into the rest area to see if the car would follow, and when I parked my truck, the car pulled in right next to me. Most drivers are eager to pass, but this car wasn't. I had to strictly follow the speed limit, but most cars tend to speed up a bit. When I stepped out of my truck and moved to the front of the vehicle, I could hear the engine running, and when I turned to look, the driver was gazing at me. This was strange since there were distinct areas for trucks and automobiles. The vehicle was quite recent, most likely a Toyota from 2005, but it was difficult to determine the precise color in the dark. It may have been silver or gray, and the right fender had a large ding. I cautiously waved at the driver to get his attention, but he just kept staring straight ahead. I could only tell that he looked about my age, wore glasses, had dark hair, and a mustache. Suddenly, the car's engine roared to life, and it started to move toward me. I had to move to the side just in time, and as I did so, I saw that the car's brake lights glowed brightly as it quickly reversed toward me. I was able to hide behind my truck, and while I was hidden, I heard the car screech to a halt, and then it sped away. I stood there in the middle of the truck stop, confused and afraid, wondering what had just happened, and why that car tried to run me over. I decided to call the police and tell them what I could, but I didn't have much to say. I even tried looking at the license plate as it drove away, but I couldn't remember the numbers. I chose not to stay there that night. I was too uneasy about the possibility of the car returning and causing harm. It was a few hours later before I found a safe spot to rest, and by then it was very late. I was restless the next day, staying alert every time I stopped for gas or food, constantly scanning the surroundings for any sign of that car. Later that day, while caught in a traffic jam on the highway, something common in such areas, when there's an accident, a different unrelated accident occurred. Up ahead, it wasn't in a busy city or during rush hour. When I finally passed the scene, I saw a flatbed truck carrying what I was pretty sure was that same car from the other night, along with another vehicle. The crash looked severe. I scanned the area for that strange driver, but couldn't see him. He was likely taken to the hospital or worse. I still don't know what his intentions were out there, but I believe he caused that accident intentionally. I may never fully understand why. A few years ago I had a frightening experience with a stranger, and this story is about it. I live in a different city than my parents, so I would often make an 8-hour drive to visit them at least once or twice a year. I always made the trip in a single day, starting either in the morning or early afternoon. It was late October, and I was more than halfway there. The sun was starting to set, casting an orange glow on the landscape. As I drove down a quiet road, I noticed a transport truck pulled over on the side. This hazard Lights were flashing. At first I wasn't sure if anyone was inside, but as I got closer I saw that the driver's door was slightly open. I decided to stop, thinking someone might need help. I stepped out of my car and walked toward the truck. There was no one inside, but I saw a wooded area next to it. I called out, "Hello, is anyone?" There was no response. As I turned to walk back to my car, I heard a noise behind me. I quickly turned around and saw a man standing there. He was holding a gun and pointing it at me. He was a big man, probably around 5 feet 10 inches, but muscular. The man didn't say anything, keeping the gun trained on me. I was unable to talk or think straight, so I backed up slowly and continued doing so until I was close to my vehicle. I kept my eyes on him the whole time, cautiously opening the door and getting inside. And once I was locked in, I turned on the engine. I drove as quickly as I could toward my family's town after seeing the guy drop his pistol in my rearview mirror. My pulse was pounding as I attempted to comprehend what had occurred. I had never been in a scenario like this before, and it was really scary. The scene kept playing over and over in my head, making it difficult for me to comprehend. The man could have easily shot me or stolen my car, but he didn't, and I thought that maybe he was as scared as I was. After giving it some thought, I wondered if the truck driver had something to hide. Perhaps there was something in his truck that he didn't want me to see, or maybe he was doing something in the woods that he didn't want anyone to know about. These thoughts crossed my mind long after the incident, so I'm not sure what is true. Eventually, I felt relieved when I got to my family's town, and they were shocked and grateful that I survived. Needless to say, we spent the rest of the evening chatting and catching up. I work as a truck driver and frequently take multi-day overnight trips, so I knew I had to stop for the night when it got late one evening. I pulled into a rest stop off the highway, which was small and could accommodate only 3 or 4 trucks at most. There was also a restaurant and a small restroom with a single shower, so I parked my truck and went inside for a shower before having dinner at the restaurant. I then climbed into the back of my cab and fell asleep, but I woke up to the sound of my own voice saying, "I really need to pee," not literally, but I really need to pee. I opened my eyes and checked my watch, which read 3 a.m. Despite my reluctance to get out of my vehicle, I had no option but to do so and crept to the restroom to wash my hands. I stood up and proceeded back toward my vehicle after hearing footsteps coming, which seemed odd since I hadn't seen anybody else. As I got closer, I saw a guy standing in front of it. He was around 6 feet tall, dark-haired, and wearing a filthy big sweatshirt and baggy trousers. A light to his right cast a huge shadow over most of his body. I tried to move past him to get back to my truck, but he blocked my path. His eyes were menacing, and before I could say anything, he pulled out a knife and pointed it at me. I was terrified, but I remained calm and slowly reached into my wallet and handed it to him. He took all of my cash and credit cards out of it, so I had very little, maybe $30, but he growled. I told him it was, but he didn't believe me, so he looked at my phone for a moment before ordering me to unlock it. I hesitated because my phone was my only lifeline, and without it, I wouldn't be able to call for help. I told him I would unlock it, but he didn't believe me. He was after me, but I was quicker, so I hopped inside the taxi and closed all the doors. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911 when I saw the guy outside, still brandishing the knife, hammering on the glass and yelling profanities at me. I explained what had happened and gave them the address of the rest stop. I looked out the window and saw that the man had disappeared. No trucks or cars had moved since he vanished, so he couldn't have gotten very far. It seemed like forever, but it was only a few minutes. I saw flashing lights and a police car pulled up next to me. I spoke to the officers when they arrived, and they instructed me to wait in my truck while they searched the area. I did as they said, and after about 30 minutes, the man was appeared. I'm still unsure of where he was hiding or where he was running to, but what's even more perplexing is how he got to the rest stop in the first place without a truck or car. It was very unusual, and I barely slept the rest of the night. 4 a.m. had already arrived. After an hour or two of trying to unwind in my vehicle, the sun rose, and I resumed my drive. I work as a truck driver, and on this sunny April afternoon, my eyes were scanning the road ahead. In my line of work, I've seen a lot of strange things on the road, but this particular felt different because the sun was high and the air was humid. It had been a few days since I had really spoken to anyone, and I was getting lonely. I never heard anything about what happened to that guy because I was far from home and couldn't bring myself to follow up. I slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road, rolling down my window, needing a lift, when I noticed a young woman with long, curly hair, wearing blue jeans and a red hooded sweatshirt, with her thumb out in a desperate attempt to hitch a ride. We were driving along when I noticed a car following us. It was a police car, but its lights were off, so I didn't think much of it. Then I heard a siren and saw the flashing lights, and my truck was being pulled over. I stopped immediately, worried that I might be in trouble for picking up a hitchhiker, which is technically illegal where I live. She nodded and climbed into the cab of my truck, her eyes darting nervously. At the time, I assumed she was new to hitchhiking. I'm not an intimidating person by any means, but I was still a stranger, so I could understand her uneasiness. I waited for him to speak, but instead he ordered the woman to leave. When she did, I noticed that her face was flushed and her hands were shaking. I watched in confusion as the officer handcuffed her and took her to the squad car. I didn't realize what had happened until I heard him radio a report of a robbery at a nearby rest stop. She had robbed the store and was using my truck as a getaway vehicle. The officer put her in the back of the police car and then returned to speak with me, telling me not to pick up hitchhikers again and merely gave me a warning without a ticket. The experience left me shaken, but that wasn't the worst part. Later that night, I saw her story on the news, and it turned out that she had shot a man during the robbery. The gun had been in her backpack the whole time she was in my truck, so up until that point, it had been a good story for parties, but after that, I was really frightened. The air was thick with the scent of moss and damp earth. I had planned to spend 3 days exploring the park, capturing the rushing rapids of the Swanee River and the limestone cliffs that lined its banks. When I arrived, the visitor center was empty except for a ranger named David. He looked up from his desk as I walked in, his face weathered but kind. Afternoon, he said, "You here for the trails or camping?" Both, I replied. "I'm a photographer, thought I'd get some shots of the river." David frowned slightly. "Just be careful around the water, it's beautiful but unpredictable, and don't camp too close to it." "Why not?" I asked, curious. He shrugged. "Currents can be dangerous and people say strange things happen out there. I've heard about voice kids playing near the river, stuff like that." I chuckled. "Ghost stories, call it what you want," he said, his tone serious, "but don't ignore the signs. Stay safe." I thanked him and left, dismissing his warnings as part of the park folklore. Still, his words lingered as I drove to the campsite. I set up my RV near a clearing a short walk from the Swanee River. The late afternoon sun glinted off the water, and the sound of the rushing rapids was hypnotic. I spent the first few hours walking along the trails, snapping shots of the limestone bluffs and the towering cypress trees. The place was stunning. Things took a turn that evening when my drone malfunctioned. I had been flying it over the river to capture aerial shots when it suddenly veered off course and crashed into the trees. Muttering curses, I grabbed my flashlight and headed into the woods to retrieve it. The forest was darker than I had expected, the dense sea canopy swallowing the light. I found the drone near the riverbank, but as I bent to pick it up, I noticed something strange. Small handprints in the mud, like those of children. They were fresh too, leading toward the water. I scanned the area with my flashlight. Hello, is someone there? No answer. The only sound was the rushing water. I felt a chill creep up my spine, but I shook it off. Kids must have been playing here earlier, I told myself. Still, I hurried back to my RV, uneasy. That night, as I reviewed the photos on my laptop, I noticed something odd. In one of the shots of the river, there were faint figures in the background, small pale shapes that resembled children. I zoomed in, but the resolution wasn't clear enough to make out details. It's just a trick of the light, I thought, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by the sound of laughter. Was faint, distant, but unmistakably that of children. Groggy, I peered out the RV's window, but saw nothing except the faint glow of the moon reflecting off the river. The laughter came again, closer this time. My chest tightened as I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. Hello, who's out there? The laughter stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was suffocating. I stood frozen, my flashlight beam scanning the tree line. Finally, I retreated to the RV and locked the door behind me. Sleep didn't come easily after that. The next morning, I decided to shake off the weirdness and focus on my work. I hiked along the trails, capturing the beauty of the park, but the unease grew. The forest seemed quieter than it should be. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of my own footsteps. As I neared the river, I saw him, a boy standing on the opposite bank. He looked about 8 years old, with pale skin and clothes that seemed out of place, like something from the 19th century. He didn't move, just stared at me. Hey, I called out, are you okay? Were your parents? The boy raised his hand and pointed downstream. Then, without a word, he turned and disappeared into the trees. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to follow him, but something about the way he moved, silent and smooth, like he wasn't quite real, kept me rooted to the spot. That night the sounds returned. Laughter, splashing, and faint voices echoed through the forest. At one point, I heard a girl's voice calling my name. Jacob, she whispered, come play with us. My blood turned cold. I checked the windows, but the outside was dark. Then I heard footsteps, tiny pattering steps circling the RV, heart pounding. I grabbed my flashlight and swung open the door. The laughter stopped instantly, replaced by a low rushing sound like wind through the trees, but the air was still. Then I saw them, 3 children standing near the edge of the clearing, their eyes hollow and their skin pale and translucent. They didn't speak, just stared, their heads tilted slightly as if curious. One of them, a girl with long tangled hair, took a step toward me. Panicking, I slammed the door shut and locked it. The children vanished, but the sound of their laughter echoed in my ears long after they were gone. By the next day, I was ready to leave, but when I turned the key in the RV's ignition, nothing happened. The battery was dead. Frustrated, I grabbed my camera and decided to take one last walk to the river before finding help. When I reached the bank, the children were waiting for me. This time they were closer, their forms more solid. The boy from before stepped forward. Why are you here? He asked, his voice soft but firm. I'm taking photos, I stammered. I didn't mean to disturb anything. You're in our place, the girl said, her hollow eyes boring into mine. Stay with us. I shook my head. I can't. The children exchanged looks, then reached out their hands. The air around me grew colder and the ground seemed to shift beneath my feet. I stumbled back, my heart racing. You Can't leave, the boy said. No one leaves. Desperate, I pulled out my camera. Look, I said, showing them a photo of the river with their faint silhouettes. You're here, people will know your story. You won't be forgotten. Forgotten. The children hesitated. The cold air eased slightly, and their forms flickered as if caught between this world and the next. Promise, the girl whispered. I promise, I said, my voice trembling. The children faded, their laughter echoing softly. As they disappeared, the forest grew quiet again, but the air felt lighter, less oppressive. When I returned to the RV, the engine started on the first try. I didn't question it. I just drove back. At the visitor center, I told David what had happened. He listened, his face grave, but didn't say much. As I left, he muttered, you're lucky they let you go. I am James Lopez. Prior to switching to city planning, I was a park ranger. I am 31 years old. Although I've always been the kind to remain composed under duress, that weekend in Ocala National Forest permanently altered my perspective on the world and myself. I'll do my best to describe what we experienced without coming off as crazy. In April of 2012, this occurred. I made the decision to take an RV excursion into the center of Ocala with my girlfriend Emma and two pals, Tyler and Kelly. The group's intention was that Emma, 30, who has always been a huge environment lover, would show us Alexander Springs, where the water is pristine and the paths provide excitement. My boyhood buddy Tyler, 28, and his girlfriend, Kelly, were traveling with him mostly because they both like camping, albeit Kelly preferred the security of an RV over the harsh outdoors. In retrospect, I wish I had believed Kelly's uneasiness from the beginning. On a Friday, we arrived to our campground in the middle of the day, eager to get away from the bustle of the city. I rented my brother's RV, and it was parked in a clearing with tall trees all around. There was a new perfume in the air, the type that only comes from being deep in the forest. We unloaded rapidly. Emma and I would use the RV, and Tyler and Kelly would have tents. You see? Tyler slapped me on the back and said, perfect. Dude, we needed this. Bring the old gang together. Emma was already using her camera to explore the wooded area. She yelled back, the biodiversity here is incredible, with a hint of enthusiasm in her voice. It's so quiet, though. There was silence. Uncannily so. Typically, you would hear insects buzzing, birds chirping, or some other sound. Rather, the woods seemed to be holding its breath. I attributed it to the fact that I was further out than normal. The first night went without incident. We cooked marshmallows, lit a fire, and recited the same corny tales Tyler and I had been telling since we were adolescents. But Kelly didn't appear at ease. She continued to lean in closer to Tyler while looking over her shoulder. What's up? I questioned her. Shrugging, nothing, she said. It's just, it's so dark out here. It's the woods, Kel, said Tyler, grinning. It's supposed to be dark. After laughing it off, we retired to bed. The forest had already begun to watch us, although I was unaware of it at the time. Emma persuaded us to explore a neighboring route the next morning. I thought we should stretch our legs because she was so excited to explore. Despite her reluctance, Kelly joined. Emma froze before we had gone very far. She indicated a single footprint on the ground. Big and barefoot. It wasn't just large, however. The lengthy toes had what seemed to be claw marks on the tips. Bear? Tyler made a guess. No, cowering, Emma replied. Bears don't leave prints like this. Kelly stepped back. Let's just return. This doesn't seem right. Calm down, Tyler remarked, dismissing it. It's most likely an odd hiker. Out here, people are peculiar. Emma looked at me, furrowed brows. I gave her a signal to continue going. The more we hiked, the more eerie it seemed. The odd twig cracking seemed intentional as the woods became quieter, as if someone or something was pursuing us. Even Tyler's customary arrogance started to waver, and Kelly continued murmuring that she wanted to turn back. The sense that we weren't alone persisted in my mind. Everyone was anxious by the time we returned to camp. We made the decision to spend the night near the RV. Emma was shouting my name while I was gathering firewood close to the clearing's edge. James. It was far away, from further into the forest. I scowled. A minute earlier, Emma had been near the flames. James, come here. The voice had become louder. Persistent. Despite my intuition that something wasn't right, curiosity prevailed. I crossed the line of trees. Emma? I made a call. The voice ceased. I almost ran into Emma herself as I turned back toward camp. She inquired, panting, "Where were you going?" I heard you, I trembled. You were calling me. Her face became white. I didn't say anything. Things worsened that night. I awoke to the sound of activity outside the RV at about midnight. The pine needles crunched with slow, deliberate footsteps. I pushed Emma to her feet and pleaded with her to be quiet. I saw a person close to the fire pit as I peered through the curtain. Although humanoid, it was incorrect. Its stance was hunched, as if it had been shattered and reassembled, and its limbs were too lengthy. With my pulse pounding, I picked up a flashlight and went outside. Who's there? I let out a bark. I think the figure grinned as it turned to face me. It was a broad, artificial smile that made my stomach turn, not a welcoming one. It rushed into the trees with animalistic speed and disappeared before I could respond. We discovered the smoldering remnants of our firewood strewn around and deep claw marks on the RV's side the next morning. With trepidation, Tyler laughed. Okay, so someone's messing with us. Someone? Emma retaliated. You think a person did that? It's probably a prank, said Tyler. Locals messing with tourists. Kelly wasn't persuaded. Tyler, this isn't typical. Last night's creature wasn't human. Emma raised her voice. Skinwalkers are the subject of a Navajo mythology. Shapeshifters who pose as humans or animals in order to trick you. They can imitate looks as well as sounds. Tyler sneered. This isn't the Southwest, that's a desert legend. Legends travel, yelled Emma. And whatever it is, it's here. I intervened when the debate got out of hand. Enough. We're heading out. Let's go, and pack up. The trees closed in as we hurried to set up camp. Only the distant snap of branches, far too near for comfort, broke the suffocating quiet. Clutching her arms as if protecting herself from something invisible, Kelly remained beside the RV. Then we heard it. The voice of Tyler. Hey guys, I discovered something. Come have a look." We stopped. Tyler was standing next to me, his face pale. I grabbed a flashlight and shouted, "Stay here," before moving into the woods. I protested, but Tyler followed. It became darker as we descended further. Then we caught sight of it. A person with its back to us stands between the woods. Tyler was just like that. "Hey!" I yelled. The figure pivoted. Its face, a horrible, distorted parody of Tyler's features. It has excessively big eyes. Its mouth opened out too much. With a guttural, unearthly cry, it charged before we could respond. With our adrenaline rushing, we ran back to camp. "We're leaving now," I yelled. I turned on the engine and everyone climbed inside the RV. We sped down the wooded road once the tires caught after spinning in the loose soil. However, it continued. It raced with us, its limbs jerking in strange ways. Its lips produced unsatisfactory words. "James," it imitated in a twisted voice. "Don't leave." Its claws screeched on the metal as it banged into the side of the RV, causing Emma to scream. The thing fell backwards as Tyler snatched a hatchet from the supplies and swung it furiously at the window, breaking the glass. We continued till we came to a ranger station at the forest's border, trembling and scratched from the broken glass. The ranger gave us a quick glance. He inquired, "Around Alexander Springs?" We gave a nod. He let out a sigh. "You're lucky you made it out." That vacation was never discussed again. After that, Tyler and I grew apart, and Kelly vowed never to camp again. In an attempt to make sense of what we had seen, Emma developed an obsession with the tales. What about me? Since then, I haven't been in the woods. Some locations are wild because something else lives there, not because of the wildlife or the landscape. Something that hungers and waits and watches. My name is Luke Guzman Hunter. I'm 48 years old, a retired high school teacher and a widower. What I'm about to tell you happened just last month during a solo camping trip off Old King Road in Flagler County, Florida. I thought I was looking for peace and quiet, maybe even a little closure. Instead, I found something I still can't explain, something that might still be out there waiting. I arrived at the campsite in the late afternoon. The drive down Old King Road was scenic but desolate, with tall oaks draped in Spanish moss and palmetto crowding the edges of the narrow dirt road. My RV, a beaten-up 1994 Winnebago, rattled over every bump, but I was used to it. This wasn't my first trip, but something about the stillness unsettled me. I stopped at a convenience store a few miles before the campsite to grab some firewood and snacks. The woman behind the counter, Maggie, looked up from her magazine. As I approached camping out on King Road, she asked, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. "Yeah," I said. "I heard it's quiet out there, good stargazing." She hesitated. "It's quiet all right, just don't wander too far from your RV. And if you hear anything strange, don't go looking for it." I laughed it off, but her words stayed with me as I drove the final stretch to the campsite. The sun was low, and I parked near a pond. The water was dark and still, the air smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. I liked the solitude, at least that's what I told myself. The first sign that something wasn't right came that night. I had a small fire going and the RV's generator was humming softly. I was sitting by the fire nursing a cup of instant coffee when the generator sputtered and died. The sudden silence was jarring. Damn thing, I muttered, grabbing a flashlight to check it out. Everything looked fine, no loose wires, no obvious problems. When I flipped the switch, it roared back to life as if nothing had happened. I returned to my chair, but the unease lingered. The forest around me felt too quiet, like the wildlife had been holding its breath. Then I heard a faint rustling in the bushes behind me. I turned the flashlight beam, cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. Probably a raccoon, I thought, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. The pond looked serene in the daylight, its surface reflecting the gray sky. As I circled it, I noticed something strange: footprints in the mud. They were large, clawed, and definitely not human. A chill ran down my spine. That's when I saw him, a teenage boy, maybe 15 or 16, standing at the edge of the trees. He was thin, with dirty clothes and wild, by unkempt hair. His eyes darted nervously as if he didn't want to be seen. "Hey there," I called out. "Are you lost?" The boy flinched, but he didn't run. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do you mean?" I asked, stepping closer. "Do you live out here?" He shook his head. "It's watching you. It watches everyone. You have to leave before it gets dark." Before I could ask more, he turned and bolted into the woods. I considered going after him, but something in his voice, pure raw fear, stopped me. I returned to the RV uneasy. That evening I found a mutilated deer near the edge of the pond. Its body was torn apart, the flesh twisted and shredded as if by massive claws. I've seen animal attacks before, but this was different. It looked deliberate. I decided to stay inside the RV. That night the generator kept cutting out, leaving me in darkness for minutes at a time. Each time the lights flickered back on, I thought I saw movement outside the windows, shadows darting just out of sight. Around midnight, I heard a sound that froze me in place. My late wife's voice. "Gabe," Dana whispered, "come outside." I knew it wasn't real. I've been dreaming of Dana ever since she passed, but this was different. Her voice was so clear, so close. When it called again, I almost opened the door before catching myself. "No," I whispered, backing away. "You're not real." The whisper stopped, but the RV shuddered violently as if something heavy had slammed into it. I grabbed a kitchen knife and held it tight, my heart racing. The shuddering stopped, leaving me in silence. The next morning I found deep scratches on the RV's door, like claw marks. The boy Ethan appeared again, standing at a distance. His eyes were wide, his face pale. "It's hungry," he said. "It doesn't stop." "What is it?" I demanded, approaching him. "What's out there?" He hesitated, then muttered, "It's old. It was here before us. It feeds on fear, on grief. If you don't leave, it'll take you." I tried to get him to explain, but he ran off again. This time I followed him. He led me deeper into the woods, where the trees grew denser and the air colder. Finally we reached a clearing with strange symbols carved into the trunks. Ethan pointed at them. "This keeps it out," he said. "Stay here if you want to live." Before I could ask more, he vanished into the trees. I looked around, my pulse hammering. The forest felt alive, the air thick with an oppressive energy. The whispers started again, louder this time, coming from all directions. I returned to the RV, but the hunger followed. That night it showed itself. I was sitting by the fire when the forest went silent. Then I saw it, a shadowy figure at the edge of the trees. It was humanoid, but wrong. Its limbs too long, its movements jerky and unnatural. Its eyes glowed yellow, fixed on me. "Dana," it said, its voice distorted and hollow. "Come to me." I stood frozen as it stepped closer. The firelight flickered and I saw its face, or what was left of it. The flesh was stretched and rotting, its mouth too wide, filled with jagged teeth. I grabbed a can of lighter fluid and dashed it onto the fire pit, igniting a massive flame. The creature recoiled, letting out an unearthly shriek. I ran toward the symbols Ethan had shown me, the hunger chasing me through the trees. The moment I crossed the boundary of the symbols, the hunger stopped. It paced back and forth, hissing and snarling, but unable to cross. I Stayed there until dawn, clutching the knife and listening to its guttural growls. When the sun rose, the hunger vanished. I returned to the RV, packed up, and drove away without looking back. I stopped at Maggie's store on the way out. She took one look at me and nodded. "You saw it, didn't you?" I nodded, too shaken to speak. "You're lucky," she said. "Most people don't make it out." Later, I tried to find information about Ethan, but no one had seen a boy matching his description. My name is Julian Norris. I'm 39 years old, and this happened a few months ago when I decided to take a break from the life I've been barely holding together. My wife Jenna passed away last year, and the silence of my empty home had become unbearable. I'd always loved music, it's what I taught for years, but after she died I couldn't bring myself to pick up a guitar, so I bought an RV and decided to travel, hoping to find something, anything that would help me feel alive again. That's how I ended up at Big Shea State Park in Florida. I'd read about the park rapids, the largest in the state, and thought their roaring, chaotic beauty might inspire me to compose again. What I didn't know was that the silence I've been running from would find me there, in the voices of the dead. I pulled into the park just before dusk. The forest was dense and quiet, save for the distant roar of the rapids. The ranger station was empty, but I found a map pinned to the bulletin board outside. It marked a few trails and campsites, one of which was near the riverbank. That's where I decided to stay. As I set up my RV, a ranger approached, a woman in her 30s wearing the usual khaki uniform and a wide-brimmed hat. Her name tag read Laura. "Camping alone?" she asked, her tone polite but laced with concern. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "Just needed some peace and quiet." Laura nodded, but hesitated. "The rapids can be unpredictable. Be careful if you hike near the water." She paused, glancing toward the tree line. "Some people say you can hear voices out there at night, probably just the water playing tricks, but it can be unsettling if you're not used to it." I smiled, more amused than unnerved. "Thanks for the warning." Laura didn't return the smile. "Just don't wander too far." With that, she left, her words hanging in the cool evening air. After dinner, I sat outside the RV with my guitar, strumming idly as the last light faded from the sky. The sound of the rapids was louder now, a constant rush that drowned out the usual nighttime symphony of crickets and frogs. For the first time in months, I felt a flicker of inspiration. Maybe this trip wasn't such a bad idea. Then I heard a faint giggle, like a child's, carried on the wind. I froze, my fingers stilling on the strings. It was faint, almost drowned out by the river, but unmistakable. I scanned the tree line, but there was nothing there. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet. No answer, just the river and the faint rustle of leaves. I told myself it was nothing, just an echo or my imagination playing tricks, and went inside to sleep. That night I dreamed of Jenna. She was standing by the river, her back to me, humming the lullaby she used to sing when we were younger. I tried to call out to her, but no sound came from my lips. When I woke, my cheeks were wet with tears. The next morning I decided to hike one of the trails that wound along the river. The air was crisp and the sunlight filtered through the trees in golden streaks, but the unease from the night before lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. About halfway down the trail, I noticed something odd, small footprints in the mud, too small to belong to an adult. They ran alongside my own for a few steps before veering off toward the river. There were no other campers around, and the sight sent a chill down my spine. As I followed the trail, the roar of the rapids grew louder, almost deafening. Then I heard it again, a child's laughter, clearing and sharp, cutting through the noise. I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding. "Who's there?" I again, no answer. Shaking my head, I pressed on, determined to reach the riverbank. When I got there, I found something even stranger, a small moss-covered doll lying on the rocks. Its face was faded and weathered, but its eyes seemed to glint in the sunlight, almost as if they were watching me. I picked it up, examining it closely. As I turned it over, a faint melody began to play, a music box tune, soft and haunting. My breath caught in my throat. The tune was the same legend I used to hum that evening. I couldn't shake the melody from my head. It felt like the forest was closing and the shadows growing longer, the air heavier. As I sat in the RV, the music box tune began to play again, faint at first, then louder. I searched the RV, convinced I'd accidentally brought the doll inside, but it wasn't there. The tune stopped abruptly, replaced by a soft knock. At the door, I froze. My hands trembled as I reached for the handle and yanked the door open. No one was there, just the empty forest bathed in moonlight. Then I saw them, shadows flitting between the trees. They were small, childlike, moving too quickly to be human. My stomach churned as I realized they were circling the RV. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The RV began to shake as if something or many somethings were pounding on the sides. I shouted for them to stop, but the noise only grew louder, the whispers and laughter blending into a chaotic cacophony. Finally, I grabbed my guitar and strummed the first chords that came to mind, playing louder and louder until the shaking stopped. The laughter faded, leaving only the sound of my music and the distant roar of the rapids. The next morning I knew I had to leave, but something drew me back to the river. I followed the trail again, clutching the doll I'd found. The voices were louder now, calling my name, singing the lullaby in eerie, childlike tones. When I reached the riverbank, the air grew icy and the shadows beneath the trees seemed to ripple like water. "I know you're here," I said, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" The voices grew louder and the shadows took shape. 3 children, their faces pale and hollow, their eyes dark voids. They stared at me, their expressions a mix of sadness and anger. "Help us," they whispered, their voices overlapping in a haunting harmony. "What do you need?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. They pointed to the doll, and in that moment, I understood they were tied to it, bound to the river by whatever tragedy had claimed them. I placed the doll on the ground and stepped back, watching as the children reached for it, but as their hands touched it, their forms began to twist and contort, their whispers turning to wails. The river surged, the rapids crashing violently, and the shadows rushed toward me. I stumbled backward, tripping over the rocks, and ran as fast as I could, the screams echoing in my ears. I left Big Shades that day, vowing never to return. The doll stayed by the river. My name is Grayson Morris, and I'm 41 years old. This happened in late October during a weekend camping trip to Falling Water State Park in Florida. I was there with my wife Linda, our 10-year-old daughter Sarah, and our 7-year-old son Joey. What started as an ordinary family trip turned into something I'll never forget, though sometimes I wish I could. We had planned the trip as a way to disconnect from screens and reconnect as a family. I wanted to teach my kids a bit about survival skills, maybe show them how to start a fire or identify edible plants. Linda was on board, even though she had her reservations about the old RV. I insisted on driving. It had its quirks, flickering lights, and an engine that sometimes took a few tries to start, but I was confident it would get us through. When we arrived at Falling Water State Park, the sun was just beginning to set. The golden light filtered through the tall pine trees, and the sound of distant bird song filled the air. The kids were already squabbling over who got which bunk bed in the RV, and Linda sighed as she unpacked a cooler full of sandwiches and snacks. "This is going to be good for us," I said, giving her a reassuring smile. "Fresh air, family bonding, it's what we need." She nodded, but her eyes lingered on the dense woods surrounding our campsite. "Sure, as long as nothing breaks down." That evening we gathered around a small fire I built. Joey poked at the flames with a stick, and Sarah was off to the side scribbling in a notebook she brought along. For stories, she had a vivid imagination, always making up tales about fairies and witches. Linda read a book, her face illuminated by the warm glow of the fur light. "What are you writing about, kiddo?" I asked Sarah. She looked up and smiled. "A friend I met today." My heart sank for a moment, thinking she might have wandered off and spoken to a stranger. "What friend?" "Ellie," she said matter-of-factly. "She lives by the waterfall." I exchanged a glance with Linda. "You didn't go off alone, did you?" Sarah shook her No, I didn't meet her in person. She just started talking to me when we got here. Linda frowned. Honey, it's okay to have an imaginary friend, but don't scare your dad like that. Sarah's expression darkened. She's not imaginary. I didn't push it. Kids have wild imaginations, and I figured it was just part of her storytelling hobby. The first truly strange thing happened later that night. I was outside stoking the fire one last time before bed when I heard faint laughter coming from the woods. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. I stood still, straining to hear over the crackle of the fire. Kids, I called, but they were already inside the RV with Linda. The laughter faded, and I told myself it was probably another camper. Still, it put me on edge. The next morning, Linda complained about a cold draft in the RV. It's like someone left the door open, she said, pulling her cardigan tighter. I checked the door and the windows. Everything was locked up tight. We spent the day hiking to the park's main attraction, the waterfall. Sarah was unusually quiet, lagging behind and glancing over her shoulder as if expecting someone to appear. Joey, on the other hand, was full of energy, running ahead and shouting, "Come on, slowpokes." The trail led us to the waterfall, a beautiful cascade of water tumbling into a deep sinkhole. As we admired the view, Sarah tugged on my sleeve. "Ellie says this is where it happened," she whispered. "Where? What happened?" I asked, my voice low. Sarah didn't answer. She just stared at the water. That night the strangeness grew worse. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of faint knocking on the RV door. My first thought was that it was Joey playing a prank, but when I checked, both kids were asleep in their bunks. The knocking came again, this time from the back of the RV. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, my breath fogging in the cold night air. There were no footprints, no sign of anyone around except for a single pair of child-sized muddy prints leading toward the woods. The next morning, Sarah seemed withdrawn and Joey complained about bad dreams. Linda pulled me aside. "Something's not right here, Grayson," she said. "The kids aren't acting like themselves." I didn't want to admit it, but I felt it too, a heaviness in the air, a sense that we weren't alone. By the third day, things reached a breaking point. Sarah began talking to Ellie out loud, carrying on conversations as if the girl were standing right beside her. When Linda tried to intervene, Sarah shouted, "You're scaring her. She doesn't like it when you yell." That night I woke to the sound of the RV door creaking open. Sarah was gone. Panic surged through me as I grabbed a flashlight and followed her tiny footprints into the woods. I found her standing by the waterfall, her arms outstretched as if reaching for something. A faint figure stood in front of her, a young girl soaking wet, her hair hanging in tangled strands over her pale face. "Sarah," I shouted. The figure turned toward me, and I froze. Her eyes were hollow black pits, and her mouth twisted into a scream that echoed through the woods. Linda arrived moments later, clutching Joey's hand. Together we pulled Sarah away from the water. The ghost didn't follow, but her presence lingered, oppressive and cold, back in the RV. We tried to make sense of what was happening. Sarah, still dazed, murmured, "She's so lonely. She just wants someone to stay with her." I remember the muddy footprints, the laughter, the feeling of being watched. "She's dangerous," I said. "We need to leave now." But the RV wouldn't start. The lights flickered and the air grew colder. A loud bang came from the roof, followed by the sound of scraping metal. Linda clutched my arm. "What does she want?" "She wants Sarah," I said, my voice trembling. Linda suggested offering Ellie something to appease her. Sarah hesitated, then handed over a doll she'd brought along. "Ellie can have this," she said, "so she won't be lonely anymore." We left the doll at the base of the waterfall, whispering a prayer for Ellie to find peace. For a moment the woods fell silent, and I thought it was over. As we drove away, the RV finally roaring to life, I glanced at in the rearview mirror. For a split second I thought I saw Ellie standing at the edge of the woods clutching the doll. Then she was gone. The kids were quieter on the ride home, and Linda seemed lost and thought we didn't talk about what happened. Not right away, but every now and then I catch Sarah staring out the window, as if listening to someone I can't hear. My name is Emily Knight and I'm 31 years old. What I'm about to share happened just 2 months ago during a camping trip in HauntedTales State Forest in Florida. I used to laugh at ghost stories and legends. Now I'm not so sure it was my idea to go. I'd read about the forest's creepy history, stories of people vanishing, strange curses, and the infamous final words of C.B. Tate. My name is C.B. Tate. And I've been to hell. It seemed perfect for an adventurous weekend with my closest friends. There were 4 of us. Danny, my best friend since high school, level-headed and sarcastic at 30. Melissa, quiet and jumpy but sweet, tagged along reluctantly. And Cody, a guy I'd known for years but never fully trusted. He was brash, competitive, and had a habit of stirring up trouble. I suspected he had a crush on me, which only made things awkward. We took my RV, an old but functional beast, and parked it deep in the forest. The swampy smell of the air and the dense canopy of twisted trees added to the eerie vibe. Perfect, I thought. We set up near a clearing surrounded by cypress trees. Danny got the fire going and Melissa unpacked supplies while Cody cracked jokes about the forest named Tate's Hell. He said with a smirk, probably just an old drunk who got lost and died. Yeah, Danny shot back, so maybe keep your jokes down, Cody. Don't want to piss off the ghosts. Melissa shivered and muttered, can we not talk about ghosts? I laughed, trying to ease the tension. Relax, guys. It's just a forest. What's the worst that could happen? That night, the first sign of something wrong came when the generator started acting up. We had just finished eating when the RV's lights flickered and then went out. The only light came from the fire, casting long dancing shadows across the trees. I'll check it, Danny said, grabbing a flashlight. He came back a few minutes later looking puzzled. Everything's fine with the generator, it just stopped. I don't get it, Cody snorted. Probably a squirrel chewed a wire, no big deal. But I noticed Melissa staring into the trees, clutching her jacket. Did you guys hear that? She whispered. Hear what? I asked. It sounded like whispering, like someone saying my name. We all went quiet. I didn't hear anything, but the air felt heavier, but like the forest was holding its breath. The next day we decided to hike a nearby trail. I brought an old map I found online, but it quickly became clear it was outdated. Trails branched off in confusing directions and landmarks didn't match up. We wandered for hours before stumbling across something unsettling. It was a small clearing with a crude shrine made of sticks and bones. Animal skulls hung from the trees and strange symbols were carved into the dirt. Melissa refused to go near it. Probably just a hunter's prank, Cody said, poking at the bones with a stick. Don't touch it, Melissa snapped, surprising everyone. It's not a prank. This feels wrong. I told Cody to leave it alone and we moved on, but the tension was thick and even Danny looked uneasy. Back at camp, the generator failed again. The map I left on the picnic table was gone, as if the wind had taken it, but the air was still. That night the whispering started. At first I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it clearly. Someone saying my name, faint but unmistakable. Danny, I hissed, shaking his arm. Did you hear that? Hear what? He said groggily. Before I could answer we heard it again, a high-pitched scream far away but chilling. Melissa started crying. It's just an animal, Cody said, though his voice shook. But it wasn't just an animal, I was sure of it. The next morning Melissa refused to leave the RV. She said she'd seen something in the woods the night before, a pale woman with hollow eyes watching us from the shadows. You were dreaming, Cody said dismissively. You've been spooked since we got here. No, Melissa said firmly, I wasn't dreaming, she was real. I wanted to believe Cody was right, but the way Melissa said it sent a shiver down my spine. Still, we decided to stay. I didn't want to give up on the trip because of some creepy noises. That evening Melissa vanished. We were sitting by the fire when she suddenly stood up and walked toward the swamp. I'll be back, she said, her voice flat. Melissa, I called after her. She didn't turn around. Danny and I followed her flashlight beam, but it stopped abruptly near the edge of the swamp. The mud was churned up and her shoe lay half buried. There was no sign of her. Panic set and we shouted her name, but the only response was the croaking of frogs and the rustle of leaves. Then Danny found the altar was larger than the one we'd seen before, surrounded by bones and rotting wood symbols were etched into the mud, glowing faintly in the moonlight. The air of decay. This is wrong, Danny said. We have to leave now. As we made our way back to the RV, the forest came alive. Shadows darted between the trees, and the whispers turned into voices, mocking, taunting, calling our names. Then we saw her, the witch. She was pale, gaunt, with stringy black hair and hollow eyes that burned with hatred. She stood motionless, watching us, her bony hands outstretched. Cody froze, staring at her in terror. What the hell is that? He whispered before anyone could answer. The witch let out an ear-piercing scream. The ground beneath us seemed to ripple, and spectral hands reached from the swamp, clawing at our legs. We ran for the RV, but the witch followed. Her twisted form appeared in every shadow, her whispers filling our ears. When we reached the clearing, we found the RV surrounded by grotesque humanoid figures with elongated limbs and glowing eyes. They clawed at the windows, hissing and growling. Danny grabbed a can of lighter fluid and a lighter. The altar, he said. We have to destroy it. We ran back to the altar, dodging the figures that seemed to materialize from the swamp. Danny doused the wooden effigies with fluid and lit them on fire. The flames roared to life, and the witch screamed in rage. Her form flickered like a dying candle. But as the altar burned, Cody was dragged into the swamp. He screamed for help, but the spectral hands pulled him under. Then he was gone. The witch vanished, and the forest fell silent. Danny and I stumbled back to the RV, shaking and covered in mud. The generator worked again, and the lights flickered back on. When we reached the ranger station the next day, we reported everything. They didn't believe us, but promised to search for Melissa and Cody. My name is Logan Carter, and I'm 34 years old. What I'm about to tell you isn't some tall tale for clicks or likes. It's the truth, even if I can't prove it. This happened in the summer of last year, deep in the heart of Hockock Swamp, Massachusetts, a place some people call the heart of the Bridgewater Triangle. I went in as a skeptic, thinking I'd spend a week documenting my survivalist skills for my blog. I came out broken, both physically and mentally, and I'm still not sure if I escaped it all. It started with an idea I'd had for months: test my skills by surviving 7 days alone in one of the most notoriously haunted places in the country. I didn't believe in ghosts or monsters. I thought the stories were just folklore blown out of proportion. So I packed my gear: tent, GPS, water purifier, knives, and my GoPro, and drove to the edge of the swamp. The first thing you notice in Hockock Swamp is the silence. No bird song, no rustling leaves, just the occasional drip of water and the squelch of mud underfoot. It was oppressive, but I chalked it up to the swamp's natural atmosphere. By late afternoon, I found a clearing to set up camp. As I hammered stakes into the soggy ground, I felt it, the sensation of being watched. I glanced over my shoulder several times, but there was nothing but dense trees and mist. Get a grip, I muttered, shaking off the unease. That night I built a small fire and recorded my first blog entry. I talked about the swamp's history, how the Wampanoag people believed it was a place of great spiritual power, and how locals whispered about strange lights and creatures. As I spoke, the words felt heavier than I expected, like they carried a weight I didn't understand. I fell asleep to the crackling of the fire. When I woke up, the fire was out and something fell off. As I stepped outside the tent, I froze. Bare footprints surrounded my campsite. They were human-like, but too large, with long claw-like toes. Maybe a prank, I whispered, though the words felt hollow. Who would trek this far into the swamp just to mess with me? And why wouldn't I have heard them? I brushed it off, deciding to explore further into the swamp. My GPS flickered in and out, forcing me to rely on a map. Around midday, I stumbled upon something bizarre: a crude shrine made of animal bones and sticks, perched on a stone slab. The air around it was colder, almost suffocating. I took a few photos and moved on quickly, feeling an inexplicable dread. That night, as I edited footage by the fire, I noticed my knife was missing. I Searched the tent, my backpack, nothing. Finally, I found it stuck in a nearby tree blade first, as though it had been thrown with precision. My stomach churned. I didn't sleep well. On the third day, my water purifier broke. I cursed under my breath, knowing I'd have to boil water from now on, which would cost me precious time and energy. The swamp seemed to mock me, its stillness amplified by my rising frustration. That night the whispers began. At first I thought it was the wind, but as I lay in my tent the sounds became distinct. My name spoken softly over and over. Logan, Logan, help me. It sounded like my ex-girlfriend's voice, fragile and pleading. My rational mind told me it was a trick of isolation, a manifestation of guilt. But when I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, the whispers moved, retreating into the darkness. I didn't follow. On the fourth day, I stumbled upon the shrine again, or at least I thought it was the same one. This time the bones were arranged differently and symbols were carved into the trees around it. What the hell, I muttered, taking a step back. That's when I saw a figure in the distance, crouched low to the ground. It was humanoid, but distorted, its limbs too long, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. It didn't move, just watched me. I don't remember running back to camp, but I must have. By the fifth day I was a mess. My gear felt like a hindrance more than a help. And I was down to my last energy bar. The whispers had grown louder at night, and my maps didn't seem to align with the terrain anymore. I was lost that evening. As I boiled water over a dwindling fire, I heard a branch snap. I turned and saw it, the figure from before, now closer. Its face, it was my face, but wrong, stretched and twisted. Leave me alone, I shouted, throwing a rock at it. The creature didn't flinch. Instead, it mimicked my voice. Leave me alone. I backed into the, clutching my knife like a lifeline. Desperation clawed at me. On the sixth day, I tried to retrace my steps to the edge of the swamp, but every path seemed to loop back to the shrine. I felt trapped, like the swamp itself was conspiring against me. That night the entity grew bolder. It slashed at my tent, tearing through the fabric like paper. I scrambled out, swinging my knife wildly, but the creature danced just out of reach. It was toying with me. On the final day, I decided I had nothing to lose. I gathered dry branches and doused the shrine in lighter fluid. As the flames roared to life, the swamp seemed to shudder. The entity appeared again, screaming, not a human scream, but a guttural, animalistic roar. It charged at me, its claws slicing across my arm. As I stumbled backward, I swung my knife, blindly connecting with something solid. The creature shrieked and disappeared into the shadows. I ran. When I finally emerged from the swamp, I collapsed into the arms of a search and rescue team. I'd missed my check-in by 3 days, and they'd been combing the area. They didn't believe me about the creature. My footage was corrupted, and the photos I'd taken of the shrine were blurred beyond recognition. But sometimes late at night, I hear it, the whisper my name. The swamp didn't let me go, it just gave me a head start. I thought it was just another quiet shift, but that night in Crooked Pine National Forest, I learned silence is where terror hides. It's around 2010, and I'm still living with my parents. We moved into the neighborhood when I was 11. Not long after I discovered the woods across the road, they quickly became my refuge, a necessity due to the bullying I faced and the tension at home. The neighborhood didn't have many kids, and the few who were around were older and mostly uninterested. The hostility I endured left me a very anxious child, so I spent most of my free time alone. One day curiosity got the better of me, and I wandered into the woods. It was completely empty, and for the first time in years I felt safe. I stumbled upon a small clearing surrounded by oak trees and claimed it as my secret hideout. Over time I began spending more and more hours there, eventually even falling asleep. One night when I returned home the next day, I expected my parents to be furious, but they hadn't even noticed I was gone. That gave me all the excuse I needed, and I started camping out in my hideout occasionally. First, no one missed me. I realized I'd need camping gear to make my stays more comfortable. I tried sneaking things from home, but they didn't last long. Asking my parents for money was not an option, so I began knocking on doors offering to mow lawns. I had no idea how to mow a lawn, but that didn't matter. The real issue was finding a lawnmower. I secretly borrowed my dad's mower for jobs until he caught me and gave me a harsh punishment. Luckily, by then I'd earned enough to buy a worn-down mower of my own. It wasn't great, but it got the job done. Once I saved up some money again, I rode my rickety bike 7 miles to a tiny surplus store. I bought a backpack filled with what I thought were essential camping supplies. Excited to try it out, I skipped a week of school to camp in my hideout. This wasn't just a hobby, it became my only source of happiness and a sense of security. For the next several years, I only went to school enough to avoid trouble and spent all my free time in the woods. By now I saw those woods as my territory. Anyone entering was an intruder in my eyes, and when that day came I reacted without hesitation. One Sunday afternoon I was camping as usual and headed down a well-trodden path to a nearby creek for water. Across the creek about 60 yards away was a quiet road. I rarely saw anyone there, but this time I noticed a parked RV. 2 men were coming and going, oblivious to my presence. Hours later when I returned, they were still there, this time drinking and recklessly firing guns. I was annoyed, but became furious when a stray bullet struck the water a few feet from me. I sprinted home and called the local authorities. Pretending to be a passerby, I told them I'd been lost and stumbled upon the men who threatened me with their guns. Looking back, I know how wrong that was, but at the time I was angry and scared. A few days later, I overheard a news report about a major drug bust. Acting on an anonymous tip, deputies found 2 men shooting guns near a secluded road. Their RV turned out to be a mobile drug lab. Both men were arrested and held without bail. I realized it was my tip that led to their capture. The weight of what I had done hit me, but I was sure no one could link the call to me. Months later, however, I received an anonymous note in the mail: "You messed with the wrong people, kid." Fear gripped me, but I dismissed it as a coincidence. Then another letter came a week later, this time more explicit: "You better pray we get time served." I couldn't figure out they'd identified me, but it no longer mattered. The letters kept coming. When the sentencing day arrived, the men were each given 15 years for manufacturing drugs while possessing firearms. I was sure my time was up. I stopped going to school and spent all my days in the woods. I knew it wouldn't save me, but if I was going to die, I wanted to be somewhere I loved. Months passed, then years, with no sign of them. I slowly began to believe it had all been a scare tactic. My life moved on over the last decade. I barely thought about them. Then last week a new anonymous letter appeared in my mailbox. You'd better make a, well, time's running out. I dropped it instantly, my stomach in knots. My girlfriend was with me and read the letter too. She looked concerned, but I brushed it off as a cruel prank and refused to explain. Now the ghosts of my past have returned, bringing fear back into my life. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, terrified they'll harm my girlfriend or our newborn baby. Going to the authorities briefly crossed my mind, but without proof of who's sending these notes, I doubt they can do much. My options feel limited without anyone to confide, and I'm sharing this here anonymously. Maybe it's the safety of the internet, or maybe I just need to be heard. All I can say is this: be cautious about the decisions you make when you're young. Please keep my family in your thoughts. I'll need all the luck I can get. In early summer 2018, I set off on a long-awaited camping adventure in the western region of the country. The trip had been nearly 2 years in the making, and it marked my first time camping while equipped with firearms. The drive to my destination was delightful, and I gained new appreciation for that part of the country. Upon arrival, I parked my car and contacted a friend to confirm I had reached safely. After reviewing my plans one final time, I embarked on a hike to my chosen campsite. The first day passed peacefully. The weather was so pleasant that I decided to sleep beneath the stars beside my fire. The sense of Freedom was exhilarating, a stark contrast to the restrictions I was accustomed to back home. The following day unfolded much the same. I strolled leisurely and admired the wildlife. Shortly after midday, I finally arrived at the spot I had scouted for camping. A quick survey of the area confirmed my decision was sound. I set up camp swiftly and began preparing lunch. After eating, I felt drowsy but chose instead to practice shooting. One of the main reasons for my trip, a dry creek bed about 200 yards from camp seemed like the safest spot to shoot. I placed some steel targets and started firing. The exhilaration was indescribable. I imagine this was how pioneers might have felt. I had gone through a box of ammunition and was reloading my rifle when distant gunfire echoed through the hills. The sound intrigued me, and I decided to investigate. The shots sounded like they came from multiple firearms, making me uneasy. Sensing potential danger, I returned to my campsite, a decision I continued to both regret and be thankful for. Back at camp, I contemplated dinner. The gunfire ceased shortly after I returned, and I assumed the shooters had moved on. After spending about an hour cleaning my firearms, I settled by the fire, too tired to prepare a big meal. I snacked, packed on crackers and a cheese spread, then decided to turn in early. As the sun dipped behind the trees, it was pitch black when a noise startled me awake. I sat up and looked out of my tent, but saw nothing. Assuming it was a dream, I lay back down. Just as I started to drift off again, a chilling scream shattered the silence. It was one of the most horrifying sounds I had ever heard, second only to a rabbit's cry when caught by a predator. The screams continued, joined by a woman's desperate pleas for help. Fear gripped me. I thought about grabbing my rifle and heading toward the sounds, but common sense prevailed. Charging into the dark toward an unknown threat felt foolish. One final scream pierced the night, followed by a single gunshot. Paralyzed with terror, I stayed in my tent until dawn, dreading what might come next. As the first light broke, I hastily packed my gear and left the area, driven by a growing sense of dread. What had taken me a day and a half to hike earlier now took less than a day to retrace. Constantly looking over my shoulder, rifle in hand, I finally reached my car after dark and began the drive home, relieved to leave that place behind. But relief soon gave way to guilt. I replayed the events in my mind, berating myself for not acting. I had likely heard a woman in distress, possibly being murdered, and I had done nothing. The drive home was a torment, a battle between shame and logic. I alternated between self-loathing for my inaction and convincing myself that rushing into such a situation would have been reckless. Eventually, I learned the truth. Months later, I found out that I had camped less than a mile from the hideout of an outlaw biker gang. That day, the gang had been using the area for target practice with illegal firearms. Tragically, they had also abducted a young female hiker. After subjecting her to hours of abuse, they let her go, only to shoot her as she fled. Miraculously, she survived and managed to reach the highway, where she found help. After a week in the hospital, she was released and the gang members were arrested. Most accepted plea deals that would see them imprisoned for life, though relieved the victim survived. The what if it still haunt me. I never told anyone about that night, using an anonymous account to share my story. I know some will judge me a coward, and I don't blame them. I share this story for those who believe it's best to avoid involvement in others' problems. I understand that mindset now, but I also know the weight of the guilt I carry. Helping others may come with risks, but the regret of doing nothing is far worse. We share this world, and when we can, we should help one another. If you ever find yourself in a position to assist someone in need, remember you could be the difference between their survival and their end. When I was a kid, life was far from steady. After splitting from my dad, my mom had a bad relationships, even letting some of her boyfriends move in. When I was around 13, she married a guy named Mike, someone she met at the bar where she worked. Mike was a complete jerk who tried unsuccessfully to act like my dad. Mom had worked hard to keep my dad and me apart, but I always knew he cared about me and wanted to be in my life. Before the divorce, my dad and I would spend time hunting, fishing, and camping. Those experiences gave me a deep love for the outdoors, a love that eventually made my decision to live in the woods feel natural. By the time I turned 16, I couldn't handle Mike's controlling behavior anymore. Despite being unemployed most of the time, Mike expected me to wake up at 8 a.m. daily. Unlike him, I worked 5 days a week and had been saving up to move out since my sophomore year. Getting away from him and my mom was a top priority. I even dropped out of school after the first semester and earned my GED. My dad wasn't thrilled about it, but he understood and signed the paperwork for me on my rare days off. I liked the sleep and feeling I deserved it, but Mike would barge in yelling at me to wake up. One day, fed up and stressed from work, I told him to leave me alone. He looked like he was about to hit me, so I reacted by knocking him to the ground. That was the breaking point. I knew he'd call the cops, so I grabbed my backpack and left, never planning to return. Without a solid plan or transportation, I wandered aimlessly for most of the day. By evening, I found a wooded area on the outskirts of town, walked far enough in to stay hidden, and set up a basic camp. I built a fire and made a bed out of clothes and leaves. Surprisingly, I slept well that night. Though I hadn't intended to stay in the woods long term, I figured I'd quickly find an abandoned place to stay until I saved enough money. But it wasn't that simple. Any decent spot was either secure or dangerous, like the one place overrun by a gang. That night I realized life with Mike might have been better than some of the alternatives. As another weekend ended, I returned to my forest camp, determined to make it work. Sleeping on the ground wasn't sustainable, so I went to a store and bought a sleeping bag and a tarp. Using foil to line my makeshift shelter helped retain heat from the fire, making the cooler nights bearable. I kept myself clean in public bathrooms and did laundry at a 24-hour laundromat. Sometimes I even slept there on laundry days. Eventually, I found a stream near my camp where I could bathe. Despite my situation, I kept my job, which helped me stay afloat. The woods weren't without their challenges. A railroad track ran through the area, bringing hobos who camped about half a mile from me. During the summer of 2007, I had spent several years hiking trails in a nearby national forest. The hour-long drive to the forest went smoothly as usual. I parked close to the visitor center and informed the rain danger of my planned route. After a final check of my gear, I began the 2-mile trek to my usual campsite. At the time, I had no idea someone's life had just taken a tragic turn, and mine was about to change too. My passion for the outdoors had developed a few years earlier following a deeply personal loss after a major tragedy. While I wasn't directly involved, I had lost someone incredibly dear to me. She and I had been close during our college days, but had drifted apart. The internet helped us reconnect, and we began making plans to meet during the holiday season. We even discussed rekindling our relationship. When I got the devastating news of her passing, it shattered me. I sank into despair and even considered ending my own life. I packed my gear and hiked to a secluded spot, intending never to return. But when I arrived, the natural beauty of the area struck me. Despite my grief, the tranquility of the mountains gave me a reason to hold on. From that moment on, nature became my refuge. Whenever my emotions overwhelmed me, I sought solace in the wilderness. Now back to that summer in 2007. By then, my outdoor retreats had become a routine. That first evening passed uneventfully. The following day, I decided to hike into one of the nearby gorges. These explorations often rewarded me with unique stones and artifacts for my growing collection. After a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal, I set out along the trail. While descending a steep cliffside, a sudden glimmer of light caught my attention. At first, I couldn't pinpoint its source. Moments later, another flash briefly blinded me. I squinted and spotted a pair of arms waving frantically about 50 feet below. I hurried down the trail, stopping at a rocky ledge to get a better view. As I stepped onto it, I felt the ground shift under my weight. Before I could react, the ledge gave way and I fell. The descent seemed to last forever, bracing for impact. I clenched my teeth. To my relief, I landed relatively unharmed, having only fallen about 15 feet. Lying on my back, I took a moment to collect myself, remembering why I had rushed there. I tried to stand only to realize my left foot was wedged tightly between two boulders. After several attempts, I managed to free it by pushing one rock aside and pulling my leg out. Looking around, I saw the figure I had noticed earlier, a woman lying motionless to my right. Carefully making my way down, I approached her. At first she appeared lifeless, but then her lips moved slightly. I knelt beside her, speaking softly to calm her. Eyes fluttered open and a faint smile crossed her face. I thought no one would find me, she whispered. Do you have any water? I quickly grabbed my canteen, which was a bit battered but still functional. Tilting it gently, I let her sip a small amount to avoid overwhelming her stomach. Over the next few minutes, she told me how she had ended up in her precarious position. Her injuries were severe, and I knew time was critical. I promised to get help and wrapped her in a fleece jacket for my pack. The climb back up the unstable cliff was grueling. My back and my knees protested every step. After what felt like hours, I made it back to the ranger station at around 1 p.m. The ranger wasted no time assembling a rescue team. An ambulance took me to the hospital for evaluation, and I spent the night there. It wasn't until almost 7 p.m. that I saw her being wheeled into the emergency room. She was rushed into surgery immediately. Hours passed before I got any updates, but the news was positive. Despite her injuries, a punctured lung, concussion, broken arm, and more, she made a full recovery. Her name was Lauren, and she reunited with her family. I heard she eventually moved to Montana with her husband and 2 daughters. As for me, my journey of healing continued, but that's a tale for another day. I'm just glad I was there to help Lauren in her darkest hour and wish her a life filled with happiness and love. When I was a child, I always dreamed of joining the local scout group. Back then, it was still a well-respected organization teaching practical outdoor skills. I think I was about 11 when I finally persuaded my mom to let me sign up. She was hesitant at first. Growing up in Poland, she'd seen groups like this being little more than military prep for kids. I asked the group leader to speak with her, and after a long discussion and plenty of questions, her worries were eased. With that obstacle out of the way, I officially became a junior scout. Sadly, scouting in my town wasn't what I had imagined. Our leader was a frazzled single parent who lacked much enthusiasm, which was pretty disheartening for me. About half a year in, however, I got some exciting news. A scout leader from another district invited our troop on a camping trip. Camping was one of the main reasons I wanted to join. In the first place, my family used to go all the time, but since my parents separated, those trips had come to a halt. Early one Saturday, the visiting scout leader picked us up in his van and drove us to the campsite. Our group wasn't very big, only around 10 kids in total. After arriving, he gathered us and gave instructions on how to set up our tents. Each tent was meant for 2 kids, but because we had an odd number, I got one to myself. The leader guided us through pitching our tents, and while a few kids needed extra help, most of us managed pretty well. The morning was spent learning first aid and general safety tips. I got paired with the leader and became the patient for demonstrations, ending up wrapped in bandages and strapped onto a makeshift stretcher. It was actually a lot of fun and turned out to be quite educational. After finishing our first aid lessons, we had lunch and took a short break. By mid-afternoon, we gathered for archery practice, which I was thrilled about. I had been obsessed with bows and arrows ever since watching my first action movie featuring a cool archer. This was my first real opportunity to try it out. The leader showed us the basics and made sure to emphasize safety. Naturally, a bunch of excited preteens paid little attention to that. Part 1 was the first to try. I pulled the bowstring back and crouched, trying to mimic a pose I'd seen in a movie, but I was quickly told to stand properly. That part made it less cool, but when my arrow landed close to the target, I felt a rush of pride. The rest of the group followed, taking turns before we were allowed to shoot more freely. Everyone was chatting and competing to see who could hit closest to the bullseye. That's when the accident happened. One boy, Nathan, was talking to another kid, Alex, while holding his bow. Nathan had an arrow loosely drawn when Alex said something that made him turn. Suddenly, somehow, Nathan lost control and the arrow flew. It struck Alex in the chest, going in about 7, and chaos erupted. The leader shouted for the first aid kit while Alex clutched at the wound, struggling to breathe. 2 of the older kids were sent running to the ranger station to get help. The rest of us stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Nathan, meanwhile, was pacing back and forth, repeating "I'm sorry" over and over until the leader snapped at him to stop. The ambulance arrived after what felt like an eternity, probably about 20 minutes. The trip ended immediately after that. Everyone hurried to pack up and we rode back home in silence. Aside from Nathan sobbing, his guilt was overwhelming, and even at that age I felt bad for him. Thankfully, the next morning we heard that Alex had undergone surgery and was stable. The arrow had punctured a lung but missed his heart by an inch. He made a full recovery, which came as a relief to everyone. Nathan later apologized directly to Alex, and from what I heard, Alex forgave him. It was ruled a tragic accident and no charges were filed. As for me, my time as a scout ended there. When my mom found out what had happened, she immediately pulled me out of the group. I wasn't too upset though. I ended up picking up BMX riding instead, which turned out to be a much safer hobby. When I was growing up in Dallas, camping was never something I did willingly. Why would anyone want to go out to the wilderness and deal with bugs? The whole idea seemed ridiculous. It wasn't until I left for college that I realized how fun it could actually be. During my 4 years at North Texas, I went from being a die-hard city kid to someone who could have survived in the wild, but then something happened that ruined my love for the outdoors. To this day, as I mentioned, I never really got along with nature before moving to Denton. If there was a spider web, I would always find it. If mosquitoes were around, I was their prime target. You get the idea. By chance, I ended up rooming with a guy from near Lufkin. He had grown up surrounded by woods, and some of his friends from home were also at North Texas with us. They often went camping around the state during breaks, so when spring break came up, they invited me to join them at Lake Soma. If you haven't heard of it, Soma is a well-known lake near Denison, famous for its fishing and scenic beauty. I wasn't thrilled about staying in Dallas, and I didn't really know any of the cool kids who were heading to the coast, so at Soma I was with no camping experience. I relied entirely on my friends for advice. I borrowed gear, made do with what I had, and the only thing I didn't skimp on was bug spray. Deep Woods Off became my best friend. That trip turned out to be an eye-opener. Since I had covered myself in bug spray, I was finally able to focus on the experience itself. Everything was going smoothly, and then I caught my first fish. I was hooked. The rest of the trip was spent learning everything I could about the outdoors. After that, I made sure I joined every camping trip for the next 2 years. That summer, I even made it to the coast. When I wasn't in class or resting, I walked everywhere from one end of town to the other. Despite being a university town, Denton still had that small town charm. I knew the woods and tracks by heart, and in the warmer months I spent hours honing my skills at the nearby Lake Louisville. I don't think my friends from East Texas knew as much about the woods as I did. Over time, my friends back in Dallas told me I had changed. I didn't mind though. I was determined never to leave nature behind, and in a way I've always stayed connected to it. But as much as I love the outdoors, I don't think I'll ever be able to return to the woods the way I once did. It was spring break during my final year when I decided to go on one last camping trip. By this point, some of my camping buddies had either dropped out of school or transferred. Only a couple of guys remained, but we didn't really keep in touch. I had been planning a big trip to a popular national park in the eastern part of the state. I won't name it here as I don't want to discourage anyone from visiting, but it's known for its natural beauty despite some darker rumors surrounding it. Before leaving, I had been warned to watch out for overzealous hunters, but I knew this trip wouldn't coincide with hunting season, so I felt safe. After checking my list one last time, I loaded my Jeep and made the 3-hour drive to my campsite. I arrived just after 3:00 p.m. set up camp and decided to explore a bit before dinner. It was then that I noticed something strange. Well, I didn't actually see anyone, but the feeling that I was being watched lingered. I cut my hike short and returned to camp. Though bears weren't known to live in this area, I had read some stories online, and the idea of being eaten on my first day wasn't exact appealing. After a quick dinner, I hit the sack just after dark. Nothing unusual happened that night as far as I could tell. The next morning, the air was crisp and fresh, probably the cleanest I had ever breathed. Breakfast was quick and simple, though I don't recall exactly what it was. The beauty of the morning made me eager to explore, so I packed a small day bag with some emergency supplies and snacks and set off on the trail. The next few hours were peaceful, with only the occasional snap of twigs or rustling leaves breaking the silence. Around 11 a.m. I stopped for a snack. While I waited for my stove to heat some water, I leaned against a pine tree and must have dozed off. That was when a mosquito decided to make a meal of my neck. I woke with a start, swatted the pest, and then noticed a flash in the distance. I briefly questioned whether I had imagined it, but the loud call of a crow confirmed that I wasn't alone. Though I wasn't scared yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Eventually, the crow moved on, and I was able to finish my coffee in peace. I figured if whoever was out there hadn't shown themselves by now, they probably meant me no harm. I spent a little more time at that spot before packing up and continuing my hike. After about another half hour, it became clear that I wasn't alone. Whoever had been trailing me hadn't learned to be quiet in the woods. The rustling of leaves was faint but constant, and a strange smell started drifting toward me. I stopped and sniffed the air, and suddenly everything went quiet. My curiosity got the best of me, and despite my instincts, I walked toward the smell. I had only taken a few steps when a puff of dirt shot up near me. A split second later, I heard a loud crack. I turned, and before I could react, another crack came from behind. It dawned on me that I was being shot at, and I hit the ground instantly. I didn't dare move, holding my breath, trying to hear any movement. The warnings about overzealous hunters rang in my head. I yelled, hoping the shooter would realize their mistake. But there was no response. I stayed still, listening. Eventually, the sounds of the forest returned, confirming I was no longer being targeted. Still shaken but unhurt, I got to my feet, brushed myself off, and the strange smell hit me again. For some reason, I didn't learn my lesson and started walking toward it once more. This time, a quick series of shots rang out in my direction. I didn't think, just turned and ran as fast as I could. My only goal was to make it back to safety. I prayed over and over for a safe escape, but a couple of shots rang out behind me. I didn't stop to check where they hit, too focused on getting away. I ran for what felt like forever, only stopping when my body gave out. No shots had come for a while, but I wasn't about to stay in the same place. After chugging down some water, I continued my escape at a much slower pace. Within the hour, I was back at camp. I was desperate to leave and get back to Denton as quickly as possible. I packed up without wasting time, even leaving the fire half done, something I would never have done under normal circumstances. I didn't want to contact the police, fearing I'd be forced to return to the scene of what had happened. The thought made me feel sick. The further I got away from the national park, the guilt started eating at me. I couldn't help but think that someone else might stumble onto what I had left behind. I didn't think I could live with the guilt of a preventable death. Around 20 miles out, I finally found a police station. I reported the incident, but the officer wasn't too surprised. He mentioned the overzealous hunter theory, but I didn't buy it. Had the shooting stopped when I shouted out, that might have made sense. The truth was I had no idea what had happened, and neither did the officer. He promised to check it out, but I wasn't hopeful. I didn't think they'd find anything, let alone contact me. There was no way I was ever going back to that place. When I got home, I probably looked like a fool kissing the ground outside my house, but the relief was overwhelming. Things went back to normal over time, but despite the terrifying event, I intended to go back to the woods, just not those woods. I was browsing through 4on one day when a post caught my attention. The original poster had been hiking in an area he thought he knew well. Rumors had been circulating for years about huge marijuana farms being guarded by cartel members, but he never took them seriously. That is, until he accidentally stumbled upon one of these gross sites. No one had been around, so he tried to leave quietly. As soon as he turned to leave, gunfire erupted around him. He was grazed on the cheek, but managed to escape. The experience terrified him, and he was too scared to report it. The whole thing seemed too convenient to me, but the idea stuck with me. I hadn't considered the possibility of something like that happening before, but after my experience it felt more real. Years have passed and life is much like it was before I went to college. The only difference is that I'm older and much more aware of the natural world. Sometimes I find myself gazing into the woods near my home, feeling that same pull I once did. But it's not the same. I know that the odds of something like what I experienced happening again are slim, but it's not fear that keeps me away, not anymore. Now when I look at the woods, I can't see them in the same way. What I encountered has changed how I view the wild, and it'll never be as beautiful to me as it once was, but I keep my memories, and I share what I know with anyone who's interested. I prefer to remember the woods as they were pure, pristine, and beautiful. In the early summer of 2018, I set off on a long-awaited camping adventure out west. The trip had been in the works for nearly 2 years, and it would be my first time camping with firearms. The drive to the destination was enjoyable, and I discovered a lot about that region of the country I hadn't known before. Once I arrived, I parked my truck and let my contact know I had safely reached the area. We reviewed my plan one final time, and I began the long hike to my campsite. The first day was peaceful. The weather was perfect, so I slept outside by the fire. It was a refreshing feeling of freedom compared to the restrictions back home. The next day was much like the first. I walked slowly, taking in the wildlife around me. Around 1:30 p.m. I reached the spot I had planned to camp. A quick check confirmed it was a good choice, and soon I had everything set up and was cooking lunch. Afterward, feeling a bit sleepy, I decided to do some shooting, since that was the reason I had come. About 200 yards from camp, I found a dry creek bed which seemed like the safest place to shoot. I set up a few steel targets and began firing. The excitement I felt was hard to explain. This must have been what the pioneers experienced. I thought I had gone through a box of ammo and was reloading my SKS when I heard gunshots echoing through the hills. Curious, I went to investigate. The shots kept coming, and they seemed to come from several different firearms, which made me uneasy. I decided to head back to camp, sensing that the shooters might not be too welcoming. In hindsight, it was a decision I still question, but also thanked myself for making. When I returned, I thought about what to have for dinner. The shooting stopped soon after I got back, so I assumed they had moved on and that the evening would be quiet. After cleaning my guns for about an hour, I sat back by the fire and dozed off. Instead of cooking a full meal, I snacked on crackers and bacon-flavored cheese. As the sun began to set, I decided to turn in early. It was completely dark when a noise woke me. I jumped up and looked outside my tent, but saw nothing. Assuming it was just a dream, I lay back down, but then I heard it again, a chilling scream. Unlike anything I'd ever heard, it was the worst sound, more terrifying than the cries of a rabbit being killed by a predator. The screams continued, followed by a woman's voice calling for help. My heart raced. What should I do? I briefly considered grabbing my rifle and rushing into the darkness, but by now it was clear where the screams were coming from, the same direction the gunshots had been earlier. I chose to stay put, and just then another scream rang out, followed by a single gunshot. I was frozen with fear, unsure of what to do until daylight. The feeling of freedom I had earlier was gone. I anxiously awaited the sunrise, convinced that danger was coming with the dawn. When the sun finally rose, I packed up my gear in record time and began heading back to what I considered a safer place, or really anywhere but there. A journey that had taken me a day and a half just days before took me less than one to return every few minutes. I glanced over my shoulder, my rifle gripped tightly, expecting someone to be chasing me. I reached my truck just after dark and drove home, relieved to be leaving, but as the relief began to fade, guilt settled, and I thought I had heard a woman in desperate need of help being murdered, and yet I did nothing. I didn't report it, didn't try to help. For the entire drive home, my mind battled between my ego and reason. One moment I hated myself, calling myself a coward. The next I told myself it would have been foolish to chase after unknown attackers in the dark. The truth is, I was afraid like a child seeing their first scary movie, but at the same time running off into the night would have been reckless. Yet the guilt still stings to this day. I didn't act heroically or cowardly, but in the end I wondered if I should have reported what happened. What I had witnessed was a stretch. Really, I only heard a few screams and gunshots in the middle of nowhere without solid evidence. Reporting it would likely have just made me a nuisance to the authorities. Months later, I finally found the courage to learn what had really happened. I was camping just a mile away from a notorious outlaw biker gang. That day they had arrived at their usual spot where they would use illegal firearms. Unfortunately, they had also kidnapped a woman hiker, subjected her to hours of abuse. After they released her, she managed to escape and flee from their camp. Those screams for help were her desperate cries, but she was shot and left to die. In a miracle, the woman survived. She somehow found her way to the highway and managed to get help. After a week in the hospital, she was released. The bikers, knowing they were caught, accepted plea deals, and most of them will spend the rest of their lives in prison. Though I was relieved to hear the victim survived, I couldn't stop thinking about the WHS. What if I had done something? What if I had reported it sooner? I never told anyone about this, and writing it here is probably the closest I'll ever come to sharing it. If you think I'm a coward for not intervening, I don't blame you. This story wasn't meant for people like you. It's for those who understand the temptation to avoid conflict. I get it now, the fear of being punished for doing the right thing. Many people who try to help others end up paying the price for it, but I can tell you from experience that the guilt of an action is far worse than the risk of stepping in. We're all in this together. If we can, we should help those in need. Imagine being in someone else's shoes. You could be the only one standing between them and survival. Growing up, stability was a luxury I didn't know. After splitting up with my dad, my mom dated a string of guys, even letting some move in. When I was around 15, she married a guy named Mike, whom she met at the bar where she worked. Mike was a real jerk and tried to take my dad's place in my life. Mom had tried to keep my dad away from me, but I always knew he cared and wanted to be part of my life. Before the divorce, Dad and I would go fishing, camping, and spend time outdoors. I developed a love for nature I could never shake and didn't want to. This made it easy to decide to live in the woods. By 18, I was done putting up with Mike's controlling ways. Although he rarely had a job, he expected me to be up by 700 a.m. Even though I worked 5 days a week. Since my junior year, I'd saved money to move out. Being away from him and Mom was my goal. I left school got my D, and started planning on days off I thought I deserved to sleep in, but Mike had other ideas. The stress from work was bad enough, and when Mike barged in yelling for me to wake up, I told him to back off. He moved like he was going to hit me, so I reacted and knocked him down. That was the last straw. I knew he'd call the cops, so I grabbed my backpack and left, never intending to go back. I wandered around town, no plan or vehicle. As the sun set, eventually I found some woods on the outskirts. Walked far enough in to be hidden from the road, made a fire, and set up a bed with leaves and clothes. That night was unexpectedly cozy, but I didn't see it as a long-term plan. I thought I'd find an empty place to stay temporarily, but that turned out to be tougher than expected. All the decent places were either secured or used by gangs. Spending the night on the ground wasn't ideal, so midweek I stopped by a store, got a sleeping bag, and built a makeshift shelter with foil-lined tarp to reflect heat from the fire, making the nights much warmer. To keep clean, I used public bathrooms and laundry mats, sometimes staying overnight at the 24-hour ones. My coworkers noticed, but didn't say anything. Eventually, I found a nearby river to wash in. Life out there wasn't as bad as it could have been, though it wasn't ideal. My camp was next to railroad tracks, which often had drifters passing through. A makeshift hobo camp was about half a mile away across the tracks. I discovered it one evening by following the tracks, which were safer than the busier roads. Once, as I headed back to camp, I saw firelight through the trees. I peeked down a hill and saw 3 older guys around a fire. They saw me and invited me to join them. I mostly listened to their stories until they asked my name and where I was going. I made up a name, said I lived nearby, and we talked about a life riding the rails. At some point, they let me try a cheap bottle of wine, not something I'd recommend, but I came to like it. The colder season rolled in, bringing chilly nights and some unruly drifters. I was almost one of them by then, sharing many evenings with regulars by the fire, listening to stories and passing around bottles. One of the more unpredictable drifters was an older guy named Pete. He stayed quiet at first, but got aggressive when he drank too much. One night he picked a fight with me. He knocked me down and started kicking me until the others pulled him off. After that, I kept my distance from unfamiliar faces. I followed this rule until I got too trusting and ran into trouble. It was this second incident that eventually pushed me to finally get my own place. As fall approached, I was promoted at work. The extra money helped, as I was mostly spending my paychecks just trying to survive. One day I saw another guy about my age walking toward me with a backpack. He seemed all right and introduced himself as Ben. He said he'd come from Oklahoma City, and we talked for a bit before going our separate ways. Later, we continued our conversation by the fire, sharing stories. The second night, I let slip that it was payday. I was usually cautious about my earnings. I never let people see me with much cash and hid my savings in various spots, which I moved around regularly. That night, Ben asked if he could borrow some money. I told him I'd spent what I had on the bottle we were sharing, but he didn't believe me. He pulled out a long pocket knife, and I realized he was serious. Terrified, I held onto the lie as long as I could, but fear overtook me. Just as I was about to turn and run, Ben took a swipe, slashing my arm. I started backing away up the hill, watching him, when another figure stepped out of the shadows behind him. It was another guy from the group, Sam, holding a sturdy stick. He'd overheard Ben calling me Mr. Money Bags earlier and suspected something was up. Ben started stirring, cursing Sam, who warned him to leave or get a worse beating, then took off, and I didn't see him again. For safety, I spent the next few nights at the hobo camp and took a different route to work for a while. 2 attacks in under a year were enough. I'd saved enough to get a place that weekend. I searched online, and by Sunday evening I was sleeping in my very own, if tiny, apartment. A few months later, I found a better place and stayed there for 3 years. Sometimes I think back to Sam and the other guys. They were kinder than most people would imagine, but even surrounded by good people, living rough isn't something I'd recommend to anyone. This happened to my wife and me last year, right after the restrictions were lifted in our area. As soon as it was safe, we packed up our gear and decided to hike at our local nature reserve. Hiking was something we used to do a lot before we got married, and I was really looking forward to it. Our plan was to trek out to a particular lake, camp overnight, and then head back the next day. The weather was clear and warm, and the trails were dry for most of the morning. We were the only ones on the path. Around halfway to the lake, we stopped for lunch at a campsite. We noticed another couple had the same idea. They were sitting at a stone picnic table, and we asked if we could join them. The conversation started naturally, and soon the four of us were chatting about the trail and our plans. It turned out that they were newlyweds on their honeymoon, my wife being a hopeless romantic. Loved hearing this, and she shared how we met and some other sentimental details that I can't quite remember. After about 2 hours, we said our goodbyes and continued on our way. We reached the lake just before nightfall. Tired and hungry, I built a fire and my wife Laura prepared a simple meal while I set up the tent. We sat by the fire, roasted marshmallows, and talked for a while before heading to bed around 10 p.m. The next morning, I woke up before dawn, stoked the fire, and started breakfast. Laura and I repeated our roles from the night before, except this time I took down the tent and packed everything up. I made sure the fire was completely out, and we hit the trail to head back home at 10 a.m. We made it back to the midpoint, but didn't stop. 2 hours further up the trail, we came across the husband from the couple we'd met. Strangely, his wife wasn't with him. Laura asked where she was, and the man said she'd become sick the night before and had to go back home. When he said this, he seemed uneasy and wouldn't meet our eyes. Before we could ask more, he quickly added that his wife had insisted he finish the hike alone. It was a bit odd, but we didn't have a reason to doubt him. Just then a group of hikers came by and he excused himself to join them. I didn't feel the need to ask more. It wasn't our business. Laura seemed like she wanted to stay longer, but I reminded her that we had things to take care of at home. She reluctantly agreed, and we continued on our way. We arrived at the parking lot soon after and packed our gear. There were a few groups of people talking, and we saw several cars, including a Ranger truck, pull, and I didn't think anything of it at the time. We got home later that afternoon and took care of some family matters. It wasn't until the next morning at breakfast that we heard the news. I grabbed a cup of coffee and turned on the TV just in time to catch a news report about a woman who had died while camping. When they showed her picture on the screen, I almost spilled my coffee. It was the woman we had met just 2 days earlier. I called Laura into the living room to make sure I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't wearing my glasses, and I pointed at the TV. "Isn't that the newlywed we met at the park?" I asked. Laura stared at the screen and gasped. Right then a wedding photo of the couple appeared. Laura grabbed the remote and turned up the volume. According to the husband, the couple had been at a popular lookout, a cliffside with a great view. Laura and I had been there a couple of times before. They had watched the sunrise, and when they were about to leave, the wife lost her footing and fell to the ground below. It was believable, but something didn't sit right with me. Why hadn't he told us this when we met? Why the illness story? The way he had acted just didn't make sense. If something like that had happened to me, I would have been a mess. We had passed at least 15 other people on the trail that morning, and no one had spoken to us about the incident. It all seemed strange. I was glad Laura shared my suspicion. She had a gut feeling that something wasn't right, and I couldn't shake the feeling either. We talked for a while about what we should do and decided it might be worth contacting the authorities. I called the sheriff's office and told them what we knew. They put me on hold, and when they returned, they said someone might contact us later, but no one ever did. It's been almost a year, and no one has reached out to us. This is why I'm Emailing you now. What do you think? My instincts and Laura are telling us that something may have gone wrong, but we have no evidence to back it up. If the police thought we had useful information, they'd have called us by now, right? I don't want to cause trouble for a grieving man who appears to be a decent person, but I can't ignore this feeling. Should we keep pushing for answers or just leave it to the police to handle? I just have this nagging suspicion that something much worse happened and the man is getting away with it. Although this story is far from finished, most of what I'm going to tell you happened around 12 years ago. It was about 2012, and I was still living with my parents. We had moved into the neighborhood when I was 14. Not long after I found the woods across the street, I ended up making the woods my escape because of the bullying I went through and the stress at home. This neighborhood didn't have many kids, and the few that lived here were much older than me. All the tension made me a nervous wreck. Any free time I had I spent by myself. One day I decided to explore the woods. There didn't seem to be anyone else out there, and that gave me a sense of peace, something I hadn't felt in a while. I came across a small cluster of cedar trees that created a secluded clearing, and I started calling it my hideaway. As time passed, I spent more and more time there. I even ended up falling asleep in the trees. One night I thought for sure my parents would flip, but they never even noticed. From that point on, I started camping in my little spot on weekends. First, no one seemed to miss me. I quickly realized I needed proper camping gear, so I began going door to door offering to mow lawns. I had never mowed a lawn before, but that didn't matter. The biggest challenge was finding a lawnmower. I'd sneak my dad's mower out, do the job, and eventually got caught and punished. Thankfully, I saved up enough to buy a cheap lawnmower of my own. With my new lawnmower in tow, I started working for real money. Once I had enough saved up, I rode my barely functioning bike about 5 miles to an army surplus store. I bought an Alice pack full of camping gear I thought would be useful. I was so excited that I skipped a week of school to test out my new equipment and camped out in my spot. It became an obsession, but more than that, it was the only place where I felt safe and happy for years to come. I went to school just enough to stay under the radar, but most afternoons I would head straight to my hideaway. By then I considered the woods my territory. Anyone else out there felt like an intruder. So when I encountered two men one Sunday afternoon, I didn't hesitate to defend my space. I'd been camping all weekend and was walking to the creek to gather water about 50 yards away. I noticed the camper parked on a deserted road. Two men were moving in and out of it, but they didn't notice me. When I returned a few hours later, they were still there, now drinking beer and shooting guns. I was angry, but it wasn't until a stray bullet landed just inches from me that I couldn't take it anymore. I ran home, called the sheriff, and made up a story about being lost and threatened by the men with their guns. I didn't think anyone would trace the call back to me, but the following day I heard a news report about a drug bust, and my call was mentioned. The sheriff had tracked down the men after receiving an anonymous tip. They were arrested for manufacturing drugs in the camper. I realized the seriousness of the situation and was terrified, but I believed no one would figure out that I was the one who made the call. A few months later, I got an anonymous letter in the mail. It just said, "You messed with the wrong people, kid." The fear hit me like a ton of bricks, but I still didn't think it was from the men. A week later, I got another letter, more threatening, "You better pray we get time served." I couldn't understand how they knew it was me, but by that point I was just scared and didn't want to think about it. The letters kept coming. Then, during their trial, the judge sentenced both men to 20 years after finding them guilty of drug manufacturing and possession of firearms. I thought for sure my time was running out. I stopped going to school and spent all my time hiding in the woods. I knew it wouldn't protect me, but if I was going to die, I wanted it to happen in a place I loved. Strangely, the death I feared never came. Month after month, I began to feel like it had all been a bluff, or perhaps just a way to intimidate me. Life went on, and the last 10 years were filled with ups and downs, with the two men from the woods becoming a distant memory. Then last week, I got another anonymous letter. It read, "You better write, or the end is near." I dropped it in shock, and my girlfriend saw it. She read it too and seemed worried, but I brushed it off as a prank. I didn't explain anything to her. Now the fear from my past has returned. I feel like I'm always looking over my shoulder. I'm terrified that these men might go after my girlfriend or our baby. I briefly considered going to the police, but without proof of who sent the letters, I know they can't do much. My options feel limited with no one else to talk to. I'm anonymously sharing the story, hoping someone will hear it. Please be careful with the choices you make when you're young. Wish me luck and keep my family in your prayers. In the summer of 2006, I was hiking the paths of a nearby national forest as I'd been doing for several years. The hour-long drive to the forest went smoothly as usual. I parked by the ranger's office and let him know my plans. After a final check of my backpack, I set off on my 2-mile trek to my usual campsite. I had no idea that someone's life had just taken a tragic turn, and that I'd soon be pulled into it. My love for the outdoors began after the events of September 11th. Though I wasn't directly near any of the attack sites, I lost someone very close to me. She and I had been college sweethearts, but drifted apart. Thanks to the internet, we reconnected, and we were planning to meet for Thanksgiving to explore renewing our relationship. The news of her passing shattered me, and I started planning my own end. I got as far as packing a bag and heading to a remote spot, but something shifted. When I arrived, the beauty of the landscape took hold of me, balancing the pain I felt with a calming peace. That moment changed my mind. My grief stayed with me for some time, but whenever it felt overwhelming, I'd return to nature, finding a way to cope. So here we were in the summer of 2006. My retreats had become a regular habit. Nothing unusual happened that first evening. The next day, I thought over my plans and decided to hike down into the canyons. I often found some small arrowheads or stones for my growing collection. After a quick oatmeal breakfast, I set out down the trail. About halfway down a cliffside, I noticed a glint of light. Though I couldn't find the source right away, another flash temporarily blinded me. When my vision cleared, I saw 2 arms waving around about 40 feet down the cliff. I hurried down the trail for a better view. There was a small rock ledge on the side, so I jumped onto it, but it began to crumble beneath me. The fall felt endless, and I braced myself for a painful landing, but thankfully it wasn't as bad as I'd feared. Lying on my back, I looked up and saw I'd only fallen about 15 feet. I stayed there a moment, then remembered why I'd come down. Trying to stand, I noticed my left foot was stuck between 2 large rocks. I pushed the top one and wiggled my leg free. Once on my feet, I looked around and saw a woman lying nearly motionless off to my right. Carefully, I made my way down the slope until I reached her. She looked lifeless at first, but then I saw her lips moving. Kneeling beside her, I began speaking in a calm voice. I asked her name. Her eyes opened slowly, and a faint smile crossed her face. I thought I'd lost you when I saw that rock give way, she said in a hoarse but gentle voice. Sorry to bother you, sir, but do you have any water? I quickly rummaged through my bag and pulled out my bottle. It was a bit dented, but still intact. I slowly held the opening to her lips, letting her drink a small amount. I knew too much too quickly could make her sick. Over the next few minutes, she explained how she'd ended up there occasionally. I gave her a little more water. She was clearly in severe pain, and I knew I couldn't delay if she was to get help. I told her my plan, covered her with the fleece from my pack, and started the climb back up the rocky hillside. Climbing up was much harder, and by then I was in considerable pain, especially in my back. I tried to jog, but had to settle for a brisk walk. The journey was long and difficult, but I made it to the ranger's post a little after 1 p.m. The ranger quickly assembled a rescue team, and I had to settle for an ambulance ride and an overnight hospital stay. It was close to 6:30 p.m. when I saw the emergency staff bringing her in. Sadly, she had to be rushed into surgery soon after, so there was a long wait for any news, but when it finally came, it was positive. Despite having a punctured lung, a concussion, a broken arm, and other injuries, she would fully recover. My own journey toward healing is a story for another time, but her name was Karen, was reunited with her family, and went on to start her own. Last I heard, she was living in Utah with her husband and 3 kids. I hope everyone joins me in wishing her a long and joyful life. I'm just grateful I was there when she needed someone most. When I was younger, I always dreamed of becoming a scout. Back then it was still a well-regarded group that taught practical outdoor skills. I think I was around 9 when I finally convinced my mom to let me join. She was hesitant at first. Back in her home country, groups like scouts were often just a cover for military-style training for kids. I asked our den leader to talk to her, and after a long list of questions, she finally relaxed. With that hurdle clear, I became a Cub Scout. Sadly, scouting in my area wasn't quite what I'd hoped for. Our leader was a high-strung single mom who lacked enthusiasm, which was a big disappointment to me. About 6 months, and though there was a glimmer of excitement, a scout leader from another town invited us to join his group for a weekend camping trip. This one was one of the main reasons I'd wanted to join scouts in the first place. I loved going camping with my family, but those trips had ended after my parents split up. The leader picked us up early on a Saturday morning and drove us all to the campsite. There were only about 8 or 9 kids there in total. He gathered us around and gave instructions on how to set up the tents. Each tent would sleep 2 boys, but because of the odd number, I got a tent to myself. One by one he showed us our spots, and we started setting up. A few needed help, but everything went pretty smoothly overall. The rest of the morning was filled with first aid lessons and general safety. I was paired with the leader and ended up being the demo subject, wrapped in bandages and carried on a makeshift stretcher. It was fun, and as it turned out would come in handy later. After first aid training, we had lunch and took a short rest until about 3 p.m. When we were all called back for archery lessons. I was beyond excited. Ever since seeing my first action movie, I dreamed of shooting a bow. This was my first real chance. The leader gave us a brief tutorial stressing safety, but of course we were a bunch of energetic preteen boys, so not everyone was paying full attention. I was the first to try. I pulled back the string crouching down like a ninja, which got me scolded. I had to stand upright, which was a bit of a letdown, but it was thrilling to see the arrow land where I'd aimed. After my turn, everyone else got their shot, and then we were allowed to practice on our own. The boys all chatted, challenging each other to see who could shoot better. Than the unexpected happened. A boy named Kevin was talking to another boy, Chris, while holding an arrow with the string pulled back about a quarter of the way. Chris said something that made Kevin turn toward him. Kevin must have slipped or accidentally let go, because the arrow flew forward, hitting Chris in the chest and going in about 8, and everything turned to chaos. The leader started yelling for the first aid supplies while Chris struggled to breathe. There wasn't much he could do except pack the wound and keep Chris calm. 2 boys were sent running to the ranger station about a half-mile away, and the rest of us stood there in shock. Kevin was the only one moving around, repeating "I'm sorry" until the leader told him to be quiet. The ambulance arrived about 20 minutes later, though it felt like an eternity. That was the end of the trip. We quickly packed up and the leader drove us home. On the ride back, Kevin seemed to fully realize the gravity of what had happened, and his cries are something I'll never forget. In my opinion, it was just a tragic accident, though some others saw it differently. One kid later claimed Chris had called Kevin a name no one our age wanted to be called, and Kevin had shot him because of it. Only Kevin knows the truth, and he's never spoken about it. I didn't hear about Chris's condition until the next morning. He'd been rushed into surgery, which went well. The arrow had punctured his left lung, missing his heart by just an inch. He made a full recovery. Much to Kevin's relief, it was ruled an accident and no charges were filed. A few months later, Kevin met with Chris to formally apologize, and from what I've heard, Chris accepted without holding a grudge. As for me, my days in scouts ended the moment my mom found out about the incident. I didn't mind too much though, since I ended up getting into BMX, which turned out to be a lot safer overall. About a month ago, I was working in a forest with a crew cutting down trees for a new housing project. I wasn't thrilled about it, but it paid the bills these days. I'm working with someone local, but that's unrelated to the story. Logging is tough work, and spending so much time in the woods means you sometimes stumble on odd things like abandoned tents, piles of trash clothes, and even the occasional shoe. A few years back, someone found human remains out there. They still haven't been identified, which is unsettling. I've been in this line of work for a few years, but hadn't come across anything noteworthy, just the typical discarded stuff. That changed one evening. It was around 6 p.m. and we were wrapping up for the day. It's dangerous to work in the dark, so we usually knock off early. In winter, there were only 2 other guys with me, and while they stayed by the truck, I wandered into the woods to relieve myself. Nature calls, and out there the forest is often the only option. Sure, we had a portable toilet, but no one really wants to use those unless necessary. While I was trying to get things moving, let's just say I've been having some issues lately, I heard a branch snap behind me. It was getting darker, and I'd wandered further from the truck than I should have, so I started feeling uneasy. I tried to glance back without losing focus on what I was doing when I heard another snap followed by laughter. That's when I figured it was my coworkers messing with me. If you wanted to embarrass me, just say so. I shouted, half turning. One of them called back, "Hurry up, it's freezing." I heard them walk away toward the truck, and eventually their voices faded. I finished up, zipped up, and started heading back when I heard another snap, this time farther away. I paused. It sounded like it came from where I had been facing. "Real funny, guys," I called, expecting them to jump out and scare me. But there was no response, no laughter. The forest was quiet. "Come on, let's go." I tried again, but nothing. Frustrated, I muttered something about leaving them behind if they didn't knock it off. Then, just as I turned around to leave, I heard it again snap. This time it came from right behind me. I turned and started to say something, but the words froze in my throat. Standing far off in the untouched woods was something. It was about my height, maybe 6 feet, but its head was oddly shaped, almost too big for its body. Steam rose off it, though the air was icy, around 20 degrees. It had no fur, no hair, just bare skin, which made the steam all the more alarming. But what stopped me cold were its eyes. They glowed red, almost like how an animal's eyes reflect light, but these were different, more intense. I could hear its breathing, heavy and raspy, almost like a growl. It was far enough away, maybe 50 y, but the sound carried. My instincts kicked in, and I started backing away toward the truck, heart racing. I wasn't sure how far I had wandered, but I hoped I wasn't too far. Soon I was running. That's when I heard it, the pounding of something massive crashing through the forest behind me. Whatever it was fast. I glanced back and saw it moving on all fours, even though it had looked like it walked upright. Before I shouted toward my coworkers, "Start the truck, there's something out here." They either didn't hear me or thought I was joking. I ran harder until I could see them. They were casually hanging by the truck, laughing until they saw my face. That's when they realized I wasn't kidding. I jumped in, yelling for them to get moving. They hesitated until the thing chasing me crested a hill. Its wheezing growl filled the air, and they scrambled into the truck just as it slammed into the side, denting the door. We sped off, the creature screaming behind us, before disappearing into the woods. Back on the road, we were all shaken. My friends apologized for not believing me, but I wasn't focused on that. I was terrified about going back the next day. We told our boss. He didn't believe us at first, but the dent in the truck was hard to ignore. Regardless, we had to go back. No work meant no pay, and we couldn't afford to skip. That day was quiet. Everyone stuck to themselves, uneasy. Only a few of us were there, tasked with cleaning up the site. By the afternoon, as we were loading equipment, the growling returned from the south. We froze, scanning the woods. At first we couldn't see anything, which was even scarier. Then one of my coworkers pointed it out. The creature was back, close this time. We bolted for the truck. One of the guys grabbed a pistol from the glove box and fired off a few shots. Two seemed to hit one in the leg, one in the chest. Staggered, but didn't fall. We didn't wait to see what happened next. We sped off again the following morning. I called a local wildlife organization to report what we saw. I don't know if they took me seriously even when I mentioned the gunshots. I just hoped they didn't go looking for it. The weeks that followed were quiet. We never saw the creature again. Maybe it left the area, or maybe those shots were enough to kill it. Whatever it was, I'm just glad I haven't had to face it again. I still don't know what it was, so I'm sure most people have heard about those mysterious Stair Street cases in forests, right? If not, you should check out that story by the park ranger. It's pretty detailed. Personally, I always thought the whole thing was nonsense. If I recall, we never got a clear answer about why climbing them is supposed to be a bad idea. I don't know if that story was partly true or entirely made up, but I can guarantee this one is real. This happened nearly 6 years ago, and the memory still feels vivid because of how bizarre it was. There's a thick forest behind my property. I'd wandered back there a few times out of curiosity, but I never went far enough to stumble across anything interesting like streams or hidden meadows. One day early in spring, I decided to explore more thoroughly. Since the land technically belonged to me when I bought the house, I'd walked about a mile, and when I stumbled across something that made me stop in my tracks. It was a stone staircase standing in the middle of a crumbling brick foundation, maybe 30 feet long by 15 feet wide. The base was barely a foot high, but the stairs themselves rose around 6 feet. It was odd how they stood there without any visible support. I thought it would be cool to climb to the top and get a better view of the surrounding woods. I moved cautiously since the stairs didn't look very sturdy. To my surprise, I made it to the top without any trouble, but the moment I turned around hoping to catch a glimpse of my house in the distance, things went wrong. My foot dislodged a loose stone and I slipped. As I fell, I braced myself for the harsh impact of the ground below, but instead of hitting dirt, my hands sank into icy, powdery snow. Remember, this was early spring. There shouldn't have been any snow, and it wasn't snowing when I climbed up either. Shocked, I scrambled to my feet, freezing in my sneakers, cargo pants, and light jacket. Looking around, I saw the entire forest blanketed in thick snow, at least a foot deep. More snowflakes were falling steadily from the sky. The staircase was still standing just as before, but now surrounded by this winter landscape. My mind was spinning. Was I dreaming? Had I hit my head and blacked out? The snow felt real, too real. My fingers were numb after just a few moments of digging through the snow to look for my phone, which was nowhere to be found. I decided to head back toward my house, hoping the walk would somehow snap me out of whatever this was. The cold bit into my toes as I trudged through the snow. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached my yard, but something was off. My car wasn't there. Instead, two unfamiliar vehicles and a small purple bicycle were parked in the driveway. Still convinced I was dreaming, I went inside. A holiday wreath fell off the door as I entered. The inside was decorated for Christmas. My house, but not my house. From another room, I heard a television and a man's voice calling out, "Who's there?" Moments later, a tall man appeared holding a baseball bat and looking ready to swing. I froze and tried to explain that I didn't know what was happening, but he shouted that I was crazy and threatened to call the police when he swung the bat at me and hit the wall, sending drywall crumbling to the floor. I bolted out of there panicked. I ran back into the woods and retraced my steps to the staircase, gasping for breath. I stared at it, thinking through everything that had happened. That's when a wild idea struck me. What if climbing and falling from the stairs had somehow caused all this? Maybe doing it again would reverse it. With no better plan, I climbed back up, turned toward where my house should be, and let myself fall. This time I hit the hard, unforgiving ground, but when I looked around, the snow was gone and the warm spring sun was shining again. I made my way back to the house where my car was parked, and everything seemed normal. No man with a bat, no strange cars. Took me a long time to process what had happened. After thinking it over, I've come to a conclusion that sounds unbelievable. When I fell the first time, I think I landed in the past. The man I ran into was the previous owner of the house. I remembered him because he told me he sold the place after his daughter left for college, wanting to downsize. He'd also mentioned a disturbing event that happened years ago, but wouldn't share details. Looking back, I can't help but wonder if I was the disturbing event he was talking about. He said I looked familiar, and we agreed I resembled my dad, whom he once went to school with. I know how crazy this sounds, but it's the only explanation that fits. If anyone has a better theory, I'd love to hear it. In the meantime, here's a word of advice. If you ever find a staircase in the woods, don't climb it. I own a small patch of land in the forest. I head out there every so often to escape life's usual noise. While I bring my phone and laptop with me, they're mainly for browsing the internet. It's more about disconnecting from the hustle of daily life than avoiding technology altogether. I'm glad I have them now, as I can share this story where others might. And over the past few days, I've been hearing strange noises under my cabin, something crawling around down there. I'm not sure what animals live in these woods, but this thing moves quickly. Sometimes I hear scratching or even low growls. It's been keeping me awake at night, so I decided to call someone to investigate. I'd found the area where it seemed to be entering, but I didn't have the skills to deal with this sort of thing myself. The person I called came out earlier today, and now I feel like I have even more questions. The hole leading under the cabin wasn't much more than a foot wide, so he had to crawl through it. He snapped some pictures of the area while he was under there and thought he might have seen something briefly, but then dismissed it as his imagination. When he came out, we reviewed the photos together, and I didn't know how to react. Deep claw marks were everywhere, etched into the ground, the wooden beams, and even the concrete pillars holding up the cabin. I pressed him about what could have done this, but he kept insisting it was a bear. I've seen bears before, and there's no way one could have fit under there. This guy barely fit himself, and he wasn't much over 120 lb. The last photo he showed me was of a small depression in the dirt, maybe 6 in deep and a foot across. I tried to get more answers, but he reassured me it wasn't anything serious and promised to return the next day to take care of it. I wanted to believe him, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. That night I decided to call the local wildlife office instead. It was late, so I left a message explaining what had been happening and hoped they get back to me soon. The next 2 days were rough. No return call and barely any sleep. Whatever was under the cabin seemed angrier after the inspection. The growling and scratching got worse, lasting hours before it finally stopped. I managed to doze off around 2 a.m. By the time I woke up later that morning, I still hadn't heard back from the wildlife office. I tried calling them again, but spent nearly an hour on hold before giving up. I stayed indoors all day, too nervous to venture out with that thing still lurking. After all, if it could scratch through concrete, I didn't want to imagine what it might do to me. The pest control guy never returned, nor did he answer my calls that night. I was on my own. I didn't even bother trying to sleep at first. Instead, I scrolled through online forums to distract myself. Sure enough, the noises started again. This time, though, they seemed calmer, less frantic. It felt like the creature was settling back, and after the disturbance, I'd hear it shuffle around for a while, leave, and then come back. The fourth time it returned, I heard a loud thud, which caught my attention. After that, there was silence. No more scratching, growling, or movement. I thought it might have finally gone to sleep, so I let myself drift off. To the next morning, I was jolted awake by an overwhelming stench. It was so bad that stepping outside made it even worse. I nearly vomited right there on the porch. That's when the wildlife office finally called back, saying they were on their way. I told them about the smell, and they assured me they'd bring the necessary equipment. When they arrived, they donned protective gear, coveralls, gloves, and gas masks. One worker crawled under the cabin While the others stayed outside to assist, after about 20 minutes they managed to drag out what was causing the smell. I couldn't identify the creature. It looked like a large dog, but most of its fur was gone. If it was a dog, it was severely diseased. They explained that it must have hit its head on a beam while running around, breaking its neck. The body had turned a bluish-gray overnight, and the stench was so unbearable that even the workers gagged through their masks as they continued clearing the area. They found 6 small, let's call them pups, in a hollowed-out section of dirt. Sadly, all of them were dead, likely stillborn. The workers said they'd arrange for a cleanup crew and advised me to leave for a while. I didn't argue. I packed up and left. It's been a few days, and I haven't heard any updates. Part of me wonders if I stumbled upon something I wasn't supposed to. I'm too scared to go back and find out. About a week ago, I found myself completely alone, and this happened in Georgia. A friend of mine mentioned a fishing spot he'd stumbled upon a few days earlier, and I decided to check it out. He had caught a decent amount there, so I figured I'd give it a shot. I asked him to tag along, but his son wasn't feeling well, so he stayed home to care for him. I told him no problem and headed out on my own, relying on the directions he had described to me. After a bit of navigating, I reached the place. It was tucked away pretty deep in the forest, but I've always had a decent sense of direction, so I wasn't worried about getting turned around. When I got there, I realized this wasn't just a regular fishing spot. It was the size of a small pond, almost like a mini lake. I found a fallen tree to sit on, rolled it closer for convenience, and set up my fishing rod. The day was beautiful. Not that it matters for the story, but it stuck with me because of what happened next. After settling down, I cast my line and lit up a cigarette, half hoping to catch something and half just enjoying the solitude. It was peaceful, and I felt like I could finally unwind. About 15 or 20 minutes later, I'd already caught a couple of small fish, but it wasn't a stellar outing. One even managed to leap out of the bucket. Since I forgot to secure the lid, I figured I'd give it one last go, so I used my last bit of bait, thinking that if I didn't get anything else, I'd let the others go. While waiting on my final cast, I suddenly heard a strange noise from across the water. It reminded me of a dog lapping up water after a long run. Loud and slurping. I focused on the opposite shore and could barely make out something drinking there. My eyesight isn't great these days, but I could tell it wasn't anything I recognized, and that unsettled me. It was about the size of a large dog, maybe a deer, crouched low with its head dipping into the water. But then it did something no deer would ever do. It jumped straight into the water. I'm no wildlife expert, so I thought maybe it was some animal I didn't know about. Weird, but not impossible. A moment later, my fishing line jerked. I reached for the pole wedged into the tree trunk, but before I could react, the entire thing was pulled under. It happened so quickly that I had no chance of grabbing it. Shocked, I stared at the rippling water. I couldn't imagine what was strong enough to do that, and my thoughts went back to the creature I had just seen. Feeling uneasy, I grabbed my pocket knife, a small one but sharp enough to defend myself, and started gathering my things. That's when I heard a slashing sound behind me. My heart dropped. Summoning my courage, I turned around and nearly stumbled. The thing I'd seen across the water was now right in front of me. It was covered in slimy, scaly skin and had large feet. Despite walking on all fours, it moved very fast. Its face was long and duck-like, with tiny, shiny black eyes. Around its neck were large gills that pulsed as it breathed. I could see rows of sharp, tiny teeth inside its mouth, and its hissing exhale made me sick to my stomach. The creature started advancing toward me. I held the knife out, hoping to keep it at bay, but it suddenly lunged. In sheer panic, I swung the blade and somehow managed to slash it across the gills. It let out a horrible screech and retreated back into the water. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. I left my gear behind and ran as fast as I could back to my truck. Once I got home, I called my friend and told him what happened. He didn't believe me at first, and honestly, I could hardly believe it myself. But the next day we went back to the spot together, and the tracks that creature left were still visible in the mud. Since then I haven't returned to that place. I don't know what kind of thing lives in the waters of Georgia, But I know I wasn't supposed to see it. I've avoided that area ever since, and I doubt I'll ever go back. I loved exploring when I was younger. When my family moved to a new house, I noticed a wooded area behind it, and I was thrilled. I must have been around 9 or 10 years old when this happened. We'd been living there for a few weeks, and I kept asking my parents to let me explore the woods, but they refused. They told me the fence in the backyard was put up specifically to keep kids like me out. My dad made it clear the fence wasn't to be crossed. That didn't stop me. On our first day there, I checked the fence and found one post that seemed loose. I figured if I pulled it hard enough I could wiggle through. One afternoon when my dad was at work and my mom was busy on the phone, I slipped outside, loosened the fence post, and squeezed into the woods. It was amazing. The tall trees were like something out of a storybook. I remember standing there completely mesmerized, but I didn't waste too much time gawking. I wanted to see what I could find. Eventually, I discovered a well-trodden path. Maybe someone who had lived there before used it. The path was relatively clear, no big roots or thorn bushes to slow me down, so I ran along it, following where it led. Soon I reached a small creek. It wasn't very wide, maybe about 3 feet across, but I realized I had gone farther than I probably should have. Still, curiosity got the better of me. That's when I saw it. On the other side of the creek was a wolf. At least I thought it was a wolf at first. It looked hurt with a deep wound on its side. The more it drank from the creek, the more it whimpered in pain. I wanted to help, but the water between us made it impossible. Then something happened that still haunts me. The wolf started to change. Its form shifted, and in front of my eyes it turned into a man, a fully grown, unclothed man. The whimpers became cries of agony. He looked right at me and begged for help. I froze. I didn't know what to do, so I ran. I sprinted all the way back to the house and managed to get inside without my mom noticing I'd been in the woods. When she asked why I was out of breath, I said I'd been running around the yard. She just laughed, but I was shaking inside. To this day I haven't told my parents what I saw. This is the first time I've ever spoken about it. Could it have been a shapeshifter, a skinwalker, a werewolf? I still don't know. This happened to my cousin and me when we were pretty young. I think I was 11 and he was around 9. My uncle had built us a really cool hideout in a small patch of forest near the house. It wasn't very far in, but to us it felt like a completely different world. After what happened though, he tore it down and we weren't allowed back into the woods again. It was getting late when this all happened. The sun was low, but it wasn't dark yet, though it would have been in about an hour. I told my cousin it was time to head back, so I started gathering the snacks we brought while he went to relieve himself. Being 11, I was getting impatient and kept yelling at him to hurry up. Of course he was being stubborn and ignoring me. That was until I pointed out the strange thing up in the trees. At first he didn't believe me and told me to quit trying to scare him, but then he looked up and froze. He saw it too. He quickly zipped up and started moving back toward me. The creature perched on a branch above him was massive. It had long, sharp talons on scaly yellow feet. Its piercing red eyes stared down at him, and its hooked beak opened to let out an ear-piercing screech. My cousin slowly backed away, and I could see his face pale with fear. As soon as he moved, the thing stretched out its enormous wings and dove toward us. The rush of air from its wings made me stagger. I tried to reach my cousin, but it was too quick. It struck him hard, knocking him to the ground, and he curled up, struggling to breathe. Without thinking, I grabbed him and bolted toward the house, praying the creature wouldn't chase us. I didn't stop running until we were in the kitchen, where my aunt was. All I could manage to say was, "He fell out of a tree." My brain must have come up with that lie, knowing no one would believe the truth. My cousin was rushed to the hospital, where they treated him for mild internal bleeding and nasty bruises on his chest. Thankfully, he recovered. In the following week, my uncle tore down the hideout and told us the woods were off limits. A month later, he put up a fence around the backyard to keep us from going anywhere near the forest. He didn't have to tell us twice. We had no desire to return. A few days after the incident, we heard the same screeching sound echoing from the woods just like the noise it made before attacking my cousin. That was all the convincing we needed to stay far away. The story unfolds about 5 years ago, give or take. My buddy and I were taking a casual stroll through the forest near his home. We had been wandering for roughly 20 minutes when we stumbled upon two other guys. They appeared to be around our age, and we figured they were just out for a walk like us. Being friendly types, we stopped to chat for a bit. At first the guys seemed a bit uneasy, but eventually opened up, telling us about a hangout spot. Their description was vague, but we were bored and figured why not. Soon we were tagging along as they led us further into the woods. We made small talk along the way, and they asked if we smoked. We said we did, and they mentioned having a spot near an old cabin where we could hang out. I was actually feeling optimistic, thinking we might discover a cool new place and maybe make some new friends. Little did I know how wrong I was. After a few more minutes of walking, we reached a rundown cabin. It looked ready to collapse at the slightest touch. One of the guys gestured toward it, saying, "Come on inside, we've got some cool stuff to show you." I was about to follow them, and when my friend suddenly grabbed my arm. Confused, I turned to him, and he silently pointed toward a large boulder behind the cabin. I looked over and saw a foot quickly disappear behind it. Something felt very off. My friend muttered, "Hey, we should go." I just realized we're running late. As we started backing away, an older man emerged from behind the boulder shouting at us. Without hesitation, we turned and sprinted back the way we had come. I don't know if the man chased us, but we didn't stop running until we were safely back at my friend's house. Once there, we told his parents what had happened. They decided to call the police, who arrived shortly after. The officers accompanied us back to the spot where we had seen the group. By the time we got there, the people were gone. The police inspected the cabin and the surrounding area, and although they didn't find much, what they did find was unsettling: a hammer, a small bag of pills, and a bunch of used syringes. I don't know what those people were up to, but whatever it was, I'm just thankful we didn't stick around to find out. I had 3 dogs when I was 16. Molly, a golden lab wit mix; Ranger, a Labrador Delmy; and Xena, a Dutch Shepherd Pit Bull mix. Xena was 6 years old, Molly was 3, and Ranger was just over a year old. Although Ranger was young, he had a deep bark and would growl at any man or boy who approached me, with the exception of my older brother. Molly was a kind dog who hardly ever barked or growled unless she felt it was absolutely necessary, while Xena distrusted strangers because of the abuse she had endured from her previous owners. One evening, when I was home alone, my mom and brother were out of town, and because of a sudden downpour, I made sure that all the windows and doors were locked. At 8 p.m. Molly growled, which made me sad because she hardly ever made such a sound. A moment later, I heard a knock at the front door, and when I opened it, I was startled to see the leader of our local church congregation. He had always shown too much interest in me, so I tried to remain calm, but when I asked the pastor why he was here in this weather, he suddenly lunged forward and grabbed me. I screamed, "Xena!" and all 3 dogs immediately sprang into action, tackling him to the ground while keeping him pinned. I was able to call the police, and my mom and brother left right away, but by the time they got there, my dogs had seriously hurt him, and he was taken into custody. My dogs were hailed as heroes. I don't have Xena, Molly, or Ranger anymore, but I still think about them all the time and miss them dearly. This story takes me back to my high school days, which is over a decade ago now. I grew up in a quiet suburb near a big city, attending one of the larger schools in the area with over 2,000 students. The school was bustling. Overall, it was a decent EXP experience, but there was one guy I never really got along with. Normally it wasn't an issue, because I could simply avoid him, but since we had mutual friends, we occasionally found ourselves in the same circle. Things were always a bit tense when he was around. Dan was bigger than I was, and he had a reputation for trouble. He was known for being involved with weed and had been caught more than once. I didn't particularly like him, but we weren't exactly enemies either, just two people who didn't click. One weekend my parents were out of town, so I decided to host a party on Friday night. I invited a bunch of friends, and the turnout was pretty good. By around 9 o'clock, the house was packed, music was playing, and everyone was having a great time. To my surprise, Dan showed up. I hadn't directly invited him, but he came with a few mutual friends. It didn't bother me too much. Maybe this was a chance to smooth things over. First, everything was fine. Dan seemed just like everyone else, hanging out and enjoying himself. However, I noticed he was drinking faster than the rest of us. I was busy managing the party, so I didn't pay him much attention at first. As the night went on, though, it became clear that Dan was getting more and more drunk. His mood shifted from playful to aggressive. We all know that one person who turns confrontational after a few drinks. Dan was that person on steroids. Eventually, he started pushing some of the other guys around, and I could see that things were bound to escalate. By midnight, he was completely wasted. He was in the kitchen, barely standing, swaying back and forth with one hand on the counter. When another friend walked by, Dan started yelling. I couldn't hear exactly what was being said, but it wasn't pretty. I approached him to calm things down, but he wasn't responsive. He shoved me and continued shouting. I wasn't in the mood for a fight at my own party, so I tried to get him to leave. That's when things got worse. Dan pulled out a joint and lit it right there in the middle of the kitchen. That was the last straw. I told him to put it out, but he ignored me. I grabbed it from his hand and threw it in the sink. He looked at me like he wanted to hit me, and I could feel the situation spiraling out of control. I threatened to call the cops if he didn't leave, and for a moment I thought he was going to punch me, but then something changed. He stumbled out the front door, but before leaving he turned to me. You'll be sorry. I didn't take him seriously since his eyes were slurred and narrowed, and I assumed he wouldn't recall anything because he was so inebriated. When my friends wanted to go out for food and a movie, I stayed behind to relax. After they left, I settled in the living room to play some video games. The house was quiet, which was a relief after the chaos of the previous evening. At around 11 o'clock, I got up to grab a snack from the kitchen while standing in front of the open refrigerator. The following afternoon, a few of my friends came over to help clean up. We quickly got the house back to normal, and by 6 o'clock it appeared as though nothing had happened. I closed the door after hearing a disturbance outside and peered out the window, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. I thought I saw something move in the backyard, so I moved closer to the window and took another look, but nothing was there. I dismissed it and resumed my game around 1 a.m. After shutting everything down because I was tired, I went upstairs to bed. I had only been lying there for 10 minutes or so when I heard the back door open downstairs. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but then I heard loud, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs. I knew it wasn't my parents, so I knew this wasn't a good situation, but before I could react, my bedroom door burst open, revealing Dan. Before I could say anything, he came running over and snatched me off the bed and began pounding me. When I regained consciousness, Dan had a folding pocket knife out in front of him. He stood there for a moment without moving, then took a step toward me and then paused, taking a step back. It seemed as though he didn't know what he was doing, or perhaps he was just getting nervous. After a few more nervous moments, he folded the knife and put it back in his pocket and leaned in close. I was too stunned to fight back, and my head hit the floor hard, and I blacked out for a few seconds. Whispering, "If you tell anyone about this, I'll kill you," You left my room without saying anything else. Believe it or not, I was afraid enough to keep that secret because I was sure he would keep his word if I ever mentioned it. I made up an excuse for the bruises, and no one questioned it. I kept it a secret for years, even though I still keep in touch with most of the people from that time. When I finally told someone, they didn't believe me and assumed it was a make-up. Growing up in a small cottage in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by enormous fields of barley and sunflowers, was a place where the only sounds you heard were the soft rustle of grass or the sporadic chirp of crickets. I made it up for attention, but it was real, and I will never forget what happened that night. I was left alone in the home one evening when my parents departed to visit relatives. They gave me a small list of tasks to do, but once I was done, I spent the most of the evening playing online games and talking with friends until about 11:45 p.m. I made the decision to smoke outside on the front porch. I took in the clear night air and the magnificent stars overhead while perched on the antique wooden swing. I assumed it may be a neighbor or a friend dropping by, but as I strained through the darkness, I realized I didn't know the person standing on the dirt road in front of my home. I saw movement from the corner of my eye halfway through my cigarette, so I turned my head to see them. He was tall, unnerving, and had a broad, imposing build. He was wearing dark clothing, but the darkness prevented me from seeing his face. His presence made my skin crawl. He stood motionless, almost as if he was waiting for someone or something. There were no houses in the area for miles, and I was positive I didn't know him. There were also no cars parked along the road, which only made it more mysterious how he got there. I hurriedly walked back inside after extinguishing my cigarette in an attempt to calm myself. After I finished brushing my teeth upstairs, I looked out the window to make sure he was still there. He was, but he was now pacing the street, his steps deliberate and sharp as though he was in a hurry but had nowhere to go. He wasn't breaking any laws, just acting strangely, so I didn't see the need to call the police. I decided to take a shower to calm myself. Afterward, I checked the window again. The man was back to standing still, now facing my house. A deep chill ran through me. I couldn't just go to bed with him lingering outside. Who knew what he might do if I let my guard down? I called my parents, who were staying at a family member's home about 6 hours away. When my dad answered, he initially thought I was joking. Took some convincing, but eventually he told me to call the police immediately following his advice. I dialed the local station and explained the situation. The officer assured me someone would be dispatched. The next half hour felt like an eternity as I sat on my bed nervously glancing out the window. The man had started pacing again, his movements almost mechanical. Finally, I saw the flashing lights of a patrol car approaching, and relief washed over me. I stepped outside to meet the officers, but to my astonishment, the man was nowhere in sight. The officers told me they hadn't seen anyone on their way, and the only place the man could have disappeared to was the sunflower field across the road. The thought sent shivers down my spine. I stayed awake the entire night, half expecting him to somehow reappear inside the house. He didn't, but I haven't stopped wondering about that night since. To this day, I can't explain who he was, what he was doing there, or how he even arrived without a vehicle. I had the entire house to myself on a Saturday night, after my parents had left town for the weekend. Something I had been looking forward to for weeks. I decided to just order a pizza binge because it was one of the most unsettling experiences of my life, and the memory still haunts me like a shadow. I watch my favorite shows and possibly invite a few friends over later. I was surprised by a knock at the front door, so I cautiously went up and peered through the peephole to see a man I didn't recognize standing there. He appeared to be in his early 30s, tall and slender, wearing a green flannel shirt, and holding a folder of documents. Although he appeared harmless at first glance, I felt uneasy for reasons I can't fully explain, perhaps out of habit or curiosity. I opened the door, and the man was courteous and spoke clearly before launching into a pitch about energy plans or electricity rates. Since I was just 15 at the time and clearly had no voice in such affairs, I didn't pay much attention. I informed him nicely that I couldn't help. The remainder of the evening was uneventful after closing the door and going back to the living room. I watched TV, browsed social media, and finally made the decision to go to bed when I heard a faint noise outside my bedroom window. It sounded like someone was in the backyard, so I jumped up and ran to the window, squinting into the darkness before I could decide what to do. The sound of breaking glass came from downstairs, and my heart fell. I knew someone had broken in, so I locked myself in the bathroom in panic. The lock was flimsy, and I doubted it would hold if someone tried to force their way in. I felt exposed, and terrified footsteps echoed from below, and I realized with horror that I had left my phone on the nightstand in my bedroom. Time dragged on as I sat there frozen and silent, hoping the intruder wouldn't find me, but soon the footsteps moved to the upper floor. They were getting closer, desperate. I noticed the small bathroom window above the sink standing on the edge of the bathtub. I managed to pry it open. It was a tight squeeze, but I climbed through and found myself on the roof. Closing the window as quietly as possible, I crouched there trying to figure out my next move. Directly below me was a large clay planter that my mom had placed in the yard. It was sturdy enough to cushion my landing. Without much thought, I jumped down onto it and managed to land safely. My heart was racing, but I didn't stop to rest. I sprinted to my neighbor's house, pounding on their door and shouting for help. After what felt like an eternity, my neighbor's mom opened the door, startled by my frantic knocking. "What's wrong? Were you hurt?" she asked, concern etched on her face. Gasping for air, I tried to explain, tears streaming down my face. As I stammered out what had happened, she immediately led me inside, handed me a glass of water, and called the police. The officers arrived quickly and searched my house, but the intruder was already gone. They reassured me they'd keep watch on the neighborhood, and ADV advised me to report any unusual activity. When I mentioned the man who had knocked on my door earlier, they suspected he might have been casing the place, knowing my parents were away that night. I was too terrified to go home, so I remained with my neighbors. When my parents returned the next day, I told them everything, and they were shocked but glad that I was safe. A few little things were taken from the house, but that was nothing compared to the terror I had gone through. Even though we've installed cameras and a security system, I still feel insecure when I'm at home alone, even after months have gone since that frightening night. This happened more than 10 years ago, but I still repeat it periodically since it's my favorite horror story for campfires. My mom started leaving me home alone when I was 11 years old, which may seem young, but I was responsible for my age, and she worked long hours, so those are my excuses. Anyway, one evening, as usual, my mom was working a late shift, and I was at home alone. I was watching TV and slowly finishing some homework when a loud, thunderous noise sounded. I wasn't sure where it came from, but my first thought was that it might have been a gunshot because I had never heard one in real life, so I wasn't sure. The sound sent a shockwave through my entire body, making me trembling, and I immediately fell to the floor, trembling beneath the coffee table. There was a lot of noise outside in the hallway, shouting, banging, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. My heart was thumping, and I could still hear the echo of what I thought were gunshots. I wanted to call for help, but my phone was charging in another room, and I was too scared to move, so I stayed hidden and waited for something to change. A few minutes later, I heard sirens, which gave me courage. I peered out the window and saw one police car pull up, but soon more arrived, and eventually there were at least a dozen squad cars and even a couple of fire trucks parked outside the building. I could hear voices outside, but I couldn't make out the words, and all I wanted was for my mom to be home. The loneliness made everything worse. After what seemed like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, the noise subsided, and I could hear officers talking to each other, and the crackle of their radios filled the air. I couldn't stop wondering what had happened, and if anyone was hurt, until I heard a knock at my door. I became cold. My mother had always warned me not to open the door for strangers when I was alone myself, but maybe this was different if it was the police. A voice shouted out to me, claiming to be an officer, and urged me to speak. Getting all the courage I could muster, I approached and opened the door. Two officers stood there looking serious. One asked if I was okay, and I nodded, tears running down my face. They asked if my parents were home, and I explained that they weren't, but gave them my mom's number. They called her and stayed with me until she arrived. It turned out my neighbor, who I'd only seen a few times in passing, was a fugitive. He'd been living there for months and was wanted for murder. Apparently his gun had accidentally discharged, which is why the police were called. I was in disbelief. How could someone like that have been living just a few doors away? The officers told me I'd been brave to keep calm while everything unfolded. For days afterward, the police taped off his apartment. When they left, the tape left marks on the door that never completely faded. I lived in that building until I was 17, and every time I walked past that door, the marks reminded me of that night I was 15 years old. When my parents left me at home alone for the weekend, they had gone on a work trip together, something they did occasionally since my dad's job often required him to attend social events, and my mom would usually accompany him. Previously, I'd stay at my aunt's house during these trips, but this time she was unavailable, and my parents decided I was old enough to handle things by myself. I was thrilled about having the house to myself. My plan was simple: stay up late watching movies and playing video games. All the fun stuff I usually did, but without anyone to remind me about bedtime. The first night went as expected. After hanging out with my friend Kevin, who lived a few houses down, until approximately midnight, I went to bed around 1:30 a.m. I was sleeping till I woke up in the middle of the night. I looked at the clock abruptly, and it was 3:40 a.m. I first believed I could be dreaming or in that drowsy state between sleeping and waking up when I heard faint sounds coming from below. It sounded like someone shuffling over the floor. I attempted to ignore it by rubbing my eyes and going back to sleep, but the sounds persisted, and I was so exhausted that I finally fell asleep once again. The next morning I woke up feeling uneasy. The house was quiet, which was normal since I was alone, but something just felt wrong. Couldn't put my finger on it. After freshening up in the bathroom, I headed downstairs. The sight that greeted me made my stomach drop. The living room was a disaster. Couch cushions were tossed on the floor, drawers were yanked open, and papers were scattered everywhere. It hit me immediately. Someone had broken in. I hurried to check the front door and saw it was unlocked. There weren't any broken windows or signs of forced entry. That's when it dawned on me I'd forgotten to lock the door before going to bed. A wave of guilt and embarrassment washed over me. Panicked, I tried calling my parents, but neither of them picked up. Their phones went straight to voicemail, and my texts weren't answered. I was alone, nervous and unsure of What to do next? Fearing the burglars might return, I decided to call the police. They told me to wait outside until they arrived. Standing on the porch in my pajamas, shivering in the chilly morning air, I anxiously waited for them. When the officers arrived, they listened to my account of what happened for about 10 minutes. I explained everything, and then they began inspecting the scene. It felt surreal watching them dust for fingerprints and take photos. The whole situation seemed like a scene straight out of a crime show. After they finished, they left, and I was left alone again. In the following days, I stayed in touch with the police. They mentioned that there had been a series of burglaries in our area, and they suspected the incidents might be connected. That shocked me because our neighborhood had always felt so safe. While it was a small comfort to know the police were investigating, the burglars were never caught. When my parents came home, I confessed to leaving the door unlocked. Surprisingly, they didn't get mad. My dad said something like they probably would have found a way in anyway, though I wasn't sure if he truly believed that or was just trying to make me feel better. Either way, I appreciated it. The thought of what could have happened still unsettles me. Knowing I was asleep upstairs while someone was rummaging through our house sent chills down my spine. I couldn't help but wonder, what if I'd gone downstairs when I first heard the noises? Would they have fled, or would something much worse have happened? I'll never know, but it's a question that still lingers in my mind. I'm Greg, and I've been living in an apartment above a small cafe for about 6 years. The building is old, but it has a certain charm, and it's in a vibrant area of the city that's known for its busy nightlife. Although I don't like to party, the area is packed on weekends and occasionally even on random weeknights when people have had too many drinks. My building's entry is via an unmarked door that is tucked away between two stores. If you're not looking, it's easy to miss. The door is never secured, so anybody may enter the building and go directly to my apartment without a key. I have this entrance shared with only one other apartment, which is occupied by 2 university students I don't often see. One Friday night, after spending the evening with friends, it was around midnight, and I was exhausted. I went straight to my room, ready to crash, and fell asleep almost immediately. However, a short while later, I woke up to the sound of voices coming from my living room. At first, I thought it might be my neighbor, but then I remembered they were away for the weekend, which made me curious and a little uneasy. I got up and tiptoed to listen, and after taking a deep breath, I stepped into the living room, where 2 men were standing, startled to see me. One was carrying a bottle of wine, while the other was smoking a cigarette. They gazed at me as if I were the one intruding. I inquired, attempting to sound forceful, and the guys looked at each other before laughing and dismissing me entirely. My heart rate increased as my adrenaline and irritation combined. "What are you doing here?" "This is my apartment." "You should leave now," I replied. I insisted on speaking louder. They carried on talking as like I hadn't said anything, and their laughing just became louder. I stepped toward them in rage and yelled once again. This time, they reacted hostilely, "So go immediately." One of them pushed me, knocking over a cup and driving me backward into the coffee table. I felt a wave of panic. These guys were obviously too drunk to predict what they would do next, so I ran to the bathroom and locked the door behind me. Fortunately, they didn't follow, so I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The police arrived in a matter of minutes, arrested the 2 men, and led them out in handcuffs, but I was also extremely shaken. The officers questioned me, and I made the decision to file charges against the intruders. During their investigation, they found that the men had entered through the unlocked street-level door. They also found my apartment door was left unlatched, which was a careless oversight on my part. I felt embarrassed, and I could tell that the officers were irritated. It was a harsh reminder to always be on guard, no matter how exhausted I was. This took place 8 years ago. I'm 21 now. My parents had to leave town for an urgent family matter. Being an only child, I was used to being alone at home and usually wasn't scared. It was the third night by myself. I was enjoying some video games and snacking on chips when I heard a knock at the front door. I thought it was odd for someone to be knocking so late at night. I walked to the door and peeked through one of the small glass panels. I saw a man leaning in close. I could hear him shouting that he was injured and needed help. He begged to be let inside. I asked what was wrong, and he claimed he had hurt his ankle. His tone felt off to me. I asked how he got injured, and he said he had been walking around the neighborhood and tripped, twisting his foot awkwardly. He began yelling louder, insisting I help him. When I told him I'd call for an ambulance, his tone changed completely. He threatened to harm me, saying he'd slit my throat and tear me apart if I didn't let him in. Panicking, I grabbed my dad's shotgun, which was stored on a high shelf in the kitchen. I also dialed the police, informing them of what was happening. I shouted through the door that the police were on their way. The man laughed, yelling that they wouldn't arrive in time, and started hitting one of the dining room windows with force. The sound of the glass rattling told me the window wasn't going to hold much longer. I rushed upstairs and hid under my bed, clutching the shotgun tightly. I called the police again, and the operator reassured me that officers were minutes away. Just as she said that, I heard the sound of breaking glass. He must have found something heavy in the yard to smash through the window. I listened as he moved around downstairs, opening doors and drawers. Then I heard him coming up the stairs. He went into my parents' bedroom, rummaging through their closet. Moments later, he tried to open my bedroom door, which I had locked. I held my breath as he kicked the door repeatedly. Within a few strong kicks, it flew open from under the bed. I could see his feet as he walked in. He tried opening my closet door, which I had intentionally locked to throw him off. I know you're in here, he said, his voice filled with anger. I debated whether to try to injure him or make a run for it. Before I could decide, I accidentally bumped my head against the underside of the bed, creating a loud thud. He turned sharply. Oh, trying to be clever, or we sneered. Just then I heard the sound of sirens in the distance. The man froze. You got lucky this time, but next time you won't, he muttered. He turned to flee, but I grabbed his leg, making him fall hard to the floor. I managed to hang on as long as I could until the cops came running upstairs, overpowered the guy, and got him into prison. I came out with the shotgun. The officers pointed their weapons at me at first, but after I quickly explained everything, they lowered them. Later, they discovered the man's van parked outside my house, with knives, duct tape, a camera, and rope inside. The officers said it was obvious he had sinister intentions. My parents were called and arrived home earlier than expected, and my mom gave me a tight hug while my dad reassured me that everything would be okay. Shortly after we moved to a new home, we found out the man had been sentenced to 15 years in prison. For years after the incident, I was plagued by frequent nightmares and refused to sleep alone at night until I finally moved out on my own. To this day, I have 3 weapons in my home in case I ever had to deal with a similar circumstance. Ricky moved in next door to me in 2013 when he was about 12 years old. To put it simply, he was a very shy child. I remember that when he was 16 years old, he fell off his skateboard, not very hard, but he was crying uncontrollably in my driveway. Fast forward to when Ricky was about 18 years old, by which time I was selling drugs fairly heavily, and he became one of my best customers. He began hanging out with some dubious people, which my parents didn't like because I kept it well hidden. Ricky was clearly a follower. He went from being a skater slemo type to trying to be a wannabe thug, which just wasn't his style. Every summer my parents would go to the Outer Banks of North Carolina for 2 weeks, and they asked if I could stay at their house. While they were away, I was thrilled because their house was much nicer than my tiny one-bedroom apartment. Things were going smoothly. At the house I had my on-again off-again girlfriend over often. There was plenty of drugs and alcohol flowing. Let's just say I wasn't exactly living a clean lifestyle back then. One particular Thursday night sticks out. My girlfriend had left a few hours earlier and Ricky saw me out front of my parents' house. That day he asked for a front and I said no because I never did that, and honestly, I had been using a little too much of my own supply. He wasn't happy with that answer and we got into a heated argument. I embarrassed him in front of all his friends. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning when I was sitting in the dark watching Netflix in my parents' living room. The window was slightly open and I was texting on my phone when I heard a faint sound, the screen slowly sliding open. I knew that sound. I had sneaked in and out of that house countless times growing up. I quietly got up and peeked out the window. I saw the screen moving upward just enough for someone to squeeze through. As I moved closer to the window, I saw at least 3 or 4 people scattering through the curtains. They were running fast down the street. I didn't call the police. I wasn't exactly on the right side of the law myself. I locked everything up and went back inside. The rest of the week passed without incident. I never told my parents about it and I never saw Ricky again. I called him a few times, but he never answered. That silence only confirmed it was him, and he knew I knew. About a month later, I was watching the news and there he was on TV for murder. It blew my mind. Ricky and his 3 friends had broken into a couple's home while they were away, tied them up, beat them, and then stabbed them before burning the house down to cover the crime. They all ended up turning on each other and Ricky received a 35-year sentence after testifying against his co-defendants. It makes me wonder what might have happened if I had been asleep when they tried to break in. My parents had gone out for the evening, leaving me home alone. It wasn't anything new. I was used to having the house to myself from time to time. My friend Chris was supposed to come over and we would likely play some video games and hang out. As I watched the minutes tick by on the clock, my anticipation grew. Chris was always fun to be around and he said he would come over after dinner. Suddenly the doorbell rang. I jumped up from the couch thinking it was Chris. I eagerly walked over to the front door. However, when I opened it, I was met with a stranger standing on the porch. Confusion spread across my face as I stared at the unfamiliar man. He was dressed in tattered clothes and his unkempt beard covered his face. He began speaking to me as if his bloodshot eyes were looking for something. Small talk. I was first rather nervous when he said that he lived down the street, even though I had never seen him before. After a little while, I saw the guy enter the home slowly, and before I knew it, he was standing in the doorway. He shut the door behind him, then looked back at me. The man's posture changed as he came more into the home, his eyes sweeping the room, and I could smell the strong, disturbing fragrance of alcohol on his breath. Something wasn't right. I attempted to keep a composed face so as not to agitate him as panic started to grow. I stumbled, "Mister, I believe you should go right now since I'm expecting a buddy and I don't want to get in trouble for not listening to me." My pulse raced as the guy carefully and slowly went into his pocket and took out a knife. The room fell silent save for the pounding of my heart, which seemed to echo in my ears. Without a word, the man gestured for me to lead the way to the kitchen. My legs trembled beneath me as I reluctantly complied. In the kitchen, he instructed me to sit in a chair. His movements remained eerily quiet. My mind frantically searched for a way out of the situation. Thoughts of escape and self-preservation clashed within me. I knew any move could have serious consequences. With trembling hands, I sat on one of the kitchen chair's minutes felt like hours as the man stayed silent, his eyes locked onto me with an intensity that made shivers run down my spine. I tried to steady my breathing, hoping to calm the growing panic within me. Then, as if guided by some stroke of fate, I heard the sound of sirens. They grew louder, and I was certain they were coming to my neighborhood. The police rarely came here. The police burst into the house, and I felt overwhelming relief. The intruder's eyes widened in surprise, and his grip on the knife loosened for just a moment. That was the chance the police needed. They swiftly moved in and disarmed the man. He was arrested and taken away. My parents arrived home as soon as they heard the news. Later, I found out that Chris had seen the man enter my house from across the street. He was just seconds away. Seeing this, he went home and told his parents, who then called the police and saved me. I don't even want to think about what might have happened if Chris had been just a few minutes earlier or later. We both could have been in serious trouble, or maybe one of us would have had the sense to check before opening the door. The following occurred a few years ago when I was 14 years old. My parents had gone on a weekend trip, and I was eager to have the house to myself. They weren't bad or anything, but I was looking forward to some alone time. Little did I know that this weekend would end up being one of the scariest experiences of my life. It was Friday afternoon, and my parents had left for their trip while I was at school. As soon as I got home, I hurried upstairs to my room and turned on my Xbox. I was chatting with some friends in the game. I didn't know any of them in real life. We just played together online. I ordered pizza and settled in for a night of gaming. Around midnight, I was still playing when I heard a strange noise outside. It was a rustling sound in the bushes or trees. I dismissed it as the wind and went back to my game, but the noise kept going, growing louder. I paused the game and listened carefully. I looked out my second-story window and saw a shadow moving around the side of the house. It looked like the silhouette of a person with a fence and gate surrounding our yard. It wasn't normal for a stranger to be out there. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang at the front door. I had never been so scared in my life. I slowly crept down the stairs toward the front window and peeked out. I couldn't see anything, but I heard more noises from outside. I didn't know what to do. I was alone, and someone was trying to break into my house. I considered calling the police, but didn't want to waste their time. If it was nothing, the noises stopped for a while and I started to calm down a bit, but then I heard footsteps again from outside. I opened the front door and looked around, but I couldn't see anyone. I walked around the yard for a minute or two and then went back inside. I felt slightly more relaxed after that. I walked up the stairs looking forward to playing a few more games before bed. When I put on my headset, I thought I heard a noise coming from my parents' room. Maybe I was just being paranoid, but I decided to check anyway. I peeked around the corner into my parents' bedroom, and that's when I saw a figure standing in the darkness. My body was shaking and I could barely breathe. I wanted to scream, but I was too scared to make a sound. I backed away slowly, trying to leave the room without being noticed. Suddenly, the man turned around and looked straight at me. He continued heading toward me, and I turned to escape, running down the stairs and out the front door. I didn't stop until I was a few streets away, at which point I took out my phone and contacted 911. I paused, my eyes locking on his. He was of average height, wearing a thick winter jacket and blue trousers. When the police arrived, we returned to the house. They searched the area and discovered that the intruder was still in my parents' room. They took him out and put him in the back of a police car, and he kept his head down the entire time. My parents returned the following day, shocked to learn what had happened, and we spent the day cleaning and fixing the damage the intruder had caused. I couldn't sleep well for a while, and every little noise made me jump. I was afraid to be alone, and it took a long time before I felt safe again. I'm not sure why he broke into our house that night. It could have been a random burglar or someone who had been watching our house. All I know is that I never want to experience anything like that again, some memory that will stick with me forever. This incident happened soon after COVID, when my uncle made the decision to relocate with his family to a different city for work-related reasons. They had been looking for a house and had found one that seemed ideal for them, but the owner told them a week prior to the move that the house had a no-peace policy, so they had to find another place right away. Although the new property wasn't in a very secure area, it was nearer to their places of employment and education. They were aware that it was just a temporary solution and that they would ultimately find a better location to live. On a typical day 3 months after we moved in, my uncle left for work, and my aunt, a teacher, was at school with their 16-year-old daughter. She stayed at home because she wasn't feeling well, and she heard their 2-year-old dog, Tuffy, barking. She looked out the window and saw a man in his 50s standing on their front porch. Somehow, he had gotten through the main gate, and he was only a few feet away from their German Shepherd, who looked scary but was really a large teddy bear. Despite the constant barking, he remained calm and fearless. My cousin opened the door partially and asked who he was and why he was there. He just stood there smiling and staring at her without responding. Suddenly she remembered that their wife wasn't working properly, so her dad had contacted the company to send someone for repairs that afternoon. Assuming he was the repairman, she asked if he was sent by the Wi-Fi company. The man nodded, showed a small backpack, and wore some sort of ID card. Hesitantly, she restrained Tuff and let him inside despite Tuff continuing to bark. She led the man to the upstairs room where their Wi-Fi router was set up. However, the man's behavior seemed odd. He fiddled with the wires for a while, but didn't seem very skilled at his job. My cousin felt uneasy, but before she could question him, there was a knock at the front door. She went downstairs and saw her dad had returned unexpectedly to retrieve a pen drive he had left behind. She met him about the man, and he was surprised the repairman had arrived earlier than expected. Before they could go upstairs to check on him, the man was already coming down the stairs. His face showed shock at the sight of my uncle, who asked if the Wi-Fi device had been fixed. The man then admitted that he didn't know how to repair Wi-Fi. Instead, he revealed that he was a salesman and had come to sell products. My uncle was horrified, as was my cousin, who realized she had let a random salesman into their house under false pretenses. The man began his sales pitch, trying to convince them to purchase his product. My cousin was enraged and shouted that she would never have let him in if she had known he wasn't who he claimed to be. At that point, the man shifted his story, saying that it was my aunt who had seen him pass by earlier and asked him to return later. My uncle had enough of his deception and demanded he leave immediately or he would call the police. The man walked out with a grim expression, giving them death stares and cursing under his breath. In the evening, when my aunt returned, she denied seeing any man fitting that description and stated she didn't need whatever product he was selling. The whole experience left my cousin shaken, regretting not checking his ID before letting him in. Thankfully, her father came in time to prevent any harm. They reported the incident to the police, but nothing came of it, and the man was never seen again in that neighborhood. A month later, they moved away from the area. However, my aunt did hear from a neighbor about a similar incident a year earlier. A man claiming to be a salesman entered a nearby house and then attacked a 60-year-old woman who survived. The culprit was never caught, and the thought of it remained haunting, especially knowing some stranger could have had unknown intentions. Like most people, I've been stuck at home because work has been shut down. This means I have more time to fix up my mountain bike and draw, but it also means I'm alone all the time. I live alone in a single-story house in Virginia, near the Appalachian Trail. If you've ever heard or read any hiking horror stories, you've likely heard of cults on the Appalachian Trail. I can tell you they're real. As I said, I live alone. I'm a 26-year-old man, an avid hunter, a skilled marksman, and I enjoy the outdoors. I've lived in this area my whole life, but I've never encountered anything like this. It was the middle of March when I began noticing strange things. At first, it was just small taps on my window at night, which I dismissed as acorns or branches. Then it escalated to knocking on my outside door, a loud thundering knock strong enough to wake me up. It would stop and I'd eventually fall back asleep. The nearest person lives about a mile away, so there was little reason for any noise. After a week or two, it stopped until last night. Last night was a super moon and I woke up to knocking on my door. It didn't stop. I was paranoid because the knocking continued. For 5 minutes straight, I was scared enough to grab my AR-15 out of its case, and then I walked to the door. I keep the gun loaded at all times for safety, plus no one knows the combination to my safe, so there's no reason not to keep it loaded. I grabbed the door handle and opened it. There was no one there. I closed the door and started heading back to bed, but then I heard more knocking, this time from about a 100-yard in front of my house. I saw a person in a robe, just like you would picture someone in a cult. I yelled out, "Who's there?" I'm not afraid to shoot. Then more people emerged from the woods, all wearing the same robes, and stood in the center of my yard, staring at me. I lifted my gun and shot just past their feet, intentionally missing them, and went inside to pray in bed with all the lights on. Let's just say that I'm exhausted today, and if any of you cult members are reading this, know that I'm not afraid to shoot you next time. I've always carried protection with me, though, because my state's open carry laws are stricter than those in other states. For context, you could argue that I had the right to show my weapon, but at the time, I chose not to pull or even display it. This incident occurred approximately a month ago. This is significant later. I am a 21-year-old lady who lives alone with 2 dogs, a 95-pound pit bull and a 10-month-old corgi mix. I live in a lower duplex with my front door facing an alley. I take my dogs outside on this alley multiple times a day, as I have done since I moved in 7 months ago. At around 8 p.m., after a night of eating Taco Bell and playing The Sims, I decided to take my dogs outside one last time before bed. I put on my coat, leashed them, and went towards the small grassy area in the alley. While they were going about their business, I noticed 2 lights above me go out, leaving the alley completely dark until I reached my back door. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight so I could see my dogs and clean up after them. When I turned on my phone light, I looked up and saw a man wearing loose clothing and a hood, standing 20 feet away from me. He must have been there for a while since my dogs didn't hear him approach and I didn't notice him either. I realized I was shining my light directly at him and felt a bit bad for being so rude. That was until I saw him glaring at me. I stood there uncomfortably for a moment, trying to decide whether I should keep walking them or turn back. As I considered my options, he started walking towards me. I told myself he might be heading to his car or something, but then I saw he was walking directly toward me. This made both dogs scared and I began walking backwards, hoping he would just pass by, but he didn't. As I moved backwards, the man began sprinting toward me, chanting loudly. I couldn't make out what he was saying, but he kept repeating and yelling as he rushed forward. At that point, I was torn between taking action and staying calm. I was terrified and couldn't decide what to do. Thankfully, when the man was close enough, my dog reached his limit and lunged at him, snapping him out of whatever state he was in. The man then stopped and started singing. Yes, singing. He stopped just a few feet from me, smiled, and began walking away while singing loudly. When he crossed the street, I hurried to my door, dragging both dogs behind me, locked it, turned off all the lights, and called the police. They said they would send someone to patrol the area, but they didn't seem very concerned and barely listened as I sobbed and struggled to explain what had happened. My dogs kept lunging at him, and I stood frozen, watching him walk down the alley and cross into the next neighborhood. I didn't move because my front door was the next house over, and I didn't want him to see me enter and know where I lived. After hanging up, I sat on the floor still on the phone with my mom. Pathetic, I know. Just then I saw my motion sensor light turn on. Keep in mind that it only turns on if someone is directly in front of my unit. I panicked and called the police again, asking if the officer was in my alley. She said no officers were in my area at the moment. I explained the motion sensing light had turned on and off, indicating someone was out there. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line while I peeked through my shutters to see who was there, and yes, the man was pacing right in front of my unit. When the dispatcher heard me panic, she quickly sent an officer. She told me to turn my lights back on, hoping it would scare him away in case he planned to rob the place. Between the shutters, I turned on my light in the living room, which caught his attention. He stopped pacing and stared directly where I was. He didn't move for a while, and I assumed he was muttering something again, probably the chant I heard earlier. Thankfully, after a few moments, he turned away and kept walking. The dispatcher informed me that the officer was now in my area. I thought the man must have seen the officer and kept walking. The dispatcher, who was very calm and comforting, assured me the officers would locate him and give me an update. I never heard back, so I assumed they caught him. However, I can't be entirely sure, and that thought lingers in my mind. I called my landlord the next day to get in touch with the power company to fix the lights in the alley, but it wasn't surprising that they haven't been fixed yet. I don't know if the lights went out by accident or not. I'm grateful to have my dogs with me, with a parent working in mental health. I was armed wouldn't have helped much in this situation. I've been told that since the man didn't sound mentally stable, any action might have worsened his response. I hope he found some help, but please don't return for everyone's sake. I was left alone with my dad last summer when my mom and brother went to California for a week to visit relatives. I drove him to work because his license had been revoked. Then I went home to take a quick nap before leaving for work myself. I woke up at around 9 a.m. and began getting ready for work when I heard noises. I listened in silence for a while before hearing the sliding door beneath my room open. After a moment, I heard heavy footsteps coming up the stairs, so I quickly locked my door and backed away. Then, I heard cabinets in my parents' room start to open and close violently for about 2 minutes, and then everything stopped slowly. I got down on the ground and peered under my door, and I saw 2 mangled, dirty, gray feet pass by. I was terrified, so I quickly grabbed my pocket knife and kept it ready in case the person on the other side tried to enter. I then picked up my phone and dialed 911. Whispering to the operator that someone was in my house. The operator told me they had sent an officer, and I waited what felt like forever. I stayed on the line, too scared to move, just waiting for something awful to happen. The officer arrived, and the operator told me to open the door and let them in. I mustered my strength and let adrenaline take over. I made my way downstairs with the knife still in hand. Once I opened the door, I dropped my knife and ran to the officer. 2 more officers showed up, and they asked me to wait outside while they searched the house. After about 10 minutes, they returned with chilling news. They said they checked every room and possible entrance and found no signs of a break-in. They told me to call again if anything happened. I finished getting ready for work, but I was an hour late. I explained everything to my boss, but things eventually returned to normal. I picked up my dad from work later that day and chose not to tell him what had happened. I knew no one would. believe me, and they would just assume I was crazy. Even now it puzzles me that there were no signs of a breaking, but I know what I saw and heard, and the experience still haunts me. It wasn't until a few days ago when I heard a similar story that sent chills down my spine. I couldn't believe how similar it was, but it left me with even more questions. I still reside in this house, which I detest, and I want to move out soon since I have experienced terror in the comfort of my own home on occasion. When I was 14 years old, one evening I found myself home alone. It was getting dark outside and everything in my neighborhood was quiet. Little did I know this ordinary night would turn into a frightening experience that I would never forget. As I sat in the living room watching TV, I was enjoying the peace and quiet. My parents were away for the weekend, and my older brother was out with his friends. He was supposed to stay with me, but he went out anyway. Suddenly the doorbell rang. I wasn't supposed to answer when I was alone, but I couldn't help it. Maybe one of my friends or my brother forgot his key. It was the front door though, and my brother usually used the side entrance. Still, I was curious enough to check it out. I approached the front door and looked through the side window. There was a man standing there. He was wearing what appeared to be a work uniform, and his smile seemed forced, making me uneasy. That wasn't the only strange thing. It was after 6 p.m. on a Saturday, so even if my parents had made an appointment, it wouldn't have been at that time. I also didn't see a car or truck parked in the driveway. I figured he might have parked on the street around the corner, but I still didn't understand why. Instead of opening the door, I decided to talk to him through the window. He insisted that it was our house and asked me to open the door. I stood my ground and told him that I couldn't let him in without my parents being home, but he persisted in trying to convince me. I asked him what he wanted, and he said that he was sent to fix a problem with our heating system and that it needed immediate attention. There was something about his demeanor that made me uneasy. To be honest, I thought it was an error and that he had come to the wrong house, so I was sincerely trying to help him. I told him my parents would be back soon in an attempt to scare him away, but he refused to budge. I knew he could break through that window if he really wanted to, and I would have called the police if he had really wanted to, but I was too scared to leave the door since I thought he would break it down if I moved away for a moment. I was shocked to see how weak the door was, and I could hear the wood splintering. I was about to flee and find my phone when all of a sudden the man started pounding on the door. Since my brother didn't have a vehicle and my parents weren't expected home until the next day, I was startled when a car came into my driveway. Upon closer inspection, I saw that it was one of my neighbors, Mrs. Jenkins. The guy turned and left as soon as he noticed the automobile, vanishing around the corner. I'm still unsure of the kind of car he was driving. Mrs. Jenkins called the police. I was grateful for her in that moment. It was lucky she saw what was happening and recognized the situation for what it was. The man was about to break down my door and I had no way to stop him. My parents came home the next day very concerned about what had happened. We had to replace our front door due to the damage he caused. The lock was practically hanging out of it and there were cracks all the way down. We didn't have any way to pursue the man because none of us saw his car and there were no cameras to capture him. When I was 14 years old, I found myself home alone one evening. The sky had grown dark and the neighborhood was eerily quiet. Little did I know this seemingly ordinary night would turn into a chilling experience I would never forget. As I sat in the living room watching TV, I enjoyed the peace and quiet. My parents were away for the weekend, and my older brother had gone out with his friends. He was supposed to stay with me, but he left. Anyway, suddenly the doorbell rang. I wasn't supposed to answer it when I was alone, but my curiosity got the better of me. Could have been one of my friends, or maybe my brother had forgotten his key. However, it was the front door, and my brother would have gone to the side door. I went to the front door and looked through the side window. A man in what appeared to be a work uniform stood there, and his forced smile made me uneasy. This wasn't the only strange thing, though. It was after 6 p.m. on a Saturday, so even if my parents had scheduled a repair, it wouldn't have happened at that time. I also noticed that there was no car in the driveway, so I assumed he parked on the street around the corner. I couldn't understand why he hadn't knocked on the side door instead of opening the door, so I spoke to him through the window. When I asked him what he wanted, he said he had been sent to fix a problem with our heating system and insisted that it needed immediate attention. His behavior made me uneasy, and I knew I shouldn't let him in without my parents' consent. At first, I thought it might be a genuine mistake. Maybe he had come to the wrong house, but I wanted to be sure. He insisted it was our house and kept asking me to open the door. His words felt manipulative, and I told him that my parents would be back soon, hoping to scare him off, but he didn't budge. I wanted to call the police, but I was too scared to leave the door, fearing that he would break it if I left it for even a moment. Then he began banging on the door, making a loud, frantic noise, as if he intended to break in. I was alarmed at how weak the door seemed, and I could hear the wood splintering under the pressure. I was about to run to find my phone when suddenly my brother didn't have a vehicle, and my parents weren't home until the next day, so I was shocked when a car came into the driveway. When I looked closer, I noticed that it was one of our neighbors. I still don't know what sort of automobile the guy had, Mrs. Jenkins, because as soon as he saw the car, he spun around and left, vanishing around the corner out of view from my window. After high school, my best friend Garrett and I moved into a place together once we saved enough money to leave our parents' house. It was a small apartment on the first floor of a townhouse. Mrs. Jenkins called the police, and I was extremely grateful to her at the time because it was pure luck that she saw what was happening and recognized the situation for what it was. The man was going to break down my door, and I had no way to stop him. When my parents returned home the following day, they were extremely concerned about the ordeal. We had to replace the front door due to the damage done. The lock was shattered and there were cracks running down the frame. When you entered through the front door, there was one bedroom on the right, which was Garrett's room. To the left was the living room, and a window in the living room faced the sidewalk, offering a clear view when watching TV. My bedroom was located at the back near the kitchen. We didn't know the people living upstairs. Garrett had a girlfriend he met at work, though I didn't know her well. They had been spending a lot of time together over the past few months, which meant I had the apartment mostly to myself. I didn't mind the solitude too much and got used to it. In the evenings, I would often be in the living room watching TV or playing video games. One night, while Garrett was at his girlfriend's place, I sat on the couch watching a movie about an hour, and I looked out the window and noticed a man walking down the street. He stood out because of his size and awkward movements. There was something odd about the way he walked, almost like he was limping, but it was hard to tell. I thought he might be drunk. My curiosity was piqued, so I continued watching him. As he got closer, the man walked down the middle of the road despite the sidewalk being right next to it. As he approached our house, I started to feel uneasy. He didn't just pass by, instead he stopped right in front of my window and stared, and I quickly looked away, trying to ignore him, but I could still feel his gaze. I grabbed my phone and texted Garrett asking if he'd be home soon. He didn't answer right away, so I put my phone down. The man then walked up to our front door. I heard the doorknob turning and my heart started racing. I quickly closed the curtains on the front window and moved to stand behind the door, hoping he wouldn't try to come inside. I waited there for what felt like an eternity, but didn't dare look out. Eventually, I began to think he had left, so I walked back over to the window and looked out again. He was still standing on our porch, and I could see something in his hand. That's when I heard a deafening thud on the door, not a knock, but something far more aggressive. He was trying to break the door down, and the sound was loud and violent. Felt like he was using a heavy object, maybe a boulder. I picked up my phone and called the police again. When the operator answered, I screamed for help. Stay calm. Help is on the way. The operator also said, Can you see him? I looked toward the door to gauge how long I had left before he got in. I told her that I could hear the wood splintering as the door started to come apart, and I thought he was trying to break it down. I knew I had to move, so I put the phone in my pocket and ran toward the back of the house. I didn't want to leave the safety of the house, but I was trapped, so I stepped outside into our tiny backyard and looked around, hoping the man wouldn't see me. The guy was no longer there. The beating had ceased, and I was unsure of his whereabouts, but my greatest concern was that he had seen me. The backyard was walled in, but I could just make out the porch through the wooden planks. I immediately drew my head away, but I was fairly certain he had seen me. I peered around the little, dark backyard, but he wasn't there. I then looked back through the house's window and saw him inside the kitchen. I only got a quick glimpse of him, but one thing caught my attention. He was carrying what looked like a full-size sledgehammer, which must have been what he used to smash down the door. I realized that he must have been concealing it in his pants when he explained his odd gait. Just as I was about to flee, I heard the sirens, and when I turned to face the door, it was completely collapsed. 2 officers entered the house, while another remained with me. The next sound I heard inside the house was drop the weapon, and a moment later, he was released. I messaged Garrett to let him know what had happened, and we went over the specifics. Even though the front door was completely destroyed and nothing else in the apartment was damaged or stolen. We still don't know why he broke in, and he didn't seem interested in stealing anything. I still wonder what would have happened to me if I hadn't escaped in time. I remember that day so vividly. Even now, all these years later. It was early summer and the sun hung high in the sky, casting a heat that clung to everything like a damp cloth, the kind of heat that seems to radiate from the earth itself, turning the air into a thick, almost tangible mass. Alex and I had been stuck in the grind of city life for what felt like forever, rushing from one obligation to the next, our schedules filled to the brim with work and deadlines. We needed to escape, to disconnect. Shenandoah National Park, just a few hours outside the city, seemed like the perfect antidote. A weekend in the woods with the promise of fresh air, towering trees, and some of the most breathtaking views we could imagine. We both knew of Shenandoah's beauty, its sweeping vistas, the way the mountains roll into the distance, the way the sky turns pink and gold as the sun sets over the valleys. We'd heard the stories about the park's tranquility and isolation, how the night skies sparkled with stars you couldn't see in the city, and how you could find peace beneath the canopy of ancient trees. But what we didn't know was how quickly that peace could unravel, how quickly something so beautiful could turn into something terrifying. We arrived in the late afternoon, the sun beginning its slow descent behind the mountains, casting a golden light over everything. It felt like we were entering another world, one where time slowed down, where the hustle and bustle of the city were a distant memory. The air smelled fresh, almost sweet, with the scent of pine and earth. The breeze whispered through the leaves of the trees, and the distant sounds of birds and insects filled the air, creating a gentle soundtrack for the world we had stepped into. We set up camp near the Skyland area, a popular spot that's known for its stunning views and relative accessibility. It wasn't exactly a backwoods adventure, but it was the kind of place where you could escape for a few days without needing to trek for hours to find Solitude. The Skyland area was surrounded by dense woods and wild meadows that wound their way through the forest, offering glimpses of breathtaking vistas. It was perfect for what we wanted: an easy escape, a chance to recharge. Little did we know that our peaceful retreat would quickly take a darker turn. After setting up camp, we spent the next few hours soaking in the beauty of the place. We didn't rush, didn't have a schedule to keep. Alex, as usual, was in high spirits. He tossed a stick for his dog, Max, who took off into the underbrush with a burst of energy. Max, with boundless enthusiasm for anything that involved running, jumping, or sniffing around in the woods. We both laughed as we watched him chase the stick, disappearing into the foliage, his tail a blur of motion. "Do you think we could live here?" Alex asked, casually, plopping down onto a large rock and looking out over the rolling hills that stretched in every direction. His tone was light, but there was an underlying sense of yearning, of wishing for a simpler life, a life without the pressure of deadlines and expectations. I thought about it for a moment, my eyes scanning the horizon. It was tempting: the peace, the isolation, the beauty. It was everything we needed. But then my thoughts drifted to the harsh winters that could freeze this place solid, to the isolation that could feel suffocating if you weren't prepared for it. "Maybe," I said finally, "but imagine the winters. It's beautiful now, but come January, it's a whole different world." Alex nodded, agreeing. "Yeah, true. Snowed in for months. Not sure I'm ready for that kind of isolation." We spent the afternoon in a haze of easy conversation, talking about everything and nothing at all. It was the kind of conversation that only happens when you're with an old friend, when the world seems to slow down and the weight of the ordinary falls away. Max, after wearing himself out with a game of fetch, lay down at our feet, his tail thumping lazily against the ground. The fire crackled as we built it higher, sending a warm glow flickering into the gathering darkness. The sounds of the forest around us were soothing, almost hypnotic: the rustling of leaves in the breeze, the distant chirping of crickets, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Everything seemed so peaceful, too peaceful. As night fell, the temperature dropped quickly, the air turning cooler as the sun vanished behind the mountains. We huddled closer to the fire, the warmth of the flames a welcome contrast to the chill creeping in from the surrounding woods. The crackling of the fire was the only sound that accompanied our voices as we swapped stories. It felt like the world was a million miles away, like nothing could touch us here in the forest, wrapped in the safety of the firelight. But then something shifted. Max, who had been lying quietly by the fire, suddenly stiffened. His body went rigid, his tail flicking nervously. His ears stood straight up and his eyes locked on something in the darkness beyond the camp. The low growl that rumbled from his throat was like a warning, a deep guttural sound that sent a chill up my spine. It wasn't the playful growl of a dog guarding his territory, but something far more serious. "Max, what is it?" Alex asked, his voice a little unsteady as he crouched down beside the dog. He reached out to calm him, but Max wouldn't budge. The growl deepened, a low, continuous rumble that seemed to vibrate in the air. Before we could process what was happening, we heard it: footsteps. They were soft at first, distant, but growing steadily louder, crunching through the underbrush, heavy and deliberate, too heavy for an animal, too purposeful to be a random wanderer. My pulse quickened, and the warmth of the fire suddenly felt far too distant. "Hello," I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. The footsteps didn't stop. They were moving closer, and I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. This wasn't right. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Alex grabbed the flashlight from his backpack, the beam of light cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there, just the endless black of the woods, the trees bending in the wind, and the flickering light of the fire. The footsteps stopped. "Let's check it out," Alex said, though his voice was tight with unease. We moved cautiously into the darkness, the flashlight beam trembling slightly in Alex's grip as we made our way toward the noise. The air was thick with tension, the silence stretching around us like a tangible thing. The footsteps had stopped, but the feeling of being watched, of being followed, never did. Every rustle in the bushes, every whisper of the wind made me jump. And then, as we moved deeper into the woods, it came: a voice, "You shouldn't be here." We spun around, the flashlight beam whipping to find the source. There, standing at the edge of the camp, was a man. He was partially obscured by shadows, his form hidden in the dark. But there was no mistaking his presence. He was tall with a wave frame, his face obscured by a thick graying beard. His eyes, though those eyes, I'll never forget them, they glinted in the fur light, an unnatural shine to them, like they were reflecting something much deeper and darker than the flame. "We're just camping, Alex," said his voice, trying to sound calm, but I could hear the slight quiver in it. "This isn't a place for camping," the man rasped, his voice low, rough, as if he hadn't spoken in years. "Not safe." "Why is that?" I asked, though the words tasted strange on my tongue. Something about this man, about the way he was standing there, filled me with a sense of dread I couldn't explain. "People disappear here," he said, his voice taking on a new edge, something almost ominous. "You heard of those girls, right? Williams and Winans." The mention of their names hit me like a punch to the gut. I had heard about the case years ago, the disappearances of Julianne Williams and Eli Lily Winans, two women who came to the park for a peaceful weekend only to be found murdered in the remote wilderness. The case had been sensationalized in the news, their deaths a brutal reminder that even the most beautiful places could hide horrific secrets. I nodded, my heart sinking. "That was years ago, though," I said, trying to brush it off. "What does that have to do with us?" The man shook his head, his lip curling into a twisted smile. "Doesn't matter how long ago it was. This place, it changes people, takes them, and if you're not careful, it'll take you too." We tried to ask more, but he simply stared at us, unblinking, his eyes reflecting something far older than the firelight. And then, without another word, he turned and vanished into the trees. Just like that, gone. The rest of the night was a blur. Max refused to settle down, whining and pacing around the campsite, his nerves frayed. Neither Alex nor I could sleep. Every sound, every gust of wind felt amplified. In the darkness, the fire, once so comforting, now felt like a fragile barrier against the unknown. By morning we were packed and ready to leave. We didn't speak much as we broke down the camp, the unease from the night still hanging heavy between us. As we made our way back to the trailhead, Alex glanced over at me and muttered, "We should have researched this place more." I nodded, the weight of what had happened in settling in. "Yeah, no more camping here." Later, after returning to the city, we looked up the details of the Williams and Winans case. Their bodies had been discovered not far from where we had camped, in the same area we had been. The case had never been solved, and it turned out there were other disappearances, other strange occurrences in the park, some recent, some dating back decades. It seemed that Shenandoah, for all its beauty, held a darker history than we had ever imagined. We never went back to Shenandoah. Some places, no matter how beautiful, should remain a mystery, hidden beneath layers of shadows. There are stories that should never be uncovered, places best left untouched. Some places are cursed with memories, with secrets buried in the earth, and it's better to leave them that way. Shenandoah taught us that some places, no matter how stunning, are best left to their shadows. I had been a park ranger at Shenandoah National Park for just under a year when it all began. It was the kind of job I had taken to escape the frenzied pace of city life, a refuge from the constant noise, the ever-present rush, the ceaseless flow of people, and the clamor of modern society. Shenandoah's beauty had drawn me in, the sprawling vistas, the ancient trees, the soothing quiet of the wilderness that enveloped you the moment you stepped off the beaten path. The forest was pure, untouched in ways that the world outside seemed to have forgotten. But in hindsight, I would come to understand that the wilderness, for all its majesty, can hold more than just peace. Sometimes it hides secrets, and danger can lie just beneath the surface. The day it happened started like any other, a typical May afternoon. The forest had come alive with the warmth of spring, the trees swelling with new growth and the vibrant green of fresh leaves, giving the entire park a rejuvenated, almost magical feel. The air was thick with the scent of earth and pine, the kind of smell that seemed to settle into your bones and bring a sense of calm. But it was the calm before the storm, the kind of tranquility that now feels far too deceptive. I had been assigned to patrol along the bridle trail that day, not far from Skyland Resort. It was one of those rare quiet moments, the sort where every little detail, the rustle of the wind, the occasional chirp of a bird, the distant murmur of the stream, seemed to echo louder than normal. I was out making my rounds, ensuring that hikers were following the park's rules, checking in on various campsites to make sure everyone was staying safe and respectful of the land. That afternoon, I came across two women who had just set up camp. They were friendly, smiling in the warm sunlight, with their golden retriever happily bouncing around, carrying a stick in his mouth that seemed too big for him to handle. Julie and Loy. They introduced themselves, both with a relaxed energy that was so typical of the seasoned hikers I often encountered. They were dressed in comfortable clothes, backpacks resting on the ground, their campsite laid out neatly in a corner of the woods. The dog barked excitedly, running in circles. "Hey there," I called out, moving toward their campsite. "Everything going okay?" Julie looked up, wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead, her face flushed with the warmth of the afternoon. She smiled, her green eyes sparkling. "Yeah, just getting settled in. Beautiful day, isn't it?" "Sure," as I said, taking a moment to scan the area. The wind had picked up slightly, making the trees sway gently. "Just be sure to secure your food at night. Bears are starting to wake up from hibernation." Loy, who had been busy setting up the tent, looked up with a laugh. "Don't worry, we've got it all under control." "Thanks for the tip, though." With that, I waved and moved on, continuing my patrol. But even as I walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about their camp was too peaceful, almost too perfect. I brushed it off, chalking it up to overactive imagination. The park had a way of getting to you, making you start to see things that weren't there. But I was wrong. The next day I came back to check on their campsite. It wasn't far from the trail, and I made it a point to patrol this section regularly. But when I reached their camp, I immediately felt a chill. The site was abandoned, but it wasn't the usual quiet of a campsite being packed up that unnerved me. It was the mess their equipment was scattered, the tents left half dismantled, their backpacks strewn across the ground. The food was gone, and there was no sign of them. The silence was the worst part. It was heavy, as if the forest itself had gone still, holding its breath. I radioed it, and my voice taut with urgency. "This is Ranger Mark. I've got a situation near Bridle Trail. Something's wrong. The campsite is abandoned, and it doesn't feel right. I need immediate backup." The second stretched as I waited for a response. Moments later, the radio crackled back to life. "Copy that, Ranger Mark. We're on our way soon." The forest around me was filled with the sound of more rangers and law enforcement agents. We spread out, combing the area, searching for any clue that could explain what had happened. It wasn't long before we found something. The two women's bodies were discovered not far from their campsite, near a spot where a stream twisted its way through the forest. The soft gurgle of the water, once so soothing, now felt like a mocking reminder of what had occurred. Julie and Loy had been brutally murdered. Their throats had been cut cleanly, and their bodies were bound with rope, as if someone had taken the time to arrange them in a deliberate way. The sight of them lying there in the undergrowth, their eyes wide open, still frozen in shock, would haunt me for years. There was a brutal finality to it, a sense that these two women had been taken by something far more dangerous than any animal, far more calculating than anything the wilderness could produce. The investigation kicked off immediately. Forensic teams combed the site, lifting fingerprints, collecting hair and fiber samples. We interviewed anyone who had been in the park that day, hikers, resort staff, anyone who had passed through the area. Every conversation felt like a dead end. There were no clear leads, and the more we searched, the more elusive the answers became. The weeks that followed were filled with frustration as we tried to piece together the fragments of a case that seemed to be vanishing with each passing day. Then, just as we were beginning to lose hope, we got a lead: a cyclist who had been riding on the same trail days before the murders came forward, reporting an aggressive encounter with a man. The man had tried to run her off the road, screaming obscenities and acting irrationally. She described him as angry, wild-eyed, and with a volatile demeanor. His name was Daryl David Rice. When we tracked him down and brought him in for questioning, his demeanor was chilling. He was unnervingly calm. His eyes were cold, devoid of any real emotion, and his voice was flat, almost robotic, as he answered our questions. It was as if he was removed from the entire situation, detached from the horror he had undoubtedly caused. "Why did you do it?" I asked, sitting across from him in the sterile interrogation room. A tape recorder clicked on, capturing the tension in the air. He smirked. It was a small, almost imperceptible gesture, but it was enough to send a shiver down my spine. "I didn't do anything. You can't prove a thing." But the evidence spoke differently. His fingerprints matched those found at the crime scene, and witnesses had placed him near the area at the time of the murders. Despite his defiance, despite his chilling smirk, the case against him was solid. But it wasn't that simple. The trial, which followed in the months to come, would reveal just how complicated and frustrating the pursuit of justice could be. In the courtroom, prosecutors argued that the murders were a hate crime driven by animosity towards Julie and Elle's sexual orientation, but Daryl Rice denied this vehemently. He played the part of the victim, denying any involvement and challenging the case at every turn. His words echoed in the courtroom. "Prove it." He said it again and again like a mantra, daring the prosecution to find the evidence that would convict him in the end. Despite the overwhelming circumstantial evidence, Rice was not convicted for the murders. Instead, he was convicted for the attempted abduction of the cyclist he had assaulted days earlier. The lack of concrete evidence directly linking him to Julie and Loy's deaths left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. We had caught the man we believed to be responsible, but the justice we had hoped for seemed incomplete. Hollow years passed since that terrible day, but I still patrol those same trails, though never alone. Every rustle in the trees, every shadow in the corner of my eye is a reminder of that day. The forest has changed for me. It is no longer just a place of beauty and tranquility. It is a place where danger can lurk without warning, hidden beneath the surface, just beyond the reach of the human eye. Every time I meet a new camper, a hiker, or a cyclist, I can't help but wonder about their stories. Are they just here for the peace, the fresh air, the beauty of the land? Or is there something more behind their eyes, something they won't ever speak of? The wilderness has a way of changing you. It makes you see the world differently. It teaches you that sometimes the things you should fear the most aren't the supernatural or the unknown. Sometimes the real danger comes from the people who walk among you, just like any other hiker or camper, blending into the landscape, but capable of the most unimaginable horror. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, a familiar fragrance that clung to my skin and filled my lungs with each breath I took. As a seasonal park ranger at Rocky Mountain National Park, I had come to cherish the solitude, the peaceful isolation that the wilderness provided. My days were spent patrolling the rugged trails, ensuring that the campers and hikers stayed safe, that the park's delicate ecosystem remained undisturbed. The beauty of the mountains, the sound of the wind whispering through the pines, the distant rumble of a thunderstorm rolling over the peaks, it all seemed so perfect. The park had a kind of timelessness and almost sacred feeling. But that summer of 1978, everything changed. At first it was subtle, just little things that didn't add up: a missing backpack here, a forgotten sleeping bag there, and occasionally an abandoned tent. I assumed it was the usual result of careless campers, or perhaps the occasional bear scavenging for food. It wasn't unusual for hikers to leave things behind, and the park was vast enough to hide any signs of a wild animal's pilfering. I wasn't concerned yet, but then came the first report of Something more unusual, more troubling. A pair of seasoned hikers just back from a week-long trip through the backcountry came to the ranger station one afternoon. They were both visibly shaken, their faces pale and their eyes wide with unease. They sat in the small waiting area, their bodies stiff, as if they were afraid to let their guard down. "Something's wrong out there," the man, a grizzled fellow with a thick beard and the kind of weathered face that only years on the trail could produce, said. "We saw a man watching us. He was at the edge of the trees, just standing there, not moving. We tried to approach, but as soon as we did, he disappeared." His companion, a woman in her late 20s, nodded, her hands tightly gripping her backpack like a lifeline. "It wasn't just that he was there, it was the way he looked at us, like he was waiting for something." I listened quietly, making notes, but I couldn't shake the sense that this wasn't just some random encounter. The man's description of the figure was vague but unsettling. He spoke of a tall, gaunt individual, a person who looked like they had been living off the land for far too long. The figure had wild, unkempt hair, a face that seemed to be nothing but sharp angles, and eyes that gleamed unnervingly in the fading light. The strange part was that he didn't speak, didn't make a sound. He simply stood there watching, waiting. Over the next few weeks, more reports came in, more hikers, more campers, all describing the same unsettling figure. They spoke of a man who appeared at dusk, always near the edge of the trees, never crossing into the open. He didn't approach, but he never left either. He was always just there, a constant silent presence at the edge of the park's vast, untamed wilderness. I couldn't dismiss these reports any longer. Something was wrong, but I still couldn't quite put my finger on it. People were afraid, but no one seemed to know what they were truly afraid of. Was it just a solitary figure, a hermit perhaps, or something darker? Then came Sarah and Mark. They were a young couple just looking for a weekend getaway. They'd driven up from Denver, eager to hike, camp, and enjoy the pristine wilderness. When they arrived at the ranger station, they were visibly shaken, their clothes dirty, their eyes wide with a kind of fear I couldn't understand. They didn't look like the kind of people who would be easily frightened, but there was no mistaking the terror in their eyes. "He was there," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "We thought we were alone. We'd set up camp by the creek, just enjoying the quiet, but then we saw him standing in the trees watching us." Mark nodded, his face pale, his fists clenched. He didn't say anything, just stood there, but when he looked at us, it felt like he knew us, like he was waiting for something. He had something in his hands wrapped in cloth, but we couldn't see what it was. Their words hit me like a punch to the gut. The description matched the others perfectly, down to the eerie stillness of the man, the feeling of being watched, but worse, the feeling of being hunted. I filed the report, my mind racing. Something about this was more than just a random stranger in the woods. There was a pattern emerging, something I couldn't ignore. I radioed for increased patrols, asking for help from the sheriff's department. We needed to tell this man before someone got hurt, but as the days passed, I couldn't shake the sense that it was already too late. A few days later, it happened. A hiker, alone and deep in the back country, stumbled upon a shallow grave. It was hidden beneath a layer of fallen leaves and pine needles, barely visible unless you knew where to look. And inside the grave were the remains of a young woman, her body pale, her limbs twisted in unnatural angles, as though placed there with careful, deliberate intent. The local sheriff's department took over the investigation, but the park was suddenly a place of fear, of suspicion. Everyone from the seasoned rangers to the casual campers felt the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. I remember one patrol late at night, when the moon was obscured by thick clouds. The world seemed to dissolve into darkness, the air heavy with the impending storm. The engine of my Jeep hummed softly as I drove along the winding forest roads, my headlights cutting through the blackness like a knife. The forest around me felt alive, as though it were watching, listening. I kept my speed slow, my senses alert, my mind constantly replaying the reports, the descriptions, the feeling of dread that had taken root in my chest, and then I saw it movement at the edge of the road. My heart skipped a beat. I hit the brakes, the tires screeching. As I came to a halt there, just at the edge of the tree line, stood the figure, the same gaunt thin man. His wild eyes gleamed in the darkness, reflecting the light of my headlights like an animal's. He stood perfectly still, his clothes ragged and torn, his body too thin, as though life had been drained from him over months of living in the wilderness. In his hand he held something wrapped in cloth, just as Sarah and Mark had described. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I reached for my radio, my hand shaking as I pressed the button. Dispatch, this is Ranger 47. I've got a visual on the suspect. He's near mile marker 12, requesting immediate backup. But he didn't move, he didn't run, didn't even flinch. He just stood there, his eyes locked on mine. There was no fear, no hesitation, just a cold, empty stare that sent a chill straight to my bones. I reached for my sidearm, my hand trembling, put the knife down. I ordered Ed, my voice as steady as I could make it, "You're under arrest." But instead of complying, he slowly unwrapped the cloth. My heart slammed in my chest as the object inside came into view, a large, wickedly sharp knife, its blade glinting menacingly in the dim light. It was stained with what looked like dry blood, a sickening shade of brown that made my stomach twist. "Don't come any closer," I warned, my voice low, my finger resting on the trigger of my weapon. "Put it down." He didn't respond. Instead, he took a deliberate step forward, his eyes never leaving mine. I could smell him now, a nauseating mix of sweat, dirt, and something more, something metallic. I wanted to recoil, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. Then, just as I was about to make my move, the unmistakable wail of sirens cut through the air. The backup had arrived. 2 sheriff's cars came barreling down the road, lights flashing, sirens screaming. The man didn't resist as they pulled him from the shadows and cuffed him, his expression eerily calm, as though he had been expecting this all along. The investigation that followed uncovered a truth so horrifying it sent shivers through my bones. His name was Thomas. He had been living in the park for months, completely off the grid, stealing from hikers and campers to survive. He had been responsible for the murder of the young woman whose body had been found in the shallow grave. But that wasn't the worst of it. Over the past 2 years, several other people had gone missing in the park, their disappearances unexplained. Thomas was the one who had taken them one by one, luring them into the wilderness. And why? What had driven him to this? The answers weren't clear. It turned out that Thomas was a fugitive wanted for a violent crime in another state, and the park had seemed like the perfect hiding place. But the killings were something different, something darker, something more personal. The trial was a media friend. Why? The details that came to light were gruesome beyond belief. The park, once a sanctuary, was forever tainted by what had happened there. Thomas was sentenced to life in prison, but the memory of that summer haunted me for years. Even now, decades later, I still think about those nights, those dark, oppressive nights when the park felt like it was holding its breath, the dread that I couldn't shake, the feeling that something was out there, something human and terrifying, stalking the quiet wilderness. The woods were no longer a sanctuary for me. They were a reminder that darkness can lurk anywhere, even in the most beautiful places. And sometimes the most dangerous predator isn't a bear, a cougar, or a wolf, it's a man. I've been working as a park ranger in some of the most secluded, untouched parks in the country for over 20 years now. Over that time, I've seen and experienced a lot, both beautiful and strange. But there's one event from a few years ago that still makes my skin crawl every time I think about it. It was late October, and the forest was alive with color. The trees were a patchwork of reds, oranges, and yellows, and the crisp, cool air smelled like pine and earth. The summer crowds had mostly gone, leaving the park empty and quiet. It was the perfect time for us to go about our routine maintenance, cleaning up the campsites, checking for any damage to the trails, and making sure everything was in order before the winter set. And that evening, as the sun began to set behind the distant mountains, I made my final rounds. The last campsite I needed to check was Site 12, a remote spot deep in the park. It wasn't a popular site, which made it perfect for people who wanted solitude. When I arrived, something immediately struck me as out a small tent was set up in the middle of the campsite, but everything around it looked abandoned. The fire pit was cold with only a few scattered ashes left, and the wood surrounding it hadn't been touched for hours. I called out, hoping to hear someone respond, "Hey, anyone?" The wind carried my voice through the trees, but there was no answer. Silent, I walked closer, my boots crunching against the frozen ground, and that's when I noticed the tent flap. It was open gently, swaying in the breeze as if someone had just walked away, but the campsite was empty. I felt a knot form in my stomach. No signs of any movement, no footprints leading out, nothing. I pulled out my flashlight and shone it inside the tent. It was completely empty. No camping gear, no sleeping bags, no backpacks, nothing, just a crumpled map lying on the ground, its edges curling in the cold air. A sense of unease settled over me. This wasn't right. I immediately radioed my partner Mike, who was stationed a few miles away. "Mike, you need to come to site 12. Something's off here. There's no sign of anyone, but their stuff is all gone." Mike didn't waste any time. He made his way over, and about 10 minutes later I saw him coming through the trees, his face looking more serious than usual. "What's going on?" Mike asked as he approached. I pointed at the tent. "Found it like this camp's deserted, no sign of anyone." Mike scanned the area, his eyes narrowing as he looked around. "This doesn't make sense. Who leaves their tent like this in the middle of nowhere?" We decided to start a search, moving through the trees, calling out to see if anyone was hiding or in trouble. The park, usually alive with the sounds of wildlife, was eerily quiet. The only noise was the crunch of our boots on the leaf-strewn ground. It felt like the forest itself was holding its breath. We followed a faint trail of broken branches that led away from the campsite. After walking for about 100 yards, we came across a backpack, its contents spilled out onto the ground. There were clothes, some food wrappers, a flashlight, and a half-empty bottle of water. It looked like someone had been in a hurry, dropping things as they ran. "Looks like they were trying to get away fast," Mike muttered, crouching down to examine the scattered items. "Or they were forced to leave," I replied, scanning the trees around us, my instincts telling me something was wrong. As we moved deeper into the woods, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The air felt thick, heavy with silence, and every small sound, wind rustling the leaves, birds calling in the distance, seemed louder than it should have been. The forest felt wrong, like it was hiding something. Then we heard a low, pained moan, barely audible, but enough to send a chill down my spine. Without thinking, we sprinted toward the sound, our flashlights cutting through the darkness as we pushed through thick underbrush. After a few minutes of running, we found him, a man slumped against a tree, his clothes torn and his face bruised, eyes wide with fear. "Thank God you're here," he gasped, his voice barely above a whisper. His hands shook as he reached out for me. "They took her. They took Sarah." I crouched down beside him, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who took her? Who did this to you?" "Two guys," he whispered, his voice trembling with fear. "They came into our camp. They had guns. They said they wanted money. We didn't have much." I tried to fight, but his voice broke, and for a moment he just stared at me helplessly and terrified. "Where is she?" I asked, my voice tight with urgency. "Where did they take her?" "They took her. They said if I followed they'd hurt her." I tried to stop them, but he trailed off, looking lost, like the memory was too much for him. I nodded and immediately called in the situation to dispatch. I requested backup and a search team, knowing we had to find Sarah before it was too late. The forest was already growing dark, and I knew the longer we waited, the harder it would be to track anyone as night fell. The forest became a maze of shadows. We split up, covering as much ground as we could, but the dark felt like it was swallowing us whole. We used every tool we had: search dogs, drones, extra rangers, but nothing was giving us answers. Hours passed. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios. What had happened to Sarah? Were the men still out there? Were they watching us right now, waiting to make their next move? Finally, just when I thought we couldn't keep going, the dogs picked up a scent. We followed them through thick brush, our flashlights flickering in the wind, and after what felt like an eternity, we found her. Sarah tied to a tree deep in the woods. Her clothes were torn and her face was pale with fear, but she was alive. When we untied her, she clung to me, her voice hoarse. "They left when they heard you." Coming, they said they'd be back if we told anyone. If we called for help, we got her out of there as quickly as we could, but the men who had done this were long gone. Law enforcement swept through the area. The park was closed for a full week and every inch of the land was searched, but we never found the men. They vanished without a trace. The couple, shaken and traumatized, moved away not long after, seeking a life far from the woods that had nearly destroyed them. As for me, the park will never feel the same. I've spent countless hours patrolling these forests, and now every step feels heavier. The beauty of the wild is undeniable, but now I know it can also hide the darkest of intentions. When I sit by my campfire now, listening to the crackle of the flames and the whisper of the wind through the trees, I can't help but feel like I'm not entirely alone. The forest is always watching, always listening, and sometimes, even when you think you're safe, there's something or someone lurking just out of sight. That knowledge, that unsettling feeling, has become a part of me, and I never forget the quiet, the way the woods hold their breath, waiting. The flickering campfire threw long dancing shadows across our faces. We sat in a small circle, 3 park rangers deep in the wilderness on a routine patrol. The forest around us felt alive, the night thick with the smell of pine needles and damp earth. A gentle wind whispered through the trees, carrying the occasional creak of branches and the distant hoot of an owl. It was the kind of night that felt endless, where time seemed to stretch. Under the vast canopy of stars, we had been talking in hushed voices, sharing stories from previous patrols, when Ranger Mike suddenly stiffened. His face turned pale, his eyes darting toward the darkness beyond the fir light. "You guys hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the crackle of the flames. Sarah and I froze, our chatter cut off mid-sentence. We all leaned forward, straining our ears. At first I heard nothing, just the usual forest sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant chirp of crickets. Then it came, low and deep, a guttural growl that sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't just a sound, it was a vibration, something you could feel in your bones. "Bear," I said, my voice steady despite the fear crawling up my neck. My hand instinctively went to my belt with a canister of pepper spray. "Hunt, stay close to the fire." The growl came again, louder this time and closer. Sarah's hand trembled as she gripped her flashlight. The firelight, once warm and comforting, now seemed weak against the impenetrable darkness surrounding us. The forest, which had felt so peaceful just minutes before, now felt alive with menace. Suddenly there was a sharp snap, the unmistakable sound of a branch breaking underfoot. It came from somewhere behind us. We all turned at once, our flashlights cutting through the blackness, their beams bouncing off tree trunks and dense undergrowth. "Did you hear that?" Sarah stammered, her voice shaking. I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. The sound of snapping branches wasn't unusual in the forest, but this felt different. Whatever it was big and it was close. "We need to move," I finally managed, my voice low but firm. "Pack up quickly." And quietly we scrambled to our feet, dousing the fire with dirt and water. The growls hadn't stopped. In fact, they seemed to grow louder, echoing from somewhere deeper in the forest. Every sound, the crunch of leaves under our boots, the rustle of gear being stuffed into backpacks, seemed amplified, as if the forest itself was listening. "Which way?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide and panicked. "Back toward the trail," I said. "Stick together and keep your lights on." We moved quickly, but the forest wasn't easy to navigate in the dark. The ground was uneven, littered with roots and rocks that threatened to trip us with every step. Branches snagged at our clothes and scratched our faces. The growling followed us, growing fainter at times, but never disappearing entirely. It felt like we were being hunted. "I think we're losing it," Sarah said, gasping for breath. "Don't stop," I urged, my own legs burning from the effort. "We're not safe yet." Then, as we pushed through a particularly dense thicket, something shiny caught the moonlight up ahead. We slowed, our flashlight sweeping over the object. It was metal, sharp and jagged. "A trap." "That's not for bears," Mike muttered, his face pale as he crouched to examine it. The trap was large, with cruel teeth designed to snap shut on anything that triggered. It was rigged to a heavy log suspended above the path, ready to crush its prey. "Poachers," I said, the word leaving a bitter taste in My mouth poachers weren't just a threat to the animals we were sworn to protect, they were dangerous to anyone who got in their way, and now we were on their turf as we studied the trap. A rustle in the bushes made us freeze. My heart pounded so loudly I was sure it would give us away. Slowly, I turned my flashlight toward the sound. Two figures stepped out from the shadows, their faces hidden by the hoods of their jackets. One of them carried a rifle slung over his shoulder. "Don't move," Mike shouted, his voice firm despite the fear in his eyes. The men stopped, but their posture was tense, ready for anything. The taller one reached for his rifle, his movements deliberate. My stomach dropped. This was the kind of situation that could spiral out of control. In seconds, "Put it down," I yelled, my voice cracking. "We're park rangers, you don't want to do this." The man hesitated, his hand resting on the weapon. His companion shifted uncomfortably, glancing around as if looking for an escape route. Finally, the taller man lowered the rifle, but his expression remained hard. "What are you doing out here?" I asked, keeping my flashlight trained on them. "This is our land," the man growled. "We hunt here. You don't have any right to stop us. Hunting is illegal in this park," I said firmly. "In this trap, it's dangerous not just to animals, but to people." The man sneered. "The law doesn't mean anything out here. We do what we need to survive." The tension in the air was suffocating. I knew we were outnumbered and unarmed, and these men didn't seem like the kind to back down easily. I had to think fast. "Look," I said, softening my tone, "we don't want trouble. We just want to make sure no one gets hurt. Why don't you come back with us to the station? We can figure this out." The man laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "You think we're stupid? You'll just lock us up." "Maybe," I admitted, "but if you stay out here, it's only a matter of time before someone else finds you, someone who won't give you a choice." The two men exchanged a look. They didn't trust us. That much was clear, but they were also weighing their options, trying to decide if running was worth the risk. Finally, the taller man sighed. "Fine," he said grudgingly, "we'll go with you. But if this is a trick, it's not," I said quickly. "Let's just get out of here." The walk back to the truck felt endless. The forest seemed darker than ever, every shadow a potential threat. The poachers walked behind us, their footsteps heavy, their silence unnerving. My mind raced with what ifs. What if they tried to run? What if they turned on us? But the night passed without incident. When we finally reached the ranger station, relief washed over me. The men were booked, their weapons confiscated. It wasn't easy. They cursed and shouted defiant to the end, but we had done our job. Later, as I drove back to my cabin, the events of the night replayed in my mind, the growls, the trap, the confrontation. It all felt surreal. The forest, usually a place of peace and beauty, had shown me its darker side. It was a reminder of the delicate balance. We walked as park rangers, protecting both the wilderness and those who entered it, whether they were visitors or intruders. That night, as I lay in bed listening to the distant howl of the wind, I realized something. The wilderness wasn't just a place, it was a test of courage, of patience, of strength. And though it scared me, I knew I would face it again, because some places, no matter how dangerous, are worth I've been a park ranger for over 15 years now, working in some of the most remote and rugged parts of the country, the kind of places where the air is thick with silence and the only sounds are the rustling of trees or the occasional distant cry of an animal. People often think of the outdoors as peaceful and serene, but as a ranger I've learned that the woods hide much darker things than most people realize. There's one story in particular that still makes my blood run cold whenever I think about. It happened a few years ago, and it changed how I view the wilderness forever. I was stationed in a large national park deep in the forest. The park was remote with few visitors, especially in the off-season when the weather turned colder. We had a handful of campgrounds, mostly for people who like to hike and enjoy the solitude, but there was always the risk of someone getting lost, or worse, someone having bad intentions. One cold November evening, I was on my usual patrol, just checking the campsites to Make sure everything was secure. The sun had dipped behind the trees, leaving a cold bluish hue to the air, and the wind was starting to pick up. My truck's headlights illuminated the winding gravel road as I drove slowly, keeping an eye on the dark edges of the forest. I reached one of the remote campsites that wasn't often used. I noticed something unusual: a camper, an older RV, parked in a spot that was barely visible from the main road. Most people would have parked closer to the designated spots, but this one was way out in the trees. It was odd, but not unheard of. Sometimes people just wanted more privacy, or maybe they didn't know better, but something about it felt off. I pulled up beside the camper and honked the horn just to make sure someone was there. A minute passed, then 2-0. I got out of my truck and walked towards the camper, calling out, "Hey, you there?" No response. That's when I noticed the door was slightly ajar, swaying in the wind. I knocked gently on the side of the door frame and called out again, "Park ranger here, just checking on you. Doing okay?" Still nothing. A chill ran down my spine, and I decided to check inside. I wasn't expecting to find anything, just maybe someone asleep or unaware I was there. But when I peered in through the door, what I saw made my stomach drop. There in the dim light of the camper's interior was a man sitting perfectly still on the couch. He wasn't facing me, just staring straight ahead, unmoving. His clothes were disheveled, his hair a mess. I couldn't see his face clearly, but something was wrong. I called out to him again, but he didn't react. I took a step back and called my dispatcher, explaining the situation. I was still watching him through the window, trying to make sense of it, when I heard footsteps behind me. I spun around quickly, and a voice spoke from the darkness. "Is everything all right?" It was another camper, a man who had been staying at one of the closer SES. He looked concerned. I wasn't sure if I'd been jumpy or if I'd just not noticed him before, but I told him about the strange man in the RV. "That's strange," the camper said, looking at the camper wearily. "There's no way he could have gotten in there without anyone noticing." I nodded, then looked back at the RV. "Yeah, it's unsettling." I decided to call for backup, and the other camper agreed that it was a good idea. While we waited, I stayed a safe distance from the RV just in case. The air was thick with tension, and we exchanged glances every few seconds, as if expecting something to happen soon. Another ranger arrived along with a sheriff's deputy. Together we cautiously approached the camper. The man inside still hadn't moved. We made our way inside, and that's when I saw it. There was blood on the floor, a lot of it. My heart raced as I stepped closer, and there next to the couch was a large hunting knife. It was covered in red stains, as if someone had used it not too long ago. And the man, he wasn't just staring blankly. His face had been beaten, bruised, and swollen beyond recognition. His eyes were wide open, but there was no life left in them. We quickly stepped out, and the sheriff's deputy called for a forensic team. As we waited for them to arrive, we began talking about what had happened. The other camper who had spoken to me was visibly shaken. He told us he had seen the RV parked there for a couple of days, but hadn't noticed anything strange. He said he'd heard noises during the night, like banging or shuffling, but he thought it was just the wind. But as we pieced the details together, it became clear that the man inside had likely been the victim of a violent crime. Someone had left him there to die, and the more we looked, the more we realized that whoever did this was still nearby. We spent hours combing through the area, trying to find any clues that could lead us to the person responsible. The RV was a dead end except for the blood, and there were no other campers or hikers in the immediate area who had witnessed anything. Eventually, a man matching the description of a local drifter was found nearby, living in an old shack on the outskirts of the park. After questioning him, we discovered that he had been involved in a robbery gone wrong. The victim had been an acquaintance of his, someone who had owed him money for a long time. The man had killed him, taken his things, and left him in the RV to try to cover his tracks. He didn't expect anyone to find him out there. We arrested him, and the park was cleared of any further dangers, but the image of That man's lifeless eyes still haunts me. As a park ranger, I'm trained to deal with the wild, but nothing could have prepared me for the human side of the wilderness, the darkness that lurks in the hearts of people. It's easy to assume that the woods are dangerous because of wild animals or unpredictable weather, but in my experience, it's the people you need to worry about the most. I've encountered other strange situations in the years since, but none as chilling as that night. Sometimes the forest feels too quiet, too still, like it's hiding something, and when I see an RV parked in an isolated area, I can't help but feel a pang of unease, wondering if someone else is out there just waiting for the right moment. This happened about 10 years ago, and to this day, I still think about it every Christmas. I was 18 at the time, living with my mom in a quiet suburban neighborhood. Our family wasn't big on the holidays after my parents' divorce, but my mom still insisted we go to a Christmas party hosted by her best friend Karen. Karen's house was in a nicer part of town, huge with lots of open spaces and fancy decorations. I didn't want to go at first, but my mom guilted me into it, and I figured I'd spend the night scrolling on my phone, sneaking spiked punch when the adults weren't looking. The party was just like every suburban Christmas gathering, parents drinking and laughing, their kids running wild through the house. I remember drifting between conversations, eating finger foods and trying to avoid small talk. Eventually, I settled into a spot in the living room, scrolling through social media while the noise of the party hummed around me. That's when I noticed him. At first, I thought he was one of Karen's guests, mid for S average height, dressed in a black coat and slacks. What stood out was that he wasn't talking to anyone. He was standing near the fireplace holding an empty plastic cup, just watching. His eyes moved slowly over the room, studying people like he was looking for someone. I tried not to stare, but something about him unsettled me. He didn't have that easygoing, tipsy look most adults at the party, and he looked sharp, alert, and completely out of place. I glanced around to see if anyone else noticed him, but nobody seemed to, so I brushed it off as just one of Karen's weirder friends. About half an hour later, I was in the kitchen grabbing a soda when I noticed him again. This time he was standing just outside the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. The party was loud, but it was quiet outside, and he was silhouetted by the snow falling behind him. I felt my stomach drop. Why was he out there? He wasn't smoking and he wasn't talking to anyone. He was just standing in the snow, staring back into the house. I swear it felt like he was looking right at me. I quickly walked back into the living room, telling myself I was being paranoid. I even looked around for Karen to ask who he was, but I didn't see her. I tried to distract myself, chatting with some other teens near the staircase. That's when one of the younger kids, probably 6 or 7, came barreling down the stairs, laughing and shrieking in that way kids do when they're playing hide and seek. He dashed past us and then stopped short in the hallway. "Hey," the kid said, pointing. "Who are you?" I turned to see what he was talking about, and there he was again. The man was standing halfway up the staircase, staring down at us. I froze. His expression was completely blank. He didn't seem embarrassed or surprised to have been spotted. He just stood there, his hand resting lightly on the banister. The kid frowned, clearly unsettled. "Too, you're not supposed to be here," he said loudly. At this point, one of the older teens noticed and laughed nervously. "Dude, what are you doing upstairs? That's off limits." The man didn't say anything. He tilted his head slightly as though considering something, that then turned and disappeared back up the stairs. Everyone went quiet for a second, and I felt a chill go down my spine. "Who is that guy?" I whispered. "Maybe he's Karen's brother or something," someone suggested. I wasn't so sure. Karen didn't have any siblings, at least none I'd ever heard of. I decided I'd had enough of the weirdness and went to find my mom. I found her in the dining room chatting with Karen, who was refilling glasses of wine. I waited until I had her attention, then whispered, "Hey mom, there's some creepy guy here. He was upstairs." Karen overheard me and frowned. "What guy?" I described him. "The black coat, the blank stare, the way he'd been standing on the stairs." Karen's face went pale. "There shouldn't be anyone upstairs. We only invited family and close friends." My mom tried to brush it off, saying maybe it was someone's husband or a plus One, but Karen shook her head. I know everyone who's here tonight. No one fits that description. That's when Karen's husband Dan overheard us and got involved. What's going on? Karen quickly filled him in, and Dan didn't hesitate. I'll check it out. He went up the stairs with a couple of other guys, leaving the rest of us waiting nervously at the bottom. Minutes passed, and I could hear doors opening and closing upstairs. Finally, Dan came back down looking irritated. No one's up there, he said. We checked every room. Were you sure? I pressed, because I saw, and Dan shot me an annoyed look, clearly thinking I was imagining things. No one's up there, kid. Probably just some friend of a friend who wandered where he shouldn't. I wanted to argue, but my mom gave me a look that said drop it, so I did. For a while, everything seemed normal again. The party continued, and people started laughing and drinking like nothing happened. I tried to convince myself Dan was right. Maybe it really was someone's clueless plus one. Then about an hour later, one of the parents realized their little boy Ryan was missing. Panic set in. Immediately the party screeched to a halt as everyone started searching for Ryan. We checked every room, every closet, even the backyard, but he was gone. Karen was on the verge of tears, and someone finally called the police. It felt like hours, but it was probably only 20 minutes later when Ryan was found. He was in the basement. The door to the basement had been locked all night. Karen and Dan never used it, but someone had pried it open. Ryan was sitting at the bottom of the steps crying. When they asked him what happened, he kept saying, "The man told me to wait down here." "What man?" Karen asked, frantic. Ryan sniffled and replied, "The man in the black coat. He said he needed to find his family." My blood ran cold. The police arrived not long after. They searched the house and found the basement window open with footprints leading out into the snow. The cops said it was probably a drifter who'd snuck in, maybe hoping to steal something. But the weirdest part, nothing was missing. All I know was that Ryan was lucky. We all were, because whoever that man was, he had been inside the house for hours, blending in just enough to go unnoticed, watching us. To this day, I get sick to my stomach when I think about what could have happened if Ryan hadn't been found in time. This happened on Christmas Eve when I was 16, and it's something I'll never forget. I live in a small, quiet town in upstate New York where everyone knows everyone and crime is practically non-existent. I always felt safe there, especially during the holidays when the snow would blanket the streets and everyone's homes glowed with cry lights. But that night shattered the illusion of safety I'd always taken for granted. My parents were at a neighbor's Christmas party, and I had decided to stay home. I wasn't much for small talk, and being surrounded by adults sipping wine didn't sound appealing. Besides, I had a bunch of horror movies queued up and planned to spend the night lounging on the couch with popcorn and hot chocolate. It was snowing heavily outside, the kind of snowfall that makes everything quiet. The only sound was the occasional creak of our old house settling in the faint howl of the wind. I turned off most of the lights, leaving the Christmas tree glowing softly in the living room. I loved the way it made everything feel cozy. Around 10 p.m. I paused my movie to grab more popcorn from the kitchen. As I was walking back into the living room, something outside caught my eye. We have this big picture window in our living room that looks out onto the front yard. Normally, it gives a great view of the Christmas decorations, the snow-covered trees, and the road beyond. But that night, I noticed something that made me stop dead in my tracks. There was a man standing at the edge of our yard. At first, I thought maybe he was one of our neighbors or someone walking home, but he wasn't moving. He was just standing there. The snow was falling hard and he was obscured, but I could make out the shape of him, a tall figure wearing a long coat and what looked like a hat. I squinted through the dim light, trying to see him better. He didn't move, he didn't wave, he just stood there facing the house. A cold feeling crept into my stomach. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was lost, maybe he was waiting for someone. But why would he just stand there in the snow? Staring, I closed the blinds. Out of sight, out of mind, I thought. I told myself I was being paranoid and tried to go back to my movie, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. My eyes kept drifting back to the window, half expecting to see him still there. After about 15 minutes, I decided to check. I didn't pull the blinds up completely, just peeked through one of the slats. He was closer. He was now standing halfway up the yard, closer to the house, still motionless, still staring. My heart started pounding in my chest. This wasn't normal. I grabbed my phone and texted my mom, "Hey, is anyone supposed to come by the house? There's a guy outside and it's creeping me out." She didn't reply immediately, probably too busy at the party. I told myself to relax and that maybe the man was just someone passing through, but deep down I knew that didn't make sense. I checked the window again. He was closer this time. He was at the edge of the porch. The only thing separating us now was the front door and a thin pane of glass. I could see him more clearly now. His coat was long and black, dusted with snow, and his hat cast a shadow over most of his face, but I could see his mouth. It was stretched into this unnatural smile, too wide, like he was enjoying some sick joke that only he knew. I backed away from the window and locked the front door. My hands were shaking as I checked the back door and all the windows to make sure everything was locked. When I was certain the house was secure, I grabbed the kitchen knife and went into the living room, keeping my phone close. I checked the window again, terrified of what I might see. He was gone. The porch was empty. The yard was empty. He had disappeared. I felt a mix of relief and lingering dread. I kept telling myself that he had probably just moved on, but I couldn't let my guard down. I sat on the couch, clutching the knife and staring at the front door. About 10 minutes later, my phone buzzed. It was my mom. "Sorry, sweetie. No one should be there. Lock the doors just in case. We'll be home soon." I started to type out a reply when I heard it tap, tap, tap. It was faint but clear, someone tapping on the living room window. My blood ran cold. Slowly, I turned my head toward the window. The blinds were still down, but I could see the faint outline of a figure standing right there on the other side of the glass. He was back. The tapping came again, louder this time. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. All I could do was stare at the window where the outline of the man loomed. Then I heard something even worse. The doorknob rattled. He was trying again. I snapped out of my paralysis and dialed 911 with trembling fingers. The operator answered, and I tried to keep my voice steady as I explained that someone was outside my house trying to get in. She told me to stay on the line and that officers were on their way. The tapping stopped. The doorknob went still for a few minutes. Everything was quiet, except for the sound of my breathing and the operator's calm voice in my ear. I thought maybe he'd left again. Then I heard footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, moving around the side of the house. "The police are almost there," the operator assured me. I sat frozen on the couch, gripping the knife so hard my knuckles turned white. I listened as the footsteps moved to the back of the house. Then they stopped. The back door handle rattled. I thought I was going to be sick. I whispered into the phone, "He's at the back door now. Please hurry." Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw flashing red and blue lights outside. 2 police officers came to the door and I let them in. My whole body shaking. They searched the yard and the surrounding area but didn't find anyone. The snow had covered most of the footprints, but they could see a few leading up to the house. The officer stayed with me until my parents got home. My mom was horrified, hugging me and apologizing over and over for leaving me alone. The police said it was probably someone looking to break in, but that didn't make me feel any better. Burglars don't usually stand in the snow staring into windows. Burglars don't smile. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadowy figure standing on the porch, grinning at me through the window. We never found out who he was. The police never caught anyone, and no similar incidents happened in our neighborhood. But every year when Christmas Eve rolls around, I can't help but stare at the living room window and wonder if he's out there somewhere, watching, waiting. This happened about 5 years ago when I was 22, and it's by far the scariest experience of my life. I was home from college for Christmas break, staying with my parents in the small Midwest town where I grew up. My parents live in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the kind where people leave their doors unlocked during the day, and everyone knows each other's names. It felt safe, peaceful. I think that's why what happened caught me so off guard. My parents were hosting their annual Christmas party that night. A tradition they've had for as long as I can remember. It was always the same friends and family crammed into the house, Christmas music playing on a loop, way too much food and lots of wine. The party would spill out into the front yard and even the sidewalk when it got too crowded inside. I wasn't feeling very social that year. I'd just gone through a rough breakup, and honestly, I was planning to keep to myself upstairs for most of the night, but my mom guilt tripped me into coming down to help greet guests. It was around 7:00 p.m. When the party was in full swing. I was standing near the entryway sipping on some spiked cider and trying not to make awkward small talk. That's when I noticed him. A man in a Santa suit was standing in the front yard just beyond the glow of the Christmas lights. At first I thought he might be part of the party. Maybe my mom had hired someone to surprise the kids with gifts or something. She always went overboard with the Christmas cheer. But as I watched him, I realized he wasn't interacting with anyone. He was just standing there still as a statue looking toward the house. I nudged my mom, who was busy chatting with one of the neighbors. "Hey, did you hire a Santa?" I asked. She frowned. "No." Why? I motioned toward the yard, but when I looked back he was gone. "Hun, never mind, I guess," I muttered, feeling a little uneasy. The rest of the night went on like normal, laughing, drinking, people swapping stories about the year. I tried to forget about the weird Santa guy and even started to relax a little. Around 9:30, I went outside for some fresh air. Most of the party had shifted to the back patio, so the front yard was empty. I was standing on the porch enjoying the silence when I noticed footprints in the snow. They weren't mine. The tracks LED from the sidewalk up to the front of the house, stopping right under the living room window. I felt a shiver. That had nothing to do with the cold. Someone had been standing there watching the party through the window. I looked around but didn't see anyone. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I went back inside and locked the front door, something my parents rarely bothered to do. The party started to wind down around midnight, and most of the guests had left by then. My parents were tipsy and laughing as they cleaned up the kitchen while I wandered upstairs to my old room. I figured I'd watch some Netflix until I fell asleep. About an hour later, I was half asleep when I heard something outside. At first I thought it was just the wind. It had been snowing steadily all night, and sometimes the trees near my window would creak when the wind picked up. But then I heard it again, something heavier, like footsteps crunching in the snow. I sat up in bed, straining to listen. The footsteps were deliberate, moving slowly toward the house. I grabbed my phone and tiptoed to the window, trying to keep myself calm. When I pulled back the curtain just enough to peek outside, my heart nearly stopped. It was him, the man in the Santa suit was standing in the front yard again, staring up at my window. He wasn't moving, just standing there in the same spot as before, his red suit and white beard almost glowing in the dim light from the street lamps. I stepped back from the window, my heart racing. I didn't want to wake my parents. I figured they'd brush it off as someone pulling a prank, but I knew something wasn't right. I texted my best friend. Instead, "There's a guy in a Santa suit standing in my front yard. He's been here twice tonight. What do I do?" She told me to call the cops as soon as possible. I hesitated. Part of me didn't want to make a big deal out of nothing, but when I glanced back out the window, the man was closer. He was standing at the edge of the porch, his head tilted slightly like he was trying to see inside. My hands were shaking as I dialed 911. The dispatcher answered, and I explained the situation as calmly as I could, trying to keep my voice steady. She told me to stay on the line while she sent an officer to check it out. "Is he still there?" she asked. I peeked through the curtain again. "He was gone. I don't see him anymore," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She told me to stay inside, lock all the doors and windows, and wait for the police. About 15 minutes later, I saw the flashing red and blue lights outside. 2 officers knocked on the door, and I let them in, explaining everything that had happened. They searched the yard and the surrounding streets, but didn't find anyone. They assured me it was probably just a prankster, maybe someone from the party trying to mess with me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was something more. After the cops left, I tried to go back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining that red suit standing in the snow, those dark eyes staring up at my window. Around 3 a.m. I finally drifted off. The next morning I woke up to my mom calling my name from downstairs. "You've got to see this," she said, her voice shaky. I came down to find her standing in the living room staring at the front door. My stomach dropped when I saw what she was pointing at. The doorknob was scratched, deep gouges in the brass like someone had been trying to force it open. My dad opened the door, and we all froze. There were more footprints in the snow leading up to the porch. This time they didn't stop at the window. They circled the house, pausing at every door and window like someone had been checking for a way inside. I called the police again, and they came back to take another look. The officer who showed up was older, rough, and clearly didn't think much of it. He said it was probably just a drunk partygoer who got confused, but then I told him about the Santa suit. His expression changed. He asked me to describe the man in detail: his height, his build, the way he'd been standing in the yard. I told him everything I could remember, and when I was done he nodded grimly. "We've had a few reports like this recently," he said. "A man dressed as Santa has been spotted around town watching people through their windows. We've been trying to catch him, but he always disappears before we get there." I felt sick. The officer said he'd have patrol cars circle the neighborhood for the next few nights, but there wasn't much else they could do unless he came back. He never did to this day. I have no idea who he was or what he wanted. Maybe he really was just a creepy prankster, or maybe it was something much worse. All I know is that I still get chills every time I see a Santa suit. The road had not been paved for years. Only tourists passed through there, mostly young college students who were on a rural getaway to disconnect from the hectic pace of the city. Those who ended up in the hovel I called home were those who dared to stray a little from Donaldsonville, hoping to find some adventure in a wilder nature. And boy, did they find it, poor bastards. At first I felt a little sorry for them. Seeing people in the prime of life with a terrible fate awaiting them certainly turned my stomach. But after years of watching them disregard my warnings and even mock me, any empathy I might have felt had vanished. It had been 2 days since a group of kids had stopped by. I remember they didn't put on a very good face when I told them that despite the gas station sign, they couldn't fill up. As I used to do with everyone who passed by, I warned them not to go into the woods, because they would find something that wasn't meant to be found. They simply replied, "We don't believe in the superstitions of the country's people." I guess they found the rusty house, or rather, the rusty house found them. Bad luck, no one forced them to come. Like every night, I was sitting on the porch playing blues on my old cigar box guitar and drowning my sorrows in cans of cheap beer. That's when I heard the screams. I looked up and saw her, all of her body covered in blood and running towards me. Dear God. There's no way to find inspiration, I thought as I put my guitar away. The young woman came up to me crying, "Please, you have to help me. The others are dead." God, we have to call the police. I'm afraid the police won't be able to do anything. My words seemed to scare her. She took a step back. "Don't worry, I'm not one of them." Exhausted, she dropped into one of the porch rocking chairs and put her hands on her head. She kept crying for a while. I brought her a glass of water and tried to soothe her as best I could. "I don't understand. What are they? I warned you, young lady. But you guys never listen. Your arrogance doesn't let you see beyond your idyllic modern city life. You are not aware that God abandoned these woods many years ago." She looked at me, bewildered and frightened. "I'm sorry, kiddo. Sometimes I lose my mind. This is a quiet lifestyle, but I haven't felt fulfilled lately. Answering your question, I have absolutely no idea what they are. It's something beyond human comprehension. That place you escaped from, the rusty house. Not everyone comes across it. One of you had something that attracted it, and that's why it invited you in. This can't be real. It invited us in? What the fuck does that mean? I've already told you. All I know is that they're part of something bigger, or at least that's what I've always been told, although God only knows what that means. Who told you that? The ones who gave me this job. I used to live and work in the town. I didn't make much money, but at least I was doing something I liked. Every night, Thursday through Sunday, you could see me perform at Old Sam's Saloon. Isaac Lowe's Strings, the one-man band. I was practically only paid with food and free beers, but playing in front of those drunks made me happy. However, it wasn't the optimal job to make ends meet. So when I was offered this job, I had no choice but to take it. At first I was surprised. Work at a gas station that had been closed for years and so close to the area that no one dared to go? I was told not to worry about it. In their own words, my only job was to warn people like yourselves of the dangers that dwelled there. From this point on, it was up to you to decide whether to enter the forest or not. The sacrifice had to be voluntary. And that's how I became that hillbilly in every horror movie. Every day I regret not having followed in the steps of my old friend Hazel and hit the road in search of places to play. The life of a musician on the road, maybe that's what I need to feel alive again. Voluntary sacrifice? You knew this was going to happen. Hey, don't blame me. Didn't you hear what I said? I warned you and you still decided to go. That's why they call it voluntary sacrifice. This is crazy. What you're saying can't be true. She got up abruptly. I need to use your phone. I've already told you. The police can't do anything. They always stay away from this place. Besides, my phone can't make calls. It can only receive them. Look, I know nothing I say will cheer you up. But feel lucky. Not everyone is lucky enough to escape from that place. You can spend the night here and I'll drive you into town tomorrow. Lucky? My friends are dead. My boyfriend is. A deafening scream interrupted her. It wasn't a cry for help. No, 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 no. They're here. Shit. Were you in the basement? I remember that day so vividly. Even now, all these years later. It was early summer and the sun hung high in the sky, casting a heat that clung to everything like a damp cloth, the kind of heat that seems to radiate from the earth itself, turning the air into a thick, almost tangible mass. Alex and I had been stuck in the grind of city life for what felt like forever, rushing from one obligation to the next, our schedules filled to the brim with work and deadlines. We needed to escape, to disconnect. Shenandoah National Park, just a few hours outside the city, seemed like the perfect antidote. A weekend in the woods with the promise of fresh air, towering trees, and some of the most breathtaking views we could imagine. We both knew of Shenandoah's beauty, its sweeping vistas, the way the mountains roll into the distance, the way the sky turns pink and gold as the sun sets over the valleys. We'd heard the stories about the park's tranquility and isolation. How the night skies sparkled with stars you couldn't see in the city and how you could find peace beneath the canopy of ancient trees, but what we didn't know is how quickly that peace could unravel, how quickly something so beautiful could turn into something terrifying. We arrived in the late afternoon, the sun beginning its slow descent behind the mountains, casting a golden light over everything. It felt like we were entering another world, one where time slowed down, where the hustle and bustle of the city were a distant memory. The air smelled fresh, almost sweet, with the scent of pine and earth. The breeze whispered through the leaves of the trees, and the distant sounds of birds and insects filled the air, creating a gentle soundtrack for the world we had stepped into. We set up camp near the Skyland area, a popular spot that's known for its stunning views and relative accessibility. It wasn't exactly a backwoods adventure, but it was the kind of place where you could escape for a few days without needing to trek for hours to find solitude. The Skyland area was surrounded by dense woods and wild meadows that wound their way through the forest, offering glimpses of breathtaking vistas. It was perfect for what we wanted, an easy escape, a chance to recharge. Little did we know that our peaceful retreat would quickly take a darker turn. After setting up camp, we spent the next few hours soaking in the beauty of the place. We didn't rush, didn't have a schedule to keep. Alex, as usual, was in high spirits. He tossed a stick for his dog, Max, who took off into the underbrush with a burst of energy. Max, with boundless enthusiasm for anything that involved running, jumping, or sniffing around in the woods. We both laughed as we watched him chase the stick, disappearing into the foliage, his tail a blur of motion. "Do you think we could live here?" Alex asked, casually, plopping down onto a large rock and looking out over the rolling hills that stretched in every direction. His tone was light, but there was an underlying sense of yearning, of wishing for a simpler life, a life without the pressure of deadlines and expectations. I thought about it for a moment, my eyes scanning the horizon. It was tempting, the peace, the isolation, the beauty. It was everything we needed. But then my thoughts drifted to the harsh winters that could freeze this place solid, to the isolation that could feel suffocating if you weren't prepared for it. "Maybe," I said finally, "but imagine the winters. It's beautiful now, but come January, it's a whole different world." Alex nodded, agreeing. "Yeah, true, snowed in for months. Not sure I'm ready for that kind of isolation." We spent the afternoon in a haze of easy conversation, talking about everything and nothing at all. It was the kind of conversation that only happens when you're with an old friend, when the world seems to slow down and the weight of the ordinary falls away. Max, after wearing himself out with a game of fetch, lay down at our feet, his tail thumping lazily against the ground. The fire crackled as we built it higher, sending a warm glow flickering into the gathering darkness. The sounds of the forest around us were soothing, almost hypnotic. The rustling of leaves in the breeze, the distant chirping of crickets, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Everything seemed so peaceful, too peaceful. As night fell, the temperature dropped quickly, the air turning cooler as the sun vanished behind the mountains. We huddled closer to the fire, the warmth of the flames a welcome contrast to the chill creeping in from the surrounding woods. The crackling of the fire was the only sound that accompanied our voices as we swapped stories. It felt like the world was a million miles away, like nothing could touch us here in the forest, wrapped in the safety of the firelight. But then something shifted. Max, who had been lying quietly by the fire, suddenly stiffened. His body went rigid, his tail flicking nervously. His ears stood straight up and his eyes locked on something in the darkness beyond the camp. The low growl that rumbled from his throat was like a warning, a deep guttural sound that sent a chill up my spine. It wasn't the playful growl of a dog guarding his territory, but something far more serious. "Max, what is it?" Alex asked, his voice a little unsteady. As he crouched down beside the dog, he reached out to calm him, but Max wouldn't budge. The growl deepened, a low, continuous rumble that seemed to vibrate in the air. Before we could process what was happening, we heard footsteps. They were soft at first, distant but growing steadily louder, crunching through the underbrush, heavy and deliberate, too heavy for an animal, too purposeful to be a random wanderer. My pulse quickened, and the warmth of the fire suddenly felt far too distant. "Hello," I called out, my voice steadier than I felt. The footsteps didn't stop, they were moving closer, and I could feel the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. This wasn't right. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Alex grabbed the flashlight from his backpack, the beam of light cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there, just the endless black of the woods, the trees bending in the wind, and the flickering light of the fire. The footsteps stopped. "Let's check it out," Alex said, though his voice was tight with unease. We moved cautiously into the darkness, the flashlight beam trembling slightly in Alex's grip as we made our way toward the noise. I had been hiking the Appalachian Trail for weeks, enjoying the peace and quiet of the wilderness. The trail stretched out before me, a ribbon of dirt winding through dense forests, across rolling hills, and over rocky mountains. I was alone, but I liked it that way. The solitude gave me time to think and the chance to truly connect with nature. Every day I would hike from sunrise to sunset, stopping only to eat or rest my tired legs. At night, I would find a spot to set up my tent and fall asleep to the sounds of the forest. One evening, after a long day of hiking, I found a perfect spot to camp. It was a bit off the main trail in a small clearing surrounded by tall trees. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden light over everything. I set up my tent, cooked a simple dinner, and sat by a small fire watching the flames dance and flicker. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds, insects, and the rustling of leaves. I felt at peace, happy to be alone in such a beautiful place. As darkness fell, I crawled into my tent and settled into my sleeping bag, ready for a good night's sleep. The fire had died down and the forest around me was quiet. I closed my eyes and started to drift off. Then, sometime around midnight, I woke up with a start. I lay still, listening. At first I heard nothing but the sound of my own breathing. Then I heard footsteps crunching on the leaves outside my tent. My heart began to pound in my chest. I held my breath, straining to hear. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, moving closer to my tent. I could hear them circling around me, pausing now and then as if someone or something was listening to. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I was miles from the nearest town, far from any other hikers who could be out here in the middle of the night. I reached for my flashlight and slowly unzipped my tent, just enough to peek outside. I shone the light into the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. The footsteps stopped. I listened for what felt like an eternity, but all I heard was the distant howl of an owl. I convinced myself it was just an animal, a deer or a raccoon maybe, and tried to calm down. I zipped the tent back up and laid down, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind was racing, imagining all sorts of dangers lurking in the dark. Then, just as I was beginning to relax, I heard something even more terrifying, a soft whisper, almost like a chant, coming from just outside my tent. The voice was low and mumbled, and I couldn't make out the words, but it sent a chill down my spine. I froze, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. Who was out there whispering in the middle of the night? I grabbed my flashlight again and unzipped the tent, this time more quickly. I shone the light in every direction, my hands shaking again. There was nothing, just the silent trees and the darkness pressing in around me, but the whispering continued, a constant eerie murmur that seemed to come from all around me. I felt a surge of panic. I was alone in the wilderness with no way to call for help, and someone was out there watching me. I knew I had to get out of there. I threw my things into my backpack, my hands trembling. I packed up my tent in record time, my ears straining for any sound. The whispering seemed to follow me, growing louder as I stumbled through the dark forest, trying to find the main trail. My flashlight beam bounced wildly, casting strange shadows on the trees. Every rustle, every snap of a twig made me jump. Finally, after what felt like hours, I found the main trail. I started walking quickly, then broke into a run. I didn't stop until the sun began to rise, casting a pale light over the forest. Only then did I feel safe enough to stop and catch my breath. I never found out who or what was out there that night, but the experience haunted me for the rest of my hike, a reminder that even in the most peaceful places there can be hidden dangers. In late September 2019, I was on a solo bike trip around the United States. I had loaded up my bicycle with camping gear and set out to explore the country. One evening, I found myself in rural Montana, far from the nearest town. It was getting late, and I needed a place to camp for the night. I found a quiet spot deep in the forest, far from any roads or houses. It seemed perfect for a peaceful night's sleep. As I set up my tent, I noticed how quiet it was. There were no sounds of traffic, no voices, not even the usual chirping of crickets. It was completely silent. At first I thought it was a nice change from the noise of everyday life. I finished setting up camp, cooked a simple dinner, and settled into my tent. As darkness fell, lying in my sleeping bag, I couldn't help but notice the eerie silence. There was no wind, no rustling leaves, no sounds of animals moving through the forest. It felt unnatural. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that the quiet was a rare treat and I should enjoy it. But as I lay there, I started to feel uneasy. Suddenly, I heard footsteps outside my tent. They were slow and deliberate, crunching softly on the forest floor. My heart started to race. I listened carefully, trying to determine what kind of animal it might be, but the steps were too heavy to be a small creature. They were steady and purposeful, moving around my tent in a slow circle. I grabbed my flashlight and knife, my hands trembling. I unzipped the tent just a little and shone the light outside, sweeping it around in a wide arc. There was nothing there. The footsteps stopped as soon as the light hit the trees. I waited, holding my breath, but the forest remained empty and silent. I z'd the tent back up, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was just my imagination, or perhaps a deer or another animal curious about my campsite. I tried to calm down and go back to sleep, but the footsteps started again, closer this time. They moved slowly around my tent, stopping every few steps, as if whoever was out there was listening for something. I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. I knew I couldn't stay here. I quickly packed up my things, trying to make as little noise as possible. Every rustle of my sleeping bag, every clink of my cooking gear seemed unbearably loud in the silent forest. The footsteps continued, a constant reminder that I was not alone. I finally had everything packed and ready to go. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, my flashlight in one hand and my knife in the other. I shone the light around one last time, but there was still nothing. The footsteps stopped as I moved, but the feeling of being watched remained. I got on my bike and pedaled away as fast as I could, the beam of my headlamp cutting through the darkness. I didn't look back, afraid of what I might see. I rode for what felt like hours, until I reached a small clearing where I could see the first light of dawn breaking through the trees. Only then did I feel safe enough to stop and catch my breath. The experience haunted me for the rest of my trip. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and every time I camped in a remote area, I found myself listening for those slow, deliberate footsteps. The forest, which I had always found so peaceful, now felt like a place of hidden dangers. I never found out what or who was out there that night, but the memory of those footsteps and the eerie silence stayed with me, a reminder that even in the most tranquil places there can be unseen threats. It was a lesson in the unpredictability of nature and the importance of trusting your instincts. My friends and I had been hiking the West Coast Trail on Vancouver Island for a few days. It's a beautiful, rugged trail that runs along the coast with stunning views of the ocean and dense, lush forests. We were having a great time, enjoying the adventure and the challenge of the hike. We were also looking forward to the end of each day, when we could set up camp, relax, and share stories around the campfire. One evening, after a long day of hiking, we found a nice spot to camp. It was a small clearing close to the beach with a great view of the sunset. We set up our tents, gathered some firewood, and cooked our dinner. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we sat by the fire talking and laughing. The forest around us was alive with the sounds of birds and insects. Everything seemed perfect. As the night grew darker, we noticed that the usual sounds of the forest had started to fade away. It became eerily quiet. We all felt a strange sense of unease. Trying to shake off the feeling, we continued to chat and roast marshmallows. Suddenly, one of my friends pointed towards the tree. "Look over there," she whispered. We all turned to see what she was pointing at. There, just beyond the light of our campfire, were a pair of glowing eyes. They were close to the ground and didn't move. We all stared, trying to make out what kind of animal it was. Then slowly it stepped into the light. It was a cougar. It was large, with sleek, powerful muscles and a focused gaze. It didn't seem afraid of us at all. Instead, it just stood there watching us. We all froze, unsure of what to do. I had heard stories about cougars stalking people, but I never thought I would encounter one. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could see the same fear in my friend's eyes. We tried to make ourselves look bigger, waving our arms and shouting, hoping to scare it away, but the cougar didn't budge. It just kept staring at us with those unblinking eyes. We decided to move our camp further down the trail, hoping to put some distance between us and the cougar. We quickly packed up our gear, keeping one eye on the cougar the whole time. As we started to move, the cougar began to follow us silently and effortlessly. It stayed just at the edge of our campfire's light, moving when we moved, stopping when we stopped. The forest was completely silent except for the sound of our own hurried footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig. We walked for what felt like hours, our nerves on edge. The cougar's eyes never left us, glowing in the dark like two tiny flames. We could hear its low growls, a constant reminder that it was still there, stalking us. None of us dared to stop or rest. We just kept moving, hoping to find a ranger station or some other sign of safety. Finally, as the first light of dawn began to break through the trees, we saw a small wooden sign pointing to a ranger station a few miles ahead. We quickened our pace, almost running, now desperate to reach safety. The cougar followed us all the way to the edge of the forest, then disappeared back into the trees. We didn't stop until we reached the ranger station. Exhausted and terrified, we told the ranger what had happened. He listened carefully and then told us we were lucky to be alive. Bears that are not afraid of humans can be very dangerous, he said. We probably surprised the cougar in its territory, and it was just following us to make sure we left. Hearing that didn't make us feel any better. The rest of our hike was tense. Every rustle in the bushes, every shadow in the trees made us jump. We finished the trail, but the memory of those glowing eyes and the feeling of being hunted stayed with us. It was a reminder that no matter how beautiful and peaceful nature can seem, it's also wild and unpredictable. Three years ago, I decided to hike the Smoky Mountains with my dog. It was a beautiful day, and the sun was shining through the trees. As we made our way along the trail, I loved the feeling of being surrounded by nature, far away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. My dog, a large and friendly Labrador named Max, trotted happily by my side, sniffing at everything and wagging his tail. We had been hiking for about 3 hours. When we came to a fork in the trail, I checked my map and decided to take the left path, which would take us to a beautiful viewpoint. As we walked, I started to notice that the forest was getting quieter. The birds had stopped singing, and even the insects seemed to have fallen silent. It felt strange, but I shrugged it off and kept walking. A few minutes later, I spotted something up ahead. I stopped and squinted, trying to see what it was. As we got closer, I realized it was a mother bear and her 2 cubs. My heart skipped a beat. I knew that getting too close to a bear, especially a mother with cubs, could be dangerous. I slowly backed away, keeping my eyes on the bears. Max stood still, his ears perked up, but thankfully he didn't bark. Once we were a safe distance away, I decided to take the other path. At the fork, we retraced our steps and started down the right path. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, But I didn't see anything. Max seemed to sense something too. He stayed close to me, his ears constantly twitching. About half a mile down the trail I saw fresh prints in the dirt. They were large, much larger than Max's paws, and they had a distinctive shape. My stomach tightened as I realized they were cougar prints. Cougars are elusive and dangerous, and knowing one was nearby made me very uneasy. I decided it was time to turn back. We started walking back towards the car, picking up the pace. The forest was still eerily quiet, and every snap of a twig made me jump. As we walked, I started hearing faint whispers like someone calling my name. I looked around, but there was no one. The whispers seemed to be coming from all directions, and they grew louder as we walked. My mind raced. I knew we were alone, but the whispers was so clear I felt the chill run down my spine. Max was also on edge. His tail was tucked between his legs, and he stayed close to my side. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just my imagination, but the whispers didn't stop. They were constant, and they made my skin crawl. As we got closer to the car, the whispers faded, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I kept looking around, expecting to see someone or something following us, but the trail remained empty. We finally reached the parking lot, and I let out a sigh of relief. I quickly loaded Max into the car and got unlocking the doors behind me. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching us. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a figure standing at the edge of the forest, but there was nothing. The drive home was tense, and I kept looking in the mirrors, paranoid that something was following us. When we finally got home, I felt a wave of relief. I let Max out of the car, and we both went inside, glad to be safe. That night I couldn't stop thinking about the whispers and the feeling of being watched. It was the most unsettling experience of my life, and it made me wary of hiking alone in the future. I haven't been back to the Smoky Mountains since that day. The beauty of the forest was overshadowed by the eerie silence, the fresh cougar prints, and the haunting whispers. It was a reminder that even in the most peaceful places there can be hidden dangers, and sometimes it's best to trust your instincts and turn back. I met this guy while I was still with my boyfriend, but despite being 10 years older than me, if I recall correctly, he wasn't someone I found attractive. We only had about 20 minutes conversation, and it was all very impersonal and polite exchanges. I only talked to him when it was absolutely necessary. It was just basic talk, nothing more. While my boyfriend and I started dating, and somehow that other guy knew about it. One night, when we were excited to go to the club together, we noticed that this guy was following us. It made me nervous, and I started freaking out. I ran to the bathroom with my friend for safety while our boyfriend turned around to talk to him. That guy, however, started acting really immature, like a 5-year-old boy. He even started crying and then ran away, leaving the nightclub. Then about a month later, I found a disturbing love letter in my mailbox. It was creepy because he had delivered it himself to my house, meaning that this guy had followed me to my door before and found out where I live. Fast forward 1 year, and I don't go to the place I met him anymore because he practically lives there. My friends told me he hangs out there every day, almost like he's waiting for me to show up. We moved after a while, and during that summer at the new place, I started noticing that guy at the mall. At first I thought it was just a coincidence, but then a shop owner I know well tells me that the guy's been following me and even hides when I turn around. That really worried me, so I shared the whole story with the shop owner. He was concerned too and promised to let other store owners know about the situation. He also assured me that he would call security the next time if he sees that creepy guy following me. I now have my own first professional level full-time stalker, and my boyfriend and I were clueless about what to do. My family was just as lost, and we were super worried. The police couldn't do much since this guy wasn't doing anything harmful at the time. It's been well over 2 years, and things are I don't want to work as a waitress even though I really need the money because I know he would find out where I work and then sit there all day and night just watching me. I try not to work anywhere near the place I first met this guy, especially around the city center. Going to the mall alone is a no-go for me now. I always bring my boyfriend along. There are specific supermarkets and cafes I steer clear of because I know he hangs out there hoping to see me. It's disturbing, and because I don't even know his last name, but he has a strange control over where I can go or not. I really wish I could leave the city, but it's not easy. Even if I'm an egg to go somewhere else, he knows both my first and last name, and all I know about him is his first name and what he looks like. It's kind of scary because he could find me easily. The situation might get even riskier once I finish university. I'm aiming for a teaching position, and they put all your information on the internet, so it makes me worry about my safety and what he might do. I attended college in a historic city in Florida, which was neither too big nor too small, but had many old buildings and tree-lined streets. I stayed in a duplex downtown, just 3 blocks from campus, making it easy to walk to my classes. The neighborhood was known for being safe and had large, beautiful homes. The duplex was an older house that had been divided into 2 units, with a main front door that everyone used and a lock for security, and separate doors upstairs and downstairs. I stayed in one of the units, and the arrangement made it feel private while still being a shared building. I stayed in the downstairs unit and had 2 roommates, but that night only one of them was home. We knew the girls who lived upstairs, but we didn't talk to them much, just said hi when we saw them. When they moved in, we told them how important it was to keep the main front door locked, and they usually did a good job with that. That night my roommate and I stayed in for the evening. We knew the front door was locked, so we felt safe, and spent some time chatting about our day. Then at some point we heard a knock at the front door and realized the girls upstairs had ordered a pizza. We didn't think much of it at the time and went back to what we were doing, but later we found out that after getting their pizza they forgot to lock the front door, and this was something we had always worried about, but since they usually kept it locked we trusted it was secure that night anyway. So eventually my roommate and I went to bed in our own rooms. I had a queen-sized bed and I often kept my phone and laptop beside me on the bed. It made things easier if I wanted to check something or use my laptop before falling asleep. I fell asleep as usual thinking everything was fine. A few hours later I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first, but then I noticed that there was a man standing over my bed, watching me. When I realized I wasn't dreaming, I asked him who he was, what he was doing, and why he was there. I was still a little out of it from earlier, so I was confused and didn't know what he was planning. For a moment, I thought my roommate might have invited someone over, maybe a random guy she met on Tinder, and he had accidentally entered the wrong room. I tried to tell myself that this was all a misunderstanding, but as I kept asking him who he was, what he was doing here, he didn't respond, and I began to feel more anxious because I knew something was seriously wrong. I kept pepper spray, which I kept. Fortunately, that was enough to scare him away. I'm not sure if he had anything with him or if he took something from me, but I saw him grab something in the dark and quickly run out of my room. I slammed the door shut and locked it after he left. I knew that if I tried to reach for them, it could make him angry or even more dangerous. I felt completely trapped trying to figure out how to stay calm while my mind raced with fear. I knew that if I wanted to do something quick, I was unable to locate my phone, but then I realized that the room between my room and the front door was my roommate's. She was home, and the idea of the man entering her room made me even more frightened. I knew I needed to act quickly, so I quickly grabbed my pocket knife, which I kept close at hand for protection, took a deep breath, counted to 3, and then yanked open my door. My heart was racing when I ran into my roommate's room, but she was sound asleep, and I was relieved that there was no sign of the man anywhere. I sat down next to her and told her everything that had happened, and she looked at me in confusion and asked, "Are you sure you weren't just dreaming?" I was so shaken, but I knew what I had seen wasn't a dream until I left her room and noticed that our front door was wide open. I went back to my room to find my phone, but it was hidden under a pile of clothes, far from where I had left it. This made me feel even more terrified because I knew that someone had been in my house and my room while I was sleeping, and they had had enough time to conceal my phone, which made me even more afraid of what his intentions might have been. My hands were trembling as I contacted 911, and by the time I got back to my roommate's room, she assumed I had locked the door and put furniture against it to trap us inside. At least 12 police officers rushed into the building after I tried to explain what had happened as clearly as I could, but my voice kept shaking. Within minutes, we heard the sound of police sirens approaching, and police cars filled our yard and street. The officers yelled for us to leave the house and run toward them. I gave them a description of the man, and I was asked to write a statement. I feel very fortunate that the case ended the way it did, but I still find it frightening to think about what his intentions were. We really went all out with Halloween decorations, particularly feminine ones like pink pumpkins and adorable ghosts. I'm a sophomore in college and live in a home with 3 other females in the student housing area. Our house faces the main street, so it's easy for people to see the backyard is full of trees and bushes, and it feels more private. There's a small trail that leads to the back door, but it's a little hidden and doesn't connect to the main sidewalk, so it's not easy to find. Our house has a big window on the back door, and we didn't have any curtains or blinds on it. Because of that, anyone walking by could clearly see into the entire bottom floor of our house, which felt a little strange. We knew we should have covered it up sooner, but we didn't think it was that urgent at the time. Then one night my roommate and I decided to watch a movie together. We ended up getting so comfortable that we both fell asleep on the couch. I never sleep on that couch because it's super uncomfortable, and she doesn't either for the same reason, but that night we both just passed out. In fact, we both woke up at different times that night and decided it was easier to just stay on the couch instead of walking the 10 steps to our room. I feel like it was some kind of instinct, or maybe even a guardian angel looking out for us. We had also fallen asleep with almost every light on, so anyone looking through any window could easily see us on the couch and all of our girly decorations. It was about 5 in the morning when I was suddenly woken up by my roommate shaking me and urgently whispering for me to get up, saying there's someone trying to get in. My heart raced as I instantly sat up, still groggy, and saw her frightened expression as she gazed toward the rear entrance. When I looked around, I saw a guy standing outside attempting to pick our lock while brandishing a flashlight. As I stared at him, I can still remember how my body froze. I heard a sharp scraping sound coming from the door, but it wasn't the sound of keys or anything else. Rather, it was more like a thin wire scratching against metal. Time seemed to stop for a moment as I realized what was happening, and we were both frozen in fear, staring at him. After what seemed like an eternity, he abruptly stopped, and the 3 of us just stared at each other for about a minute, too terrified to move, before he slowly backed away from the door and vanished into the darkness. My first reaction was to go to the door to make sure it was locked, but I've never been so frightened while approaching a door. The sensation made my legs seem like they could hardly move, and I don't want to experience it again. I still feel sick thinking about it, and I hope it was just an accident, but something tells me it wasn't. We immediately grabbed our phones and called the police and some friends who lived nearby to make sure we were safe. They said it might have been a drunk college student or someone with bad intentions, but we'll never know for sure. After that, we swiftly installed more cameras. 3 weeks later, we had a break-in, but that's a tale for another day. Door window stoppers and coverings were placed around the home. My older sister and I decided to explore the woods on an island formed by the river splitting into 2 branches before coming back together. The island was lush with tall trees and thick bushes all around. It felt peaceful yet a little creepy as we walked through the forest with only the sound of the water rushing nearby. We weren't sure what we were looking for, but the place had a certain energy. The island is about half a mile long and feels massive with dense cottonwood trees growing wild all over it. My family and I spent our childhood in southwest Montana near a wide-flowing river. The valley where we stayed was special to the local native tribes and was said to hold deep meaning for them. I wonder if this is true, but I wonder if it's connected to something strange that happened to me and my sister. It's like entering another universe. This day felt different, even though I didn't realize it at first. The weather was picture perfect, with sunlight streaming through the trees and a light breeze rustling the leaves. The air smelled fresh, a combination of damp earth and the subtle scent of cottonwood bark. I spent a lot of my childhood exploring every inch of it, climbing trees, and wading near the edges of the water. As my sister and I were strolling leisurely and admiring the beauty all around us, I experienced an odd sensation that I can only characterize as an emotional tug deep within my chest. It felt like an unseen fishing line was attached to my heart, gently drawing me forward, and I didn't feel like I had a choice. At that point in my life, I was much more receptive to spiritual and supernatural concepts, so I was more inclined to believe what I was feeling. My sister asked me if I was okay, but I was unable to respond because I felt as though I was unable to speak or even think clearly. She could tell something odd was going on, so she chose to follow me and remain connected. I kept moving forward, completely drawn by the feeling in my chest as if it was pulling me deeper into the cottonwood forest. The trees grew closer together, their thick trunks and branches creating a shaded, almost tunnel-like path. The pull was so strong it was all I could think about. My sister stayed a few steps behind, but I didn't look back or speak to her as we walked further. The feeling seemed to guide me to a specific spot up ahead. I saw 2 trees that had grown together, their trunks arching gracefully over a dry rocky stream. The trees formed a natural opening, almost like a doorway. A natural doorway sounds typical, but it felt like the closer I got, the more everything around me became alive. When my sister and I stepped through the trees into the dry creek bed clearing, the pulling sensation stopped. Instead, something else happened. The light around us seemed to change. It became golden and rich, almost like you could touch it. All the outside sounds disappeared, and it felt like time itself had stopped. It was still the same forest, but at the same time it felt completely different, like we had stepped into another world. As my sister and I stood there silently taking it all, and I suddenly saw something black about 2 foot tall dart across the clearing. It moved so fast that I could barely tell where it went. It either came from behind one tree and vanished behind another, or, though it sounds strange, it looked like it came out from under one tree and disappeared under another. I only Saw it for a split second, but I knew I'd never seen anything like it in these woods before, and I never saw anything like it again after that. Not long after this, both my sister and I realized that the strange feeling, the pull, and the way the world had seemed so different was fading away, and everything around us slowly went back to normal. Within seconds, it was clear we were standing in the same forest. As before, nothing seemed different from the many times we had walked there before. My sister and I walked home in silence, both feeling like we had just experienced something meaningful and hard to explain. I had always wanted to go camping in the French countryside. There was something about the untouched woods, the quiet little towns, and the big open fields that felt so peaceful. After working nonstop for months, I decided to take a week off and finally do it. I picked a spot deep in the woods not far from a small village where there weren't many people around. It seemed like the perfect place to relax. The first 2 days were calm. The trees stood tall and still, with just the sound of leaves moving. Every now and then at night it was cool but not freezing, and the stars above stretched across the sky. I had everything I needed, set up my tent, and made simple meals over the fire. There wasn't anyone around for miles, and I liked that. Felt like I had the whole forest to myself. But on the third night, things started to feel different. As the sun went down, I realized the usual calm was gone. The woods were too quiet. No birds, no wind, nothing. Felt like the forest was waiting for something. I tried to ignore it, but it left me feeling uneasy, like something wasn't right. I made dinner like I usually did and got into my tent. Once the fire went out, I wanted to sleep, but that feeling of something being wrong wouldn't go away. I lay in the dark listening to the silence, hoping it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from being so tired. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. The tent was completely dark, and at first I didn't know why I was awake. Then I heard a sound I couldn't ignore. Footsteps, slow, heavy footsteps coming from just outside my tent. My heart was pounding, and I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing. I didn't want to believe what I was hearing, but it was real. The footsteps got closer, circling around my tent. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, but the way the steps sounded, they were too slow, too heavy, too much like a person. I grabbed my flashlight, trying not to make any noise, and turned it on. The light flashed through the tent, and for a second the steps stopped and everything went quiet again. But my mind was racing. What if someone was out there? What were they doing? I listened, hoping it would go away, but after a few moments the steps started again, this time moving away back into the forest. I stayed awake the rest of the night, my heart racing every time I thought I heard something. But the footsteps didn't come back. When the sun finally started to rise, I cautiously stepped out of my tent. There were no signs that anyone had been there, no tracks, no broken branches, nothing out of place. But that feeling that someone had been watching me stuck around. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, deciding I'd had enough of the French woods. On the drive back to the village, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. Someone or something had been out there walking around my camp. I kept trying to make sense of it, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. It didn't seem like something I could just brush off. A few days later, when I was back home, I did some digging online to see if I could find out more about the area. That's when I came across some old stories about people disappearing in that forest, hikers and campers who went into the woods and never came back. No one ever found their bodies, and the local police had stopped looking after a while. That was all I needed to know. I'll never go back to that place, not even close. It felt like the forest was hiding something dark that I was lucky to escape from. I still wonder what was out there that night circling my tent, but part of me thinks it was just a warning. Next time I might not be so lucky. I remember it like it just happened. In the summer of 1931, I made the choice to go camping by myself for a few nights in the woods outside a small town. I wanted to get away for a while. No noise, no people, just me in the quiet of the woods. I packed my old tent, some food, a lantern, and my knife. The spot I picked seemed perfect. There were tall trees everywhere and a small stream nearby. I set up my camp in a little clearing that felt safe. It was far enough from town that no one would bother me, but not too deep into the woods. Felt right. The first night was calm. I could hear the usual stuff: crickets, the stream flowing softly, and now and then a noise from a small animal in the bushes. The second night was different. I can't really describe why, but something seemed off. As the sun began to set, I noted how quiet the woods had gotten, with fewer noises, so I waited by the fire until it became dark, slid into my tent, and fell asleep without any difficulty. There were no crickets or shrubs moving. There was just silence. I tried to ignore it, thinking I was just overthinking, but as I sat by the fire that night, the feeling of being alone started to change. I hadn't seen another person for miles, but it suddenly felt like I wasn't by myself. I couldn't shake the feeling. It was like I could sense eyes on me watching from somewhere in the trees. I stayed up longer than I wanted to, just listening. Nothing really happened, but the uneasy feeling didn't go away. Eventually, I forced myself to go into the tent, telling myself I was being paranoid. On the third day, I woke up early, planning to explore around a bit. I stuck to the trails I knew, staying close enough to my campsite so I wouldn't get lost. But on the way back, I noticed something strange. The path I had walked the day before looked different. There were broken branches, and the ground looked disturbed, like someone or something had come through there. First, I thought it was just an animal. But as I walked, I saw something that made me stop. In the dirt were footprints. Large ones. They were too big to be mine, and they weren't shaped like any animal prints I'd seen. A cold feeling hit me when I finally made it back to camp. My heart missed a beat. I couldn't sleep that night because every little noise outside the tent made me jump, and I could hear twigs snapping and soft footsteps just beyond the light of my fire. The fire I had put out the night before had been tampered with, as if someone had tried to stir it up, and some of my food was gone. I stood there for a minute trying to figure it out, but I hadn't seen or heard anyone around. It didn't make sense for someone to come all the way out here, touch my belongings, and then disappear without my knowledge. After hours of this, I finally peeked out of my tent and saw that the fire had burned down to just a few glowing embers, but there was still enough light to see the edge of the clearing, and there at the tree line, I saw someone standing there, perfectly still, watching me. I lay there with my knife, trying not to breathe too loudly, and I wanted to think I was just imagining it, but the noises wouldn't stop. I became cold. I hoped they hadn't seen me move, since I couldn't see much in the dark, but I could tell it was a tall person because they simply stood there and stared at me. Holding my knife, I waited all night for them to do anything, but they didn't. When the sun eventually rose, I peered out again, but they were vanished, as if they had never been there. I didn't waste time. As soon as there was enough light, I packed up my belongings and left as quickly as possible. I didn't eat. I didn't even check to see if I had left anything behind. I just needed to get away. I'm not sure who or what was in those woods, but I never returned to that location. Perhaps it was just a wanderer, or perhaps someone had been watching me since I set up camp. I'll never know, but occasionally, even now, I still get that icy, creeping feeling that someone is still out there, waiting for the right opportunity to approach. During a week-long survival exercise designed to test our capabilities, I was a member of a tiny army unit stationed at a secluded training camp deep in the woods. With just a few improvised tents and a little fire pit to keep us warm at night, our camp was encircled by dense vegetation and trees. The first few days were normal training drills, navigational tasks, and the usual camaraderie that comes with roughing it, but on the fourth night something started to feel off. I was on night watch alone while the others slept. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional rustle of leaves. Around midnight, I heard a faint noise like footsteps crunching on dry leaves. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or raccoon. I scanned the dark forest, but all I could see were shadows shifting in the moonlight light. I tried to shake off the unease and focus on my duty. The noise grew louder and closer. I gripped my flashlight tighter, trying to cut through the darkness with its beam. The footsteps stopped suddenly, and an eerie silence settled over the camp. My heart pounded. I knew something wasn't right. I moved cautiously towards the noise, trying to stay as quiet as I could. As I got closer to the edge of the camp, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure barely visible was crouched behind a tree. It looked like a man, but I couldn't make out any details. Uncertain of whether to advance or retreat, I chose to back off gradually in the hopes of warning the others without making any abrupt movements. We quickly packed up our gear, keeping an eye out for any signs of danger. The unsettling feeling persisted as we hurried to dismantle our camp and load our gear. I turned my head briefly to check on the camp, and when I looked back, the figure was gone. I was about to exhale in relief when I noticed a pair of fresh boot prints in the dirt, large military-style prints that didn't match any of ours. We left that isolated eerie forest just before dawn, and when we returned to base, we discovered that a recent escape from a nearby maximum security prison had occurred. The escape description matched the person I had seen, and we had unintentionally run into a dangerous fugitive that night in the woods. We barely avoided a deadly encounter, and we had no idea how close we had come to a true nightmare. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend, so my neighbor Tom and I decided to camp in the woods behind our houses. We set up our tents a few hundred feet apart in the hopes of escaping the daily grind, and as night fell, I built a fire and sat by it, enjoying the typical forest sounds. I noticed that Tom's tent was unusually quiet, which struck me as strange, but I didn't give it much thought. The idea that someone could have been lurking in the dark right outside our camp still makes me shiver. Around midnight, the typical cricket chirping and leaf rustling in the forest ceased, and an odd hush took its place. I assumed it was just the night and tried to unwind when I heard faint rustling sounds coming from Tom's tent. I thought he might be looking for something, so I picked up my flashlight and went over to see if he needed assistance. As I got closer, I called out softly, but no one answered, and the flashlight beam was moving strangely. When I got to Tom's tent, I noticed that it was unzipped and that the flashlight was still shining on the ground. The tent was empty, and my heart began to race as I looked around, feeling increasingly uneasy. The forest became extremely quiet once more. I heard slow, deliberate footsteps behind me. I turned around, but no one was there. My instinct told me to return to my tent and call for assistance, so I hurried back while trying to remain composed. I grabbed my phone, but it was dead. I kept my flashlight on and looked around anxiously for hours before the silence descended. Just before dawn, I heard a voice, not Tom's, calling for assistance from the woods. The voice was faint and frantic, and I followed it through the dense foliage until I ultimately located Tom, who was severely injured and confused after being assaulted and knocked unconscious. The worst part was when Tom talked about seeing dark figures moving around his tent before he was attacked. It felt like the woods themselves had turned against us. We never found out who did this or why the woods were no longer a safe place, but it was a chilling reminder that danger could be lurking in the darkest corners. Tom later claimed that he heard someone approaching his tent and grabbed the flashlight to check it out. When he stepped outside, someone hit him from behind. He never saw who it was, but his injuries made it clear that the attacker had left him for dead. I still get chills when I think about it, and I try to stay away from those woods whenever I can. My grandmother loved being outside, and she somehow convinced me to join her for the weekend. I wasn't particularly excited, but she always seemed so at ease, so I agreed. On the first day, we went for a walk, cooked dinner over a small fire, and watched the stars before going to bed. That night, for some reason, the woods were too quiet. There were no bugs or wind, and I lay there for a while, feeling uneasy. We spent the whole of the next day strolling about, but I couldn't shake the weird sensation that something was watching us every time I glanced at the trees. I attempted to sleep, telling myself it was only because we were so far from everything. My grandmother didn't seem to notice anything strange, so I didn't mention it. By the time the sun started going down, I was more than ready to go to sleep and just get through the night. While we sat by the fire that evening, I kept hearing odd noises coming from the woods. It wasn't animals, at least not any I could recognize. The sounds were low, like something big was moving through the bushes, but it never got close enough to see. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, but I didn't want to worry my grandmother, so I stayed quiet. After we put out the fire, we went back to the tent. It was even quieter than the night before. I lay there for what felt like forever, that uneasy feeling growing stronger. My grandmother was sound asleep next to me, totally unaware of how tense I was. At some point, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I woke up to the sound of footsteps. They weren't far from the tent, maybe 20 feet or so. When they were slow and steady, I froze, not moving a muscle, listening closely. The steps circled the tent, not too close, but never too far. This wasn't just some animal wandering by. Whoever or whatever it was, they were taking their time. I stayed completely still, hardly breathing. The footsteps stopped for a moment, and I hoped they had left, but then they started again, this time even closer. My heart was pounding so hard I thought whoever was out there could probably hear it. I had no idea what to do. Eventually, the footsteps faded into the woods, but I knew it wasn't over. I couldn't sleep after that. I lay awake listening to every little sound. We packed up to leave that morning, and although I didn't tell my grandmother about the noises, I couldn't wait to get out of there. As we hiked back to the car, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling like someone or something was watching us. Outside the tent, the night seemed to go on forever, but when the sun finally came up, I was relieved. The woods were too quiet once more, and I had the feeling that we weren't alone. Just before we reached the car, I noticed footprints by the tree line. They weren't animal tracks, but rather large, fresh human footprints, and they had been right next to our tent. I stared at the prints, feeling sick to my stomach, thinking that someone had been watching us while we slept. I looked back at the woods, but I couldn't see anyone. But I knew that they were still there, waiting. Perhaps they had followed us the entire time, or perhaps they had been seen marked, and perhaps they would return. I needed a rest. Being a police officer may be mentally taxing, so I thought spending a weekend camping by myself would help me decompress. I located a peaceful area deep in the woods, far from the din of traffic, and the continual crowd of people seemed like the ideal way to get away. Things felt different on the second night, even though I had set up my tent and started a fire, but something wasn't right. The forest wasn't as lively as it had been, and there were no animal sounds. On the first night, All I could hear were the sounds of the forest, leaves blowing in the wind, birds singing, and occasionally a branch snapping in the distance. No breeze, just this weird, oppressive quiet. I tried to ignore it, figuring that perhaps I was just overanalyzing things because of my job. After years of being a cop, you're always on guard and watching, so this silence felt excessive. But eventually I heard slow footsteps, as if the person or thing was trying to blend in. They were far away, but not so far that I couldn't tell if they were real or if I was just getting jittery, but it was enough to make me uneasy. Hours passed, and I decided to get some sleep. I crawled into my tent to try to calm myself down, but then I heard the footsteps again, this time much closer, and my heart began racing. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly unzipped the tent and stepped out into the cold night air. I felt this tightness in my chest as I pointed the light toward the trees again, nothing but darkness, and then as I turned to go back to my tent, I saw them. I searched the area around my campsite, shining the light into the trees, but there was no movement and no sign of anyone. I returned to sitting by the fire, staring into the dark woods, and I kept waiting for the sound to return, but all I could hear was the crackling of the fire. I sat by the fire watching myself when I saw new footprints surrounding my campsite. My blood froze since I knew that these weren't mine. My heart was racing when it hit me hard, and I backed into my tent, grabbed my bag and flashlight, and started packing as quickly as I could because I wanted to leave. However, I heard those footsteps again, and this time they weren't coming from one direction. I could hear them everywhere. I listened for a while, trying to determine how near they were. Whoever was out there, they weren't just one of them. My instincts kicked in, and I grabbed my belongings and started walking down the trail with my flashlight shaking in my hand. I could hear them following me, not too closely, but close enough to confirm that I was being followed. I walked faster and then started running, and the footsteps followed me until I was just out of sight. I didn't look back until I got to my car, where I threw my gear in, jumped in the driver's seat, and sped down the dirt road before I pulled away. One last time, I glanced back and saw a few dark shapes standing at the edge of the trees, just where the light from my car reached. I continued driving until I arrived at the closest town, where I sat for a while to catch my breath. I considered reporting it, but I knew that no one would find anything because I've seen enough in my years on the force to know that sometimes the worst things aren't supernatural or from a fairy tale. Sometimes it's just people. What's scary is that those people out there knew the woods better than I did, and they weren't just watching me for fun. They were waiting to let me know that I wasn't alone, but I have no idea how many others didn't. I had been camping alone in the woods, far from anyone, for years, and I always enjoyed the silence at night. Usually, the only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. I was putting up my tent just before sunset when I realized how silent the woods were. No birds, no crickets. Nothing. I dismissed it at first, but as the night wore on, I began to find the stillness to be bothersome. The longer I sat there, the worse it got. I told myself it was all in my head, that I was out here alone, far from anyone, and there was no reason to feel uneasy, but I couldn't stop the growing fear that was creeping in. I started to feel like someone was watching me when I built a fire and sat by it eating dinner. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was only darkness outside the reach of the fire's light. I thought that after getting some sleep, I would feel better, so I climbed into my tent, zipped it up, and laid down in an attempt to unwind. However, every small sound outside seemed louder, and suddenly every leaf cracking or twig breaking made my pulse beat. It didn't feel like animals, even though I kept telling myself that it was. I don't know how long I lay there listening to the night on the roof of my tent, but then I heard slow, heavy footsteps outside my tent. They stopped right next to me, and I froze, holding my breath, too afraid to move. There was only silence, and I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. I waited for something to happen, but nothing happened, and after what seemed like hours, the footsteps began to move away, slowly fading into the trees. I listened for a while without moving, but the footsteps didn't return. My heart was still pounding, so I packed up everything as quickly as I could, barely pausing to think, and drove off without turning around. I finally plucked up the courage to grab my flashlight and unzip the tent. I shone the light into the trees to see if there was any indication of what or who had been out there, but there was nothing, no tracks, no broken branches, no evidence that anyone had been there at all. I never found out what or who it was that night, but sometimes, when I'm alone myself in a peaceful setting, I can still hear those heavy, slow footsteps in my head. It makes me wonder if whatever it was didn't really leave that night, or if it's still waiting for me to return in the dark. The morning mist hung low over the lake as I slid the small boat into the water. The air was crisp, the kind of fresh that hits your lungs sharply at first then settles in comfortably. I had been looking forward to this fishing trip all week. Just me, the lake, and the quiet. The cabin I was staying in was miles away from any other human, tucked deep in the woods, perfect isolation. As I rowed out to the center of the lake, the only sounds were the soft splash of the oars and the occasional chirp of a bird. Waking up, I had been to this lake once before years ago, but never alone. Today it was just me. I cast my line, letting the hook sink into the water, watching the small ripples spread out in every direction. For a while I just sat there soaking in the stillness. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Suddenly there was a tug on the line, strong, insistent. My heart raced, a little excitement bubbling up. I started to reel it in, expecting a decent-sized fish. But then something strange happened. The pull became stronger, much stronger than any fish I'd ever encountered. It yanked so hard that the rod bent nearly in half, and I had to stand up to steady myself. What the hell, I muttered under my breath, gripping the rod tightly. The thing on the other end of the line was pulling me, almost like it wanted to drag me into the water. I fought back, digging my feet into the bottom of the boat, but whatever it wasn't letting go for what felt like hours, but was probably just a few minutes. I struggled against it. My arms burned from the effort, and sweat started to drip down my face. Just when I thought I was making some progress, the boat lurched forward toward the middle of the lake. I lost my balance and nearly toppled overboard. Panic set in. This wasn't a fish, no way. I tried to loosen the reel, to let whatever was down there have the line, but it didn't matter. The force was relentless, dragging me deeper into the lake. Far from the shore, my heart pounded in my chest, and my breath came in quick, shallow bursts. I had no idea what was happening, but I knew I needed to cut the line fast. I reached for my knife, fumbling with it. As the boat jerked forward again, my hand shook, and I dropped the knife onto the floor of the boat. I cursed under my breath, crouching down to grab it, but before I could, there was a sharp snap. The line broke, sending me sprawling backward. For a moment, everything was quiet again. I lay there staring up at the pale sky, trying to catch my breath. I sat up slowly, looking out over the water. The surface was calm, as if nothing had happened, but I wasn't convinced. My hands trembled as I picked up the knife, my mind racing. What the hell was that? I scanned the water, expecting to see something, anything, but there was nothing out of the ordinary, just the dark, glassy surface of the lake. I should have left right then, rowed back to shore, and packed my bags, but I didn't. Instead, I decided to cast the line again. I had to know what was down there. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe it was stupidity, probably both. This time I was ready. I braced myself as I felt another touch, tug, softer this time, but steady. My pulse quickened as I began reeling it in, inch by inch. Whatever it was coming up. I could feel it, heavier than before, resisting less, but still pulling against me. As the line got closer to the surface, I leaned over the edge of the boat, trying to catch a glimpse of it. The water was dark, almost black in the early morning light, and for a moment I thought I saw something, just a shadow, maybe a large fish, something ordinary. Then the surface broke. It wasn't a fish. A pale, lifeless hand breached the water, gripping my line, fingers stiff and cold. I froze, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. Slowly an arm followed, then a shoulder. A human form, waterlogged and bloated, started to rise out of the lake. Its face, swollen and pale, stared blankly ahead, eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape. I stumbled backward, nearly falling overboard again, my heart slamming against my ribs. The figure floated half submerged, its dead eyes fixed on me. I let go of the rod, but it didn't matter. The thing just hovered there, bobbing slightly with the movement of the water for what felt like eternity. I stood there, paralyzed, unable to move, unable to think. Then slowly the body began to sink again, slipping back beneath the surface. The pale hand, the last thing to disappear into the depths. I sat there in the boat, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my mind struggling to make sense of what had just happened. I wanted to leave, to row back to shore and never look back, but my body wouldn't move. I just stared at the water, waiting, expecting it to come back up, but it didn't. After what felt like hours, I finally managed to start rowing. My hands shook the whole time, and every sound, every splash made my heart race. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I reached the shore. I packed up my gear as fast as I could and drove away, leaving the cabin and the lake far behind. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. Who would believe me? It was easier to just forget, to pretend it had all been some kind of nightmare, but I still see that hand sometimes in the dead of night, reaching out from the water, and I know deep down that whatever I pulled up that day is still down there waiting. I had always loved the peacefulness of fishing, the quiet lapping of water against the boat, the birds flying overhead, the scent of the lake in the early morning air. It was my escape. So when I took a solo trip to the old lake cabin, I expected nothing but a few days of calm and catching bass. The cabin sat on the edge of Lake Crescent, tucked away deep in the woods. The locals didn't come here much anymore, saying the lake had changed, something about the water feeling colder, darker, but I didn't believe in local myth. To me, it was just another quiet lake, the perfect spot to disconnect. That first day I settled and unpacked my gear and rode out on my little aluminum boat. Just before sunset, the lake was eerily still, a mirror reflecting the darkening sky. As I cast my line, the only sound was the soft whir of the reel. I sat back, letting the calm wash over me. Minutes passed, then an hour, no bites. Not even a tug. The water below seemed deep than I remembered, almost as if it had a bottomless quality to it. Now the sun dipped lower, casting an orange glow on the horizon, and that's when I felt it, a sharp tug on the line, harder than anything I'd felt before. I jerked the rod back, excited. This had to be a big one, but the thing on the other end wasn't acting like a fish. It pulled with such force that I nearly lost my grip. My heart raced. Whatever was down there was huge, too huge for this lake. I tried reeling it in, but it didn't budge. Instead, it seemed to pull me closer to the center of the lake, the boat scraping along the surface of the water like a toy. Sweat dripped down my face as I wrestled with the rod. The line grew tighter, creaking like it was about to snap. Then suddenly the tension vanished and the boat rocked violently. I almost fell overboard. I peered into the dark water, trying to see what had happened. The lake was calm again, too calm. Something wasn't right. As I sat there trying to catch my breath, I noticed something, a ripple, moving toward the boat. It wasn't fast, but it was steady, like something was swimming just below the surface. My heart pounded in my chest as I grabbed the oars and started rowing back toward the cabin. The ripple followed. At first I thought it might just be the wake from my boat, but it stayed too far behind, moving in a way that felt deliberate, like it was tracking me. I rowed harder, my muscles burning with each stroke. The ripple kept coming closer. Now I could see the water parting, something dark beneath it, something big. Panic set in. I wasn't going fast enough. I rowed with everything I had, the boat inching toward the shore, but the thing beneath the surface was faster. I could feel its presence now, a coldness that seemed to radiate from the water itself. I dared a glance back, and that's when I saw it, a shadow, massive and shapeless, gliding just below the surface. My mind raced. What the hell was that? It couldn't be a fish. It was too big, too unnatural. My thoughts were interrupted by a loud thud against the bottom of the boat. The entire thing lurched, nearly flipping over. I scrambled to keep my balance, the oars slipping from my hands. I looked into the water again. The shadow was right beneath me, circling the boat. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't some ordinary creature. There was something wrong with this lake. Suddenly the boat was hit again, harder this time, and I was thrown to the side. I clung to the edge, my heart hammering in my chest. The ripple disappeared, and for a brief, terrifying moment, everything went silent. Then, without warning, a hand, pale, slimy, and unnatural, reached up from the water and gripped the side of the boat. I froze, my mind unable to process what I was seeing. Another hand appeared, followed by an arm, and then a head. It wasn't human, at least not anymore. Its eyes were black, empty voids, and its skin was slick and mottled like something that had been submerged for too long. It stared at me, unblinking, as if it were studying me, deciding what to do next. I reached for my paddle, swinging it wildly at the thing, trying to knock it away, but it didn't flinch. It just kept staring, its grip tightening on the boat. I could hear the wood creaking under its hands. In a blind panic, I grabbed the knife from my tackle box and stabbed at the hand gripping the boat. The blade sunk into its flesh, but it didn't bleed. Instead, it let out a low guttural sound, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It released the boat and slid back into the water, without a splash, disappearing into the depths as quickly as it had come. I sat there, breathless, shaking, waiting for it to return, but the lake was still, again too still. I rowed back to shore as fast as I could, my eyes darting around, waiting for the ripple to reappear, but nothing followed me this time. When I reached the dock, I jumped out of the boat, not even bothering to tie it up, and ran for the cabin. I slammed the door behind me, locking it tight. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound, every creak of the cabin sent my heart racing. I couldn't stop thinking about the creature in the lake, the way it had looked at me as if it knew something I didn't. The next morning, I packed up my things and left. I didn't care that I had only been there one night. Whatever was in that lake wasn't natural, and I wasn't sticking around to find out what it wanted. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The lake was barely visible through the trees, but in the distance, I could have sworn I saw a ripple on the water surface, moving slowly toward the shore. It was early morning when I set out to fish. The sky was still a murky gray, and the cold air clung to my skin, cutting through my jacket. The lake was a 2-hour drive from town, tucked deep into the woods and rarely visited by anyone, perfect for some peaceful, quiet fishing, or so I thought. The drive felt longer than usual. The old radio crackled in and out of static, so I shut it off and listened to the tires hum over the empty road. There was a strange calm to the morning. Not a single car passed by. No birds flew overhead. Not even the wind stirred the trees. I remember thinking how unusually still everything was, but I pushed the thought aside. When I reached the lake, it was exactly how I remembered it, serene and untouched. The mist floated lazily above the water, and the tall pines circled the lake like silent sentinels. I grabbed my gear and headed toward the old wooden dock that jutted out into the water. The boards creaked beneath my feet, but they had held steady for years, and I trusted them. I cast my line, settling into the rhythm of the water and the soft tug of the current. The silence wrapped around me, comforting at first. Hours passed, and I didn't get a single bite. That wasn't unusual, though. Sometimes fishing took patience, but then something felt off. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled like someone was watching me. I turned, glancing back at the shoreline, but no one was there, just tree shadows and the rustle of leaves. Still, the feeling wouldn't shake. My heart started to pound. In my chest, though I didn't understand why I was alone out here, no one else for miles. Suddenly my line went taut. I nearly jumped out of my seat, startled by the sudden pull. Finally a bite. I leaned forward, gripping the rod, trying to reel, and whatever had hooked on it felt heavy, far heavier than any fish I'd ever caught in this lake. I pulled harder, my muscles straining as I fought against the weight. It didn't feel like a fish. Whatever was at the end of the line was sluggish, almost like dead weight. Panic crept into my chest, but I kept pulling. I had to see what it was. As I reeled it closer, the water rippled, and I caught a glimpse of something pale beneath the surface. My breath caught for a second. I thought it was a massive fish, but as it came closer, I realized it wasn't a fish at all. It was a hand. A pale, bloated hand reached out of the water, fingers limp and lifeless. I dropped the rod in horror, watching as the body slowly surfaced, floating face down. I stumbled back, my breath quickening, my mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Who was this? How did they get here? My first thought was to call the police, but my phone was back in the truck, parked a good walk away from the dock. I took a shaky step forward, unsure of what to do. Then the body moved. At first I thought it was just the current, but no, the body turned, flipping over on its own. I froze. The face was pale, swollen from being in the water too long, eyes clouded and open, staring straight up at me. But then those dead eyes blinked. I gasped, stumbling back as the corpse slowly sat up in the water. Its limbs moved awkwardly as if it wasn't used to them. Water dripped from its matted hair and its head jerked toward me. I was rooted to the spot, unable to move or think. The thing in the water opened its mouth and a low gurgling sound escaped, like a drowned scream bubbling up from its throat. Its milky eyes locked onto mine and it began to wade toward the dock, its movement slow but deliberate. Panic surged through me, and I ran. I didn't even look back. I sprinted off the dock, through the trees, branches whipping at my face and arms. My lungs burned and my heart pounded in my ears, but I didn't stop. When I reached the truck, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. I jumped inside, locking the doors and starting the engine. With trembling fingers, I floored the gas, the tires spinning on the dirt road before catching traction. As I sped away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that thing chasing me through the trees, but there was nothing. The woods were still as ever, the lake fading into the distance. I drove faster, not stopping until I was miles away, back on the highway. Only then did I pull over, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. My chest heaved and I tried to catch my breath. What had I seen? It couldn't have been real. Bodies don't move like that. They don't blink, they don't sit up. But the image of that pale hand reaching out from the water, those dead eyes staring at me, I couldn't shake it. I sat there for a long time, trying to calm down, trying to convince myself that I was just tired, that maybe I'd imagined it. But deep down I knew I hadn't. I haven't been back to that lake since, and I don't plan to. I was about to go to bed when my phone buzzed. A text from Olivia. "Hey, can you come over?" I frowned. Olivia was out of town. I knew that for a fact because I had dropped her off at the airport 2 days ago. We even joked about how her flight would probably be delayed, but she texted me when she landed. She was with her parents, 3 states away. I typed back, "Aren't you in Chicago?" 3 dots appeared. Then they vanished. A few seconds later, another message came through. "I'm waiting for you inside." I felt my body go cold. I stared at the screen, my fingers tightening around my phone. Maybe she left the key with someone. Maybe she came home early and forgot to tell me. But then why did that message feel wrong? I hesitated before replying. "Who is this?" No answer. The room around me suddenly felt too quiet, like the air itself was listening. I stood up, grabbed my keys, and left. The drive to Olivia's apartment was a blur. The streets were nearly empty, Just the occasional car passing by, headlights flashing like warnings. My mind raced through possibilities. A prank? A break-in? Or something worse? When I pulled up to her building, everything looked normal. Too normal. Her window was dark. The parking lot empty. I climbed the stairs, every step echoing in the silence. When I reached her door, I hesitated. Then, I knocked. The sound barely carried down the hallway. No answer. I knocked again, harder this time. Olivia? Nothing. I tried the handle, expecting it to be locked. It wasn't. The door swung open with a slow, aching creak. The apartment was dark. Stale. Like no one had been inside for days. I stepped in, my pulse hammering against my ribs. Hello? Silence. Then, a soft creak from the bedroom. I froze. Something shifted in the darkness beyond the hallway. A floorboard settling. A breath. I reached for the light switch and flicked it on. The living room looked exactly as Olivia had left it. A blanket draped over the couch. A half-full glass of water on the coffee table. A pile of unopened mail near the door. But the air felt wrong. Thick. Heavy. Like I wasn't alone. Another creak. The bedroom door was cracked open just an inch, a sliver of darkness pressing against the dim hallway light. My feet moved before I could think. I reached for the doorknob. Then, my phone buzzed. The sound made me jump. I fumbled to pull it out of my pocket, my fingers numb. A new message. From Olivia. Don't go inside. My stomach dropped. My mouth went dry. I wasn't breathing. I wasn't moving. But I felt it. A presence. Right behind me. And then, the bedroom door creaked open wider. I nearly dropped my phone. My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it in my ears. The bedroom door creaked open wider, the darkness inside shifting. I braced myself, body locked in place, every instinct screaming at me to run. Then, a familiar shape stepped out. A dog. Olivia's golden retriever, Milo. Relief hit me so fast I almost laughed. My legs went weak, and I leaned against the wall, exhaling sharply. Jesus, Milo. You scared the hell out of me. Milo blinked up at me, tail wagging slightly, but something about him seemed off. His fur was matted in places, like he hadn't been brushed in days. His paws left faint smudges on the hardwood, tracks of something I couldn't quite make out. His eyes, usually warm and full of life, seemed darker. Duller. How'd you get out? I muttered, kneeling to scratch behind his ears. He felt cold. Too cold. I glanced around the apartment again. Everything looked the same, but that feeling, like something was watching me, hadn't faded. If anything, it had settled deeper, like it had wrapped itself around the walls. Milo whined softly, pressing his nose against my leg. I looked down at him. Where's your leash? He just stared at me. The air in the apartment was too still, like the whole place was holding its breath. I swallowed, shaking off the lingering unease. Maybe Olivia's text was just a bad joke. Maybe she had asked someone to check on Milo, and they forgot to lock up. Still, something gnawed at me. I pulled out my phone, rereading the message, "Don't go inside." I hesitated, then typed back, "Very funny. Milo just scared me half to death." 3 dots appeared. Then they vanished. I frowned. Olivia always texted fast. Milo let out a soft whimper. His ears flattened, eyes flicking toward the bedroom. I followed his gaze. The door was still open, revealing nothing but thick, suffocating darkness inside. I hadn't turned the bedroom light off. Had I? Milo took a step back, pressing against my leg. The air suddenly felt colder. I swallowed hard and forced out a laugh. "All right, bud. Let's get you outside." I grabbed his leash from the hook by the door, clipping it onto his collar with shaking hands. The second I opened the front door, Milo bolted, nearly yanking me off my feet. I barely managed to keep hold of the leash as he dragged me down the hallway, his nails clicking frantically against the tile. His whole body trembled like he couldn't get away fast enough. I didn't look back. I locked the apartment behind me and followed Milo down the stairs, that last message from Olivia burning in my mind. If Milo was inside, who opened the bedroom door? Milo didn't stop pulling until we were outside, paws scuffing against the pavement as he dragged me toward the nearest patch of grass. He was shaking, ears flattened, tail tucked so tightly between his legs that it barely moved. I knelt beside him, running my hands over his fur. His breathing was fast, his chest rising and falling in sharp, panicked bursts. "It's okay, buddy," I murmured, though I wasn't sure if I believed it. "You're all right." He didn't look up. He just stared at the apartment building, eyes locked on my window. I followed his gaze. The bedroom light was back on. I sucked in a breath, pulse hammering in my throat. I hadn't touched the switch before leaving. Hadn't even stepped inside the room. Slowly, I reached for my phone. "Olivia. This isn't funny. Is someone in your apartment?" The message delivered instantly. No typing bubble appeared. Milo let out a low whimper, pressing against my leg. I felt his whole body tense as if he was waiting for something. I swallowed hard and looked back up at the window. The light flickered. Once. Then, again. Like someone was standing inside. Moving. My stomach twisted. "Olivia, answer me." 3 dots appeared. My fingers clenched around the phone. Then the reply came. "Who's with you?" The words sent a sharp chill through me. I looked around, my breath fogging in the night air. I was alone. I stared at the message, confusion twisting into something colder. "What are you talking about?" Nothing. No response. The window light flickered once more. Then it went out. The apartment was dark again. Milo let out a low growl. Something about the night felt heavier, like the air had thickened, pressing in around me. I gripped his leash tighter, my free hand curling into a fist to stop the tremor in my fingers. I needed to leave. I needed to turn around and walk away, call Olivia, and tell her to get her locks changed the second she got home. But I couldn't stop staring at that window. Because the longer I looked, the more I was sure someone was still standing there. Watching. Waiting. Milo's growl deepened, a low, rumbling warning that sent another chill up my spine. I wanted to look away from the window, to convince myself I was imagining things, but I couldn't. There was a shape in the darkness. Not a reflection, not a shadow. Something was standing inside Olivia's apartment. It wasn't moving, but I could feel it watching me. I took a step back. Milo let out a sharp bark, yanking against the leash. The noise echoed down the quiet street, but nothing inside the apartment changed. The figure didn't shift. Didn't flinch. It just stood there. My phone buzzed in my hand. Get out of there. I barely had time to process the message before the light in her apartment flickered back on. And the figure was gone. My breath caught in my throat. My legs felt locked in place, every muscle screaming at me to move. I forced myself to look around, at the street, at the other buildings, at the empty parking lot. Everything else was completely normal. Then my phone buzzed again. I'm serious. Don't go back inside. I swallowed hard and typed with shaky fingers. Who is in your apartment? The reply came instantly. It's not my apartment. The cold inside my chest spread like ice water through my veins. Not hers? I stared at the screen, rereading the words over and over. My pulse hammered in my ears, drowning out everything else. I turned to Milo, who was still tense, ears pinned back. His body trembled under my hand. He was scared. More scared than I'd ever seen him. That should have been enough. That should have sent me running. But instead, I found myself stepping forward, gripping my keys so tightly they bit into my palm. I needed to know. I needed to see. Because if that wasn't Olivia's apartment, then whose was it? And why did it know my name? My feet felt heavy as I stepped toward the apartment door. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to listen to Olivia, to listen to Milo, who was now whining, pulling at his leash in the opposite direction. But I couldn't leave. Not yet. I reached out, my fingers grazing the doorknob. Cold. Too cold. Like it had been sitting in ice. My stomach twisted, but I forced myself to turn it. The door swung open with a slow creak. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. Lights on. Couch slightly askew. The kitchen counter still had my half-drunk coffee from earlier. Nothing out of place. But it felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy, pressing down on me like a weight. And it smelled different, stale, like the air hadn't moved in years. My own apartment had never smelled like this. Milo refused to come inside. He planted his paws firmly at the threshold, leash stretched tight, eyes locked on something I couldn't see. I swallowed. Milo, come on. He whined again, taking a step back. I sighed, unhooking his leash. Fine. Stay out here. He didn't hesitate. He bolted down the hallway, tail tucked. I stared after him, unease curling in my chest. Milo had never run from anything before. The door shut behind me with a soft click. The sound made my breath catch. I hadn't touched it. I turned slowly, heart hammering. The living room was empty. I forced myself to breathe, to move. My phone buzzed in my pocket, but I ignored it. Instead, I walked toward the hallway leading to my bedroom, step by step, my legs stiff, my body resisting. I reached my door. It was slightly open. Had it been like that before? I pushed it fully open. My bed was made. My dresser untouched. The only thing out of place was my closet door. It was open. Just a crack. And something was breathing inside. Shallow, raspy, like the air was being pulled through teeth. I froze. The sound didn't stop. Didn't move. Didn't acknowledge me. I reached for my phone, hands trembling, finally looking at the message Olivia had sent. Don't go near the closet. I didn't have time to react before the closet door creaked open another inch. And something inside whispered asterisk, I told you not to come back. Asterisk, the whisper curled through the air like smoke, seeping into my skin. My breath hitched, and I stepped back, my body screaming at me to run. Then the closet door slammed open. An icy gust shot through the room, knocking over a lamp and rattling the pictures on the wall. My phone slipped from my fingers, clattering to the floor. I tried to move, but something wrapped around my wrist, invisible, cold, crushing. I choked on a scream. The pressure tightened, yanking me forward with a force that sent me stumbling toward the closet. My knees hit the ground hard. The room blurred around me as the grip spread, clawing up my arm, pressing into my skin like fingers of ice. I struggled, kicking, twisting, but there was nothing there. No hands. No body. Just a crushing, suffocating force that refused to let go. Then, a voice, low, guttural, right against my ear. You let me in. Pain lanced through my chest, cold and sharp, like something had reached inside me and gripped my ribs. My vision wavered. The walls around me flickered, my bedroom, then darkness, then something else. A rotting hallway. A place that wasn't here. No, 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 I thrashed, but the force only pulled harder. My body inched closer to the gaping darkness of the closet. The air inside it wasn't just dark, it was wrong. It had depth, like an open mouth waiting to swallow me whole. I was being dragged in. A guttural snarl ripped through the air. Milo. He shot into the room, teeth bared, his growl deep and primal. He lunged, snapping at whatever had me. The force let go. I gasped as I collapsed backward, my body trembling. The air shifted, the presence recoiling. Milo barked, snapping at the darkness inside the closet. The second his teeth clicked shut, the closet door slammed shut on its own. The room fell silent. My hands were shaking as I crawled backward, gasping for breath. My wrist throbbed. When I looked down, dark bruises were already blooming, shaped like fingerprints. Milo stood between me and the closet, still growling, his fur bristling. I forced myself up, grabbed my phone, and ran. I didn't stop. Not when the lights flickered as I passed. Not when I heard something scraping against the walls. Not even when I felt the icy breath on the back of my neck as I reached the door. I threw it open, nearly tripping over myself as I stumbled into the hallway. Milo followed, and the door slammed shut behind us. I stood there, panting, staring at the door. My apartment. My home. And from inside, muffled but clear, the whisper. This isn't over. My hands were still shaking when I unlocked my phone. I barely registered the sweat slicking my fingers or the way my breath came in sharp, ragged gasps. All I knew was that I had to call for help. I tapped 911. The ringing felt like it stretched for hours before a voice finally clicked in. 911, what's your emergency? I swallowed hard. Please, you have to send someone. There's something in my apartment. It attacked me. It's not human. A pause. Then, in the most patronizing voice I'd ever heard, Ma'am, are you in immediate danger? I looked at my wrist. The bruises were deepening, spreading up my forearm like ink soaking into paper. I licked my lips. Yes. I don't know what it is, but it's real. Please, just send someone. Another pause. Are you alone? I glanced down at Milo. His ears were still pinned back, his tail stiff. He hadn't taken his eyes off the door. No, I said. My dog is with me. Another beat of silence. Then, with the kind of detached boredom that made my stomach drop, the dispatcher said, Ma'am, have you been drinking or taking any substances tonight? My stomach twisted. No. I told you, something attacked me. I have bruises. Have you been experiencing any stress recently? Lack of sleep? Have you had any prior? I hung up. I knew that tone. The same one people use when they think you're crazy. Milo whined, pressing his head into my leg. My breath hitched, and I ran a hand through my hair, trying to keep from shaking apart. They didn't believe me. No one would believe me. Then the pounding on my door sent Milo into a frenzy. His barking was sharp, frantic, but I barely heard it over the ringing in my ears. The laughter from my phone had stopped the moment the first knock hit. Police, a voice called. Open up. I hesitated. For days, I had begged for someone to believe me. But now that they were here, dread coiled in my stomach. I forced myself to my feet and opened the door. Two officers stood there, a man and a woman, both watching me with careful, unreadable expressions. Behind them, my neighbor, Mrs. Calloway, peered out from her doorway, clutching her robe closed. Ma'am, we received multiple calls about screaming from this unit, the male officer said. His name tag read Officer Reynolds. His partner, Officer Vega, stood with her arms crossed, scanning the apartment. I swallowed. It wasn't me, I said, but my voice cracked. Vega's gaze landed on my bruised arms. Are you hurt? She asked. I shook my head. It's not what you think. Reynolds sighed. Ma'am, can we step inside? I hesitated. If they came in, they'd feel it. The way the air in my apartment was wrong. The way the shadows clung to the corners like they were waiting. But I stepped aside. Vega's eyes flickered to my living room. The mess of papers, The empty coffee cups, the scattered printouts on hauntings, possessions, proof that I was deep in something I couldn't escape. "You been sleeping much?" Reynolds asked. I clenched my jaw. Vega's radio crackled. 10 to 96, the dispatcher's voice said. My stomach dropped. 10 to 96, they weren't here to help me. They were here to take me in. I took a step back, but Vega caught my arm. "Ma'am, we're going to have you come with us for a quick evaluation, okay?" "No." I pulled away. "You don't understand. There's something here. It's real." Reynolds pulled out handcuffs. "Let's not make this difficult." Milo growled. The room tilted. Something shifted behind me. I felt the air grow heavy, the unseen presence curling around my neck like fingers ready to squeeze. I tried one last time. "Please. You have to listen to me." Reynolds just sighed. "Yeah. I've heard that one before." The psych ward smelled like antiseptic and old air conditioning. The walls were white. Too white. Like a place built to scrub the mind clean. They took my phone. My camera. My notes. They gave me a gray jumpsuit and a stiff bed in a room with no sharp edges. The window didn't open. The door had a small slot for food trays. I sat on the bed, staring at my bruised arms, at the way the darkness still lingered under my skin like fingerprints. Maybe they were right. Maybe I had lost it. But then, a creak. The air shifted. I turned slowly. The chair in the corner moved an inch. A whisper slid along the walls, curling into my ear. "I told you. I see you." About 5 years ago, my sister, a friend of mine, my girlfriend, and I decided to take a trip to Sierra County, California, deep in the mountains near a small town called Downeyville. We were heading to a brew fest in town and chose to camp rather than book a hotel. We took a road called Kala, also known as Forest Road 25, which eventually becomes Forest Road 55, looking for an off-grid camping spot. We drove about 7 miles up this road from the main road leading to Downeyville, which was at least 5 or 6 miles before reaching the town. There wasn't much out there except for a few campsites right off the main road. We hadn't gone much farther when we found a clearing among the trees and decided to set up camp. As we were finishing setting up around sunset, an older woman suddenly appeared walking into our camp from the woods. She was dressed in what looked like hippie-style clothing, probably around 60 years old, frail and small with brownish gray hair. My first thought was how strange it was because there were no cars or other signs of people anywhere on this road. I asked her what she was doing up there, and she said she was camping just on the other side of the creek with her husband. Then she asked if we had any water, which seemed odd given how far we were from civilization. We gave her some water, and she then asked for a cigarette. I asked if she had come from Downeyville, but she said no, she was from Culvert, pointing further up the mountain, saying they had been walking for a long time. I offered her the rest of my cigarettes, telling her I would buy more in Downeyville. She seemed oddly moved by this gesture. She pulled a silver cross necklace from her collar and insisted I take it. Not being religious, I refused, but she kept insisting more seriously each time. My girlfriend's sister and friend were watching this, clearly creeped out. There was something strange about her, like she wasn't from modern times. Even when I handed her the water bottle, it seemed foreign to her. Eventually we told We had to leave and she wandered back into the woods. On our way out we looked for any sign of another camp or car in the direction she pointed to, but found nothing. We returned to camp around 11:30 or midnight, had a campfire, and then went to bed around 1 a.m. At around 3 a.m. my sister, who was in a tent down the hill near the creek, said she heard something walking around on the other side of the creek. We talked back and forth for about 20 minutes. I couldn't hear much, but she was getting more and more scared, so I told her to come sleep in my tent with my girlfriend and I would sleep in hers. I had a .45 pistol and didn't think much of it. We traded spots and I went back to sleep in her tent. About 20 minutes later I heard something walking around near us, very distinctly pacing back and forth in the woods. I couldn't tell if it was a person or an animal, but it definitely wasn't a small animal. This went on for about an hour with me falling asleep and then being woken up again. I was getting unnerved and a bit annoyed since I was trying to sleep off some beer. It kept going until I heard whatever it was start crossing the creek and coming up the embankment toward my tent. It walked right past my tent and towards our fire and my truck, which was backed up to the fire. I heard something rustling around our camp and then heard something banging on metal. I realized whatever it was trying to break into my Bronco. My first thought was that it was a bear smelling food in the truck. Now I was really freaked out. With no other option, unzipping my tent slowly and silently, I cautiously poked my head out with my gun and looked toward my truck and the fire. To my surprise, I saw a full-grown buckhorn standing there, staring at the fire's embers as if it were trying to warm up. I was relieved, but I chose to frighten it away by hitting the tent's wall. I shouted, "Get out of here," half out of the doorway, and to my surprise, the deer just turned its head and looked at me before turning back to the fire. I tried again, louder and more animated, but this time it slowly turned and began to walk towards me, which was really unsettling because deer are normally afraid of people and don't approach them at this point. It was a big buck. I hastily returned to the tent, zipped it up, and waited until the buck approached. From the fur light on the tent wall, I could see its silhouette. It stood beside my tent entrance for a good minute or two before continuing to prowl around our campsite until it eventually wandered off in the same direction the woman had gone. Throughout the night, I kept hearing something different from a deer moving around near the creek on the other side. I barely slept, but it was about 5 in the morning. I must have dozed off because I was suddenly woken up by the sound of the woman on the other side of the creek calling out, "Hello, can you hear me? Can I have some water? I'm really thirsty." I ignored her because I was so damn tired and because it was so damn creepy. She stopped, then came back about 15 minutes later calling out again. She did this a few times, and it just weirded me out. It was just starting to get light in the sky, really early morning. We all got up, packed up, and began the 2.5-hour drive home. On the way out, I pulled off on a dirt path to see if I could spot her camp down an embankment. I found an old fire ring, cold as the earth, clearly not used in a while, but there were signs someone had been there recently, like Camel cigarette butts, the same brand I smoke. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold, a whole head of brownish gray hair like a wig that had fallen apart, just lying in the dirt where it looked like someone had been lying. It looked exactly like the woman's hair. I got back in my truck and got out of there fast. The next morning after getting home, I went out to my truck and noticed my license plate was gone, like it had been torn off. If it had been missing at the campsite, we would have noticed. I can't help but think that whatever that deer or whatever it was that had been messing with my tailgate took it. Just weird, creepy stuff, man. My only regret is not going more often, but I've stayed overnight in the Yosemite Valley area twice. The first time was at a housekeeping camp, where I knew the accommodations were close to others, so I assumed the other visitors enjoying themselves, clearly with a lot of alcohol, was okay. I don't drink, and I can't understand why anyone would come to such an amazing place just to get wasted, but everyone has their reasons. I find YNP to be an amazing and enchanting place, and I feel incredibly fortunate to be within driving distance of a place that people travel to see every year. With the exception of the individuals next to me who chose to drink all night and, as is frequently the case with AL's drinks, became louder and louder until 4 a.m., I was there for mine and others came for theirs, and I accepted that. They weren't obnoxious, but they were very loud and I didn't get any quality sleep. My plans for the next day were ruined as I was exhausted and frustrated. Then this past weekend I stayed in camp for again. I knew the campsites were practically on top of each other, but was still hoping for the best. The group of 3 who were set up about 10 feet from our tent seemed pretty low-key. They were playing music at a low volume and just chatting. I was worn out from a long day of hiking, crawled into the tent around 8:30 and quickly fell asleep. About an hour and a half later, I woke up to hear one of the people in the trio right next to me crying hysterically, clearly drunk, loud and sobbing like they just lost a loved one or a pet. This went on for over an hour. Finally calmed down and I fell back asleep. At about 13 I woke up again to the same person literally wrenching and puking their guts out just outside their tent loudly. And they kept vomiting all night long into the next morning. It sounded like they had alcohol poisoning and probably should have packed up and gone home or to urgent care. It was that bad. I could hear their campmates trying to get this person to drink water or eat something, but they refused and just sat outside their tent puking and dry heaving. It was awful. Continue all night. I didn't get any decent rest. My plans for a full day of hiking were now ruined, but worse, I was angry. I was tired and feeling this unpleasant frustration bubbling up inside me. It was the opposite of how I wanted to feel when visiting this beautiful, magical place that brings me peace. I got up the next morning and saw that this person had vomited all over the campsite. As we were packing to leave as soon as possible, I put off eating anything that wasn't surprising and packed up everything. This person was still making terrible noises and sticking their head out of the tent when other campers from nearby sites approached and offered them food and coffee, but they turned them down. Is the valley always full of drunk idiots, or am I just unlucky? The bright side of all this is that I found a much better place than I would have imagined before. I thought that camping with my ex-husband might help us clear the air and possibly even bring some peace between us. We didn't split up in a big fight, but there was always this tension that never really went away, so spending a few days in the woods together seemed like a good way to end things on a positive note. I won't be staying in the valley again. I drove over to Tioga Pass and checked out the Tamarack campground, and it looks amazing, huge spots and secluded. The plan was straightforward: a small campfire, a quiet area by the lake, and nothing but nature surrounding us. The first day was peaceful. We set up the tent, collected some firewood, and sat by the water, watching the sun slowly set beneath the trees. It was almost too quiet, but as night fell, the air grew colder, and I felt a tight feeling in my stomach that wasn't just from the temperature. I couldn't figure out what was wrong that night because I couldn't sleep well. Every little sound seemed louder and sharper. I kept telling myself that it was just the forest and that nothing else existed. But no matter how many times I heard the rustling of leaves and the breaking of twigs, it still made me uneasy. I tried to reassure myself that something was wrong, but I couldn't get warm no matter what I did. The following morning, something felt different. There was a strange tension in the air that was even thicker than before, and we didn't talk much, just went about our business as if nothing was wrong. However, the longer we stayed outside, the more I noticed small details, like the way he kept looking at me when he thought I wasn't looking, and the way he was quieter than usual, almost too quiet, as if he was waiting for something, and I couldn't tell. By the second night, the forest seemed darker, the sounds more menacing, the wind howling through the trees, and I felt like the darkness was closing in around us. I tried to ignore the growing fear by focusing on the warmth and light of the campfire, but it wasn't enough. Then I noticed things that made me feel really uneasy. His movements were odd and purposeful, and he kept pointing at the fire, but his eyes kept darting toward the tent and back to me. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, but there was something in his eyes that made my skin crawl. It wasn't exactly fear, but it was close. That night, I didn't sleep at all, so I lay there listening to the sounds outside and his breathing next to me. I felt trapped in darkness with no way out, and all I could think about was leaving him and whatever this was becoming. When morning finally arrived, I was tired, but I knew I had to leave. When I told him that I wasn't feeling well and that I needed to return early, he didn't argue, he just nodded, but the way he looked at me made my heart race. There was something dark in his eyes that I didn't want to face, so I kept my distance and made sure to stay close to the car as we drove back to town. The tension didn't even slightly lessen. In fact, it got worse. The road felt longer, the air inside the car felt heavier, and I could feel his eyes on me even when I wasn't looking. When we finally returned, I packed up and left without saying anything, but the uneasiness lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been wrong during that trip, something that wasn't just about us. A few days later, I found something that made my stomach drop. There was a small tear in my sleeping bag right where my back would have been. It wasn't big, but it looked like it had been made with something sharp. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it stood out clear as day. I tried to think back, tried to remember when it could have happened, but I couldn't. The more I thought about it, the more things started to make sense. The way he had been acting, the looks he gave me, the silence. It wasn't just the woods that had me on edge, it was him. I had gone out there thinking it was just a simple camping trip, but now I wasn't so sure. I couldn't prove anything, couldn't say for certain what had been on his mind, but I knew one thing for sure: I wasn't safe with him anymore. I couldn't shake the thought of how easily things could have gone wrong out there. We were alone, far from anyone who could help, and I kept wondering, what if that small tear in my sleeping bag had been meant for more than just a scare? What if it had been a warning, a reminder that no matter how things had ended between us, there was still a dark side to him that I hadn't fully seen before? That thought still keeps me up at night, because now I know there's a part of him I don't recognize, a part that I don't think I ever will, and I can't help but wonder if that part of him is waiting for the right moment to come back to finish what he might have started out there in the woods. That's a fear I can't shake, no matter how much I try to convince myself that it's over, because deep down I know it's not. I was always close to my sister-in-law Sarah. We got along great, and our families spent a lot of weekends together, so when she suggested a weekend camping trip, I thought it was a good idea. We figured it would be a good way to get away from work stress and the noise of the city. I had been camping before, but this time felt different. I couldn't shake a weird feeling that something was wrong. We picked a spot deep in the woods. We set up our tents, gathered some firewood, and settled in for what we thought would be a peaceful night away from any town. The drive up was pleasant. The trees grew thicker as we continued into the forest, and the campsite was lovely, right by a small clear lake. The first night was quiet. We cooked over the fire, told stories, and laughed until we were too exhausted to stay awake. But the following day I began to notice things that didn't seem right. At first, it was small things. The forest's usual rustling of leaves and animal sounds had ceased, and the sounds of the forest seemed too quiet. Along the coast, I saw fresh footprints that weren't ours that led out of the sea and vanished into the woods. I kept my thoughts about those footprints to myself since I didn't want to frighten Sarah, but they were too large for a regular human. Later that night, as we sat by the fire once again, I heard a low, deep sound that sounded like a growl in the distance. I tried to convince myself that it was simply my imagination playing tricks on me, but it didn't make the bad feeling go away. I tried to convince myself that it was just an animal, maybe a bear, far out in the woods, but Sarah didn't appear to hear it, or, if she did, she didn't respond. When we eventually went to bed, however, the sense that something wasn't right just became worse, and I couldn't sleep at all. I jumped as I heard the sound outside. The wind. I lay in my tent, peering up into the darkness, listening for anything, and then I heard it growl again, closer this time, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Through the trees, the break of a limb, the rustle of leaves, everything sounded louder. With my heart pounding, I sat up and listened to the slow, cautious footsteps coming from just outside the tent. It sounded like whatever was out there didn't want to be heard, so I held my breath. The footsteps circled the tent and then stopped right at the entrance. I could hear heavy, rough breathing that sounded like something large was only a few inches away, and I wanted to scream to wake Sarah, but I was too afraid to move. The breathing continued for what seemed like an eternity before abruptly stopping and the footsteps gradually moving away. Fading into the night, I was afraid to move until the sun rose, at which point I hurried out of the tent. The ground outside was uneven, with big tracks pressed into the soil that led back into the trees from the tent. I woke Sarah, and we packed up as fast as we could without speaking to each other. When we drove home, the silence was heavy, and we both knew that something had been watching us. We never talked about what had happened that night, but we never went camping again because we were too afraid of what might have happened if we hadn't left when we did. I'll never know, but I don't need to. The thought of what might have happened is enough to keep me from ever returning. However, the thing that still haunts me, the thing I can't forget, is that those footprints didn't just come from the woods. They led back into the lake, whatever was out there, and now every time I see a quiet lake, what may be waiting for its next opportunity to emerge just under the surface, I wonder. I've always enjoyed camping because it makes me feel free. This time, I'm planning to camp for a few days by myself, so I found a peaceful area close to a small lake in the middle of the woods. The only indication of other people is a tent set up a few hundred yards away. A man I had met before called himself my neighbor in the wild. He seemed friendly, a little older, and he was dressed in faded camouflage. He mentioned that he was a retired commander in the military. The first day passed without any problems. I spent the morning setting up my camp, gathering firewood and getting ready for a quiet evening under the stars. As the sun started to set, I noticed my neighbor standing by the water staring out at nothing. There was something odd about the way he stood, stiff, almost like he was waiting for something. The next morning I woke up to find him gone. His tent was still there, but he was nowhere to be seen. First I didn't worry, people often head out early to hike or fish, but as the day went on and he didn't come back, I started to feel uneasy. The air felt heavy and the forest was unusually quiet. I tried to focus on my own tasks, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. By the time night came, he still hadn't returned. I thought about packing up and leaving, but it didn't feel right to just leave without knowing what had happened, so I decided to walk over to his campsite and check things out. His tent was shut, everything neatly packed away like he hadn't planned to be gone for long. I walked around his campsite calling out, but there was only silence. When I saw a small patch of disturbed dirt near his tent, I thought it might have been the site of recent excavation, but it had been hastily covered up. My heart began to race, and I felt panic rising, but I forced myself to remain composed. I found a stick and dug, and as I removed the dirt, I discovered a shallow pit with a few objects, including a knife. A worn dog tag and a notebook caught my eye. The dog tag had a name I didn't recognize, but the notebook was what really caught my attention. As I turned through the pages, I discovered notes about survival skills, old military missions, and oddly, entries about this exact camping trip. The last entry made my blood run cold. It explained that he had been following a man who fit my description and that he was planning to kill the target because the mission wasn't finished. There was no name, but the description was too similar to mine. Because of his anxiety and fixation on this mission, he thought I was an adversary. When I heard a twig break behind me, I swung around, but no one was there. I was alone in the clearing, but I could feel eyes on me. I had frozen the forest because it was suddenly too quiet and too near. My thoughts were racing. He could have been in the military before, but something had obviously struck him, and he determined that I was the enemy. I didn't stay to see what he had intended to do, so I dropped the notebook and hurried back to my camp. With my hands trembling, I packed up my belongings as quickly as I could, hoping he would arrive at any minute. However, he never appeared, and the only noises were the rustle of leaves in the breeze and my pounding pulse. Even today, I can't get rid of the notion that he's still out there, his twisted sense of duty driving him to finish a task that never existed, even though I left the forest that night and drove nonstop until I was miles away. I can still see him waiting by the lake when I lie awake at night, and I can't help but wonder if he's found a new target or if he'll find me again. I know I should move on from it, but there's something about the way he looked at me that makes me think this isn't over. Perhaps it's just paranoia. Or perhaps it's the reality that he's still looking and that I'll never be completely safe. While my husband was away on a business trip, I made the decision to take my kids camping for the weekend. It was just the two of us, and we wanted to make some memories. We found a peaceful area at a small campground by a lake, which was only a few hours from home, so it seemed like the ideal location, safe, accessible, and yet far enough away to feel like an adventure. The first day went well. We set up the tent, roasted marshmallows, and the kids had a great time splashing around in the lake. It was nice to be away from the routine, and when nightfall arrived, I put the kids in their sleeping bags and sat by the fire to enjoy the quiet. The stars were bright, the fire crackled softly, and everything was peaceful. I started to relax. The campground was small, and from what I could see, there weren't many other people there. There were a few tents scattered about, but it felt like we had the place to ourselves. At midnight, I made the decision to call it a night because the kids were asleep and the fire had burned down to glowing embers. In the middle of the night, I woke up, got into the tent, zipped it up, and laid down next to them. At first, I was unsure of why, but then I heard a faint crunching sound that sounded like someone walking on gravel. I froze and listened carefully, and as the sound seemed to be approaching the tent, my heart began to race. I thought it might be an animal, but the footsteps were too heavy and controlled, so I reached out to make sure the kids were still asleep so I wouldn't wake them up and frighten them. The footsteps stopped right outside the tent, and I could hear someone or something breathing slowly and heavily, almost as if they were trying to remain undetected. My mind raced because I had no way to see who or what was outside without making noise, and there was no easy escape. The person outside began moving again, dragging their feet and walking around the tent, and I could see a shadow shifting through the tent fabric as they moved. Then, as abruptly as it began, the noise stopped, the breathing stopped, and the footsteps stopped. I strained my ears, waiting, but I heard nothing. I felt completely trapped, staying perfectly still and barely daring to breathe. The minutes felt like hours. I must have fallen asleep at some point because my body was sore and tense, but when I woke up, it was morning, the sun was just rising, and the kids were still sound asleep next to me. I quietly unzipped the tent and looked outside, but the ground was disturbed. It appeared as though someone had been walking in circles around our tent all night. We packed up quickly, but as soon as the kids were awake, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that we had been watched. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following us, and I still can't forget that night. The thing that scares me the most is the idea that whoever was out there might still be watching, waiting for the next opportunity to get closer. Since then, I haven't taken the kids camping. I have been looking forward to this camping trip with my son for weeks. We set up our tent by a small, quiet lake surrounded by dense woods, far from other campsites. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, just the two of us away from the noise and stress of everyday life. The first day went well, and we spent time cooking and fishing over the campfire. At nightfall, the forest came alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional rustle of animals in the bushes. I felt content as I watched my son go to sleep in his sleeping bag at midnight. Around midnight, I woke up to a strange noise, a soft, steady tapping, coming from outside the tent. At first, I tried to ignore it, thinking it might be a branch moving in the wind, but the tapping became louder and seemed to come from different directions. Under the moonlight, the woodland seemed eerie as I silently unzipped the tent and ventured outdoors to attempt to locate the source of the sound. I thought it was just the wind, so I took a few steps away from the tent and saw nothing strange, just the dark shapes of the trees. However, the tapping continued all night and seemed to get closer each time. When I looked around the campsite the following morning, I saw no signs of animals or other people, just the same peaceful forest. We decided to go on a hike to try to get my mind off the strange noises, and when we returned to the campsite in the evening, everything seemed fine at first. I started preparing dinner while my son played by the water, and when I looked up, I noticed something strange on the tent. Tiny muddy handprints the size of a child's hand were smeared on the fabric. This made my spine tingle. I looked around the tent and couldn't find any footprints or other indications of anyone being there, so I tried to think it was a prank or possibly a stray animal. However, as night fell, the tapping resumed, this time louder and more urgent, as if someone was trying to get inside. I decided we would leave early the following morning, so I stayed up all night watching the tent and listening to the tapping. At dawn, I heard scurrying sounds near the tent, but I never saw anything. We packed up quickly and drove home, but once we got back, I couldn't get rid of the dread. Later, I learned that other campers in the area had also reported hearing similar noises, and even seeing strange figures in the woods. Looking back, I felt a mixture of relief and lingering anxiety that we had just barely avoided a far worse disaster, even though no one could explain what was occurring. The journey began as a straightforward father-son adventure, came to an end with a terrifying reminder that the woods have more secrets than we realize. The muddy handprints and the odd tapping were never explained, but they left a lasting impression on my memory. Sometimes, I wonder what was waiting and watching in the dark just beyond the edge of our campsite.